like a female college student, so the security guard even skipped the questioning phase. Su Qingyi had mentioned the venue for the mixer on the phone. Chen Jinji walked slowly, following the signs by the road. The Christmas atmosphere was even thicker in a place full of young people like a university. The falling snow and flickering red and green lights made one feel warm. The people passing by all looked like students, walking in groups of 2 or 3. Real college life seemed a bit different from how it was portrayed in movies and TV shows, Chen Jinji thought. She completely forgot that if not for that accident, she should also be an ordinary college student now. She wouldn't need to wear a hat and mask everywhere she went, living a life entirely different from the one she had now. When she successfully reached the venue, her view was blocked by a massive Christmas tree. Everyone was focused on the event itself, no one cared about this spot anymore, and the power had been cut. Chen Jinji looked at the decorations that were about to slide off. She felt like laughing, so she wrapped her hands in her sleeves and gently restored them. When she looked up again, she saw 2 people standing in an embrace in the distance. It was the person she had traveled thousands of miles just to see. Under the spotlight, the lively crowd surrounded them, looking as beautiful as the finale of a fairy tale. She couldn't help but hope that it was a polite embrace, one truly between friends. But they didn't separate for a long time. Even though it was a dark corner, Chen Jinji felt as if she were standing on an endless bridge with nowhere to hide, whether she moved forward or backward. The sunlight was scalding, as if it were going to burn her. If you would, then, is it because of a lasting friendship? Chen Jinji didn't know with what kind of mood she had said those words. At this moment, she suddenly wished she could be a bit duller, so she wouldn't see through the person in front of her so easily. To see through his hesitation and difficulty, to see through what the silence at this moment represented, to see through the fact that he truly harbored feelings beyond friendship for another person. Finally, she said Merry Christmas, and told him to contact her once he had thought things through. She got into the car and left. She watched Su Qingyi's figure standing in place grow further and further away in the rearview mirror. The suppressed pain suddenly swept over her again, for a moment, even breathing was a dull ache. The driver had been observing for a while. This passenger in the back seat was as pale as the snow drifting outside, and the blue veins on her wrist were clearly visible. "Miss, should I take you to the hospital?" He looked at the destination, the airport, and asked hesitantly. "Thank you, no need." If one only heard this passenger's voice, they would never guess she was in such a weak state. The driver was very timid, fearing that something might happen to someone in his car. "Are you sure? You don't look like you're in a good state. Please proceed according to the original itinerary." Chen Jinji coughed once, restraining the trembling brought on by heart palpitations. The driver sighed and had no choice but to comply. After all, the customer is king, right? However, he kept observing the back seat very cautiously, because she looked like she might pass out at any moment. If that really happened, he would immediately turn toward the hospital. He was on edge the whole way, but in the end, nothing happened. When Chen Jinji got out of the car, she even politely said thank you, her pace into the airport calm and composed. "She looks a bit familiar." The driver looked at her back, realizing it belatedly. Although she wore a mask, looking at her eyes, she didn't seem like an ordinary person. Just now he had only been concerned about her condition and didn't have time to think about these things. Is she some celebrity? TSK, that doesn't make sense. Why would a celebrity need to take my cab? The driver shook his head, thinking he was being too imaginative, and slowly backed up the car to leave. By the time she boarded, the painkiller had taken effect. Her stomach no longer felt like it was being stabbed or sliced, instead, there was a faint burning sensation. Chen Jinji knew this was a side effect of taking medicine on an empty stomach, but she really couldn't eat anything right now. There were few people on the night flight, especially since it was a flight delayed by snow. Few people would stubbornly wait until now. Chen Jinji was led to her seat by a flight attendant and hung up a "Do Not Disturb" sign. There were several pop-up notifications for unread messages on WeChat. She knew there wouldn't be one from Su Qingyi, but she still clicked to take a look. There were greetings sent by people from the company. "How is Iris's rest going? Do you need a staff member to accompany you? Son, smile, tomorrow morning's dance version MV shoot is very important. The hair and makeup artists will arrive around 7. Right after the MV shoot, you have an individual magazine shoot. We'll see the results then and discuss whether the styling needs to be redone. Rose, heart, the radio interview in the afternoon will depend on your physical condition. Get some good rest." Hug, on the surface, they were greetings, but in reality, they were hints saying, "There's so much work waiting for you, it wouldn't be polite to skip work again." Chen Jinji replied expressionlessly with an "Iris received." Besides that, there was a large pile of ramblings from John Eun-yun. Sister, Xiao Shui and I ordered fried chicken takeout. I miss you so much, can I really not come find you now? Pitiable, crying, during tonight's live stream, the fans were all asking about you. I said you were resting. Merry Christmas. To the best sister Jinji in the world. The last message was sent right at midnight. Chen Jinji originally wanted to reply now, but after thinking about it, she decided it was better to pretend she was asleep. John Eun-yun's mention of fans asking during the live stream did make her a bit concerned. The idea of withdrawing from the live stream activity initially was because she didn't want the 11th member, Nan Yun, to be left alone. Afterward, it was because she really was unwell, and besides, it was a special holiday. She stopped herself there, not wanting to let any more negative emotions brew. Chen Jinji cut off her train of thought in time. But this was bad news for the fans. The company had promoted the Christmas live stream event many days in advance. Uninformed fans might have waited in vain for a long time tonight. Thinking of this, Chen Jinji opened Weibo and entered her fan super topic. She had expected a pile of negative energy complaining about the empty wait, but everyone's focus was clearly not on that. Instead, it was on the answer John Eun-yun gave during the live stream. Eun-yun, why isn't Iris live streaming? Ah, Sister Jinji is sick and is resting. Otherwise, it would have been me and Sister live streaming today. Sister. Wah. Although she didn't actually cry, she had a pouting face and looked very serious. Seeing that the bullet screen was about to be scared to death by her answer, the staff quickly stepped forward to remind her. Only then did she realize and explain, it's not a serious illness, everyone please don't worry too much. But the fans in the super topic were still very nervous because of this, cursing the dog company, in countless posts. Dog company, why don't you just die? Look at the crappy schedule you arranged. Are you trying to work her to death? If my girl is in a bad state tomorrow but is still forced to work, I'll blow up 101 company overnight. I've said my piece. Count me in, thanks. Jinji, Merry Christmas. Please get well soon. Chen Jinji sighed softly and closed her phone. Yes, no matter what, she had to ensure she was in her best state in front of the camera tomorrow. She would leave her emotions for this flight. The broadcast began prompting to turn phones to airplane mode, and there were no more new messages on WeChat. Chen Jinji waited for a while, then finally turned off the network. True, he was a real blockhead. She had said she would wait for him to think it through before contacting her, so he absolutely would not send a message now. She really didn't know if that was a strength or a weakness. Chen Jinji put on her headphones. The night view outside the window was clear and peaceful. No wonder. Silent Night, Christmas Eve. The song playing in her headphones was Bridge of Tears. No heart to ask about your heart or my kiss, tired of my debts, replacing the one you love. At this time, my heart falls like drifting flowers, suddenly, my vision loses its color. Knowing that you two are not good at expressing, imagining your love, the woven lies grow slack. Sweet scenes, too, fall like drifting flowers. The author of this song said that between people, there is a bridge made of tears. The sublimation of love is tears. But a bridge made of tears is ultimately unstable. Just like now, Chen Jinji couldn't even be sure if this bridge still existed or if it had already collapsed. But she still needed to move forward, at least until she had an answer, until he had thought things through. Chen Jinji closed her eyes. As long as it concerned anything related to Su Qingyi, she would never waver, never retreat. If he was the same, then, may the bright moon be our witness, and may deep love endure. Thanks to book friends, Hang Ai Zao Tue, Power June. And the one with the tail number 5729 for the tips. Thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 299, Chapter 295 Christmas Extra, Part 1, Chapter 295, Christmas Special, Part 1, a mysterious Christmas special has dropped. Huayu Jinfeng wishes everyone a Merry Christmas. Here the setting for this piece is a magic academy. It's a short story, so those who care about canon details, please show some mercy. So even if you haven't read HP, you should be able to understand it, also known as, the overbearing senior sister fell in love with me, I was targeted after witnessing a Slytherin senior sister's crime, and, challenge, will I be hit with Avada Kedavra if I kiss a senior sister on Christmas? Gentle reminder, the content of this special is unrelated to the main story. Approaching 7 o'clock in the evening, there were few figures left in the dim public corridors. Su Qingyi walked past, the soft sound of his black long boots rubbing against the floor echoing around him. He took off the scarf around his neck, draped it over his forearm, and pushed the door into the common room. His footsteps were quickly absorbed by the deep blue carpet. The Ravenclaw common room was very quiet, with only the sound of turning pages and the scratching of pen nibs on parchment to be heard. Some classmates saw him walk in and simply nodded in greeting. Su Qingyi returned the gesture with the same polite nod. Before returning to his dormitory, he looked up at the ceiling of the common room as usual. A deep blue, beautifully shimmering starry sky complemented the bronze curtains hanging from the arched windows, exuding an artistic atmosphere. Because of this feature of the common room, Su Qingyi had always been quite satisfied with being sorted into Ravenclaw. Even now, he vaguely remembered how long that tattered, dirty sorting hat had deliberated on his head. Of course, its strange and varied singing was also very memorable. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. A noble pureblood boy was sitting next to the first-year Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi heard him sneer and whisper, "Aha, reckless fools with courage but no brains. If you want to stay alive, you'd better not associate with any Gryffindor. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. A bunch of idiots who only think about food." The boy was like a professional commentator, constantly adding remarks in Su Qingyi's ear. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning, will always find their kind. Ha, nerds. This time, even before he spoke, Su Qingyi had roughly guessed he would give such an evaluation. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends, those cunning folk use any means, to achieve their ends. Hey! That's not fair, Slytherin is the best house. The boy raised his voice, seemingly very dissatisfied with this part of the lyrics. Su Qingyi couldn't help but turn his head to glance at him. Noticing Su Qingyi's gaze, the other boy's eyes lit up. After all, Eastern faces were not common here. So he proactively reached out his hand and greeted him, saying, "Hi. Do you want to come to Slytherin? We might become friends. My name is Zhou Lian." Su Qingyi was silent for a moment before replying, "Both of my parents are muggles." Muggle meant an ordinary person who couldn't use magic, the type of person Slytherin students looked down on the most. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Lian was shocked and quickly withdrew his extended hand of friendship. He gave a cold snort, turned his head away, and didn't turn back for the rest of the night. When he went to sleep that night, he would probably be as stiff as if he had been hit with a full body-bind curse. Zhou Lian's attitude clearly represented the attitude of most Slytherin students. Considering this, when the sorting hat said it was torn between putting him in Slytherin or Ravenclaw, Su Qingyi chose Ravenclaw without hesitation. Just like the house's motto, this was a group of people pursuing wisdom and truth, but it also had the cold-blooded temperament unique to academics. Su Qingyi had been the top of his year for several consecutive years here. He had learned almost all the spells recorded in the books, even those obscure ones that hadn't been used by wizards for a long time. He heard that a young lady from Gryffindor next door was very dissatisfied with this and had secretly written him a challenge letter. Su Qingyi claimed to be unaware of this. His personal locker would often receive strange pink envelopes throughout the year, but he had never opened them. He had more important things to be busy with lately. Besides basic spells, some wizards possessed other rare magical talents. The one Su Qingyi had been working hard on recently was called Animagus. Such wizards can transform themselves into a certain animal while retaining their magical abilities. According to regulations, every Animagus must register with the Ministry of Magic because this kind of magic is very useful for those engaged in sneaky and unspeakable activities. However, the only registered Animagus now was actually Professor McGonagall. The whole world knew she could turn into a black cat. But how could she be the only one who had mastered this art? Su Qingyi was deeply skeptical of this. As a technique with extremely high difficulty and harsh conditions, a wizard could very likely go astray during practice, so Su Qingyi would lock himself in his dormitory whenever he practiced. Unfortunately, several weeks had passed, and there was still no progress. The top student who got full marks in every subject felt that he was facing a great challenge. Not only that, but he also found that practicing Animagus seemed to bring serious side effects. In recent days, many strange images always flashed before his eyes, bizarre, chaotic, and disorganized. This had caused him not to have a good night's sleep for several days. Today, after checking materials in the library for a long time, he still hadn't found a related solution, which made Su Qingyi quite annoyed. Regardless, he should sleep first. After opening the dormitory door, a stiff, upright figure fell down with a thud. Su Qingyi reacted quickly, taking a step back while pulling his wand from his sleeve. He was halfway through an expulsion curse when the figure scrambled up from the ground, raising both hands and shouting, "It's me! It's me!" Su Qingyi paused, barely stopping. With a slight flick of his wand, the tip lit up with a flickering lumos, illuminating the face of the guy who had raised his hands in surrender. Su Yang squinted under the light, not daring to move an inch. After confirming it was him, Su Qingyi gave a tisk, walked forward, and lit the kerosene lamp. Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to complain incessantly. Holy crap, bro, this was just a Christmas joke. You actually used an expulsion curse directly? If I remember correctly, last time you used it to knock back a 4-meter-tall troll. So, why are you in my dormitory? Su Qingyi slowly tucked his wand back into his sleeve. His reaction was indeed a bit excessive. Su Yang had often snuck into his dormitory to hang out before. But all of this could only be blamed on the side effects of the animagus practice, which had made his mental state so tense. I came to tell you some very bad news. Su Yang sighed, looking at the flickering flame in the oil lamp. Do you know? The headmaster just announced that the school will be on lockdown this Christmas. All students must stay at school and cannot go home. This is a first in history. Su Qingyi's expression was as nonchalant as usual, but his fingers hidden under the wide sleeves of his wizard robes instantly tightened. This was the image he had seen when he felt a headache in the library this afternoon. Due to an emergency, during the Christmas period, no students are allowed to leave the school premises, violators will be expelled. Su Yang sarcastically mimicked the headmaster's tone of voice. Su Qingyi, however, became even more tense. It was word for word exactly what he had seen in the image. Was it a coincidence? Su Qingyi frowned in thought. Su Yang was still muttering beside him about not being able to go home for the holidays. Su Qingyi stood up and opened the window. You leave through here. Huh. Entering another house's common room without permission will result in points being deducted from Gryffindor because of you. Hey, how do you think I got in? Su Yang smiled triumphantly, then grabbed with both hands as if holding something transparent. Su Qingyi waited for his next words without much hope, but in the next second, Su Yang's body below the waist completely disappeared. He looked like he only had an upper body floating in the air. Invisibility cloak. There were many ways to achieve such an effect, such as the disillusionment charm, trickery, or an ordinary invisibility cloak woven from demiguy's hair. The invisibility effect brought by such methods often wouldn't last very long. Bro, have you heard of the Deathly Hallows? Su Yang raised an eyebrow and leaned in mysteriously. As soon as those 4 words came out, Su Qingyi instantly felt his vision go dark, low-pitched incantations echoed in his ears, and a desolate ancient battlefield appeared before him. He could hardly stand steady and had to grab the corner of the table to barely steady himself. In a trance, he saw a white fox outside the window. A fox? In the school? He reflexively thought it was an illusion, but the fox's pupils gleamed with a real and beautiful light under the moonlight, like a pair of priceless emeralds. Hey! Are you okay? Su Yang's anxious voice woke him from the illusion. The fox disappeared like a puff of smoke. Su Qingyi raised his eyes and drew his wand, pointing it at him. Merlin's beard. What are you doing? Su Yang shuddered and quickly raised his hands, standing against the wall. He had no intention of resisting at all. After all, he had witnessed the famous scene of this guy in the dueling arena, fighting back-to-back matches like a god descending, 1v4. Disillusionment charm. As the words were spoken, the magic took effect, and Su Yang's figure instantly vanished. What are you doing? Only his confused voice remained in the surroundings. Lend me the invisibility cloak. What are you going to do with it? I don't know yet, but it might be useful. He had obtained a top-tier item that was delivered to his door. Su Qingyi toyed with this legendary Deathly Hallow for a bit. It felt very light, like silk, and he couldn't help but think of the Emperor's new clothes from the fairy tale. He instinctively felt that this invisibility cloak could play some role in his investigation of these recent strange events. The next day. The inside information Su Yang brought was indeed true. All students had to stay at school for this Christmas holiday. Not only that, but a curfew was also implemented. After nightfall, everyone had to stay in their dormitories. Normally, Su Qingyi would have been somewhat dismissive of such a rule. But the recent strange phenomena made it so he had to be alert. Today was the library's book return deadline, and Su Qingyi was walking through the snow carrying a heavy copy of A History of Magic. He hadn't borrowed this book out of a genuine interest in the long, tedious, and boring history of magic. He was merely searching it for records regarding animagi. Heaven knows, even after flipping through the entire book, there were only barely 7 people recorded. This was clearly unreasonable, which could only mean that most capable individuals refused to be registered. But then again, if he could learn it, he would certainly never register either. What animal an animagus turns into is determined by the user's personality and appearance. While Su Qingyi was pondering what animal he would become, he suddenly heard the sound of wind by his ear. He tilted his head slightly, and a hard snowball brushed past him. Under a massive ancient tree, several Slytherin students were surrounding a dim-witted Gryffindor student. The latter was hanging upside down from the tree in a comical posture, his head and face covered in scattered snow. The snowball just now had been thrown by a Slytherin student who missed while trying to hit him. Slytherin and Gryffindor seemed to have an ancestral feud, they were nearly graduating yet still playing out this elementary school-level bullying drama. Of course, generally speaking, the other two houses rarely participated in such disputes. Most Ravenclaws couldn't be bothered to care, indifference was the nature of academic types. Hufflepuffs were different, they wanted to help, but often ended up being bullied by Slytherin along with the victim. Su Qingyi's footsteps paused for a moment, and Zhou Lian, who was in the crowd, noticed him. He laughed loudly and called out a greeting, "Hey! Nerd, what are you standing there for? Want to join us?" He seemed to be sincerely inviting him, which was an altogether inconceivable thing for a Slytherin student. Su Qingyi glanced at him, then pulled his wand from his sleeve. Libera Corpus. The student hanging upside down was finally freed and fell to the ground. "Hey, what's the meaning of this?" Several Slytherin students wearing green and white striped scarves walked over angrily. Su Qingyi unhurriedly placed the copy of A History of Magic in his hand onto a nearby chair. Expelliarmus. Locomotor Wibbly. Levi Corpus. After this set of combo skills, several people were all hung upside down in the air, their wands flying off to who knows where. Su Qingyi bent down to pick up the book and brushed the snow off the cover. "Hey! You've got some nerve, I'm going to tell my father." Zhou Lian shouted in exasperation. Su Qingyi glanced at him and chanted leisurely, "Den Sajo." Zhou Lian immediately covered his mouth in panic. This was a spell that caused one's front teeth to grow at a bizarre and alarming rate. No matter how noble and handsome you originally looked, once this image appeared in people's minds, your nickname from then on could only be, "that weird squirrel with the big buck teeth." Su Qingyi couldn't help but curl his lips. He shook his sleeve, indicating to Zhou Lian that he had actually put his wand away long ago. Zhou Lian's face instantly turned bright red, and he shouted indignantly, "Let me down. The spell will automatically lift after 5 minutes, this is to prevent you from bothering me again. My book return deadline is approaching." Su Qingyi waved his hand in a goodbye gesture. Damn it, before Zhou Lian could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground with a thud, and the rest of his words turned into whimpers. Su Qingyi soon realized someone behind him had lifted the spell for him, but before he could draw his wand, he felt his body stiffen. Someone had cast a bodybind curse on him. Moreover, there was no sound of an incantation, it was a nonverbal spell, a privilege held only by powerful wizards. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes slightly and saw a pair of leather boots appear beside him. What a clever student. A man with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles had the Ministry of Magic seal on his hem. Su Qingyi didn't remember ever seeing him before. "Mr. Anderson." Zhou Lian, scrambling up from the ground, shouted with some pleasant surprise. The old man called Mr. Anderson showed a smile with a bizarre curve on his face. It seemed to be directed at Zhou Lian, but his eyes were locked tightly onto Su Qingyi. For some reason, this stranger seemed to harbor no small amount of hostility toward him. But at the end of the day, he was just a student who hadn't graduated yet, right? Was it really necessary? Assuming the man wouldn't dare to actually do anything at school, Su Qingyi met his gaze calmly. Anderson suddenly laughed, and every word he spoke seemed to be squeezed out of a cold, gloomy throat. A wet behind the ears, self-proclaimed clever. Mudblood. Mudblood was the most malicious and contemptuous term for a wizard born into a Muggle family. Even Zhou Lian's eyes widened because of those words. He had never used that word to insult anyone before. Su Qingyi looked into Anderson's eyes and said slowly, "A dressed-up, pompous old fossil." Completely unexpected that he would dare talk back in such a situation, Anderson's face darkened. Just as he decided to make him suffer immediately, he was suddenly interrupted by a gentle female voice. "Mr. Anderson." Anderson paused and turned around. Su Qingyi quickly recognized the girl standing behind him. It should be said that no one in the entire school didn't know her. Chen Jinji, a senior from the previous class, the recognized goddess of Slytherin House and indeed the whole school. Aside from her stunning beauty, she was also gentle and patient, once referred to as a walking amortentia. The other houses unanimously agreed that her only flaw was being sorted into Slytherin. The last time Su Qingyi had seen her was when she was giving a speech as an outstanding graduate. Today, she had long, slightly curly hair, and because she had already graduated, she was wearing a Muggle coat. Every frown and smile was increasingly charming. Su Qingyi met her beautiful dark green eyes for a split second before shifting his gaze away. "Is something the matter?" Anderson still had to show some respect to this newcomer who had recently joined the Ministry of Magic. Yes, but before that. Chen Jinji smiled slightly and raised her hand, elegantly circling her wand. The body-bind curse on Su Qingyi was lifted. He breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his shoulder blades. You guys go ahead, I have some important business to discuss with Mr. Anderson from the ministry. Chen Jinji stepped aside slightly, making a path. Merry Christmas, have a good time at school tonight. She winked, her tone light. Oh okay, senior. Zhou Lian replied stutteringly. Su Qingyi had no doubt that if Chen Jinji said a few more words, he would fall in love on the spot. After the students entered the corridor, Zhou Lian rubbed his sore arm and complained irritably, Curse you, Su Qingyi. Look at what you've done. All of Ravenclaw will pay for your actions. You guy, he turned back angrily, only to find no one beside him except his few companions. Zhou Lian's face was full of confusion, while the others just shrugged helplessly, indicating they didn't know what had happened. He was like air, he just vanished. Only Chen Jinji and Anderson were left in the snow. Anderson's wrinkled face showed some impatience as he spoke. What exactly is it? Sir, does anyone else know you came to the school? Chen Jinji asked leisurely. A smile remained on her face, but there was no warmth left in her dark green pupils. Unfortunately, Anderson was resentfully stomping on dead branches because he hadn't been able to properly teach that kid a lesson, failing to notice the change in the person beside him. How would they know? A bunch of useless fools. In the end, only I am paying attention to that damn half-prophecy. Ha, it's truly laughable. I see. Chen Jinji nodded and then asked, what did you call him just now? Who? Anderson was a bit confused, then realized belatedly and immediately sneered. Ah, that little mud-blood, Crucio. As Chen Jinji's voice fell, Anderson felt a piercing pain and instantly fell to the ground, howling. How dare you? He accused intermittently. Chen Jinji stood before him, expressionless. Crucio. The response was a second cruciatus curse. The intense pain soon made him curl up. Physiological tears and saliva streaming down his face. What did you call him? Even though the scene was extremely horrifying, Chen Jinji was still smiling, even leaning down slightly to appreciate Anderson's struggle in the snow with great interest. Mud, Crucio. Su Qingyi, hidden under the invisibility cloak, didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Heaven knows what he had just seen. The pride of the entire school, the outstanding graduate representative, the new backbone of the Ministry of Magic. She had actually used the Cruciatus curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, so casually. Unforgivable curses were extremely evil and cruel dark magic with no counter-curse. Anyone using an unforgivable curse would face life imprisonment in Azkaban. Anderson's stubbornness was completely cured. He deeply understood the ruthlessness of the woman before him and begged for mercy. Sorry. It was my fault. Good. Chen Jinji stopped and stood up. As the effects of the Cruciatus curse faded, Anderson panted heavily. His eyes turned malicious again, and he immediately wanted to pull out his wand to teach her a lesson. However, in the next second. Avada Kedavra. A brilliant green light flashed, and Anderson instantly lost all signs of life, turning into a pale, greenish corpse. And Chen Jinji merely squinted slightly, as if dissatisfied that the green light had dazzled her eyes. Su Qingyi was truly a bit frightened. This girl is definitely a die-hard Slytherin, right? Right. And to think her fans in other houses felt it was a disservice to her to be sorted into Slytherin. Now it seems Slytherin might not even be big enough to contain this female demon. Voldemort would have to get a tattoo of Chen Jinji on his back. However, something even more terrifying happened in the next second. Just as Su Qingyi was preparing to sneak away and distance himself from this murder scene, Chen Jinji, who originally had her back to him, admired the corpse on the ground for a moment and then suddenly spoke leisurely, haven't seen enough yet? Thanks to book friend Power Kun for the tip, and thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 300, Chapter 296. After the Shura field arrives. Damn that silent night. Su Qingyi's heart felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Even as the snow drifted onto him, he couldn't feel the chill. In this state of mind, he didn't want to return to school. He stood there waiting for a taxi. Chen Jinji had likely already reached the airport by now, yet those few words she said before leaving still echoed in his ears. Is it because of long-lasting friendship? That sentence really hit a sore spot. Su Qingyi thought that if it were an ordinary classmate, or even a close friend, asking him to play that game, he probably wouldn't have agreed. It was only because it was Chu Qingmian that he subconsciously felt, what's the big deal, isn't it just a hug, and even felt confused by her hesitation. This certainly wasn't because of so-called long-lasting friendship. Su Qingyi knew it in his heart, and so did Qin Jinji. Therefore, his seemingly reasonable excuses appeared incredibly pale and ridiculous. How on earth did he think he could fool Qin Jinji? Contact me once you've thought things through. What did that sentence mean? It probably meant there was no point in chasing after her now. Su Qingyi sighed into the night air. How was he supposed to think things through? A taxi pulled up to the curb. He opened the door and sat inside, only then realizing that his exposed fingers had frozen stiff. He casually gave an address. As Su Qingyi watched the flickering lights outside the window, his thoughts ebbed and flowed along with them. He once thought he had already figured it out. Living a second life, he didn't want to leave any regrets, so seeking a perfect outcome seemed only natural. But he had clearly oversimplified things. Love is a one-way street in the truest sense. Relationships that can accept the presence of a third party aren't called love. Su Qingyi asked himself, he truly did love two people at the same time, he had made a sincere vow before the Buddha. But in reality, he had only considered himself. He seemed never to have properly considered how much the two girls would pay and lose because of this. If maintaining such a relationship required the price of their sincere hearts and their entire selves, then was the perfect outcome he longed for truly perfect? Su Qingyi, who had been steadfast since realizing this, felt a deep sense of self-doubt for the first time on this snowy Christmas Eve. The taxi's destination was the game studio. Su Qingyi paid and got out, walking into the stairwell. At this hour, He Wufei was most likely asleep. He inserted the key into the lock and carefully pushed the door open. A strong smell of alcohol hit his nose. It seemed this guy had taken advantage of the holiday to drink heavily again. The living room was dim, with only the faint light from the LED billboard outside the floor-to-ceiling window. To Su Qingyi's eyes, it was no different from being pitch black, so he turned on his phone's flashlight. He had expected a decadent scene of wine bottles strewn across the floor, but surprisingly, everything was very clean. There was half a bottle of whiskey on the dining table, the cap sealed tight, it looked like he'd left it unfinished. The glass had been washed and placed in a neat row. His drinking manners aren't bad at all, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. He changed his shoes, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He felt like talking to someone right now, but he couldn't exactly drag the sleeping He Wufei out of bed, could he? That would be too classless. Why are you here at this hour? He Wufei sat down next to Su Qingyi with bleary eyes. Seeing him dressed so thinly, he turned on the central air conditioning in the living room. He usually didn't turn it on himself, so it took him 5 minutes of fiddling to ensure the vent was blowing warm air. Su Qingyi reopened the whiskey bottle and poured himself half a glass. Hey, take it easy, this stuff has a pretty high alcohol content. He Wufei raised his hand to stop him, but seeing Su Qingyi's downcast expression, he lowered it again. He felt like the person in front of him was in a bad mood. Su Qingyi swirled the glass and then, without warning, tilted his head back and took a large gulp. He Wufei was startled. Before he could make a sound, Su Qingyi was already coughing repeatedly from the burn. What on earth happened? He Wufei handed him a tissue and pulled his chair closer, his tone full of concern. It was Su Qingyi's first time drinking something this strong, it felt like a small knife scraping his throat. He took a moment to recover before trying to speak, his voice sounding a bit raspy. After hearing the thrilling account of tonight's Shura field, He Wufei felt his scalp tingling. This was a bit too intense, how was it any different from walking a tightrope on Mount Everest? So, Chen Jinji knows about you and Chu Qingmian? Not entirely. Su Qingyi thought about it, she had probably just sensed that something was wrong and didn't know the specifics yet. He had never avoided his boyfriend-girlfriend relationship in front of Chen Jinji, partly because of the obstacles brought by her celebrity status, even if he admitted it, they could only have an underground romance. But he always avoided it in front of Chu Qingmian because their identities were those of ordinary college students. Although the school rumors already had them pegged as a couple, if that final layer of paper were to be pierced, it would ultimately bring some trouble. Then what do you plan to do next? What little remained of He Wufei's intoxication had been completely scared away, he was now very sober. Since coming here, he had consciously reduced the frequency of his drinking and smoking. Today, using Christmas Eve as an excuse, he'd had a small drink and was prepared to get a good night's sleep. He hadn't expected that just after falling asleep, a soul-shattered new drunkard would show up at his door. I don't know. Su Qingyi stared at the alcohol in his glass. It was a beautiful amber color under the light, making it hard to imagine its taste would be so hard to stomach. He Wufei looked at him, sighed, and poured himself another small glass. But it's probably impossible to keep hiding it, right? Based on your description, Chen Jinji is so smart that you can't fool her at all. Su Qingyi nodded slightly. This sure field had likely just confirmed the suspicions she already had. He Wu Fei had words on the tip of his tongue, but seeing Su Qingyi's expression, he suddenly found them hard to say. He wanted to ask, so, are you going to choose between the two girls now? But he felt that asking such a question at a time like this would be too cruel, so he let it go. After a long silence, he just clinked his glass against Su Qingyi's. Su Qingyi naturally knew what He Wu Fei wanted to say, he was thinking about the same thing himself. But how was he supposed to choose? Wasn't it because he couldn't choose no matter what that he ended up on this point of no return? How can one find a way to satisfy both the Buddha and one's lover? Whether it was the effect of the alcohol or the fact that he'd been out in the snow for too long tonight, he soon developed a headache. Alright, stop drinking. He Wu Fei gave a heavy sigh, got up, and brought an apple from the kitchen. A trace of confusion appeared in Su Qingyi's eyes, likely surprised that this guy actually knew it was Christmas Eve. He Wu Fei lowered his head and coughed, explaining as he peeled the skin, I bought it for Su Jihan. In the face of such a pure-hearted warrior, Su Qingyi felt his conscience being severely interrogated once again. He wondered how Su Jihan would feel if she knew her apple was being eaten by a drunkard. Would she be so angry that her spirit would manifest? Su Qingyi thought this as he crunched his way through the apple. Mare. Christ. Moss. He was already feeling a bit guilty, and the cheer from outside the window startled Su Qingyi so much he nearly threw the apple away. He looked up at the wall clock in the living room. So that was it was midnight. The shopping mall across the street was holding an event, so a lot of people had gathered. Su Qingyi got up and walked to the window, his steps a bit unsteady. Across the street was a lively scene. Staff dressed as Santa Claus held bags and tossed gifts out, causing the crowd to scramble for them together. Young couples embraced and wished each other well, their Christmas wish being to stay together forever. The intro to First Love began to play at just the right time, and the snow, which had stopped for a while, began to fall again. Su Qingyi reached out his hand. The temperature difference quickly created a white foggy handprint, the cold glass isolating everything outside the window. He had loved this song since he was a child, at an age when he didn't even know what Ramaji was, he had stubbornly learned it word by word. Hearing it today, however, it lacked warmth and was full of the taste of regret. Christmas was supposed to be a beautiful and warm day. Su Qingyi sighed and returned to his room, feeling groggy. Considering he might often be at the studio in the future, he had prepared a room for himself, though today was the first time he'd come here to sleep. As soon as his head hit the pillow, drowsiness swept over him. But while his body was clearly exhausted to the point of death, his brain was abnormally awake. Su Qingyi picked up his phone. There were several unread messages from Li Tao and the others. They were probably wondering why he had suddenly vanished and hadn't returned to the dorm. Miss Chu hadn't sent a message, she was most likely angry. Chen Jinji should be on the plane by now. Should he send a message over? Su Qingyi stared at the phone screen for a while. Thinking of her saying, don't contact me until you've thought it through, he silently turned off the phone. Never mind. He rolled over and covered his head with the pillow. He had to sleep even if he couldn't, if he kept thinking, he'd go crazy. The next day. When Su Qingyi opened his eyes, it was already bright outside, it was noon. It looked like he'd slept for a long time, but it felt like he hadn't slept at all, his fatigue hadn't been relieved in the slightest. His head felt like it was splitting, this alcohol was a bit too potent. He rubbed his temples and walked into the bathroom. His hair was messy, and his face was as pale as if he'd been dead for 3 days, he looked in terrible shape. After a quick wash, he walked out of the bedroom with floating steps. Just after turning on his phone, messages started popping up one after another. Although they were from different people, he quickly read the key information. That was, the exam for the public elective course was today, and he needed to bring a printed paper copy of his essay. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue, everything really was piling up at once. Fortunately, the studio was fully equipped, even having a printer. He Wu Fei walked out of the kitchen and handed him a glass of warm water. You're awake. I made some porridge, have some in a bit. Su Qingyi nodded, took the water glass, and walked to the computer. Going to work? Why not eat something first? He Wu Fei felt a bit worried because the person in front of him looked so weak, like he might collapse at any moment. Yeah, I have to hand in a paper when I go back to school this afternoon. Su Qingyi created a new Word document and then opened a browser, preparing to do some reasonable, transportation work of foreign literature. Then I'll dish out a bowl of porridge and bring it over. You can eat while you work, or your stomach will hurt later. He Wu Fei turned and went into the kitchen. He was clearly experienced in this regard, back when he used to have stomach pains, he couldn't even afford painkillers and just had to endure it. A steaming bowl of millet porridge was placed on the computer desk. Su Qingyi said his thanks. The name of this elective course was Selected Discussions on Chinese Writings by Famous German Authors. The content was actually reading and analyzing representative works related to Chinese culture by important philosophers and writers from German-speaking regions from the 18th to the 20th century. Su Qingyi took this course quite seriously because writers like Leibniz, Kant, Kafka, and Goethe were among his favorites. So he didn't feel any pressure regarding the final term paper. 2 hours would be enough. As long as it wasn't too perfunctory, the teacher generally wouldn't be too harsh. Su Qingyi kept the interface on the monitor on a page of data, taking a sip of the porridge while he read. He was struggling to read. For some reason, the font on the screen looked all distorted and squashed together. Wukong. Huh. He Wufei put down the broom and looked up. Do you usually cook for yourself? Usually, yes. Sometimes I eat at the shops by the community entrance. You've suffered. Su Qingyi pushed the porridge bowl further away and picked up his phone to order takeout. It was truly undrinkable. Being able to cook millet porridge into a texture that was both slimy and half-raw was a rare skill indeed. Su Qingyi, holding the folder with his printed paper, arrived at the classroom door just in time. Since it was just collecting assignments, the teacher didn't originally need to come. But the teacher was very kind and had come early in case students had any questions. When Su Qingyi walked in, the teacher was sitting at the podium discussing questions with students. Chu Qingmian was standing in the first row, responsible for collecting the papers. Right, she had chosen this elective along with him. Thinking of what happened last night, Su Qingyi cleared his throat before stepping forward. Chu Qingmian was seriously organizing the documents in her hand. When she saw him walk over, she didn't even lift her head. Student, please state your name and student ID. Su Qingyi was silent for a moment before answering. He was a bit lost. Did this count as being angry? It didn't look like how she usually acted when she was angry. Chu Qingmian still didn't look up, her finger pointing at his name on the list. Sign here. Su Qingyi could only comply, leaning over to sign his name. Before handing the pen back, he twirled the barrel and asked tentatively, "Are you busy later? Maybe they could grab a meal or something and talk about last night." "Sorry, I'm busy." Chu Qingmian looked up and gave him a glance devoid of any emotion. "Next student, please come here to sign." Left with no choice, Su Qingyi had to step aside to make room and sat in a nearby chair. No way, is it that serious? From Chu Qingmian's perspective, he should have just run off after completing the game. Could she have seen Jinji too? No, impossible. Su Qingyi quickly dismissed that thought. If that were the case, last night would have been far worse than it actually was. Given Chu Qingmian's personality, she would definitely have confronted him directly. Then what exactly was going on? Looking at class monitor Chu's meticulous manner, Su Qingyi was completely baffled. Even after everyone had handed in their papers and the teacher said goodbye, Chu Qingmian didn't say a word to him. Not only that, she didn't even look at him once. Su Qingyi was already feeling a bit dizzy, and now he was even more confused. He inexplicably followed her all the way like a wandering ghost. Miss Chu's waist had a gentle curve and her back was straight. She looked beautiful even just from behind. She didn't look back once during the walk. Su Qingyi nearly followed her into the girls' dormitory before being grabbed and questioned by the dorm mother, only then snapping back to his senses. He looked up at the beautiful sight of the setting sun disappearing into the clouds, golden light spreading everywhere. Standing below the girls' dormitory, Su Qingyi felt a sense of loss for a moment. To think he had been stuck in a vortex of indecision last night over who to choose, now, it seemed neither side wanted anything to do with him. Truly a sure field. It came without warning, brought a storm while it lasted, and left a mess in its wake. Whether it was due to the weather or something else, Su Qingyi felt a bit feverish, and the scarf around his neck made it hard for him to breathe. So he tried to unwrap the scarf, but although it was a simple wrap, he couldn't get it off no matter what. He felt a surge of irritation and was about to recklessly tear it off, when suddenly, his vision went black without warning. After a bout of dizziness, he fell to the ground with a thud. His last conscious thought was hearing a chorus of gasps around him, followed by a pair of cool hands gently touching his forehead, soothing his feverish temperature. Those hands made Su Qingyi feel a sense of peace, so the tumbling thoughts in his brain stopped and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Thanks to bookfriend Power Kuan for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 301, Chapter 297. Just look at their upturned lips. Chapter 297, only looking at the upward curve of their lips. When his consciousness returned, the first thing to wake up was his sense of smell. The scent of disinfectant lingered around him, though it wasn't particularly pungent. Then came his sense of hearing. It was very quiet, with only the sound of two people talking. "Doctor, is it really just a fever? Is it nothing serious? He fainted just now." "Yes, all the tests are done. It's most likely just a cold from the wind, combined with a lack of medicine. And rest. It's alright, little girl, don't worry too much." "Okay, thank you." Then came a series of footsteps and the sound of the ward door being gently closed. Su Qingyi vaguely felt that the voice asking the questions just now was familiar, but his mind was still groggy, and he couldn't open his eyes. The mattress on his right side dipped down, as if someone had sat down beside him. She seemed to sigh, then took his hand, gently massaging it. Only then did Su Qingyi feel a dull, swelling pain where the 4-needle was inserted into the back of his hand. It eased significantly under her massage. "Nurse sister." Her shout was sweet and lively, like cool mountain spring water washing away his muddled consciousness and waking him up. Su Qingyi opened his eyes and saw Chu Qingyan sitting beside him. "Could I ask how to slow down the speed of this 4? I feel like it's dripping a bit too fast." She was pointing at the 4 bottle and gesturing, her brow furrowed with worry. "Ah, it's already at the slowest. Okay, thank you for your hard work, sister." The nurse came over to take a look and confirmed the speed was already at its minimum. Chu Qingyan scratched her head sheepishly and thanked her again. After the nurse left, the busy Miss Chu finally turned her gaze back to the hospital bed. This nearly gave her a fright. The person on the bed had opened his eyes at some point, and a pair of eyes as black as ink were staring at her intently. Chu Qingyan's first reaction was to quickly let go of his hand. Hiss, this movement caused the needle to poke him again, and Su Qingyi sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Qingyan felt a bit guilty, but she didn't show it on her face, returning to her initial cold demeanor. Unable to meet her eyes while lying down, Su Qingyi propped his elbows against the edge of the bed, trying to sit up. Chu Qingyan, however, took 2 steps back and looked away. "Since you're awake, I'll be going now." "Wait a moment." Su Qingyi coughed and spoke up to stop her. He seemed to reach out to grab her, but with the 4 tube in his hand, the movement looked like it might cause blood to seep out. "Is there anything else?" Chu Qingyan's words weren't soft, but seeing his struggling appearance, she hesitated for a long while before finally stepping forward to help adjust the mattress into a reclining position. It seemed like they had to talk today. She sat on the neighboring hospital bed, maintaining a certain distance from him. "Was it you who brought me to the hospital?" Su Qingyi looked at Chu Qingyan's profile and suddenly realized that when she had no expression, she was actually quite a cold and aloof person. Chu Qingyan didn't meet his eyes and gave a dry "mm." As if afraid he might misunderstand something, she immediately followed up with an explanation. "I just happened to turn around and saw you lying on the ground, so I called an ambulance." "Don't overthink it, I didn't mean anything else by it." Su Qingyi leaned back slightly against the pillow and said with some confusion, "I actually don't quite understand why you have this attitude." "It's nothing, I've just figured things out." "Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" Chu Qingyan maintained that awkward posture, her eyes cast down, lost in thought. "What I wanted?" Su Qingyi frowned, he truly didn't understand. "If you're unwilling to take a step forward, then I might as well take a step back. Let's just go back to being ordinary friends." Chu Qingyan turned her head to meet his gaze, her expression calm. Su Qingyi was silent for a long while before he suddenly realized why. "After that game last night, were you trying to say something to me? It doesn't matter anymore. You wouldn't have agreed anyway." Chu Qingyan chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. So that was it. The reason Chu Qingyan had been nervous about that hugging game was that she wanted to confess on Christmas Eve and confirm their relationship in front of everyone. The thin layer of hazy window paper between them had always troubled and tormented her. She had originally thought the time was ripe and only lacked a suitable opportunity. However, Su Qingyi's performance of fleeing like a fugitive was like a silent answer. All the courage she had built up and the expectations filling her heart had vanished into thin air in that instant. "You will never take a step toward me, Su Qingyi, even though I've already taken 99 steps toward you. Not only that, but as long as I take 1 step back, you will leave mercilessly, without any psychological burden. Am I right?" Chu Qingyan stood up and looked at him fixedly. Su Qingyi looked into her eyes and felt as if she might cry at any second, yet she didn't. Before she turned to leave the ward, Su Qingyi said slowly, "It's not like that." If Chu Qingyan had asked this before the Shura field occurred, he could have easily given a mountain of reasons to explain. But in the current situation, he truly didn't know what to say. He hadn't even known Chu Qingyan wanted to confess, he had just run off to chase another girl. Su Qingyi leaned his body forward so he could catch a glimpse of the curve of her profile. "Chu Qingyan, I promise you. This isn't what you think it is. His tone was rarely so serious, and Chu Qingyan almost instantly believed him completely, yet she still didn't hear the answer she was hoping for. After a long silence, she still resisted the urge to look back. I've called Su Yang and Wood, they should be arriving soon. She took a deep breath, forcing back the tears that were about to spill over. Rest well. Su Qingyi watched her figure disappear at the ward door, then lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. He had originally wanted to be quiet for a while, but instead, his mind became even more chaotic and his head began to throb again, so he had to sit back up. The doctor had just said he had a fever because he'd caught a cold from the wind. No wonder he had felt off all day. In the end, it was still the price for last night's sins. But if even he had collapsed, wasn't Chen Jinji dressed even more thinly? Could she have fallen ill too? At this thought, Su Qingyi almost immediately wanted to call her. His finger hovered over the dial button but then stopped. He should check her schedule first, in case she was recording a show. Thinking this, he first opened Weibo. The fan club had just reposted a new update. It was a preview for a radio interview. Chen Jinji was indeed busy. Su Qingyi clicked into the video. Chen Jinji was wearing headphones, leaning slightly to the side, listening intently to the host's questions. She seemed to be in good spirits, answering every question in an orderly fashion. Su Qingyi felt a bit relieved, not expecting her defense to be so much higher than his own. Thinking back to the tragedy of fainting at the girls' dormitory entrance, Su Qingyi felt a delayed sense of embarrassment. A fragile male college student, it seemed like the one who needed to hit the gym wasn't he Wu Fei, but him. Your teammate Lin Yishui's solo album is about to be released. Do you have any thoughts on this? The radio host asked. Chen Jinji chuckled and replied, of course, I hope everyone can give a lot of support to our Magne, and... She winked at the camera with a hint of mischief. I've already listened to it in advance. Here's a spoiler, every single song is wonderful. A massive wave of bullet comments quickly scrolled past. Ah, I'm so looking forward to it. Xiao Shui, you really don't treat your sister Jinji as an outsider at all, hahaha, wait, does no one else think Iris's wink just now was a weapon of mass destruction? The person above, don't leave. I've already rewound and watched it 80 times. Although everything looked harmonious, Su Qingyi felt something was off. Clicking into the comments under Chen Jinji's fan club, sure enough, many people felt the same as he did. The dog company is truly dead. It's been so long since debut, and the center doesn't have any solo resources at all. Activities are either live streaming for money or selling magazines for money. The second place gets a solo album, the third place was sent to be a mentor on a neighboring show, and the fourth place is a regular guest on a national variety show. So, how many solo resources has our first place received? That's right, it's actually 0, the royals really deserve to die. Jinji has been working non-stop for the group, she didn't even have time for a doctor's visit when she got sick, taking painkillers every day to pull through. Even the makeup artist couldn't bear to see it. Delete the comment above, don't bring trouble to the makeup artist who leaked the info. I'm just so angry. In today's activity, Jinji's face was so pale that she was overexposed as soon as the lights hit her. Painkillers? Su Qingyi was stunned. So the reason she had time to come to the capital last night was because she had taken sick leave? In the radio interview video, Chen Jinji was all smiles, looking gentle and indifferent. Exactly the same as usual. But she was already sick and had been out in the snow for so long, how could she really be as fine as she appeared? The calmer she looked, the heavier Su Qingyi's heart became. Just how long had she been enduring like this? 3 soft knocks sounded at the hospital room door. Su Qingyi turned off his phone screen and wanted to say, come in, but his throat was hoarse, and for a moment, no sound came out. The next second, the door was suddenly pushed open. A certain hulking figure rushed in like a mountain. Boss Su. Su Qingyi's head spun from the volume of Su Yang's voice. He quickly raised a hand in a shushing gesture. Only then did Su Yang realize he was in a hospital and hurriedly covered his mouth. Lin Tong, who followed behind him, carefully closed the door and walked quickly to the bedside. How are you? Are you okay? He was still holding a stack of printed materials titled Early Clinical Exposure Review Materials Part 1. It seemed he had rushed over from the library after receiving Chu Qingyan's call. Finals for medical students were no joke. Su Qingyi shook his head and replied, I'm fine, just a slight fever. Fine. Didn't you pass out? Su Yang lowered his voice, his tone full of exasperation. Look at you, just look at you. I told you long ago to exercise more with me, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, a gust of wind knocks you over. He looked ready to drone on for at least half an hour. Stop. Su Qingyi's head throbbed from the noise, and he raised a hand to stop him. Su Yang suddenly felt an inexplicable drop in pressure and sheepishly shut his mouth. Go tell the nurse it's time to change the 4 bag. Su Qingyi pointed at the 4 bottle. As he lowered his hand, he casually ruffled Su Yang's hair. It felt like a hedgehog, almost prickly, who knew how much hair gel he had used. Su Yang's pride and joy, his American-style crop, was ruined by the ruffle. He didn't get angry, though, he just glanced at the nearly empty bottle and hurried out. Lin Tong reached out to feel his forehead and let out a small sigh of relief. It seems the fever has broken. Luckily, it's nothing too serious. It's actually a very big deal. Su Qingyi sighed, glanced at the door, and briefly explained to Lin Tong what had happened last night. In short, that's the situation. Lin Tong's reaction after listening wasn't one of surprise. Next door, He Wufei had been so scared his soul almost left his body to go see Su Jihan. But Lin Tong only frowned, as if he had long expected this day to come. Noticing Su Qingyi's gaze, he explained, to be honest, I'm surprised it's been kept a secret this long. Moreover, the current situation isn't that hard to handle, at least the two of them haven't had a face-to-face confrontation yet. I suppose you're right. Su. Qingyi leaned back against the pillow and sighed again. But from the beginning, I never wanted to hurt either of them. Do you believe me? Of course. Lin Tong replied with certainty. If Su Qingyi were truly a scumbag who only wanted to play with emotions, he wouldn't have acted as his wingman from the start. So, what are you thinking now? Perhaps, taking a step back for now is for the best. Su Qingyi thought about what Chu Qingmian had just said, and his mind began to race again. You need to decide whether you're taking a temporary step back or truly withdrawing from this game. Lin Tong sat on the edge of the bed and said seriously, Boss Su, sincerity is what matters most. Before Su Qingyi could ponder the deeper meaning of those words, Su Yang walked in with the nurse. Quick, quick. I just saw there's only a tiny bit of medicine left. Su Qingyi looked down and indeed saw that a bit of blood had flowed back into the tube. Su Yang turned pale with fright at the sight, but Lin Tong covered his mouth just in time. It's fine, it'll flow back in a moment. After the 4 bag was replaced, Su Yang and Lin Tong stood on either side like two guardian gods. Lin Tong quietly looked over his materials. It was finals week, so he must be very busy. Su Yang sat on the other side, entertaining himself with a mobile game, occasionally chatting with Su Qingyi about trivial things. By the way, is Sister Mian very busy? Why isn't she here with you personally? The character Su Yang was controlling crashed and died again. He asked casually. Su Qingyi was already in a bad mood, and this question hit a sore spot. He really knew how to pick the wrong topic. Lin Tong coughed and glanced at the clock on the wall. It's mealtime. Young Master Yang, let's go buy some food for Boss Su. He stood up and placed his materials on the bedside table. Ah, now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry. Let's go, let's go. Boss Su, what do you want to eat? He can only eat light food. His white blood cell count is high, and the inflammation is quite serious. Lin Tong had already looked at the test reports. It was quite good to have a friend who studied medicine, Su Qingyi thought silently. Got it. Then I'll get some ramen to go. I know a place nearby that's super good, it's even tasty without chili. Boss Su, does that sound okay? Su Yang stuffed his phone into his pocket and jumped up. Okay. Su Qingyi nodded. Wait for our triumphant return. The two quickly disappeared through the door. The room became quiet again. Su Qingyi looked up at the liquid slowly dripping in the apparatus. The newly replaced 4 bag was still full. The next second, without any warning, he pulled out the needle. He walked out of the hospital without attracting much attention. Su Qingyi casually grabbed a tissue to press against the puncture wound on the back of his hand. For some reason, the blood kept seeping out as if it wouldn't stop, but he didn't have the heart to care. There was no particular reason for sneaking out, he just wanted to walk around. There was a large mall next to the hospital. The Christmas atmosphere was very strong, and the lights hanging on the Christmas tree at the entrance were lit up, looking very beautiful. On the first floor was a hot pot restaurant with festive decorations. It looked like it had recently opened, and business was booming. The spicy aroma of the hot pot base wafted out, causing passers-by to stop and look at the sign announcing discounts at the entrance. Su Qingyi wandered aimlessly nearby and unknowingly returned to the same spot. The phone in his pocket began to vibrate. He didn't need to guess to know it was Su Yang calling. Su Qingyi threw away the tissue used to stop the bleeding and reached for his phone. Just as he was about to press the answer button, he froze. Chu Qingyan was sitting in that hot pot restaurant, in a window seat. The hot pot in front of her was steaming. The rising mist accumulated on the glass and then quickly receded. Su Qingyi originally thought she was with friends or classmates, but a closer look revealed only one set of utensils on the table. She was eating hot pot alone. A large table was covered with various dishes, and Chu Qingyan was eating very intently. She had always taken eating very seriously. Mixing the dipping sauce required an extra spoonful of the original broth, the tripe should be cooked with the 7-up, 8-down method, and the shrimp paste was best in a tomato pot. Su Qingyi watched quietly for a while, finding the scene as healing as ever. He even began to feel a faint smile forming when he suddenly froze again. Chu Qingyan was actually crying. The pungent chili and the rising steam were merely excuses to hide her tears. He could tell she was struggling to hold it in, but even through the glass window, Su Qingyi could see the tears dropping one by one. Chu Qingyan cried easily, he had always known that. A small thing would often easily pierce Miss Chu's true heart, which was that of a crybaby. Then she would quickly melt into a sobbing, tearful slime. Sometimes it was for very trivial reasons, and Su Qingyi had always maintained an indifferent attitude. But this time was different. Those tears seemed to fall into the bowl, yet also seemed to strike his heart, bringing a pitter-patter of pain like a falling rainstorm. "Boss Su! Why did you run all the way here?" Su Yang's exasperated shout came from behind. Su Qingyi turned just in time to block his view of the hot pot restaurant. The room was stuffy. "I came out for a walk." "You're a patient. How can you run around?" "I really can't with you." Let's go, let's go. It's so cold out here, look at how little you're wearing, can you handle it?" "Wait, I'll take off my down jacket for you." The two headed back toward the hospital, with Su Yang grumbling angrily. Su Qingyi kept his head down and didn't respond, merely hiding his hand, which was smeared with bright red blood, behind his back. If Su Yang were a bit smarter at this moment, he would have noticed that the person beside him had already fallen into an unknown whirlpool of emotion. On this brightly lit Christmas night, Su Qingyi thought, it had always been like this. He only looked at the upward curves of their lips, never at their reddened eyes. Thanks to book friends Power Kuan, Only God Bishop, and Random Future for the tips. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 302, Chapter 298. A moment of Azura's thrill, but a wife chasing hell after Christmas, the final exam week officially arrived. The festive atmosphere at the University of Beijing vanished without a trace, and the library became overcrowded once again. Chu Qingyan had a copy of Corporate Strategic Management spread out in front of her. She looked focused, but her pen tip was merely drawing crooked wavy lines on her draft paper. Su Qingyi was sitting diagonally across from her, with an aisle separating them. The library's heating was turned up quite high, so he was only wearing a black sweater, his eyes lowered as he intently studied the thick Introduction to Modern Intellectual Property Law in his hands. Although his expression was calm and ripple-free, there was an indescribable sense of gloom about him. He looked very much like he did back in high school. Back then, no matter how noisy it was during breaks, he would always sit quietly in his seat, calculating those advanced mathematical formulas that looked like heavenly scripts. He was someone who didn't fit in with anyone in the classroom. Chu Qingyan deliberately turned to chat with the classmates in the back row, but in reality, she just wanted to sneak a few glances at him. She couldn't describe the feeling, it was a bit like Zhuge Liang setting up the empty fort strategy. The enemy army was pressing down on the city gates and danger was imminent, yet he remained alone with his feather fan and silk kerchief, burning incense. And playing the qin. Although he was calm and composed, he was also very lonely. Thinking of that scene, and then seeing the college student version of Su Qingyi, Chu Qingyan's heart softened for no reason. She quickly shook her head, warning herself not to let her imagination run wild. She had already said harsh words. Unfortunately, her brain wouldn't listen, and she couldn't help but continue thinking about whether she had ever lost her temper with Su Qingyi like this before. And he was still a patient. He seemed a bit pitiful. As she thought about it, Chu Qingyan couldn't help but want to pinch herself. What was she doing? Feeling sorry for a man was the beginning of bad luck. Women who study are the most beautiful, women who study are the most excellent, and women who study are the most reasonable. Study hard. Chu Qingyan looked at the messy doodles on the draft paper and sighed. Su Qingyi's behavior during this final exam week was like that of a devoted, 24 filial boyfriend. Accompanying her to study in the library, eating with her in the cafeteria, and walking her back to the dormitory building at night. Although all of this was based on the fact that there was zero communication between them. Sitting apart in the library, eating apart in the cafeteria, and walking one after the other on the way back to the dorm. This seemed to be Su Qingyi's unique way of apologizing and softening his stance. Wood, blockhead, idiot. Miss Chu was, of course, feeling heart-wrenchingly confused by his behavior, but she was unwilling to take the initiative to speak to him. Even her roommate, whom she had been observing in secret, could tell something was wrong. One day, after Chu Qingyan brought her Korean bibimbap, to which she had specially added an extra portion of bacon, and sat down with her roommate to find a seat. Her roommate took several glances at Su Qingyi at another table. He was slowly and methodically unwrapping his disposable chopsticks, and there was quite a bit of vinegar added to the beef ramen in front of him, making the soup base darker in color. "Hey, nickname, what's up with you and your little boyfriend? Did you have a fight?" Chu Qingyan's fingers, which were holding the spoon, stiffened, but she quickly shook her head and denied it. "He is not my boyfriend." "Oh my, I haven't even said who it is yet." Her roommate smiled slyly and poked the fried egg in her bowl. She had been set up again. Chu Qingyan poked at the rice in her bowl with her spoon, looking puffed up with anger. Seeing her like this, her roommate couldn't help but advise, "Don't be angry anymore, no one will replace you if you get sick from anger. I think he's been quite sincere in admitting his mistakes lately. Why not give him a way out?" "No way." Chu Qingyan scooped up a large spoonful of mixed rice but didn't put it in her mouth for a long time. At the other table, Su Qingyi was listlessly stirring the noodles in his bowl. Lin Tong had said it was better for him to eat light recently, so he hadn't even added any chili. This was such a cruel thing for a child of Tangan, who couldn't live without spicy food. Clang! Someone brought a tray and sat down opposite him. Su Qingyi raised his eyes and saw Miss Chu's tightly set little face. "What are you looking at?" "I just thought you looked pathetic eating alone, that's all." "What are you smiling at?" "Don't smile." Su Qingyi lowered his head again and used his soup spoon to scoop the beef from his bowl into hers. "What are you doing? You think a piece of beef is enough to bribe me? Alright, no more scooping. You're not fully recovered yet, you should eat more meat to replenish your nutrition." When mentioning his illness, Chu Qingyan's voice softened again, and she silently transferred all of the extra bacon she had added to him. Su Qingyi looked over at the spot where she had just been sitting and saw her roommate nodding and giving a thumbs up, which made him wonder, when? Did I bribe her? It doesn't seem like I did. Actually, the reason was simple, her roommate thought they had fought and were in a cold war. Although Su Qingyi looked pathetic, was Chu Qingyan doing any better? She had been absent-minded for the past few days. With her learning ability, what she could normally review in half an hour now often took half a day. And every time her roommate got up in the middle of the night, the light was still on inside Chu Qingyan's bed curtain. Sometimes, feeling worried, she would tap on the railing and lift the bed curtain to take a look. Chu Qingyan wasn't doing anything, she was just sitting in the corner, hugging her knees and staring blankly for whole nights. The way she looked, lost in thought, was heart-wrenching. So, logically and emotionally, her roommate felt she should make an effort to stop them from torturing each other. They clearly still liked each other, so why did they have to drag things out like this? On the fourth day of their icy relationship, the two finally sat face to face and finished a meal in silence. Although nothing had changed on the surface, her roommate clearly felt that Chu Qingyan was in much better condition. At least she could sleep at night. In the end, the law final exams finished earlier. Su Qingyi finished the last short answer question of his constitutional law exam and closed his pen cap. People around him were still writing furiously, and the proctor on the podium was dozing off out of boredom. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand, watching the white clouds floating outside the window. He had originally thought he had grown a little, but it seemed he was wrong. For him, the best way to eliminate negative emotions was always to dive headfirst into studying. A textbook full of key points wasn't bad news for him, it was good news. This way, he would spend more time reviewing and have less time for wild thoughts. However, college was not high school. Besides studying, he could use other things to pass the time. Walking out of the exam hall, Su Qingyi didn't rush to leave, instead, he leaned against a pillar outside the teaching building. He had just finished the exam, and his phone had been turned off. He had missed a call and needed to call back as soon as possible. All sorts of people passed by him, and many girls' gazes lingered on him. He had been in a bad mood for the past few days and had reverted a bit to his old, dark, and depressed persona. Although he had a handsome face, he exuded an air of stranger stay away from head to toe. This actually made some girls with overstepping thoughts back off. Su Qingyi was temporarily unaware of all this. If he knew, he would probably try every way to maintain this state. The phone was answered on the second ring. "Hello, is this Su Qingyi?" "Hello, yes, it is." Su Qingyi casually put one hand in his coat pocket, watching the birds darting between the treetops. "It's like this, we have listened to the demo tracks you sent over. Although the style is very different from our usual ones, since Mr. Lee personally approved the note, we certainly won't have any objections. If you don't have any other requirements, let's meet in Shanghai at the agreed time. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Su Qingyi hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had Mr. Lee, this ultimate, invincible, supreme backer. It was very convenient to do anything. He put on his headphones and walked toward the dormitory. After reading the comments under that radio interview last time, Su Qingyi had contacted the president of Chen Jinji's fan club again and had a detailed chat with her about the issues raised in the comments. After all, there would always be some irrational people in the fan base, and once others' emotions were incited, they would follow suit. In this way, a lot of false and overly exaggerated rumors would appear. Su Qingyi chose to talk to the president because she was relatively closer to the internal staff, and the information she understood was more real and reliable. Unexpectedly, the conclusion the president gave this time was the same as the angry fans. The company had clearly given Chen Jinji extremely unfair treatment. While the lower-ranked teammates were receiving resources and having better individual development, the name Iris seemed to be bound to the 101 group. She had no individual schedules other than group activities. This was clearly unreasonable. But how could one arm wrestle with capital relying solely on the power of fans? During the competition, too many eyes were on the production team. Daring to fake things in such a situation would very likely lead to jail time. So the production team could only be harsh with the screen time, giving one shot per episode, but unexpectedly, Chen Jinji relied on her stage quality to hold her own. Despite multiple obstacles, she ultimately made a comeback and successfully debuted in the center position. But the resources after debut were entirely up to capital. Popularity alone couldn't solve any problems. When the president talked about these things, she couldn't help but swear, cursing everyone at 101 Company from the boss to the security guard at the door. Su Qingyi listened silently. On the surface, he said nothing. But in reality, he had already thought of many countermeasures. For example, throwing money to buy some resources. But he was too conspicuous. If he did these things directly as Su Qingyi, not to mention the gossip, he himself would receive very troublesome attention. The second method was to put pressure on the company, but that required a certain social status, which was clearly impossible with his current ability. After thinking it over, he decided, become the resource itself. He would write songs for Chen Jinji himself. Of course, it was impossible for just anyone to write a song and have 101 Company accept the collaboration. So he contacted Mr. Lee. With the name of this national composer, 101 Company could only kneel down to accept this God-given resource. After hearing Su Qingyi finish talking about this, Mr. Lee's first reaction was actually to laugh out loud. And he also looked very gratified. It was quite like the admiration of witnessing a block of wood finally getting it, like an iron tree blooming. Su Qingyi, of course, had no talent for writing songs. He was just relying on his memory to restore songs that hadn't appeared in this era yet. At this time, he couldn't pursue highbrow art. It had to be the kind of song that would definitely be a hit, catchy, and have a super high sing-along rate. Although it was a bit immoral, Su Qingyi thought again. If he returned to ancient times and wrote all of Li Bai's poems first, Li Bai's reputation as the immortal poet would not be affected at all. On the contrary, he would write even more masterpieces that would be passed down through the ages, and perhaps even treat him as a confidant. Then he would discover he was just a straw bag who could only stiffly recite poems. Su Qingyi thought about these things while letting his imagination run wild, while lie at his desk silently writing down lyrics. There weren't many songs in his memory that met such requirements. After repeatedly considering, he finally selected one. It met all the requirements just mentioned. It was also very suitable for Chen Jinji to sing. Besides that, it also satisfied a bit of his own selfish desire. After seeing the staff member sent by Mr. Lee at the airport, the two exchanged brief pleasantries. Hello, just call me Xiao Zheng. The other person was a young man wearing glasses, who looked like he knew how to handle things. Su Qingyi shook hands with him. Hello, I am Su Qingyi. I know. Mr. Yang's grandson, I've long admired you. Xiao Zheng grinned and continued, for business collaborations like this, we usually represent Mr. Lee. We are very familiar with the process, so you don't need to worry. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Su Qingyi nodded and smiled slightly. Actually, Mr. Lee had originally wanted to come himself, to see him by the way. But he was stopped by Su Qingyi. He was old, and running around was not good, and Beijing was so cold, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it. Anyway, he was about to have winter break soon. It took a lot of persuasion to convince Mr. Lee to give up the idea, saying he would send someone to come with him. Since he had said so, the person sent over should be very trustworthy, so Su Qingyi just needed to follow the other party. 101 Company sent a special car to the airport to pick them up. After all, the name Li Qingshan was a symbol of prestige, almost no one in the industry dared to be negligent. As soon as Xiao Jing got in the car, he put away his easygoing and kind appearance and put on the arrogant attitude peculiar to the party. Su Qingyi was silent for a while, then silently took a pair of sunglasses out of his pocket and put them on. These sunglasses were a gift from Liang Nina, saying they would help block his peach blossom luck. But the purpose of wearing sunglasses today was not this. It was because Su Qingyi did not intend to use his real identity to publish his work, so he had specially disguised himself. In stereotypes, those talented producers should be unconventional in their dressing and at the forefront of trends. Therefore, today he changed his usual cold style of black, white, and gray, dressing very punk. He was just missing a big gold chain. To the extent that acquaintances would definitely not dare to recognize him on the street. The reception staff led the two to the lounge, and the representative of 101 Company was already waiting inside. When shaking hands, he bowed deeply, clearly full of anticipation and surprise for this unexpected collaboration. During the previous back-and-forth exchanges, Xiao Zheng was the one talking, while Su Qingyi was slowly sipping his coffee. Little did he know, the 101 representative's nervousness came entirely from him. The two people sent by the Big Shots team, one was like a smiling tiger, smooth and versatile, which was common, the other was different, wearing big sunglasses, with a frozen expression, and not saying a word. Anyone would feel immense psychological pressure. Of course, Su Qingyi was not aware of the other party's psychological activity, he was just seriously drinking coffee. He also took the opportunity to observe the internal structure of 101 Company, so this was where Chen Jinji worked and lived every day. Apart from this, it needs to be clarified that our collaboration is not aimed at the 101 group. Xiao Jing reached the key clause, and seeing the person next to him was still daydreaming, he had to nudge him with his elbow. Su Qingyi came back to his senses, gently pushed his sunglasses, and said, "Yes, this collaboration is only related to Miss Chen Jinji." 303, Chapter 299. Until you arrive. Su Qingyi's tone was indifferent, but it carried an air of finality that brooked no argument. There was a sense of, this is how it should be. The project leader from 101 Company was momentarily stunned by his bluff, then they exchanged glances, urgently considering a counter-strategy in their minds. To be honest, they hadn't expected this at all. To avoid wasted investment, the company had conducted detailed background checks long before the contestants debuted. Remember the domain of this site, Taiwan Novel Network. It's super thoughtful and convenient. Chen Jinji's family background was very simple and could be summed up in a few strokes. Her parents divorced when she was a child, and she lived with her mother. Her mother suffered from mental illness and later committed suicide for unknown reasons. Afterward, she followed her father to live in South Korea and entered an entertainment company as a trainee under her stepmother's guidance. On the eve of her debut, she had a conflict with the company's high-level management, breached her contract, and was forced to transfer back to China for school. She ranked first in the province for the art exam, but missed the college entrance exam for unknown reasons. Later, introduced by relatives and friends, she signed with NS Company and debuted through the 101 program. How should one put it? It was a somewhat legendary life experience. However, besides the contract breach, she hadn't committed any other faults. At most, it was just bad luck. But the reason 101 Company deliberately targeted her, besides the financial power of other royalty contestants, was partly due to these past experiences. While not enough for a death sentence, it was more or less a small-time bomb. Unfortunately for them, the audience loved her, and the real popularity visible in the back-end said it all. No matter how bold 101 Company was, they didn't dare to fake the results under the scrutiny of so many eyes. After the debut, things became much easier to handle. Those with family resources or powerful backers relied on their own connections. In the company's eyes, a commoner with no power or influence was just a blood bag that didn't require money to cultivate. The priority was to squeeze out as much residual value as possible while the show's popularity lasted. As for the artist's future development, the contract would expire in 2 years. What would it have to do with the company then? Receiving a cooperation invitation from Li Qingshan's studio today, to be honest, 101 Company's attitude was one of being overwhelmed by favor, even somewhat fearful. One must know that Elder Li's previous partners were all prominent figures with status. It simply wasn't something that could be secured just by throwing money at it. Ordinary idol stars wouldn't even dare to dream of it. They hadn't expected the other party to take the initiative to come to them. Of course, these ecstatic emotions vanished like bubbles after the young man in sunglasses before them made his request. Chen Jinji. The background check didn't mention she knew a big figure like Li Qingshan. How could such a good opportunity be wasted on a discarded pawn? The staff member's expression was somewhat troubled, but he still forced a smile and said, well, as the producer, you certainly have the right to make requests. But on our end, first of all, Iris is the center of the 101 girl group. The 101 group prefix always comes before the individual. Don't you agree? That's true. Su Qingyi nodded thoughtfully and replied, in that case, when the work is published, the 101 prefix can be added before her name. Cold sweat broke out on the staff member's back. Why did communicating with this guy feel so difficult? From beginning to end, he felt like a wall that couldn't be penetrated by any logic. No, you misunderstand. What we mean is that for a rare collaboration opportunity like this, we prefer it to be completed by the entire 101 group. This is the group soul we've always promoted. Su Qingyi felt like laughing as he listened to him finish this high-sounding speech. When arranging resources for others, they seem to completely forget about this so-called group soul. He had no patience left for further maneuvering. He glanced sideways at Xiao Zheng, who curled his lip, seemingly conveying, do as you please. Are you the producer? Su Qingyi casually took off his sunglasses, slightly raised an eyebrow, and asked in a tone that sounded like a serious inquiry. The staff member was stunned and shook his head sheepishly. The moment their eyes met, he suddenly wanted the guy in front of him to put his sunglasses back on. His eyes were as deep and black as a puddle of ink spilled on the floor, making one feel inexplicably afraid just by looking at them. Presumably, his heart was just as black. Then, am I the producer? Of course. Hearing his answer, Su Qingyi curled his lips and settled the matter. Then let me reiterate, this collaboration is only for Miss Chen Jinji alone. If your side still has objections, he paused slightly, put his sunglasses back on, and stood up. This was clearly a sign that the talk had failed and he was leaving. Seeing this, the staff member quickly stood up as well and compromised, Sir, you misunderstand. Our side is not dissatisfied with your arrangements, we were just offering some suggestions from the group's perspective. There was no other meaning. He was joking, if this collaboration fell through, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in the company anymore. Su Qingyi leaned his elbow on the back of the sofa and sat down again leisurely. The staff member, having suffered a silent setback, said helplessly, would you like to meet and talk with Iris now? Today's recording for the 101 group is being held within the company. Something about those words struck a nerve. The trendy guy before him, who had maintained an annoying expression all along, suddenly froze and answered quickly, no need. The staff member's expression instantly became very confused. Generally speaking, even if a big shot had a keen eye for talent and insisted on collaborating with a certain artist, it was usually based on having some personal relationship or the desire to establish one. The person before him had a somewhat resistant reaction the moment a meeting was mentioned. It was truly strange. No, it should be said this person was strange from head to toe. He was a very unfamiliar face and very young. Based on his first impression, the staff member speculated he was likely a student elderly was secretly cultivating, and this was his first time publishing a work. But after interacting, he felt the guy lacked the humility and restraint a newcomer should have. Coming to 101 Company was as relaxed and arrogant as if he were in his own home. Something was wrong, very wrong. Normally, such a situation only occurred with second-generation stars or the wealthy. In fact, the reason Su Qingyi acted this way was entirely due to being influenced by the fans' attitudes. He had a completely negative impression of 101 Company, so naturally, he couldn't maintain a good attitude. However, the unaware staff member only grew more alarmed the more he thought about it, feeling more and more that this was someone he couldn't afford to offend. So he asked tentatively, by the way, I haven't asked after all this time, how should I address you? It's a bit rude, but since you're publishing work as a producer, you should have a stage name. Only when asked did Su Qingyi belatedly realize that he had been so focused on his outward appearance that he hadn't even had time to come up with a name. And he had always been quite bad at naming things. His Weibo account was a string of random code, his WeChat name was a period, and his past game IDs were all strings of characters typed by smashing his face against the keyboard. With such IDs, opponents would often subconsciously think he was a newbie or a bot, and target him with the idea of picking the low-hanging fruit. The final outcome was, of course, always painful, with many quitting the game with abysmal scores. Su Qingyi was silent for a while, then suddenly thought of the ID Chen Jinji used when playing Meow Meow. Eatsing Su, a layer of crisp, which backwards was his name. So he said slowly, Ji Jinchen. Which 3 characters, please? The staff member took the pen and paper, ready to write it down. The Ji from knowledge is power, the Jin from green is your collar, and the Chen from dust of the past. There was no special meaning, he had just made up a few characters on the spot based on Chen Jinji's pinyin. Because the tones were different, for a moment, the staff member didn't see any deep meaning in it. He just silently marveled that as expected of a national-style studio, even though the producer dressed like he was into hip-hop, his stage name was still so refined. And the name of your track? Until You Arrive. Regarding this extremely valuable olive branch extended by Li Qingshan's studio, Chen Jinji's surprise was only shown by a slight daze when she first heard the news. She quickly figured out what was going on. The only person around her with a connection to elderly was that one person, and only that person would pull strings like this for her. Chen Jinji lowered her eyes, composed her thoughts in a second, then raised her lips again, putting on an expression of joy at receiving unexpected good news. Xiao Zheng was the one responsible for the negotiations. The two of them were somewhat evenly matched in communication, one was slick and sophisticated, the other was smooth and adaptable. After a round of talking, it seemed they had discussed a lot, but in reality, they had discussed nothing. Su Qingyi sat bored in the recording studio, spinning the over-ear headphones in his hand. Although he avoided meeting Chen Jinji face-to-face, as the producer, he naturally had to listen to her live recording. Fortunately, 101 Company clearly hadn't spent much money on the recording studio, it was small and the equipment was simple. He could see the person recording through the security camera, but the person recording couldn't see the post-production staff. The whole place was filled with a pyramid scheme vibe of, make a quick buck and run, Su Qingyi complained silently. If he told the fan club president what he saw and heard today, she would probably be so angry she'd research how to make explosives overnight. On the monitor, Chen Jinji was already listening to the song demo for the third time. She listened casually, occasionally answering a question or two from Xiao Zheng, but her pen was repeatedly marking and annotating the printed lyrics sheet. Su Qingyi stared at her profile in a daze, and the headphones he was spinning fell to the ground with a snap. The crisp sound quickly drew the attention of the two people on the monitor. The moment Chen Jinji looked up at the camera, Su Qingyi felt his breath hitch in nervousness. Her peach blossom eyes were too beautiful and striking, when she narrowed them slightly, they still carried a soul-stirringly dangerous aura even through the security camera. Although Su Qingyi knew she couldn't see him, he still felt inexplicably nervous. Fortunately, Xiao Zheng was alert and immediately said upon seeing this, if you're almost ready, shall we try singing it through once? Chen Jinji's gaze lingered on the camera for a few seconds before she slowly looked away. Okay. She smiled slightly and placed the lyrics sheet on the stand. Xiao Zheng slipped out the back door, closed it and came into the post-production control room. Chen Jinji put on the headphones, adjusted the microphone position, then nodded to the camera, indicating she was ready to start. I have never believed so much, been so sure, of who my destiny would be. Until your halo descended into my dark night. As soon as she finished that first line, a sense of fate rushed over him. Su Qingyi once again felt that this song was practically tailor-made for her, he hadn't chosen wrong. After the first recording ended, as a novice producer, he couldn't even offer a single piece of advice. Of course, he couldn't speak either, so he just wrote on the scratch paper for Xiao Zheng to see. It's pretty good, what do you think? Xiao Zheng glanced at him sideways and could only say, quite good, quite good. It could definitely be a one-take. The only person present who wasn't quite satisfied was Chen Jinji. She lowered her head and hummed a few lines again, then held the microphone and said, in the second chorus part, I feel it's still missing a little something. Let's take it from the top, sorry for the trouble, teacher. Su Qingyi really wanted to ask what exactly was missing, as it was clearly already perfect, but he couldn't speak. So next, for the first time, he understood what Chen Jinji was like when working in private. Sorry, could you please go back 3 seconds here? Can you play the guide vocal for section B again? One more time here, thank you. She was an ultimate perfectionist, highly capable, and an excellent collaborator with a gentle and friendly attitude toward the staff. She truly lived up to being the little idol whom all the staff around her gave full marks. After the other parts were all recorded, Chen Jinji still seemed slightly dissatisfied with the final climax. Seeing her slightly frowning, Su Qingyi quickly wrote on the scratch paper, you said it was already very good. Xiao Zheng took the microphone, cleared his throat, but what he said was, Miss Iris, wait a moment. Our producer wants to personally come over and guide you. Su Qingyi instantly gasped, wanting to smash the tuning equipment next to him onto Xiao Zheng's head. He drew several huge question marks on the scratch paper. In return, he got a thumbs up and a sneaky smile from Xiao Zheng. Traitor. This guy must have received some kind of instruction from elderly before coming. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Chen Jinji's pen paused, and her lips curled upward. The die was cast. Su Qingyi had no choice but to take off his headphones and stand up. When he reached the recording studio door, separated by only a wall, his footsteps couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't even know if Chen Jinji wanted to see him now. She wouldn't stop recording after discovering it was him, would she? There was nothing he could do about it. Su Qingyi sighed, but still gripped the doorknob and carefully pushed the door open. To his surprise, he immediately met Chen Jinji's gaze. She had already turned around in advance, as if she had known all along it would be him coming in. There wasn't a single trace of surprise in her eyes. Truly not expecting this scene, Su Qingyi swallowed nervously. For a moment, he could neither go in nor retreat. After a long standoff, knowing this could really stand there all day, it was Chen Jinji who finally broke first. She lowered her head and laughed softly, with a hint of helplessness. He wasn't sure if she was amused by his trendy outfit. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Producer." "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Seeing her attitude, Su Qingyi relaxed a bit, walked into the recording studio, and closed the door behind him. Chen Jinji made room for him beside her and tilted her head slightly. It seemed she was giving him the chance to personally guide her. Su Qingyi stepped forward, looked at the dense notes on the lyrics sheet, and scratched his head. He was joking. How could he guide someone with his professional level? "I actually thought it was quite good and nothing needed changing." "Do you feel something's wrong?" "Yes, this last part is always missing a little something." Chen Jinji thought for a while and pointed her chin toward an empty spot on the other side. "Mr. Producer, please stand over there." "Yes, where I can see you." Su Qingyi didn't understand why but just did as he was told. Thus, the two of them stood face to face. Chen Jinji adjusted the microphone position, her gaze falling on him, but her words were directed at the staff member in the control room. "Ready. Please start from the accompaniment of the last section." Although he didn't know what her intention was, he had to cooperate well. He couldn't turn on energy-saving mode now. Su Qingyi had never stood so straight, not even during military training. The accompaniment began, and Chen Jinji kept her eyes on him the whole time. "I have never believed so much, been so sure, of who my destiny would be. Until you arrived, it turned out all these pasts were just a background, to set off the dawn that will eventually break. To set off the dawn that finally breaks." Her gaze was like a tide, carrying too many memories of the journey. The word destiny received its most perfect interpretation at this moment, making Su Qingyi's heart suddenly skip a beat. It perfectly made up for that extra beat when his heart suddenly accelerated the first time he saw her in the No. 1 middle school's administrative office. Thanks to fellow bookworms Omi God Bishop, Power Kun, and Dragon of Omi for the tips, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 304, Chapter 300. There are no wise men in love. Working with someone as exceptionally capable and cooperative as Chen Jinji was truly a pleasure. The recording was completed in just one afternoon. Her intuition had been correct. After re-recording that final segment, the emotional resonance of the entire song was elevated. As expected, raw emotion is a singer's ultimate weapon. Su Qingyi knew nothing about song release platforms or subsequent royalties, so he left everything entirely in Xiao Zheng's hands. The rookie producer's only request was that all of Chen Jinji's opinions must be respected, and she was to have full control over the song. In any case, Su Qingyi hadn't given a single thought to making money from producing the song. He had gone through all this trouble simply because he felt that if others had something, Chen Jinji should have it too. She lived life with great clarity and perhaps truly didn't care about such things, but he did. Furthermore, the reason he came to the company in person to discuss the collaboration was also to subtly pressure the management. She had someone backing her, they shouldn't always treat her like a pushover. As of now, this move seemed to have gone quite smoothly. 101 Company now knew she had a connection with elderly, so they would have to be more mindful in the future and shift their resource allocation accordingly. Moreover, Chen Jinji hadn't turned around and left the moment she saw him. It seemed that beyond work matters, there was a bit of room for movement in their relationship as well. Thinking this, Su Qingyi leaned against a nearby railing, watching from a distance as Xiao Jing discussed the follow-up details with her. Chen Jinji didn't look up, nor did she spend much time checking the clauses before signing her name on the prepared contract. Xiao Jing smiled with some surprise as he took the contract, saying, "You're not going to look it over carefully? Careful not to get the short end of the stick. As an artist, you still need to have this level of vigilance. Haven't you heard about that Mary incident recently?" This matter had become very famous in the entertainment industry lately. A woman named Mary, claiming to be a veteran music producer from abroad, had come to the domestic market looking for artists to collaborate with. She spoke very persuasively, had a full set of forged documents, and was intimately familiar with internal operating procedures. Domestic companies naturally had a strange filter for producers who had won international awards. Combined with her excellent acting skills, they practically lined up to fall into her trap. As it turned out, She was a master fraudster who fled the country at lightning speed after swindling a massive sum of money. Due to a lack of evidence and the various obstacles encountered in cross-border investigations, the case was extremely difficult to investigate, and progress was incredibly slow. The money was likely unrecoverable, one could only hope they might catch her eventually to give the victim some sense of justice. Many of Xiao Zheng's friends had been scammed. While he mocked them relentlessly, he was actually secretly relieved. Fortunately, Mary hadn't targeted him, or he probably wouldn't have fared much better. Chen Jinji capped her pen and gave a faint smile. If it were anyone else, I would naturally be vigilant. She looked down and pulled up a chat history on her phone screen. Xiao Zheng looked closely. Good grief, the other party was none other than the famous Mary. Chen Jinji had realized something was wrong almost from Mary's very first opening line. But she had calmly feigned the look of a typical resource-starved, desperate newcomer in the industry, chatting with Mary about everything under the sun to successfully fish out her few pieces of genuine personal information. This was the most critical piece of information the police were relying on to track the case. If another victim hadn't tipped Mary off by panicking, causing her to pull her net early and flee, Chen Jinji might have successfully taken her down single-handedly. Xiao Zheng was truly a bit shocked now. He never expected this young girl before him to have such a precise and sharp mind. She was born to be in the entertainment industry. No, with a brain like that, she could succeed anywhere. Then the reason she was signing the contract so casually now was. Recalling Elder Li's words before they arrived, Xiao Zheng understood instantly. He followed her gaze toward the producer who was consciously keeping his distance. Su Qingyi, who had been spacing out, noticed the two of them looking over and quickly turned his face away in nervousness. He had put his sunglasses back on, but even so, his awkward expression was palpable. But if it's him, even if it were a trap, I would still jump in. Chen Jinji handed the pen back to Xiao Zheng. Her tone was indifferent, yet unexpectedly serious. Hearing her say this, Xiao Zheng couldn't help but feel a sense of poignancy. The hardest thing in the world is to force a smart person to play the fool. As the saying goes, the wise do not fall in love. However, there are no sages in love. Su Qingyi had originally intended to leave as soon as the recording was finished. There were many eyes and ears in 101 Company, and there were bound to be some gossips among them. If they saw too much contact between the producer and the artist, who knows what kind of ugly and sordid rumors they might fabricate. Su Qingyi didn't care about these things for himself, but it wouldn't be good if it tarnished Chen Jinji's reputation. She had been in the industry for so long and had always remained clean and upright, with no scandals ever unearthed. It wouldn't be right if some trouble arose because of him. This was also why Su Qingyi had chosen to keep his distance from her and Xiao Zheng just now. To his surprise, Chen Jinji suddenly called out to him in front of everyone. She even pointedly used that stage name he had made up on the spot. Mr. Ji Jinchen. Su Qingyi's footsteps paused, and he turned back to look at her. The smile on Chen Jinji's face was very polite, as if she were truly speaking to a collaborator she was meeting for the first time. It was a long trip here. Let me buy you both a cup of coffee, it's just downstairs. The cafe was on the third floor. It was afternoon tea time, and the seats were quite full. Su Qingyi looked around curiously. It seemed most people were clients and contractors discussing business. Among them were several familiar faces, such as Lai Yuza, a male artist who had debuted from another variety show recently launched by 101 Company. He was a rising star with high popularity. But the reason Su Qingyi remembered him was entirely because his team had marketed him using some, took Iris's script, angle, and he was subsequently hounded for days by Chen Jinji's aggressive fans as a clout chaser. In the end, it only settled after the team issued a public apology. The three of them went to a table in the furthest corner, where they could see the scenery outside the 101 Company building through the glass window. The pace of life in the Magic City was somewhat different compared to the capital. Pedestrians were all in a hurry, coffee in hand, Bluetooth headsets in their ears, seemingly on calls at all times. Su Qingyi was naturally very familiar with this pace. He had suffered quite a bit in this environment in his previous life. The coffee was served, and placed before Su Qingyi was an orange sea Americano. Before Chen Jinji could speak, Xiao Zheng stood up and said in a very theatrical and forced tone, "Oh my, why is my phone ringing? Sorry, please excuse me for a moment." With that, he walked to the window holding his phone. It didn't ring at all, okay. Finding himself alone with Chen Jinji again, Su Qingyi felt a bit at a loss and could only pick up his coffee and take a sip. Chen Jinji lowered her eyes and said slowly, "At the 11 o'clock position, under the sunshade outside the window, there's a paparazzi taking photos." Su Qingyi paused slightly. His gaze swept outward following her words, and indeed, he saw a suspicious-looking lens. No wonder, Xiao Zheng must have noticed as well. which is why he chose to stay nearby to make his call instead of walking away. He was the only one here kept in the dark and completely oblivious. The most dangerous place is the safest. In other words, every word we say now is safe. Chen Jinji's eyes crinkled into a smile. She spoke lightly, but Su Qingyi's heart felt a bit conflicted. How was this life any different from an espionage movie? What made you think of writing a song? Her question clearly wasn't being asked as Iris, but simply as Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi looked into her eyes, set aside the reasons he had considered earlier, and answered, "It was an excuse to see you." He said this because he didn't want her to think he was using resources to force her to yield. But as the words left his mouth, he suddenly didn't know which was the real reason anymore. Perhaps the truth is what slips out without thinking. Chen Jinji was slightly stunned, seemingly having never expected to hear such words from him. Su Qingyi also sensed something inappropriate from her reaction and adjusted his sunglasses to cover his tracks. "But don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything else. If you didn't want to see me at first, I wouldn't have forced you. Anyway, anything could have been discussed with Xiao Zheng." As he reached this point, Chen Jinji let out a soft sigh. How could she not want to see him? But after her silence, the question she asked was, "What do you think of our company?" Su Qingyi weighed his words and answered honestly, "Totally trash." This trash didn't refer to the decor or anything like that, and both of them knew exactly where the rot lay. Chen Jinji was amused by his bluntness and laughed. "This place is just a microcosm of the entertainment industry, it's the same everywhere. I see many people here every day, but not one of them is someone I truly want to see. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, today, the person I most wanted to see has also appeared. I am very happy." Su Qingyi looked at her eyes filled with smiles, his voice a bit hoarse. "Are you still angry? I thought you didn't want to see me." Chen Jinji leaned forward slightly. As the distance closed, her long eyelashes became clearly visible, soft and gentle. "I haven't been angry with you from the very beginning." Under the lenses of paparazzi constantly following, and amidst the subtle, fleeting glances from people nearby, she said slowly, "You don't even understand what you mean to me. The world is so big, but only here with you, can I be my true self." Chen Jinji paused, leaving it at that. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Zheng, who had finished his call, by the window, and Xiao Zheng strolled back over. If it took too long, his identity as a wingman would become a bit suspicious. Su Qingyi stared blankly at the bottom of his coffee cup. It's true, being able to reach this point with Chen Jinji, it's hard not to believe in fate. Someone who had no connection to him in his past life suddenly arrived by his side. If this was the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth, then their lifelines had been intertwined from the very beginning. Finish talking. Xiao Zheng watched Su Qingyi's lost-in-thought expression, stirring his latte with a spoon with great interest. Chen Jinji stood up and politely extended her hand. "Pleasure working with you, thank you for your favor." Xiao Zheng laughed, not extending his hand, but instead patted Su Qingyi's shoulder as a signal. Su Qingyi realized what was happening, stood up, and took her hand with a feeling of being caught doing something wrong. "Pleasure working with you. Mr. Producer has such good taste in clothes." Chen Jinji smiled, her fingertips imperceptibly scratching his palm. He thought she wouldn't bring this up today, but he didn't expect he still couldn't escape her teasing. Su Qingyi quickly pulled his hand back, coughed, and straightened the collar of his motorcycle jacket. "Thank you, I hope we have the chance to work together again next time." After returning to the capital, Su Qingyi's mood improved significantly. First, the progress of "Until You Arrive" was very smooth. Second, Chen Jinji's state was quite good, and she seemed to no longer be angry. The stone that had been weighing on his heart for the past few days had loosened quite a bit, his overall mood finally eased, and he was no longer in a silent, withdrawn state. His roommates also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he was in a bad mood, although he wouldn't take it out on innocent people, the low pressure he unconsciously radiated was truly frightening. Seeing that he was finally better, Li Tao and Matthew began discussing their New Year's Eve plans joyfully. "It's almost New Year's Eve, shall we go out for a meal together?" Li Tao said with a smile. "Ah, I can't, though tonight works. During New Year's Eve, the student union has an event." "Sigh, I don't want to go, but the senior insisted I go." It had been a whole semester, and it seemed Matthew's habit showed no signs of improving. Listening to their conversation, Su Qingyi came back to his senses and realized that it was already the second to last day of the year. Tomorrow night, it would officially be New Year's Eve. This long year of 2014 was about to end. Su Qingyi looked at the calendar, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. It really was a very magical year. He had returned to being 17, made so many friends, and even successfully tasted the bitterness of love. In his past life, he had absolutely no sense of ritual for these special days, it was nothing more than an extra day off. The joys and sorrows of humans are not connected, I only find them noisy. And this year, clearly, he was also going to join the noisy crowd. With Su Yang, who loved parties, around, on New Year's Eve, the few of them, his high school classmates, would definitely get together no matter what. Just as Su Qingyi thought of this, Su Yang's call came through. "Hey, Boss Su, are you feeling better? Still coughing?" He didn't expect the first sentence to be about his health. Su Qingyi felt quite gratified. My son has grown up. Under the tempering of just one short semester of college, the simple-minded smart aleck had become sensible. I'm fine now. Su Qingyi took a sip of warm water to soothe his throat. Okay. Boss, please move this case of alcohol to the car at the door. Forget it, move that case too. Question mark. Su Qingyi's silence was not a period, but a question mark. Aha. You're fine now, so we should drink a little on New Year's Eve, right? Su Yang laughed, very excited. Su Qingyi counted down in his mind, 3, 2, 1, hang up. Just as he was about to press the hang up button, he heard Su Yang clap his hands, as if he had thought of something important. Oh right, did Wood tell you? Sister Lin is coming over. Coming over? Su Qingyi put his hand down. Yes, Sister Lin is taking advantage of the New Year's holiday to come to the capital for a few days, then go back to Tangon with Wood. Woohoo! Finally, I can eat Sister Lin's cooking. Damn the cafeteria, go to hell. Su Yang made a few ape-like sounds of craving bananas. Strange, why didn't Wood tell him first? Su Qingyi opened WeChat to ask, only to discover a long text message he had ignored. Boss Su, are you free on the morning of the 30th? I have exams all day that day, and I really can't get away. It's my sister's first time traveling far, and I'm a bit worried. If you have time, could you please pick her up for me? It seems his habit of reading messages without replying needs to be corrected. Su Qingyi quickly called Lin Tong. He picked up after a while, panting, he must have been in the library just now. Hello. For a medical student's final exam review time, every second is worth its weight in gold. Su Qingyi got straight to the point, I'm free tomorrow. Which airport? Ah, at the train station. Huh. I couldn't convince her otherwise, she said the plane ticket was too expensive. Lin Tong's voice sounded helpless. That's true, Sister Lin is clearly not the type of person willing to pay double for a plane ticket. But from Tangon to the capital, the train probably takes at least 20 hours, and she most likely bought a hard seat. Thinking of the graduation trip saying, youth has no price, hard seat direct to XX, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that was truly suffering. Okay, send me the train number in a bit. He replied. Lin Tong let out a sigh of relief on the other end of the line, sounding a bit happy. That's great, thank you Boss Su. This way I can take my exam tomorrow as normal. What do you mean? You were planning to skip the exam? Yeah, if there was really no other way, that's what I would have done. Lin Tong said with a helpless smile. Next time if I don't reply to messages, you can call. Are you a blockhead? Su Qingyi couldn't help but lecture him. Failing a college course is not a trivial matter, even if you can take a make-up exam, it will affect awards and honors. For a grade grubber like Lin Tong, combined with his family background, getting a scholarship is a sure thing. No, I just thought you've been busy lately. Lin Tong said this in a roundabout way, but Su Qingyi quickly understood what he meant. He wasn't wrong, either. In his state a few days ago, he reckoned no one would dare come to him for help. But he was lucky, he had just happened to resolve his issues and freed up time. Hanging up the phone, Su Qingyi found Sister Lin's number in his contacts. His note for her was, Lin only bowl. He vaguely remembered it was because Sister Lin had made a typo when she first sent him a text message, and after that, he hadn't really opened the text message interface much. And from this number, there were actually many unread messages. Safe travels, take care of your body, eat well. This was sent when he reported for school. Is your allowance enough? Tell your sister. Sent a while after school started. Good grief, who can tell the difference between Sister Lin and a domineering rich woman now? The most frequent ones were holiday greetings. Happy National Day, it's the holiday, are you coming home? A photo of the military parade being broadcast on TV, a bit blurry, not sure if it was a problem with the phone camera. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you eaten mooncakes? A photo of mooncakes, with characters printed on each one. It was clear she took the photo very seriously, and she had even learned to focus. Su Qingyi zoomed in to look. It was a line of poetry, "May we live long, and share the beauty of the moon together even from 1,000 miles away. I made them myself, I'll mail them to you, what filling do you like? Merry Christmas, peace." Apple, this time there was even an emoji. Although there weren't many holidays in the second half of the year, she had never missed one. It was a pity Su Qingyi had never seen them. At first, she would include questions, but perhaps because she never received a reply, by Christmas, it had become only greetings. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and sent a message, "I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Thanks to book friends Soul God Bishop and Power June for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support." 305, Chapter 301. Lin Jiwan uproots the willow tree at a railway station in the capital with the highest foot traffic, and with the New Year's Day holiday approaching, Su Qingyi hovered at the exit for at least 10 minutes before finding a stable place to stand. "Make way. Ouch, hey, can you stop pushing me? Over here. Over here. Hey. Look this way." The surroundings were truly noisy, and Su Qingyi felt his brain throbbing from the din. He imagined Sister Lin would be in a dilemma whether to take off her hearing aid or not. Either way, she would be suffering. No wonder Lin Tong said he was worried. This was indeed a bit concerning. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was tall, so he could barely see the crowd swarming out of the exit. He used to think that holding up a large cardboard sign at the exit to pick someone up was silly, but now it seemed necessary. He lifted his wrist to check the time. If there were no delays, the train should have arrived at the station by now. Su Qingyi straightened his back as much as possible to make himself more visible in the crowd. He had sent a text back to Sister Lin last night, but perhaps due to poor signal on the train, she didn't reply until this morning. "It's okay, I'll take the bus." As if afraid he wouldn't believe her, she even took a photo of the route map she had copied onto paper and sent it to Su Qingyi. The route was indeed detailed, covering everything from the station exit to which bus to take, and even the landmark buildings along the way. Lin Tong must have summarized it for her. Su Qingyi did not reply. Replying would surely lead to another round of back-and-forth arguments. Sister Lin and Lin Tong were indeed biological siblings, both appeared gentle and easygoing, but in reality, they were incredibly stubborn in certain aspects, much harder to deal with than him. Su Qingyi waited directly at South Plaza exit B2, as drawn on that route map. Lin Tong had chosen this station because the bus stop was right outside the exit, making it relatively convenient. But clearly, others thought the same, so this was also the most crowded spot. After a surge of the crowd passed by, Su Qingyi was fairly certain he hadn't seen Lin Jiwan. After all, Sister Lin was beautiful enough to stand out from the crowd, she wasn't that easy to overlook. Just as he lowered his head to make a call, he suddenly heard an angry shout from the other side, "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me or what? Are you fucking deaf?" Su Qingyi quickly looked up. It wasn't just because of the high volume, but more because of the word deaf, which set off alarm bells in his heart. The source of the sound was by the railing next to the exit. The person shouting was a bald man, his finger almost poking someone's face. "Stop gesturing at me. I'm fucking telling you, disabled people should just stay home and not come out to embarrass themselves, you hear?" Su Qingyi steadied his breathing. The person opposite the bald man was not Lin Jiwan. If it were, Su Qingyi would have definitely given that damn bald head some enlightenment. But even if it was a stranger, this behavior was truly despicable and appalling. Frowning, Su Qingyi quickened his pace toward them. The bald man, seemingly unaware, continued his verbal abuse, while the elderly woman in a headscarf opposite him was still tremulously gesturing something, as if explaining. Su Qingyi knew sign language, but because of the angle, he couldn't see the gestures clearly. The old woman was carrying a massive basket that didn't match her small frame, and the tangerines inside were scattered all over the ground. Passers-by in a hurry had already kicked away or crushed quite a few. He didn't even need to ask to guess the general situation. It was nothing more than the two of them bumping into each other, and the bald man taking his anger out on the elderly woman. It was lucky this old woman was kind-hearted. If it were a professional scammer, they'd have flopped onto the ground instantly and wouldn't get up for less than 2,000. The closer Su Qingyi got, the angrier he became. If people had a rage meter, his would be nearly full by now. Just as he was about to erupt, someone else, like him, came through the crowd for what was happening here. She bent down, picked up an intact tangerine from beside a passerby's foot, and gently placed it back into the old woman's basket. It was Lin Jiwan. She also had a pile of bags and luggage behind her. She had obviously rushed over to help, and one of her suitcases had even tipped over. Lin Jiwan didn't spare a glance at the bald man, she just pulled the old woman slightly toward her and smiled while signing, "Don't worry, I'll help you pick them up." The bald man was stunned for a moment, partly because he didn't expect a passerby to suddenly intervene, and partly because he wondered where such a beauty had come from. Su Qingyi's footsteps also stopped. Lin Zhuan possessed a kind of power that could slow down the passage of time. No matter how noisy and chaotic the surroundings were, her presence could make everything feel peaceful and quiet. The bald man forgot he was just picking on a vulnerable person, and Su Qingyi forgot he was about to pick on the bald man. Everyone watched her long hair flutter as she moved to pick up the tangerines. The scene was so beautiful it looked like a public service advertisement. Su Qingyi finally snapped out of it, picked up the 2 tangerines that had rolled near him, and walked up to her. Lin Zhuan looked up, and the moment she saw it was Su Qingyi, her eyes lit up with surprise, and then she gave a beautiful smile. "Why are you here?" "To pick you up." Su Qingyi put the tangerines back into the basket and made a simple gesture. Gratitude showed in the old woman's cloudy eyes, and she kept signing, "Thank you." Su Qingyi shook his head and happened to see a plastic price tag hanging nearby, written with a watercolor pen. 2 yuan per jean, a breath of fresh air compared to the prices in the capital. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage both morally and numerically, the bald man muttered some curse words and slunk away resentfully. Su Qingyi tossed a tangerine in his hand, suddenly feeling an urge to throw it like a baseball at that shiny bald head. Perhaps sensing the dangerous look in his eyes, Lin Zhuan quickly grabbed his sleeve and gave it a shake. Forget it. He was lucky to have run into Lin Zhuan. Su Qingyi shrugged and put the tangerine back into the basket, pretending to be innocent. Your suitcase fell on the ground. Only then did Lin Zhuan turn back in a panic. There were many important things in her suitcase. Su Qingyi glanced at her hurrying back, then took the opportunity to sign quickly, "Granny, how many tangerines do you have? I'll buy them all." He took out all the cash on him and stuffed it into the old woman's hand. Not much, 200 yuan, plus some change. After all, cash was rarely used since mobile payments became popular. He didn't even remember when he had put this money in his coat pocket. The old woman was a bit panicked and kept waving her hands in refusal. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and said, "If you don't take it, when that girl comes back later, you'll have to take even more." This was clearly very persuasive. The old woman had no choice but to wrap the tangerines in 3 layers of plastic bags, handed them to him, and then left with 1,000 thanks. Su Qingyi stood there, holding the tangerines while waiting for Lin Zhuan. When she finished packing her many bags and jogged over, Su Qingyi swapped items with her, letting her carry the tangerines while he took the luggage. Good grief, Sister Lin's arm strength was truly astonishing. What on earth did she have in her suitcase? Su Qingyi felt like his arm was about to break. But he still feigned a calm and composed appearance. It's so heavy. Lin Zhuan pulls out the weeping willow. Sister Lin punches the Lord of the West. Ignoring this hero's attempts to stop him, Su Qingyi directly hailed a taxi to the destination she mentioned. Otherwise, his arms would be dislocated sooner or later. However, upon arriving at the destination, he quickly made his next choice. "Driver, please wait a moment, I'll place a new order." The accommodation Lin Zhuan had booked was actually a place like a youth hostel. The kind where many bunk beds are placed in one room, with shared bathrooms and no private space. It was essentially just renting a bed. There was no safety or privacy to speak of. With a stern face, Su Qingyi moved the luggage back into the trunk. Lin Zhuan had originally wanted to protest, but seeing his expression, she just lowered her head and twiddled her fingers, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Su Qingyi kept his head down, using his phone to book a new room at a hotel near the game studio. After realizing the nervousness of the person beside him, he looked up again and said slowly, "If you book a place like that, there won't even be enough space for your luggage." Lin Zhuan bit her lip and explained, "Accommodation in the capital is too expensive. I wanted to stay nearby, and this was all there was." True. Su Qingyi sighed inwardly. For Lin Zhuan, taking a train to the capital was an expense she couldn't have even dreamed of before. Naturally, she would save as much as possible on basic necessities. How could he use his own standards to criticize her? After a long silence, Su Qingyi decided to apologize and used a bunch of nonsense about hospitality and the way to treat guests to morally kidnap the innocent Sister Lin. He successfully persuaded her to stay in the hotel he had booked. Joining the debate team in university had indeed yielded some results, at least in being quite accomplished at tricking innocent young women. After arriving at the hotel, Su Qingyi waited in the lobby for Lin Zhuan to drop off her luggage. He didn't go upstairs with her, otherwise, it would feel a bit weird. Just after 11, Lin Tong's call came through. "Hello. Boss Su, did you pick her up?" "Yeah. I rebooked a hotel for her near the studio. Just come straight here after your exam this afternoon. I've already told Su Yang and the others." Great. Lin Tong sounded like a weight had finally been lifted from his heart, and he continued, I've really troubled you, Boss Su. I don't even know how to thank you. From his angle, Su Qingyi could see Lin Juan getting off the elevator. She kept yielding the way, waiting for everyone else to leave before being the last one out. Does your sister have anywhere she wants to visit in Beijing? Lin Tong on the other end of the line pondered for a moment before answering, maybe the Great Wall. Because it's the place Mom wanted to visit most. Auntie, why did you pick the most exhausting one out of all the attractions? Despite his internal complaints, Su Qingyi took advantage of the free time in the afternoon to take Lin Juan up the Great Wall. Only by standing at a high point in person can one realize that the saying, he who has not climbed the Great Wall is not a true man, makes sense. Su Qingyi was exhausted, panting heavily as he leaned against the brick wall to sit down. Lin Juan didn't say she wanted to rest, and neither did he, so the two of them climbed all the way up without stopping. Even a donkey at a production team wouldn't be this tired. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some kind of training competition. But Lin Juan seemed completely fine, her beautiful face filled with excitement and thrill. The skyscrapers and heavy traffic of the capital hadn't surprised Lin Juan, but standing atop the Great Wall now, she felt a genuine sense of awe. She really did seem like she could pull out a weeping willow. Su Qingyi steadied his breathing and turned to look where she was gazing. Looking across the Great Wall, inside and out, only a vast expanse remained. Between the mountains was a giant dragon, coiling and winding. Neither the erosion of wind and rain, the ravages of the north wind, the endless passage of time, nor the rolling cycles of the years could destroy this great architectural miracle. After a long time, Lin Juan turned around and signed deliberately, Beijing is very beautiful. He didn't expect her to use beautiful to describe it, he thought it would be a word like majestic. Su Qingyi nodded and teased, then you might as well just stay in Beijing. His voice was quickly scattered by the wind. Lin Juan didn't hear clearly and wanted him to say it again. Su Qingyi thought about it but shook his head, letting the topic pass. He stood up, looking down at the myriad of sights beneath his feet. No wonder people say that when you're in a bad mood, it's good to climb high, as long as it's something you can get over. Blowing in the wind like this helps you let go. If there's something you can't get over, taking a leap and saying see you in the next life is also very convenient. Lin Juan looked at his thoughtful profile, keenly noticing his drifting thoughts. So she asked cautiously. Has something bad happened recently? Su Qingyi snapped back under her worried gaze and shook his head. No. The sound of the wind in his ears gradually intensified. Su Qingyi pointed to the beacon tower ahead, and the two of them ducked inside against the wind, gaining a moment of quiet. Lin Juan was dressed warmly, the style of the down jacket looked familiar, probably Yang Lu's taste. After being in the wind for so long, her long hair was still smooth and straight, as gentle as her personality. Su Qingyi put away his gentlemanly thought of taking off his coat and continued, I've just realized that wanting things to be perfect doesn't seem to be that simple. It seems that wanting but not getting is the norm, and having to make a choice is the right thing to do. And no matter what I do, someone will definitely get hurt. It's like a sailboat, although it seems balanced for now, I know in my heart it will capsize sooner or later. The end result is getting nothing, having nothing at all. Su Qingyi's rambling was like a form of self-venting, mostly spoken to the wind. But Lin Juan listened very intently. She remembered on the stone bridge in Zhuanqiao village, Su Qingyi had also spoken to her about these things with confusion. Back then, besides silently being heartbroken, she just hoped he could be truly happy. And now, it was the same. What if you don't think about gaining anything? Lin Juan said. Su Qingyi looked at her, waiting for more. Maybe when you truly love someone, you don't care so much about gain and loss. As long as they are happy, you will feel the same happiness. Lin Juan smiled, gentle and soft, it was as if gardenias were suddenly blooming in December Beijing. But if you feel you can't do it, that's okay. Because. The curve of her smile deepened, yet her slender fingers trembled slightly. There are many people in the world who love but cannot have. On the way back to the studio, Su Qingyi was thinking about what Lin Juan had said. As for Lin Juan, she was full of regret the whole way. She felt she must have been dazed by the wind on the Great Wall, how could she suddenly say those things? Lin Juan was terrified that Su Qingyi would guess something. She always felt her feelings were shameful, so she was prepared to keep them hidden for a lifetime. Fortunately, while Su Qingyi's IQ was transcendent, his EQ was, at best, slowly growing. How could he understand these convoluted feelings of a young woman? His thinking was just about Lin Juan's words themselves, he didn't apply them to himself at all. Both had their own thoughts, but fortunately, it wasn't rush hour yet, so there was no traffic, and they returned to the studio smoothly. Was the heater in the car too high? Su Qingyi took out his key to open the door, looking at Lin Jiwan's unusually flushed profile, unable to help but feel puzzled. Lin Jiwan hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Su Qingyi felt even more that something was off and silently lowered the central air conditioning by 1 degree. It was still early, and the guys who had agreed to celebrate New Year's Eve hadn't arrived yet. There were only 2 people in the quiet, open-plan office. "I'll go cook." People always pretend to be busy when they're embarrassed. Lin Jiwan, as if she would run out of oxygen if she stayed a moment longer, turned and went into the kitchen. Su Qingyi nodded and sat back on the sofa, looking at the chat box for reflex arc as long as the moon on his phone screen. Love should be a constant sense of owing, regardless of gain or loss. After a while, he finally pressed the dial button. Thanks to book friend Only God Pope for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 306, Chapter 302 Good Times Every Year. Miss Chu was struggling forward while holding a huge cake box. Because she could not see her feet, her steps were wobbly. Miraculously, the cake inside the box was as steady as Mount Tai, not damaged in the slightest. This is the self-cultivation of a foodie. Reading Taiwanese novels in one's spare time is super cozy. She had just finished her last exam today, and before she even left the teaching building, she received a call from Su Qingyi. Usually, getting him to take the initiative to call was harder than ascending to heaven. So, when she saw the caller ID, Miss Chu checked the number again before answering with great suspicion. On the phone, Su Qingyi hesitated for a long time, only to ask her when she was coming to the studio and if she needed him to pick her up. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be a demon. Even if he was apologizing for what happened before, this level of effort was going a bit too far. Thus, Miss Chu vigilantly refused him and sternly interrogated him about whether he had done something bad again. Despite this, her mood brightened because of this phone call. Although it was not raining, the stone path of the residential complex was a bit damp. It was unclear if the cleaners had just swept it. This undoubtedly added a bit of difficulty to Miss Chu's arduous long march. Just then, her hands felt lighter as the cake box was taken by someone. Chu Qingyan paused for a moment, then stepped back and looked up. Su Qingyi had seen a cake box monster walking wobbly from far away, looking so dangerous that it seemed she and the box would fall over at any second, so he ran over quickly. He weighed the box in his hands and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It is so heavy, you carried it here yourself?" The driver dropped it off at the entrance of the complex. Chu Qingyan had not expected him to come downstairs specifically to pick her up, so she explained slowly. Perhaps due to the difference in arm span, the box did not look as exaggerated in Su Qingyi's hands. The two walked into the hallway together. Su Qingyi looked inside through the only transparent part of the packaging. It was a very large 3-layer cake, with "Happy New Year" written in chocolate on the top layer. Chu Qingyan reached out to block the elevator door, waiting for him to enter first. Su Qingyi used his elbow to press the floor button. Today, just because he had taken the initiative to make a phone call, Chu Qingyan suspected he was trying to make up for doing something bad, which made him reflect on what kind of extremely unreliable image he had on a daily basis. He needed to get her used to these things as soon as possible. While waiting for the elevator to go up, he made small talk. "Did you order the cake?" "The bottom 2 layers were made by the cake lady, and I made the top layer myself." Speaking of the cake, Chu Qingyan became a little happy. She had always liked desserts. When she was in a bad mood, her first reaction was to eat something sweet to adjust. "Then I will eat the bottom 2 layers later," Su Qingyi said seriously. "What? That is your own loss." Chu Qingyan glared at him. "Only what I made is strawberry flavored, you should just be happy about it." Alright. The elevator dinged and opened. The two walked out, the studio door was wide open, and everyone else had already arrived. Wow, nickname, such a big cake. By the coffee table, Han Bing was separating the bouquet she bought and putting it into a vase. Lin Tong was clearly morally kidnapped by her, kneeling on the ground helping her take photos, and he had to capture a socialite vibe. It had to be said that the flower arrangement actually looked quite decent. Han Bing always made people realize that she was actually raised in a proper scholarly family in unexpected places. When I called to order it this morning, they said they were too busy on New Year's Eve and would not take orders. Chu Qingyan changed into her slippers and trotted over to watch her arrange the flowers. "Then how did you convince them, Sister Mian?" Su Yang sat on the carpet, stacking beer cans into a pyramid shape with Iwufei. "I did not convince them." Chu Qingyan picked up a rose and gently placed it into the vase. "I just said I could pay 10 times the price," she said nonchalantly. Alright, the power of money again. Su Qingyi put the cake on the dining table and could not help but think that although he was no longer short of money, there was still a fundamental difference in thinking compared to Miss Chu. She was probably the kind of person who really had no concept of money. Buying a cake for 300 yuan was equal to buying a cake for 3,000 or 30,000 to her. Damn, then this cake is truly amazing. Su Yang climbed up from the ground and walked to the dining table. Let me see what it looks like, can it be opened? Of course. Chu Qingyan was very satisfied with the cake design she personally supervised and walked over happily. The outer packaging for 10 times the price is different, even this bao is tied with more texture. Su Yang joked with a smile. Chu Qingyan held the packaging and called everyone over. Come over, now is the moment to witness a miracle. She raised both hands and lifted the lid. Tada! There was no expected sound of amazement, there was a weird silence all around. Su Qingyi silently took 2 steps back to avoid danger. Han Bing asked with slight hesitation, nickname, is this a specially made design? Is it me who cannot keep up with the trends of the dessert world? Abstract art, probably. Su Yang said with a frown. The most important thing about a cake is whether it tastes good. Finally, Lin Tong was the first to react. What is going on? This was obviously not the reaction Miss Chu expected. She frowned and looked down, her eyes widening in shock. The cake had completely lost its original appearance, all leaning to one side, and the 4 characters, Happy New Year, on the top layer had turned into, Year Happy New. Su Qingyi. It has nothing to do with me, it must have been Su Yang who messed it up just now. Huh. Heaven and earth are my witness, Sister Mian, it was not me. Was this cake not carried up by Boss Su? Who exactly was it? After interrogation and investigation, the real culprit of the cake case was caught. Chu Qingyan was very angry, she had protected it carefully the whole way, and Su Qingyi had ruined it after holding it for such a short time. In the end, Sister Lin smoothed things over, took out tools, and patiently repaired it. Although it could not be completely restored, it was barely passable. It is okay, this way I can accept it appearing in my moments. Han Bing commented. If it was that ugly thing at the beginning, I would have photoshopped it. Out. Su Yang expressed agreement. It was not an ugly thing at the beginning, okay. Seeing that Chu Qingyan's anger, which had just subsided, was flaring up again, Su Qingyi quickly peeled a milk candy and fed it to her mouth while distracting her. Miss, go to the kitchen and help serve the dishes. Okay. Chu Qingyan saw Lin Zhuan's busy figure and quickly stood up obediently. Night fell, and the New Year's Eve dinner was ready. Half a year later, Lin Zhuan's culinary skills were obviously even more amazing. For those who had eaten in the cafeteria for a semester, this table of dishes could be called a state banquet without exaggeration. Sister Lin, I love you. Miss Chu just tasted a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and was quickly conquered. Lin Zhuan smiled and wiped the corner of her mouth, signaling her to eat slowly and not be in a hurry. Damn, this is what you call professional. With the stir-fried pork with chili, Su Yang finished a bowl of rice in just 2 minutes. Cannot Sister Lin stop going back to Tangan and just stay in the capital? Let us crowdfund it. Han Bing drank a sip of winter melon and pork rib soup, warming her heart and stomach, her face full of happiness, feeling like tears were about to come out in the next second. Is this what you usually eat? No wonder you cannot eat what I make. He Wu-Fei swallowed, and whispered to Su Qingyi. That is not it. It is mainly because you and Sister Lin are on different levels, like a mismatch. Su Qingyi's eyes had been fixed on that pot of beef brisket stew for a long time, and now that he finally tasted it, he was satisfied. Lin Tong had not eaten Sister Lin's cooking for a long time either, and seeing everyone eating happily, he also felt the same happiness and joy. Human fireworks, when the New Year's flavor gets stronger. For the Chinese people, such a meal is the most important sense of ritual for New Year's Eve. The New Year's Eve gala was playing on the TV, and the most familiar and trusted friends were around. Drinking and chatting, laughter and joy. The atmosphere was one aspect, and Lin Zhuan's craftsmanship was another. Su Qingyi felt that he had not eaten such a happy meal in a long time. Sister Lin deserves to be worshipped in the ancestral temple. After the meal, the chef of the night was forced to take a break. Others helped clean up the bowls and chopsticks, washed and brushed, wiped the table and swept the floor. The young masters and ladies who had never done manual labor were clumsy when working. Miss Chu successfully broke 2 spoons, Miss Han used half a bottle of dish soap to wash 2 bowls, and young Master Su wiped the table 3 times and it was still dirty. The few were of course mocked by Su Qingyi, who claimed to have been self-reliant since childhood, but he was not actually much better off. After all, living alone in the past was just about making do. Just being alive was a great success. Most of the work was done by the reticent He Wufei and Lin Tong. Lin Juan could not even watch TV with peace of mind, fearing that these few would bump into something, and was full of worry. It was not until they gathered around the sofa again that she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After the meal, it was naturally entertainment time. Su Yang brought a lot of board games, aggressively saying he wanted revenge. What revenge? Have you all forgotten? That time we played Old Maid in rocket class, the humiliation I suffered, today I must return it all. Recalling how embarrassing that day was, Su Yang could not help but shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young. All right, deal the cards. Han Bing smiled sinisterly and slapped the table to accept the challenge. Half an hour later. Can Su Yang really play cards? He Wufei could not help but ask. It looks like he watched others play for 2 rounds and then got on the field. Su Qingyi commented objectively. Damn. You too, stop mocking me. Help me. Only the last chip remained in front of Su Yang, while Han Bing had already made a fortune and gave the chips to Chu Qingyan to play with like building blocks. I do not know how to play this. Su Qingyi spread his hands. Then changed to something else. Mahjong? Su Yang put his last chip in his pocket and brought out the mahjong box from under the table. So the 4 people sitting around the small table changed. Su Qingyi only knew the rules and had never really played mahjong with anyone, but his advantage lay in his ability to remember and calculate cards. Han Bing was obviously an old hand, she knew everything as if her family ran a casino. Su Yang was a representative of having great momentum but very poor ability. By comparison, Chu Qingyan was like a mascot, but Han Bing would feed her cards without any game ethics. So after a few rounds, Su Yang was still in debt everywhere, losing until he did not even have his underwear left. So the responsibility of buying milk tea for everyone fell on him. Su Yang left the table, and Lin Tong took his place. Su Qingyi was also a bit tired and decided to let He Wufei play a few rounds. He got up to go to the balcony for some air, just in time to see Su Yang running out of the door downstairs. Good guy, he did not even run this fast during the sports exam. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and there was a New Year's Eve event at the mall opposite, and people had gradually gathered. Su Yang would probably have to line up for these few cups of milk tea until next year. Su Qingyi was about to call him and tell him not to buy it, but when he opened his phone, he saw an unread message. Chen Jinji would participate in the satellite TV's New Year's Eve event today, which was almost the largest and most formal program since the 101 Girl Group debuted, so she had been busy rehearsing. This unread message was the arrangement on the program list. 101 Girl Group singing and dancing program. Chen Jinji sings her first solo single, Until You Arrive. Unexpectedly, the premiere was tonight, and Su Qingyi was a little surprised. For fans who did not know, this could be said to be the biggest surprise of the new year. It seemed to be the same for the producer. Su Qingyi was about to send a congratulatory message, and a new message from Chen Jinji popped up. The more noisy it is, the more I feel you should be by my side. Yes, Su Qingyi suddenly realized why he always felt empty in his heart. So he deleted the congratulations he had edited in the chat box word by word and replied again, one day I will appear by your side. Big star, Happy New Year. Waiting for everything to be understood by you, fingers intertwined. Crossing time, one day, you will appear by my side. Su Qingyi turned around, leaned on the railing, and looked at the 4 people still fighting at the mahjong table. Lin Tong and He Wufei's skills were not good, but they were still much better than Su Yang. Han Bing started to get serious, occasionally instructing Chu Qingyan on how to win. Lin Juan, who was left alone, sat quietly for a while, suddenly attracted by the guitar in the corner, could not help but reach out and touch the strings, then quickly retracted her hand. Su Qingyi pushed open the balcony door and walked in, asking with a smile, want to try? Lin Juan shook her head, but her eyes were shining with hope. Want to listen? Su Qingyi changed the way he said it. Lin Juan was about to nod, but the clatter sound of mahjong being pushed over and shuffled rang out. It was too difficult to listen to a guitar in this environment, so Su Qingyi plucked the strings and gave up the idea for the time being. Lin Tong looked at the 2 in the corner, suddenly clapped his hands, and thought of an important matter. Boss Su, I bought spring couplets when I came today, they are blank, you write them. Huh. Su Qingyi was a little surprised, the last time he wrote spring couplets was when his grandfather was still alive, leading him to write them. At that time, he was young, and the characters he wrote were not good looking, but they were still posted on the door by his grandfather, who showed them off to everyone he met. Years have passed, and standing in front of 2 red spring couplet papers again, his mood was actually a bit complicated. Chu Qingyan unscrewed the ink can, lying next to him very expectantly, waiting for him to write. Su Qingyi, have you thought about what to write? No, does the class representative want to think about it? Su Qingyi shook his head, rolled up his shirt sleeves, dipped his pen, and paused. Do not write that kind of old-fashioned stuff. Han Bing offered an opinion. Su Qingyi pondered for a long time, waved his pen, and splashed ink. Tomorrow, wait for tomorrow. Every time he wrote a character, the people next to him followed and read it with a long tone. What is this, a doggerel poem? Obviously, the little class representative was not very satisfied with this first line. But the characters he wrote were really good-looking, the brushwork was like a dragon, flowing like clouds and water. What about the second line? Chu Qingyan brought over another piece of spring couplet paper and carefully smoothed the corners. The second line. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and curled his lips. Only wish nickname and I are carefree. The tip of the pen paused, and it ended perfectly. There was a burst of teasing and booing all around. Chu Qingyan's ear roots turned red instantly, and she looked up and glared at him. You are not allowed to write like that. How can this be posted outside? So, under the protest of Miss Chu being too shy, Su Qingyi rewrote a second line. Everyone came to the door and posted the spring couplets together. Be careful, do not stick the order wrong. Do not let this edge curl up. What about the horizontal scroll? After the success, everyone admired it for a long time with great satisfaction, and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. First line, tomorrow, wait for tomorrow. Second line, only wish you all are carefree. Horizontal scroll, good scenery, good every year. 307, Chapter 303. A new year, life is worth living. While no one was paying attention, Chu Qingyan quietly and carefully tucked away the stray couplet from the table. Seriously, just wishing Mian and to be carefree. What was he thinking? That Sundra Miss Chu hid her face with her sleeve and giggled secretly for a long while. She didn't pretend to be nonchalant again until everyone had returned to the room. No one else noticed, except Su Qingyi, who gave her a half-smiling glance. How annoying, mocking people again. Chu Qingyan glared at him in response. When Su Yang came back with the milk tea, it was already close to midnight. The hosts on TV began to read their final lines. The final part of the program was for all the performing stars to gather and give their final New Year blessings to the audience watching at home. Give me my hot taro bowl milk tea. Su Yang, are you crazy? It's the middle of winter and everything is filled with ice. Oh, my bad, I forgot. No, wait, isn't it good enough just to have some? You picky women. Do you know how long I waited in line? I won't drink it, you guys have it. That won't do. Wukong, I bought it for you. Stop thinking about your beer. Hee, Sister Lin, drink this one. We'll have the same thing. While the people around him were noisily dividing the milk tea, Su Qingyi just focused on the TV screen. Time was running out. The hosts began to subtly speed up the process, fearing they would miss midnight, which would be considered a broadcast accident. And the one speaking on behalf of the 101 girl group was, of course, the center. The moment Chen Jinji took the microphone, a burst of cheers erupted from the audience. She was dressed in a long evening gown, smiling beautifully. She really is a radiant big star, Su Qingyi thought. Chen Jinji smiled slightly at the camera. Unlike other rookies who lacked situational awareness, she had already noticed the host's anxiety, so her words were very brief. I wish everyone a happy new year. In the new year, may you and the ones you love be safe and happy. Some people in the audience were even shouting, Iris, say a few more words, and, Jinji, look at your mama. Su Qingyi smiled upon hearing this and lowered his head to hide it. The camera quickly moved to others, and Su Qingyi also looked away from the screen. Su Yang had bought him a strawberry fruit tea, low sugar with shaved ice. It seemed everyone else's was the default, and only his cup had the sugar level adjusted. Su Yang's survival instinct was truly strong. Su Qingyi gave him a thumbs up. Su Yang immediately scurried over like a golden retriever. As expected, brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. Boss Su, you're still the best. Su Qingyi moved back subtly. At first, he thought the sofa he bought was too big, but now with such a large group of people sitting on it, it actually felt a bit cramped. He Wufei got up to go to the balcony for a smoke and brought back some news. The New Year's Eve event at the mall across the street seems to be throwing paper airplanes. Paper airplanes? Yeah, you write your New Year's wishes and then release them at midnight. The cold wind was blowing outside. Returning to the warm room, Wu Fei sniffed himself to make sure there was no smell of smoke before closing the balcony door. Unexpectedly, in the next second, several people launched themselves toward the window. I want to do it too, I want to do it too. Is there any plain paper? Quick, write it down. 1 sheet per person, we're going to be late. Miss Chu was definitely going to join in the fun. She quickly found the paper and pen Su Qingyi used for work. She handed out a piece of white paper to everyone, including Su Qingyi, who looked completely uninterested. Do I have to write? Of course. Su Qingyi twirled his pen, not knowing what to write. And paper airplanes don't just fly into a black hole. If they land on the ground, someone might pick them up and open them out of curiosity. There's a certain risk. For the mall to hold such an activity, it must have been reported, so there was no need to worry about environmental issues. Meanwhile, Miss Chu beside him was writing with the intensity of someone taking the college entrance exam, filling the page. What are you doing? No peeking. And as soon as Su Qingyi leaned over, she looked like a wary kitten guarding its food. If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? Su Qingyi stood up with a straight face, planning to check out what the others were writing. Su Yang's paper was laid out openly, with his chicken scratch handwriting written very large. In the new year, I want to be happy and joyful with my brothers and become the strongest man on earth. He even invited Su Qingyi to sign at the bottom, which was naturally declined. Han Bing's was also very casual, and he wasn't afraid of being seen. In the new year, I have no wishes. Just staying alive is enough. It felt like this mental state was still far ahead of its time. Lin Tong's handwriting was a bit less exam-oriented compared to how it was in high school. In the new year, I hope my sister and my friends are all safe and healthy, and that everything goes well. I hope my studies go smoothly. As expected of a medical student. Speaking of which, among the group of friends, the only one with exams after the New Year's Day holiday was Lin Tong. Su Qingyi sat down at the dining table and saw Wu Fei staring blankly at the empty paper. Why aren't you writing? Ah. Wu Fei came back to his senses and smiled. I was wondering if it would be unlucky. It's your own wish, don't worry. About that nonsense, Su Qingyi replied casually. He guessed it would probably be something like wishing Su Jihan well in heaven. But he never expected Wu Fei to nod and write down, another year has passed. I hope to see Su Jihan soon. That was indeed quite unlucky. If Su Jihan had a soul form, she would definitely give him a whack with a stick. With the new year approaching, everyone was moving forward, but only Wu Fei was still trapped in the past. But, it wasn't too bad. In the other corner of the dining table was Sister Lin, who was burying her head and writing very seriously, stroke by stroke. She didn't even notice when Su Qingyi sat down next to her. Su Qingyi took a peek. Sister Lin's handwriting seemed to have improved a bit. He wondered if teacher Yang Lu had taught her. In the new year, I hope everyone is safe and healthy. Complete and perfect. I hope Mama is doing well in heaven and doesn't worry. Su Qingyi was slightly stunned and looked away. If I had known, I wouldn't have looked at what these two were writing. What a bunch of little bitter gourds. Su Qingyi sighed softly and wrote on the white paper, in the new year, I hope all their wishes come true. Chu Qingyan hurriedly folded an ordinary and common paper airplane, only to see that Su Qingyi's on the other side seemed a bit different. His looked almost like an F-22, very professional. Su Qingyi, how did you do that? I want one like that too. Chu Qingyan immediately unfolded her paper and smoothed it out. Let me see the content and I'll fold it for you. Su Qingyi curled his lips into a smile. Aya. Chu Qingyan was a bit reluctant. Su Qingyi leisurely raised his wrist to check his watch. There are only 5 minutes left. Fine. For the sake of the beautiful appearance, Miss Chu finally succumbed. In the new year, I hope my family members are healthy, and that dad doesn't go bankrupt. What a filial daughter. I hope Furry grows up slowly and stays a little dog with no worries forever. I hope Xiaohua is free and happy on the dog star. It seemed that even though she had a new puppy, she hadn't forgotten Xiaohua. I hope my friends are all happy and joyful, and that we can meet more often in the new year. Su Qingyi looked down, thinking he was summarized in the friends category. But in the end, he found a sentence that belonged to him. I hope all of Su Qingyi's wishes come true, and I also hope he can stay by my side forever. If it were in the past, she would have definitely written something like, I hope Su Qingyi likes me a bit more, but she didn't write that this time. Ultimately, under Miss Chu's great sacrifice and pleading, Su Qingyi still folded her wish paper into a cool paper airplane shape. 23 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds, the final countdown began. The crowd gathered in the square outside the mall, the stars watched by thousands on TV. At this moment, everyone was counting down. 10, 9, 8. The people crowded on the balcony also joined in loudly. 6, 5, 4. Su Qingyi held the paper airplane in his hand and looked at the clean night sky tonight, not a cloud in sight. Every year on this night, the moonlight is like white silk, and people are often thousands of miles apart. All these things come to mind and heart, with no way to avoid them. 3, 2, 1. The paper airplanes in their hands took flight at the sound, looking like thousands of fluttering butterflies under the brilliant lights. Happy New Year! The calendar turned a page, the wheels of time roared past, and the past year became a past that could not be returned to. People in other buildings obviously had the same idea as them. Many paper airplanes flew from residential buildings toward the square, all carrying beautiful prayers and blessings. At this moment, the world felt worth it. However, in the next second. Holy crap! Su Yang, you bastard! What kind of crappy plane did you fold? It flew back and poked me. Han Bing cursed angrily, while clutching his forehead. At the stroke of midnight, phones vibrated in their pockets, and the sound of message notifications rang out in unison. Back to the room, back to the room. Because they were indoors, they were only wearing light clothes. Once the excitement of the New Year's countdown passed, they were shivering from the cold. They quickly scrambled back inside, competing to be first. After the sense of ceremony, they had to be busy replying to others' blessings. Su Qingyi opened WeChat and clicked through the messages from top to bottom. The blessings in the dormitory group chat were obviously meant for him alone, since everyone else was together. Happy New Year, brothers. Happy New Year. Su Qingyi replied. Yi Ju also sent a message, although it didn't inspire much desire to reply. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to you, Happy New Year. This is a mass message, you can tell even if I don't say it. If that was still considered normal, Jian Shao actually sent a message too. Happy New Year, little junior. Can you meet with your sister more in the new year? Is a red circle law firm that idle? Su Qingyi complained inwardly. Yang Lu and Su Zilong both wrote their blessings on red envelopes. Happy New Year, son. This year's first New Year's money. Happy New Year, Xiaoyi. Mama loves you. Su Qingyi thought about it and still accepted the red envelopes. After all, it was the thought that counted. Old Li, at his age, was actually following the trend of young people. Qingyi, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Old Li, stay healthy. The third-year students at number 1 middle school seem to have gone on holiday today. Liang Nina also sent a message. Happy New Year, senior. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied, Happy New Year. Unexpectedly, the other party replied very quickly. Senior, have you been happy lately? Just as so. How did senior get through the third year of high school? Lately, I've always felt a bit like dying. It's not good to say this during the new year. Just as Su Qingyi was about to reply, she continued, but I feel like the one who should die is someone else. This sounds even more dangerous, okay? Just kidding, I've lived until today because I was thinking of senior. Happy New Year. Sometimes I really doubt the mental state of you number 1 middle school seniors. Su Qingyi didn't reply and exited the chat box. In the high school class group, Teacher Li Lu and Teacher Wang both sent New Year's red envelopes, bringing out a large group of lurkers. Thanks to the two rich ladies. Good heavens, the missing person King Li has appeared. Teacher Ting, aren't you going to have your beauty sleep tonight? After graduation, the students spoke more and more boldly. Teacher Li Lu scolded them a few times, but after realizing she no longer had any authority, she had no choice but to give up. She took a photo. She was currently burning the midnight oil grading papers. Teacher Wang, as if intentionally contrasting with her, also took a photo. She was drinking a little wine and leisurely enjoying the fireworks outside the window. It seemed that even though these two teachers were leading new classes, they still retained their original personalities and habits. Su Qingyi found it a bit funny, and then he saw class monitor Chu spamming the group with over a dozen red envelopes, all for the maximum amount. Holy crap. It still has to be our class monitor. Sister Mian is the eternal god. The hand speed of someone single for 18 years is actually so terrifying. Who snatched all the big ones? I finally managed to grab one and it's only 67 cents. What's the meaning of this? One more, one more. Su Qingyi looked down and saw Chu Qingyan huddled on the carpet, opening the red envelope interface again. He snatched her phone away the second before she was about to send it. What are you doing? Chu Qingyan looked up, her voice soft and sweet. Only then did Su Qingyi notice her slightly flushed cheeks. It turned out that while he was replying to messages, this group of drunkards had already started drinking heavily. "I'll send it." Su Qingyi took out his own phone and opened the class group. Chu Qingyan obediently leaned over and rested her chin on his knee. "Happy New Year." As soon as Su Qingyi's red envelope was sent, the class group messages started spamming again. "Whoa, God Su. The missing person has returned. God Su, have the flowers at Peking University bloomed? Happy New Year, God Su. I miss you very much at the electronics factory. Flowers, hug, these guys really haven't changed at all." Su Qingyi was silent for a while, then sent out a few more red envelopes. Chu Qingyan huffed, and Su Qingyi took the opportunity to pinch her cheek. "What's wrong? Why didn't you take my red envelope?" Su Qingyi checked the message list. "I don't know, maybe it's because you didn't send one." She was already a bit drunk and acting silly. What on earth did they drink in such a short time? Su Qingyi looked at the group gathered around the coffee table. Case solved. It turns out they drank the cocktails mixed by the veteran drunkard He Wufei. After drinking this stuff, everyone here except Lin Tong and He Wufei would probably be drunk. Su Qingyi took the remaining half glass of wine she was holding and took a sip. Although the initial taste was pungent, it then turned into a sweet lychee flavor. It was actually quite good. "Hey, behave." Su Qingyi tapped her head. Chu Qingyan opened her misty eyes and suddenly lost interest in the wine glass in his hand, focusing intently on him instead. "Su Qingyi, Happy New Year." Su Qingyi looked down and met her gaze. Her bangs were messy, her breath was slightly hot, and she was as beautiful as a delicately carved porcelain doll. The New Year's Eve ritual doesn't actually have that much meaning, it's just a planet making a trip around a star. The continuity of time is unchanging. Tomorrow is just an ordinary, repetitive tomorrow. But love and sincerity added weight to this blessing. Happy New Year, Class Monitor Chu. Thanks to book friends Power Kuan, the only God Bishop, and the one with the tail number 6827 for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 308, Chapter 304. The road ahead is long and arduous, let us encourage each other. After the New Year's Eve festivities, it was time for college students to pack their bags and return home. Except for Lin Tong, who hadn't finished his exams yet, everyone else was done. However, they all tacitly agreed to wait for him and Sister Lin to go home together, so they gained a period of leisure before the journey back. Su Qingyi returned to the dormitory on the first day of the new year to pack his luggage. Strangely, the others in the dorm didn't seem to be in a hurry to go home either. Li Tao said he wanted to stay in the capital to find a part-time job and wouldn't head home until New Year's Eve. Shangguan was vague about his reasons for staying, essentially, as long as the school didn't lock down the building, he wasn't leaving. Finally, Matthew continued his steady performance. His reason for staying was that the student union still needed him as a core member. "Sigh, I really envy you. I want to go home too, but here, sigh. It's all tears if I talk too much about it." The senior insisted that if I left, the daily operations of the student union wouldn't be able to run. "What can I do?" "Well, a brother has to step up." If memory served, his daily work for the entire semester consisted of moving tables and chairs, standing at the door to sign people in, and acting as a drinking companion and errand boy for cigarettes at dinner tables. After a semester, Su Qingyi had gone from initial disdain and intolerance for Matthew's posturing to now listening with a smile and genuine interest. Well, how could that not be considered a form of growth? In short, contrary to what he had imagined, Su Qingyi returned to a very lively dormitory and was ordered to make up for the dinner party he had missed on New Year's Eve. Although called a dinner party, it was actually just a restaurant found near the school. This is a buff unique to university towns. There is a qualitative difference in prices compared to other areas of the capital, as if separated by an entire dimension. Steaming hot barbecue, affordable and delicious. The four of them sat around the table, and Matthew immediately raised his hand to ask the boss for a dozen beers. Su Qingyi waved his hand to indicate he wouldn't drink and ordered a can of Coke instead. After drinking He Wufei's special alcoholic concoction last night, his stomach was still sour and nauseous, and the back of his head throbbed with pain. The aftereffects were too strong. Among the group, the only sober ones left were Sister Lin, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, Lin Tong, who was inexplicably immune to alcohol, and the culprit, the drunkard He Wufei. In Su Qingyi's final conscious moments, he had been carried back to the bed in his room, losing consciousness the moment his head hit the pillow. When he opened his eyes in the morning, although he wasn't quite clear-headed yet, the first thing he did was kick Su Yang, who was sleeping like a silly ox next to him, off the bed. Su Qingyi walked dizzily into the living room, expecting a complete mess, but it was so tidy that it felt as if last night had been a dream. Then came Sister Lin's special hangover soup, along with heartwarming and stomach-soothing red date and pumpkin porridge. Every drunkard who enjoyed this treatment afterward sighed in their hearts, Sister Lin deserves to be enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple. Living with her would truly make the happiness index soar. He had to find a way to trick her into coming to the capital. Boss Su, how was the New Year's Eve event last night? Was it fun? Li Tao held the tongs, flipped a piece of sizzling pork belly on the grill, and asked with a smile. It was all right. Su Qingyi took a sip of Coke. The ice-cold liquid entered his throat, and the carbonated bubbles rolled and popped in his mouth. A can of Coca-Cola costs 2 yuan and 50 cents, that first sip was worth at least 2 yuan. I'm so envious that your high school friends are all in the same city. Sheng Guanyu lamented faintly. Hey, if you ask me, university is the time to train your social skills. There are so many impressive characters in our school, making more friends is only beneficial. Taozi's enthusiasm is okay, but Boss Su, you and Shengguan are both too unskilled in this area. But it's fine, we're in the same dorm, I'll look out for you guys in the future, don't be afraid. Matthew talked eloquently and even let out a beer burp when he got excited. The other three were used to it and just nodded. Su Qingyi even raised his Coke to clink glasses with him. Okay, I'm counting on you. After spending a semester together day and night, they had developed some roommate camaraderie. Matthew just liked to talk like an official. He didn't actually have any bad intentions and was quite loyal at times. Su Qingyi didn't have any issues with him. Li Tao had a good temper and a habit of taking care of others, even if he was a bit calculating at times, that was normal. After all, anyone who could appear at Jing University wouldn't be 100% pure and innocent. Perhaps a certain young lady from the business school next door was an exception. Sheng Guanyu seemed like a cautious person, but Su Qingyi felt he couldn't quite see through him. When they first met, he thought Sheng Guanyu was a bit like Lin Tong, but now they seemed to be two completely different people. It was fate that the four of them had gathered from all over the country. But because of these regional differences, their living habits and ways of dealing with people were very different. To be able to get along so peacefully and unitedly, everyone must have made some sacrifices. Regardless, to encounter such roommates in collective living was actually quite lucky. Come, let's clink glasses. Happy New Year, brothers. Matthew took the lead in raising his glass. He had clearly honed a set of drinking culture skills in the student union. Happy New Year. In the new year, our dorm should be more united and get better and better. Li Tao followed suit. Happy New Year. I'm very glad to have met you all at Jing University. Sheng Guanyu also said with a smile. Happy New Year. Su Qingyi swirled his Coke can. He had been thinking quite a lot just now, but when it came down to it, he couldn't say much. He paused for a moment and said, it's all in the drink. Whenever he couldn't think of a toast, this phrase worked every time. Sure enough, everyone had an "I understand" expression. The four metal cans came together, their rims clinking. The barbecue on the stove sizzled with oil, and once the chili powder was sprinkled, the spicy aroma filled the air. Li Tao operated the tongs, putting a few pieces into everyone's bowl, and then started grilling new meat, as busy as a worried old father. Su Qingyi buried his head in eating meat while listening to Matthew's grand talk with one ear and letting it out the other. Having Matthew around was really beneficial. He didn't have to bother speaking, as Matthew could chat for 2 hours straight without stopping, and there was no need to worry about awkward silences. This was simply too practical. He hoped every meal companion could learn such a virtue. Especially Su Yang, he was like a crosstalk performer who absolutely needed a hype man to keep going. Every time he told a story, halfway through he would always insert a line, Boss Su, don't you think so? Boss Su, are you listening? Boss Su, what do you think? It was truly annoying. Thinking this way, Su Qingyi became more tolerant of Matthew's slightly naive, experience-based talk, that only someone who hadn't entered the workplace yet could say. As this meaningful dinner ended, the relationship between the four roommates seemed to become more natural and closer. Walking through the campus of Jing University in the evening, the wind by Weiming Lake blew gently. Su Qingyi had his hands in his pockets, watching the sunset's afterglow reflect on the lake surface like a warm yellow oil painting. Noticing his pause, the other three also stopped and turned to look at him. Su Qingyi's eyes remained on the lake as he spoke casually, you guys go ahead, I have to go to the debate club in a bit. Did the president look for you again? Li Tao understood and smiled as he lamented intentionally or unintentionally, it has to be Boss Su, the debate club is one of the hardest clubs to survive in at our school. Su Qingyi shook his head and replied, no, it's just a regular meeting. Matthew coughed somewhat deliberately and chimed in nonsensically, oh right, I just remembered I also have to go to the student union. Taozi, Shengguan, you two go first. After a moment of silence, the few of them waved and went their separate ways. Su Qingyi had originally intended to skip this meeting as usual, but the premise of New Year made it feel somewhat difficult to refuse. When he arrived at the debate club, almost everyone was already there. He found a corner and sat down. Deng Yizhou, on the stage, caught a glimpse of him taking his seat out of the corner of his eye. He pushed up his glasses and knocked on the table to signal for silence. Everyone, please be quiet. Almost everyone is here, let's start the meeting. This is our last meeting of the semester and the year. First, I wish everyone a happy new year. In the past year, our club has achieved many accomplishments and honors, and everyone here is a top contributor. Deng Yizhou took a step back and bowed slightly. As the president, I still have many shortcomings. So, in the new year, I hope we can progress together, make persistent efforts, and create more glory. Jing University Debate Club will never lose to anyone. He suddenly increased his volume on the last sentence, his tone passionate and stirring. After the silence, bursts of applause rang out from all around. Su Qingyi clapped along with everyone, but couldn't help thinking, could the president's 8th grader syndrome only be cured by getting a job? All those regular meetings he skipped, surely the president wasn't giving the members chicken blood pep talks like this every time. Well, it's a good thing he skipped them then. While he was having these rebellious thoughts, Deng Yizhou's gaze projected onto him through the glass lenses. Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat instantly. In addition, we welcomed a group of very outstanding new members last year. They passed through layers of screening during the interviews and also proved their strength in the direct confrontation with Hua University. Next, let's invite them to speak and share their summaries of the past and outlooks for the future. Deng Yizhou raised his hand to signal. Su Qingyi remained silent for a moment under everyone's gaze, then kicked the chair of the person in front of him. Yi Ju, who was dozing off in the front row, jumped up like a spring. Yes. Deng Yizhou was also startled by her. He coughed and said, all right, then let's have Yi Ju speak. Yi Ju was obviously stunned on the spot. She had been dozing off just now, her head almost stuffed into the desk drawer, and was still very dazed. Su Qingyi leaned forward slightly and prompted in a low voice, summary of the past and outlook for the future. Having received the prompt, Yi Ju slowly began, I am very happy to be able to join our debate club. At first, it was just a temporary interest, but with every exchange and learning session, I found that what debate has brought me, besides a brand new perception of the world, is the scenery along the way and all of you like-minded fellow debaters. To be honest, at first, I felt our president was in the late stages of 8th grader syndrome, and I even privately investigated whether you were a pyramid scheme leader. Sorry. When she said this, there was a burst of laughter all around. Deng Yizhou awkwardly took off his glasses. The reason he hadn't called on Yi Ju by name was that he had a feeling she would say a bunch of messy things like this. His intuition proved to be correct. Yi Ju blinked and looked around. But after finishing the last debate competition with Hua University, I think I will remember those days of discussing all night and writing drafts until dawn for the rest of my life. The world is unpredictable, but I will always stand on the same side as my fellow debaters, which means everyone present. Hearing this, Su Qingyi actually felt a bit moved. When a person who usually talks nonsense suddenly becomes serious, the impact is quite strong. Others obviously felt the same way. The speech from a 2D, loving beautiful girl was clearly much more effective than the shouting of an 8th grader syndrome guy with glasses. Su Qingyi's touched feeling hadn't even lasted 3 seconds before it was terminated by Yi Ju's next sentence. Of course, I'm still a rookie. If we're going to have someone represent the newcomers, let's have the real expert do it. After she finished, she took the lead in applauding. You can run, but you can't hide. Su Qingyi had no choice but to stand up. Yi Ju turned around, squinting her eyes with a mischievous smile, and whispered, who told you to kick my chair? Well, he was discovered after all. Su Qingyi cleared his throat and glanced at Deng Yizhou on the stage. Like everyone else below the stage, expectation appeared in his eyes. In fact, my joining the debate competition was an accidental event. Previously, I held a rather negative attitude toward debate itself. Because I was never clear about the value and meaning of debate. The opponent on the debate stage is fake, they stand opposite us only because they drew a certain lot. We are like Don Quixote fighting against windmills. But having fought alongside everyone until today, I've figured one thing out. Debate is not for victory, or even for pursuing the so-called truth, but to stimulate our will to think. Even if only one lonely person makes a tiny bit of insignificant reflection because of an ordinary debate competition, then debate is meaningful. Just as the predecessor said, we charge toward the windmills, we are Don Quixote. Our goal is fake, but our ideals and passion are real. In the past year, I have reshaped my perception of debate. In the new year, let us encourage each other. Su Qingyi bowed slightly and sat down again amidst thunderous applause. Since he was speaking from the heart, it didn't take much effort. When he first joined the debate team, he was actually quite worried. After all, he had just recovered from social anxiety and particularly disliked bickering with people. But after this period of time, he felt it wasn't that scary. After all, the tasks of rolling up sleeves to fight and hair pulling were taken over by his teammates. He was only responsible for outputting his viewpoints and finally sublimating the theme with moral values. In that sense, it was no different from giving a speech. And giving speeches was something he had been doing since his rebirth. Although sometimes he was forced into it. Walking out of the debate club, night had already fallen. Su Qingyi looked at the faintly twinkling stars and thought about what unfinished business he had for this semester. This semester had gone by much faster than he had imagined. It might also be because he spent many weekends and holidays flying between various cities. And next semester, the courses wouldn't be as light as the first semester of freshman year. The true daily routine of a law student would only begin then. Fortunately, before that, he still had a winter break to conduct his so-called summary of the past and outlook for the future. The business that had just started, the studies that couldn't be neglected, and those people far away or by his side. The first day of the new year was coming to an end. Su Qingyi recalled himself after the college entrance exam, when he was confident about everything, and couldn't help but sigh softly in the night. Young man, the road is long and difficult. Thanks to Unique God Bishop and Power Kuan for the tips, and thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 309, Chapter 305. Returning home in the middle of winter, the students who left their hometown at the end of summer were about to cross mountains and seas to return home once again. Before boarding, Su Qingyi received calls from both Su Zilong and Yang Lu. Son, Dad is already on the way to the airport. Don't run off after you get off the plane, just wait for me, okay? However, he was still more than 3 hours away from landing. Xiao Yi, Mom specifically cancelled her yoga class today to pick you up. Is Wan with you? That's great, we'll go have a big meal later. Yang Lu was not to be outdone, although it always felt like she missed Lin Jiwan a little bit more. Su Qingyi didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed to both sides. In any case, once they met later, one of them might voluntarily back out. He wasn't going to waste his breath worrying about it. Moreover, these two knew better than anyone else that the other would definitely come to the airport to pick him up. Su Qingyi hung up the phone and couldn't help but think. They're still playing these kinds of games at their age, no wonder they were able to get together back then. On the other side, Chu Qingyan was also answering a call. The young lady frowned, which was quite rare, looking rather unhappy. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow at her, and she pouted, making a little bitter melon face. After hanging up, she let out a sigh. I can't sit with you guys later. My family upgraded my seat to another cabin. That doesn't matter. Su Qingyi reached out and lifted the corners of her mouth slightly. And as soon as I get off the plane, I have to attend some pesky meeting. Chu Qingyan puffed up her cheeks like a little pufferfish. Is Uncle Gao picking you up? Haven't seen him in a while. Su Qingyi started to laugh. The mention of Uncle Gao brought to mind many old acquaintances in Tangan. The thought of seeing them made Su Qingyi look forward to going home even more. As expected, the sense of belonging in one's hometown is truly unique. Boss Su, here. Su Yang handed the coffee he had bought to him and stretched lazily while leaning comfortably back in his chair. Come home often, don't start singing. Han Bing clicked her tongue and interrupted him impatiently. Weren't you complaining that going home was boring? Are you happy now? Su Yang took a sip of hot coffee and explained, college is just like this. You don't want to go to school before the semester starts, and you don't want to go home before the holidays begin. You sound so experienced, as if you've been to college several times. Su Qingyi said leisurely. Hee, it's not like you've been either, right? Su Yang laughed it off. But as it happened, he actually had. Su Qingyi thought silently, but in his previous life, he never returned to Tangan after going to college, spending his winter and summer vacations in Shanghai doing part-time jobs. So, speaking of which, this was his first time experiencing the feeling of a traveler returning home. This year, the one staying behind in the city had become He Wufei. Initially, when he said he didn't plan to return to Tangan, Su Qingyi disagreed. But He Wufei said very seriously that game development had only just begun and there were many things to do, he could focus on his work alone. Su Qingyi tried to persuade him for a long time, but he remained steadfast in his opinion. When the two were at a stalemate, He Wufei said that everything important to him had already been brought to Beijing, so returning to Tangan had no meaning for him. In the end, it was this sentence that left Su Qingyi unable to find any reason to refute him. On the other side, Lin Zhuan was flying for the first time and seemed a bit nervous. Despite this, Lin Tong still managed to persuade her to come. Otherwise, she really would have continued to take a hard-seat train back by herself. If you feel uncomfortable later, you can take off your hearing aid. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and suggested. Maybe that could even avoid the feeling of ear buzzing. Every time he was in the ascent phase of a flight, he felt like his head was buzzing. Lin Zhuan nodded with a worried expression. He didn't know where such worry came from. Could it be she had seen some news about plane crashes? The time had come. After saying goodbye to the very grumpy Miss Chu at the boarding gate, the group lined up and boarded the plane. It was peak season, and since it was economy class, Su Qingyi didn't get a window seat. He was tall, and being squeezed in the middle of this seat was, to be honest, extremely uncomfortable. He wondered if it was too late to call and seek refuge with Miss Chu now. Su Qingyi stretched his neck. Su Qingyi, do you want to switch to my side? Han Bing's seat was by the aisle. She craned her neck to look at him, seemingly noticing his discomfort. No, it's fine. Su Qingyi shook his head. He pulled a mask out of his pocket, unfolded it, and put it on, pulling it up to cover most of his face. He hadn't had time to download anything on his phone to pass the time, so he could only close his eyes and rest. Although he thought this, he had just drunk coffee before boarding and was now awake enough to recite legal codes for 2 hours. Other passengers were still boarding one after another, with occasional sounds of, excuse me, sorry, and, thank you. But what was obvious was that the voices had all changed to southern accents. After listening to the Beijing accent for nearly a semester, hearing the sounds of his hometown suddenly felt very heartwarming. Young man, could we discuss switching seats? I'm with a child and want to sit with my husband. A middle-aged woman's voice. Of course, where is your seat? A young male voice, which even sounded a bit familiar. Thank you, it's in the 3rd row back. Duo, say thank you to the big brother. Thank you, big brother, a childish, milky voice. You're welcome. Good girl. The young male voice carried a hint of a smile, and then footsteps approached. The seat beside him shifted slightly as the person sat down. Su Qingyi waited until he was settled before slowly pulling down his mask. What a coincidence. The gentle expression Zhou Lian had just put on for the stranger quickly became as unpleasant as if he had eaten a fly. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, was in a good mood and smiled with relaxed features. Hello there. It really is a small world for enemies. Zhou Lian said through gritted teeth. Just now, when he was walking over, he felt that this person covering his face with a mask was somewhat strangely familiar. There are very few people in the world who, just by sitting there quietly, could make him feel such a weirdly annoying sensation. He hadn't expected it to actually be Su Qingyi. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to switch seats even if it killed him. Little Duo, is it too late for us to switch back now? Does your Hua University also go on holiday this early? Having met an acquaintance, Su Qingyi put away his thoughts of catching up on sleep and deliberately made small talk. It depends on the major. Zhou Lian pulled a steam eye mask out of his bag and began to unpack it, replying crossly, are you even attending college? Don't you even know this? No, I bought my college entrance exam score, sorry. Su Qingyi replied nonchalantly. Zhou Lian somehow felt like he had been stabbed again. He had talked big back during the placement test, God knows how much effort he had put into studying during that time, to the point where he was practically grinding practice problems in his dreams. After competing secretly with him at number 1 middle school for all those years, Zhou Lian realized one problem: his childhood imaginary rival, Su Qingyi, didn't even know him at all. That's why he used the placement test as an excuse to make his presence known. At that time, he really felt he could go toe-to-toe with Su Qingyi, if not defeat him, at least give him a bit of a sense of crisis. The result was a downward spiral all the way, turning him into a clown. His state was so poor before the exam that he only got into Hua University through major reallocation. Thinking back to the scene where he aggressively provoked that damn 737, Zhou Lian felt like his toes could curl enough to dig out a whole castle. Thinking of these old matters, Zhou Lian felt even more frustrated. He slapped the eye mask onto his face and prepared to sleep. He practically had, "Don't talk to me," engraved on his forehead. Even a person lying in a coffin wouldn't be as resistant to communication as he was. Got an extra one? Give me one. The guy next to him still had no intention of letting him off. Zhou Lian took a deep breath to calm his mood, but still pulled out a new eye mask and tossed it onto him. Thank you, big. Before Su Qingyi could finish his sentence, Zhou Lian bolted upright. If you dare say those last 2 words, I'll throw you off the plane. Su Qingyi looked at his embarrassed and angry appearance, secretly finding it funny. Ladies and gentlemen, this flight is about to take off. We wish you a pleasant journey. The announcement sounded, and the plane entered the taxiing phase. Su Qingyi glanced sideways at Lin Juan on the other side. Her fingers were tightly gripping the armrest, her long eyelashes were lowered, and the usual gentle softness on her beautiful face had vanished, replaced by a look of panic. She had followed Su Qingyi's advice and taken off her hearing aid. At this moment, her world had likely returned to silence. Su Qingyi did not look away until her nervous, darting eyes landed on him. He used sign language. Don't be nervous, it's okay. Lin Juan, like a person about to fall who had finally found a support point, nodded gently. Are you performing some ritual to curse someone? Zhou Lian, beside him, looked at him askance, his face full of confusion. Yes. Su Qingyi withdrew his gaze and sat up straight again. Guess who's the only one here who would be cursed? Zhou Lian slightly regretted that he had to say something to provoke him. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Su Qingyi continued to speak with a straight face. That would be great. Zhou Lian gave a cold snort. To be honest, I really didn't curse you any less in the past. No wonder I was often inexplicably unlucky before. Since that's the case, then pay me some compensation. Su Qingyi held out his hand. Beat it. If curses were useful, would I damn well be in this state? Zhou Lian swore angrily. Setting the facts aside, don't you have even a bit of fault? Think about it. Who bought the shoes you're wearing? Yes, you bought them yourself. But who bought the food and drinks you usually have? I admit, you bought those yourself too. But have you considered if you're being too selfish by buying so many things for yourself? You Su, believe it or not, I'll open the cabin door right now and take us both down with me. Zhou Lian said, grinding his back teeth. In just 2 short hours of travel, Zhou Lian felt as if he had lived an entire lifetime. He really wanted to ask the heavens and the earth when Su Qingyi had become like this. He even started to miss the old gloomy, poker-faced guy now. How nice that was, at least he wouldn't come in front of you to annoy you with such variety. When the plane landed, Zhou Lian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and his speed in unbuckling his seatbelt had never been so fast. See ya. Bye. Su Qingyi propped up his chin with a half-smile. Although Zhou Lian felt it was strange, he didn't think much of it and quickened his pace along with the crowd. However, everyone was crowding to get out at this time, and the line didn't move at all, like a slowly crawling snail. With great difficulty, he reached the exit, only to have his path blocked by several familiar faces after just a few steps. Isn't this Zhou Lian? Han Bing was the first to spot him and quickly announced it loudly to the people beside her. Zhou Lian. Chu Qingyan's greeting with this tone of surprise was almost like a politeness, her eyes merely swept quickly over Zhou Lian and landed behind him. She was obviously waiting for someone. Yo, isn't that what's his name? A tall guy with spiky hair said with wide eyes. Zhou Lian rolled his eyes in his heart, was it possible that someone had just said his name? Despite this, for the sake of politeness, he still spoke up to greet them. What a coincidence, you guys were on this flight too. Zhou Lian showed the kind of gentle smile he was best at. Are you also attending university in Beijing? Why didn't I see you mention it in the class group before? Han Bing was a bit surprised. After the class split in the 3rd year of high school, Zhou Lian had sat at the desk next to her. After the jumping incident, Han Bing was terrified that he might go crazy again, so she would occasionally observe and supervise his mental state. In this way, the two were actually quite familiar with each other. Too many things going on, I temporarily forgot. If we have time next time, we old classmates can have a get-together. Zhou Lian maintained his smile, speaking without a single flaw. That would be great, when shall we meet? Su Qingyi walked over leisurely, pushing his suitcase. What took you so long? Chu Qingmian, who had been waiting expectantly, quickly trotted to his side. Didn't want to squeeze with the crowd. Su Qingyi smiled at Zhou Lian with an "I told you so" expression. We'll see then, it's quite hard to wait for everyone to be free. Zhou Lian struggled to finish this sentence and then deliberately looked down at his watch. I have to go quickly. The expression on his face was somewhat apologetic, meaning he had to excuse himself. Unexpectedly, Su Yang stuffed the small bun distributed on the plane into his mouth and pulled his suitcase to quickly catch up with him. Let's go, let's go. Why on earth are these people everywhere? Zhou Lian shouted in his heart, but he could only shout in his heart. After all, one doesn't hit a smiling face, and that wouldn't fit his persona either. So in the end, he was forced to walk out of the airport together with them. Zhou Lian didn't have no friends in high school, or rather, his popularity was actually very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a prominent figure in his grade before. However, after graduation, there were very few people he still kept in touch with. Therefore, it was hard for him to understand why the relationship between this group of people seemed to be no different from when they were in high school. In any case, in Zhou Lian's eyes, as long as it involved anything related to Su Qingyi, it was all very hard to understand. Son. Xiao Yi. As soon as Su Qingyi appeared, the two people who had been waiting for a long time rushed over. Su Zilong conveniently took his suitcase, while Yang Lu gave him a hug first. Because of the height difference, Su Qingyi had to bend slightly, accepting this hug in a very awkward posture. But he thought about it and didn't refuse. Are you tired? Oh my, why does it feel like our Xiao Yi has gotten thinner again? Isn't it cold wearing so little? Yang Lu patted his somewhat thin back and couldn't help but say. Was it possible that this set of clothes had even withstood the temperature in Beijing, but couldn't withstand the southern cities? There's a kind of cold called, your mother thinks you're cold. Sister Lin is behind me. He spoke up to give her a reminder. Yang Lu immediately reacted, letting go of him and instead pouncing on Lin Jiwan behind him. Wan, you're finally back. I've been so worried these past few days I couldn't eat anything. Oh, is this Tong Tong? Haven't seen you for a while and you're so handsome now. Come, let Auntie have a good look. Su Qingyi stretched his shoulders and, seeing the cool guy in sunglasses and a suit leaning against the Maybach door in the distance, couldn't help but smile and wave his hand. A smile also appeared on Uncle Gao's consistently icy face as he nodded. Chu Qingyan walked over with a stern little face and was the first to interrogate, Uncle Gao, is my dad in the car? The boss is not here. Humph. Uncle Gao, I missed you. Seeing that there was no one she could question, Chu Qingyan had to perfunctorily express her affection to Uncle Gao again. Su Yang's mother had also come to pick him up, and upon seeing him, she first gave him a round of scolding. Don't come over. The clothes you're wearing are so gaudy, they're hideous. Look at Xiao Yi. I'm going to pack up all your things and throw them out sooner or later. It's so annoying just looking at you. Ugh, this was the first time Su Qingyi had met Han Bing's parents. They looked like a typical intellectual family, and both parents were very gentle. Su Yang was as well behaved in front of them as a wild monkey from Mount Huagua turning into a harmless golden monkey. He also humbly accepted his own mother's scolding. Is that so? Okay Mom, I will definitely change. I am indeed at an age where I should pay attention to my attire now. Yes, what you said makes too much sense. It practically left Su Yang's mother stunned. For a moment, she forgot what she was going to scold him about next. In such a harmonious atmosphere, Su Qingyi suddenly thought of something and turned his head to take a look. Zhou Lian had already left alone with his suitcase at some point. Su Qingyi's belated glance only saw his back as it was about to disappear outside the revolving door. In the crowd, he actually seemed a bit lonely. For no reason, Su Qingyi felt his mood sink slightly along with it. Thanks to Book Friends Power Kun and Only God Cult Leader for the tips, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support. 310, Chapter 306. The popular female star's secret boyfriend. After Chu Qingyan had obediently sat in the back seat of the Maybach, Uncle Gao didn't rush to get in. Instead, he waited for Su Qingyi to walk over, and the two of them lightly bumped fists. However, Su Qingyi's fist was slender, fair, and well-defined, while Uncle Gao's was the size of a sandbag with bulging veins, looking as if a serious punch from him could shatter someone's internal organs. Looking handsome again, Uncle Gao. Su Qingyi chuckled. Uncle Gao knew he was teasing and didn't take it to heart, merely tilting his head to ask if he needed a ride. No need, my parents are waiting over there. Su Qingyi pointed behind him. The group of parents was currently chatting enthusiastically. Upon hearing that Han Bing's mother worked in medical aesthetics, Yang Lu became incredibly excited. She asked for contact information on the spot and even set a time to visit the clinic for a consultation. Okay. Uncle Gao nodded, turned to open the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. The rear window rolled down, and Chu Qingyan leaned against the door, blinking at Su Qingyi. Understanding her signal, Su Qingyi stepped forward and leaned down slightly. What's wrong? I'm unhappy. I want to go with you guys. Chu Qingyan said pitifully. Do you have to go to work right now? Su Qingyi directed his words at Chu Qingyan, but he was actually asking Uncle Gao in the front seat. He must have come here on Chu Yuanjiang's orders. Uncle Gao nodded, giving a firm answer. There was no choice, that meant it was indeed official business. It's okay, wait until you're free. Su Qingyi ruffled Chu Qingmian's hair. There's no telling when that'll be. Chu Qingmian grabbed his fingers and shook them playfully. I don't know exactly what kind of trouble my dad is brewing, but it's a big move. It seems like he's planning to start a new company. I don't even know why I have to go, there'll probably be countless annoying things to deal with. Miss Chu complained in a soft, sweet voice. Su Qingyi, if my family goes bankrupt, remember to take me in. Sure, okay. Su Qingyi answered nonchalantly. It was ridiculous. If a conglomerate of the Chu family's level went bankrupt, those who would actually fall would be far more than just one family, the number of people involved would be countless. To take a step back, even if Chu Yuanzhang suddenly lost his mind and played a winning hand so poorly that it reached that point, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. At most, they would just go from eating with a gold spoon to eating with a silver spoon. Furthermore, Chu Yuanzhang would not lose his mind. To have built his current career and emerged victorious from the cutthroat business battles where wolves and tigers lurked. This man surely slept with one eye open. No matter what his new move was, in short, for a shrimp who just left the tutorial village, the gods of the upper-class elite fighting was something to simply look up at. However, the direction the big fish moved in served as a very good reference for the shrimp. While not every wind was worth following, it wasn't impossible to imagine riding the momentum of the big fish to soar and leap over the Dragon Gate one day. On the way to dinner, Su Qingyi was still thinking about this matter. Actually, many questions could be solved by just asking Miss Chu directly, she wouldn't keep her guard up against him, but Su Qingyi didn't really want to talk about these things with her. At a glance, Chu Qingmian didn't look like the stereotypical heiress of a wealthy family, she didn't have princess syndrome, nor did she like to flaunt her wealth. Her rich girl aura only slipped out inadvertently. So when they were together, Su Qingyi would sometimes forget that she was a genuine only daughter of a wealthy family, the kind who would be sent back to inherit billions in assets if she wasn't careful. Precisely because of this, he didn't want to seek business shortcuts through her. In fact, half the reason he was putting effort into business, something he had zero interest in, was for her sake. Su Qingyi himself didn't have much desire for money. He was now a genuine multimillionaire, yet his life went on just as before. But sometimes, you might not spend the money, but you can't be without it. Economy is like a stack of chips. During a red light, Yang Lu quietly glanced at the young man sitting in the passenger seat. His face was set, his expression somewhat serious. Her child's features closely resembled hers. He looked fine when he smiled, but when his eyelashes drooped, there always seemed to be many indescribable emotions being suppressed. Overall, however, he looked more like Su Zilong in his youth, thin lips, a high bridge of the nose, and sharp contours. It was a contradictory face that looked both passionate and cold. It's fine if he looks like him, after all, he has half his genes. As long as his personality is different, it's fine. Yang Lu comforted herself this way. It's green. Su Qingyi spoke flatly, and only then did Yang Lu let out a belated "oh." If she dallied any longer, the car horns behind them would be worn out from pressing. Xiaoyi, if you encounter anything, you can tell Mom, okay? Don't keep it all bottled up inside, you'll make yourself sick. Yang Lu said tentatively while driving. Su Qingyi looked at the shadows of the trees passing by outside the window, feeling that there was no way to bring it up. He couldn't speak about it from any angle. In terms of his career, his parents clearly couldn't be of much help. Yang Lu had been pampered since childhood, aside from singing and dancing, she had basically never held a serious job. Everything had been smooth sailing until she had the misfortune of meeting Su Zilong, which was when she finally tasted some hardship. Now she lived the leisurely life of a wealthy wife, spending her days on beauty treatments and mahjong, she probably couldn't even keep track of her own accounts. Su Zilong wasn't cut out for making money either. At his core, he was a true romantic rock youth. If not for the pressure brought by marriage, he would have held on to his broken guitar until the day he died. Unfortunately, reality didn't give him that chance. Life was tight during his marriage, and he lost both his dreams and his lover. After the divorce, he followed others into investing and somehow stumbled into wealth and success. Even so, more than half of it was due to dumb luck, a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse, so he couldn't be of much help. As for his love life, that was even more out of the question. If he explained what he was doing right now in the car, Yang Lu would likely be so angry she'd floor the gas and drive off the elevated bridge. Even if she didn't go that far, she would absolutely never accept it. The reason Yang Lu divorced Su Zilong was also because she believed Su Zilong had cheated. Although Su Zilong himself firmly refused to admit it, he had always insisted that he had been set up. In fact, Su Qingyi actually believed him. Despite the mess that followed, the Su Zilong of those years was indeed sincere and had no ulterior motives. The reason for their divorce was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, it was the accumulation of long-standing conflicts, like an explosive growing in volume, which finally used that incident as a fuse to go bang and blow apart. But Yang Lu wouldn't care about any of that. Regardless, she must have a deep-seated hatred for behavior like two-timing. If Su Qingyi dared to say it now, her first reaction would definitely be like being struck by lightning, followed by repeated confirmation. The second step would be wailing and lamenting, blaming the world, blaming Su Zilong's genes, and finally blaming herself for not raising him well. The third step would be dragging him to a temple to burn incense and repent, and maybe even inviting a master to perform an exorcism. Master, look, this isn't my Xiaoyi, right? My Xiaoyi must have been possessed by something evil. He's been obedient and sensible since he was a child, he wouldn't do something like this, boo-hoo. Just thinking about that scene gave Su Qingyi goosebumps all over. After thinking it over, he felt even more strongly that before he settled everything, he absolutely could not reveal even a shred of information to his parents. It's nothing. Su Qingyi shifted the topic conspicuously. Is the new housing development here finished? In his memory, this was still a construction site. Yes, the environment of this community is quite good. Your Auntie Wang bought her new house here. By the way, her son also studies at number 1 high school. Yang Lu was successfully fooled and began to talk about some neighborhood gossip. When they arrived at the dining place, it was still a large, bustling group of people. Fortunately, Su Yang, who was usually the noisiest, had transformed into a refined gentleman in front of Han Bing's parents today, so the dinner table was generally quiet. I'm truly sorry. My daughter often mentions you parents. It's really embarrassing that it took so long to meet. Han Bing's father first raised his glass for a toast, and the others followed with pleasantries. Su Zilong was also very skilled in drinking culture, and in no time, he was chatting with the man like they were brothers. Despite everyone being adults and eating at the same table, the situation naturally formed a kids' table. Han Bing slowly peeled a lobster, glancing at Su Yang, who was listening intently to the adult speeches with a smile. I say, big brother, can you stop pretending? No one is paying attention to you, okay? The muscles on Su Yang's face were almost frozen from smiling. He bared his teeth and replied, oh man, I'm exhausted. Su Qingyi had no appetite and rested his chin on his hand, dazed. He didn't like seafood, yet Su Zilong really just couldn't remember it for the life of him. Lin Tong wasn't used to eating seafood either. When the sea urchin soup was served, his head shook like a rattle, but he was still forced by Su Zilong to eat a piece. Su Yang was tired of pretending, but he was eating quite vigorously. With Chu Qingyan absent, Han Bing was a bit bored. Since the adults on the other side were chatting enthusiastically with no sign of ending, she had no choice but to take out her phone and scroll through Weibo to kill time. Soon, she let out an exclamation of surprise mixed with excitement. Holy crap! Look at the hot searches. As a veteran fangirl, Han Bing was well versed in the gossip of all currently debuted stars. Many times, the big news she was shocked by featured protagonists whom Su Qingyi had zero recollection of across 2 lifetimes. Therefore, he didn't take out his phone at first, looking completely uninterested. Until Han Bing read out the hot search title, 101 girl group member suspected of being in a relationship. In an instant, Su Qingyi's heart stopped from fright. Wait, such explosive news, and none of you are surprised? Han Bing was practically shoving her phone screen into the 3 boys' faces. Su Qingyi took a deep breath, trying his best to remain calm. No way, surely he wasn't about to be in the news as the secret boyfriend of a popular female star. He focused his eyes on Han Bing's phone screen. Under the topic number 101 girl group member suspected of being in a relationship hashtag, the post with the highest engagement was from a famous paparazzi, Wei Zhuo. It had only just been posted and already had tens of thousands of reposts and comments. Solid proof, the first ultimate scoop of the year, both photos and videos are available. Revealing in 1 hour. The effect of this Weibo post was practically comparable to a threatening letter. Su Qingyi went silent immediately. Lin Tong, who was next to him, knew absolutely nothing about entertainment news, so he just gave a symbolic wow. Su Yang, after leaning over to look, let out a wail. Damn, it better not be our Yang Lu. Sis, don't do this, you just debuted with such difficulty. Han Bing gave a tch, retracted her phone, and said with experience, the paparazzi posted like this for a reason, they're waiting for the company to cough up money now. If the amount is high enough, they'll stop, otherwise, they'll expose it. Is it possible it's a bluff? Su Qingyi's voice was a bit weak. The probability is very small. Posting it like this means unless he doesn't want to work in the paparazzi world anymore, it's real. Han Bing was refreshing the comments under Wei Zhuo's Weibo, her mood extremely excited. Whoa, fans of all the members have arrived on the scene. Who on earth could it be? Su Qingyi, feeling uneasy but maintaining a surface level of indifference, also took out his phone and opened Weibo to look at the comments. Several members in the group aren't even 18 yet. Let that dead paparazzi try making up another rumor. At 101 Company, come out and issue a lawyer's letter. Front row taking Iris away, please don't leech off the group's only big top's popularity, thanks. The new song, Until You Arrive, has been released, welcome everyone to listen. The fans were working hard to control the comments, but it clearly couldn't stop the public's enthusiasm for gossip. Riddle makers really deserve to die. If you hold it in for an hour and then release a dud, I'll curse you to death. It's probably someone in the upper ranks, otherwise, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Just a passerby, I only know Chen Jinji in this group. If it's her, that would be truly insane. I'm dying of anxiety, just say it already. The more Su Qingyi looked, the more uncertain he felt. After hesitating for a long time, he still opened WeChat. He needed to figure out the situation first. Even if the paparazzi's target really was Chen Jinji, there was still an hour to handle the problem. There was nothing to be nervous about, soldiers to block, water to cover, he'd deal with it as it came. He had finally calmed down a bit, but to his surprise, before he could finish drafting his message, Chen Jinji's message came through first. A very short sentence. Don't worry, Teacher Su, it's not me. This sentence was like a reassuring pill, carrying a sense of comfort. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, that's good. Were you scared? It seemed Chen Jinji hadn't been worried at all about whether she was the target of the paparazzi's expose, she even had the heart to joke. No. Su Qingyi said stubbornly. So that means the paparazzi is talking nonsense. Not at all, there is indeed such a person. And it seems the company's negotiations fell through. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to see this shocking scoop in a bit. After learning he wasn't the protagonist, Su Qingyi, like the crowd on Weibo, quickly ignited his passion for gossip. Do you know what the situation is? Aha. Please, she's my teammate. Who is it? Can you say? Su Qingyi only felt it was a bit impolite after asking, so he quickly added, it's fine if it's inconvenient, I was just asking casually. There's nothing I can't tell you. But the matter is a bit complicated and it's a long story. Is it convenient for you to take a call? Su Qingyi found an excuse to slip away to the restaurant's lounge area, which was deserted at this hour. It was very quiet on Chen Jinji's end, he could even faintly hear her breathing. Hello? Yeah. It's Jian Yuyu. Su Qingyi searched his mind carefully for this person, but the impression he got was still very vague. Although he followed the 101 girl group schedule closely, generally speaking, it was just Chen Jinji and Chen Jinji's teammates. I know you don't remember, it's okay. Chen Jinji noticed his silence and gave a soft laugh. Anyway, the paparazzi has actually been watching her for a long time. I've given her indirect hints a few times, but she might not have understood. But I've always consciously guided her to avoid the cameras, so the paparazzi never caught any solid proof. Until, last Christmas. Speaking to this point, Chen Jinji paused slightly. Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. Right, last Christmas Chen Jinji had taken sick leave, and he knew what had happened after that. The ultimate Shura field. By a strange combination of circumstances, because of this reason, no one helped this Ms. Jian Yuyu cover up, which indirectly led to her downfall. Of course, if it were just an idle dating, it wouldn't actually have such high heat. Also because of this commotion, at least 20 staff members came to question me today. Chen Jinji's tone was somewhat helpless. Su Qingyi thought about it and realized it made sense. With the paparazzi making it so mysterious, everyone would subconsciously think it was news about the current top star, Chen Jinji. What the paparazzi has been tracking is her and a male artist from our company, Lai Yuza. Their recent CP hype has been very popular, suggesting they were acting for real. The paparazzi originally just wanted to take some candy photos to sell to fanatical CP fans, but they didn't expect. Chen Jinji drew out her tone, and Su Qingyi's curiosity was pulled to its peak along with it. They caught her with her real secret boyfriend. Yes, this is news about a newly debuted trainee idol 2 timing. Thanks to book friends Power Kun, Only God Bishop, Tang Siji, and Endless Hero for the tips, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 311, Chapter 307 I'll Choose You, or Still Choose You. Chapter 307, Choosing You, or Choosing You. This is indeed explosive. Su Qingyi checked the time on his wrist. It had already been half an hour since the paparazzi posted on Weibo. Is the company not going to do anything? If this news gets out, she'll be finished, won't she? If it were just a normal relationship, it would be fine, she could just deny it to the death. But timing is a moral issue. The paparazzi won't let it go easily, so they've been hiking up the price. 101 company only has limited management rights. The one who really needs to pay is her original company. Obviously, they are currently evaluating whether she is worth that price internally. Chen Jinji explained slowly and objectively. In the entertainment industry, the status of an artist doesn't seem like a flesh-and-blood human being, but rather an object whose value can be measured by price at will. In all honesty, this wasn't empathy coming from a Sea King. Su Qingyi couldn't help but sigh and asked again, but is Jian Yuyu really dating two people at the same time? Before I messaged you, she had already cried and complained to me once. Chen Jinji said leisurely. That secret boyfriend can almost be called a chaff wife. He has been silently accompanying her since she was a trainee. He established her first fan support site, took her first fan road photos, and planned and arranged all her activities single-handedly. You could say that without him, Jian Yuyu wouldn't even have had the chance to participate in the 101 show. The two of them always had a good relationship. When she successfully debuted, they hugged and cried for a long time, feeling that they had finally made it through. But problems followed. The 101 group is very popular, so as a member, Jian Yuyu is naturally very busy, flying around to participate in variety shows. The boyfriend felt a lack of companionship, not even having time for a phone call. Jian Yuyu also felt wronged, her work was already exhausting. Once there's a crack in a relationship, it deteriorates very quickly. With no common topics and no chance to meet, their occasional communication consisted of arguments. As a result, Jian Yuyu felt that her feelings for him were only left with gratitude, not love. At this time, she met Lai Yuza on a variety show. Teacher Su has probably heard of him, he's a very popular young boy lately. The two of them quickly became close. Yuyu said she felt like they were soulmates, that she had never met someone so like-minded. Moreover, Lai Yuza implied that if they dated, he could go public with the relationship whenever she wanted. So, Yuyu was originally in a dilemma. But then, whether it was the company or Lai Yuza who bought the press releases, their CP shipping hit the trending searches. The secret boyfriend saw it and immediately flew to the company entrance to demand an explanation. What the paparazzi captured in the underground garage was a scene of the two of them having a huge argument. This was truly a satisfying piece of gossip. Su Qingyi listened intently, clicking his tongue in wonder. If this matter were exposed, Jian Yuyu would definitely be cursed to death by a combination of her own fans, Lai Yuza's fans, and the onlookers who sympathized with the poor secret boyfriend. She won't collapse and jump off a building or something, will she? The second half of the sentence was, don't let it scare you when the time comes, but Su Qingyi thought about it and swallowed it back. Not for now. Chen Jinji's tone was very calm, without a ripple. However, if she gets another blow from Lai Yuza, then the situation might be uncertain. True. Her only psychological pillar right now is likely this soulmate she believes in, if Lai Yuza can really protect her as he claimed. But from a bystander's perspective, there isn't much hope. The person who loves her most in the world is clearly that secret boyfriend, but she happens to want to escape that kind of love. How should one put it? She brought it on herself. Loving deeply during times of poverty, yet unable to continue the story after achieving success. It's a real-life version of La La Land. After hearing the whole story, while feeling somewhat sentimental, Su Qingyi couldn't help but casually hum a line from the movie's theme song. City of Stars, are you shining just for me? What song is that? Chen Jinji asked immediately. Su Qingyi instantly wanted to punch himself. How did he make this kind of mistake again? La La Land hasn't even been released this year. I don't remember what it's called. He had no choice but to laugh it off and brush it aside. Fortunately, he only sang one line this time, so Chen Jinji probably wouldn't get suspicious. On the other end of the line, Chen Jinji let out an ambiguous laugh. Su Qingyi felt a bit guilty from her laugh, so he followed the previous topic and asked casually, if you were Jian Yuyu, who would you choose? Chen Jinji gave an interested "oh," and asked back, is Teacher Su projecting himself as the chav husband or the soulmate at first sight? Su Qingyi let out a dry cough at her accurate summary of the two roles. Cough, don't ask me who I'm projecting as. Just say, if it were you, when you still had a choice before being discovered by the paparazzi, who would you choose? There was silence on the other end for a while, Chen Jinji seemed to be seriously considering the question. For a moment, only her light, shallow breathing could be heard. Since the question had been posed, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think along with it. Actually, if the question were put on the surface, most people would say with certainty, of course, choose the boyfriend who has always been there. But in fact, the fact that Jian Yuyu had this dilemma meant she didn't love her boyfriend from the start. Being together was perhaps out of gratitude or dependence. Long distance and being busy aren't reasons for falling for someone else. To give a very convincing example, Chen Jinji didn't. On the basis of having no love to begin with, Jian Yuyu then met Lai Yuza, who fit her ideal type in every way, so the scales in her heart quickly tipped. From the start, this wasn't a fair competition. Only the unlucky, sucker boyfriend was getting hurt. Su Qingyi couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for him, a warrior charging for love. He'd give him a friendship vote. After a long time, Chen Jinji on the other end finally spoke, "I choose you." Although it was an irrelevant answer, Su Qingyi still laughed. Pay attention to the premise, student Chen. If you were Jian Yuyu, would you even be able to choose me? Chen Jinji followed with a soft laugh, her tone gentle. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to, but I'd still choose you. She said this softly yet firmly. Su Qingyi felt a part of his heart quickly cave in, and ripples spread out accordingly. When you are among the options, I choose you unconditionally. When you are not among the options, the question has no solution. After finishing the complete melon from an internal source, Su Qingyi returned to the private room. 5 minutes had passed since the hour the paparazzi mentioned. Han Bing was still anxiously refreshing Weibo, cursing the paparazzi for messing with people. Su Qingyi sat down leisurely, and Su Yang poked a sweet potato ball and handed it to him. Here, boss Su, it's freshly fried. Big sis, I say, what's the rush? They said an hour, what if it's 1 hour and 59 minutes later? Screw off. Holy crap, why is the network lagging at the critical moment? Han Bing held up her phone, only to see the signal had changed to searching. Su Yang. Check with your phone, hurry. She snatched Su Yang's phone and quickly searched for the paparazzi's account. A minute ago, the paparazzi had updated with a video. It seemed that, just as Chen Jinji said, the company's price negotiation had collapsed, and now it was time for the paparazzi to show their hand. Now that the solid evidence had appeared, several gossipy heads quickly crowded together. The filming angle looked like a corner of an underground garage, and the subjects were a man and a woman standing face to face. The man looked very emotional, clenching his fists and speaking through tears. What is the relationship between the two of you? Tell me. The girl's exquisitely made-up profile was clearly captured, she looked a bit frightened and helpless. Holy shit, it's Jian Yuyu. Everything I've seen these past 2 days is about shipping her and Lai Yuza. Who's that guy opposite her? Recognizing the protagonist of the video, Han Bing couldn't help but exclaim. Can you not make a scene here? This is the company, you're flirting with others at the company, so why can't I make a scene here? The boy was clearly overwhelmed by emotion, his tone high-pitched and indignant, showing no restraint. Yu Yang, can you not talk so dirty? Jian Yuyu was clearly provoked by the word flirting and retorted with anger. Who? Su Yang. Su Yang was startled as he listened. They said Yu Yang, are you deaf? Han Bing punched him irritably. You don't think you're dirty? What did you tell me when you went on the variety show? That it was just an entertainment obstacle course show. Fine, in the blink of an eye, the two of you are in a deep hug. Is the next episode going to be a kiss, and the finale a live-streamed bedroom scene? As soon as Yu Yang said this, Jian Yuyu turned to leave, but her wrist was quickly grabbed tightly by him. I really can't figure it out. The bridge you burned to cross the river was me. I wrote your resume for the show. I stayed up all night editing your self-introduction video. For your debut voting and offline support, I didn't close my eyes for 3 days and nights during the busiest time. Jian Yuyu, do you have a fucking heart? Are you going to kidnap me with these things for the rest of my life? Yes, you were good to me, I know that. But I'm an artist. Do you want me to never have physical contact with male artists for the rest of my life? Never collaborate? Yu Yang, being good to me is not a reason to kidnap or restrict me. The video stopped abruptly there. The sound recording in the underground garage is really good, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. The words these two said were like movie lines, forceful and even with an echo. They have too little idle self-awareness. Chen Jinji's sensitivity to being secretly filmed is such that she can probably detect a lens from 800 meters away. No wonder she got caught. Holy crap, that was brilliant. This motherfucker is the legitimate boyfriend coming to the door. The badger in the melon field finally got to eat the melon. Han Bing had a satisfied look on her face. With the release of this video, several more topics quickly appeared on the trending searches. Hashtag Jian Yuyu cheating hashtag Lai Yuza hashtag Zayu CP ended right after starting hashtag Lai Yuza's fans were furiously cursing Jian Yuyu, while Jian Yuyu's fans were perhaps still in shock, so they collectively remained silent. Meanwhile, the CP fans were weeping, claiming they would never believe in love again. Aside from that, everyone else was just an onlooker like the few people in front of the screen. I get it. In short, this Ms. Jian Yuyu wanted to kick her old boyfriend aside after her debut and hook up with a new young hunk. Su Yang summarized, instantly becoming indignant. Holy crap, then this bro is really miserable. In the video, she didn't seem to admit to her relationship with Lai Yuza. This time, the CP fans' hearts are even more broken. Han Bing clicked her tongue twice and continued, I said long ago that for an idol, career ambition is the most important thing. Thinking about dating this one and that one every day, dating until the job is gone, dating until the face becomes ugly. Go ahead and date, who can outdate you? Why would dating make one's face become ugly? Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask. Haven't you heard of Happy Fat? The idol I followed before started dating and then the whole person swelled up like a steamed bun. I carried my plane and left the fandom overnight. Recalling those thrilling days of being a fan, Han Bing still had lingering fears. Stated that way, it seemed to make some sense. But Chen Jinji is still very beautiful, or rather, she's simply becoming more and more beautiful. Su Qingyi recalled that between the Chen Jinji of high school and the Chen Jinji of now, the biggest change should be her temperament. For him, the most attractive and special thing about Chen Jinji is a sense of fragility hidden beneath an invulnerable exterior. Of course, Chen Jinji only displays this trait in front of him. Even though she has now become a big star in the spotlight, this point hasn't changed much. Come to think of it, loving someone is like raising a flower, the more heart you put into it, the more beautiful she becomes. The topics on the trending searches were still fermenting. Jian Yuyu herself definitely couldn't speak at this time, it was to the extent that she would be cursed to death no matter what she said. Su Qingyi had already seen the topic hashtag Jian Yuyu get out of the entertainment industry hashtag. And Lai Yuza, who had claimed he would go public if the secret is out, had also wisely adopted the play dead tactic. Even though his account was online, he didn't say a word. 101 Company quickly released a statement, shifting the blame to Jian Yuyu's own company and announcing that the artist has currently suspended all activities. Seeing this, Su Qingyi couldn't help but message Chen Jinji and ask, if Jian Yuyu suspends activities, will you guys get a vacation? If possible, it would be a good chance to take a good rest for a while. No. Chen Jinji replied quickly. On the contrary, if the final outcome is her leaving the group, her parts will have to be redistributed, and the corresponding stage positions will be vacant. In short, we have to re-rehearse all our stages. As expected, this kind of group is most afraid of teammates dropping the ball. Once something happens, it creates a butterfly effect. Su Qingyi sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to close Weibo, he saw a new topic that was being quickly buried. Hashtag Xingxing Entertainment Company announced established hashtag. It was originally an ordinary, common entry, but Su Qingyi couldn't help but complain about the company's name in his heart. What kind of entertainment company tells people to wake up? Like, screw your celebrity dream? But on second thought, he suddenly realized that this naming style was somehow strangely familiar. Chu Yuanjiang's group seemed to be called Jinhai. Then the antonym of Xingxing, wake up, is Mianmian, sleep. Thanks to book friends with the tale number 7313, Only God Bishop, and Power Kuan for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 312, Chapter 308 Jin Ji's flash technique. He didn't expect the Chu family's new project to be entering the entertainment industry. And they even used Chu Qingmian's name. Su Qingyi browsed the relevant information and got a general idea. It was basically a trial project. Similar to, giving my baby daughter 20 million to practice, don't come home until it's all gone. Xingxing Entertainment's founding ceremony involved lavishly signing several currently popular new singers. Su Qingyi looked closely and saw they were mostly the types Chu Qingmian liked to listen to. This girl isn't doing this for her own selfish interests, is she? Besides that, Xingxing Entertainment also released an announcement for recruiting trainees, with very good benefits and resources. It seemed like a bit of a challenge to the neighboring 101 Entertainment. This move should be Chu Yuanjiang's idea. The explosive popularity of the 101 show confirmed for him that the profit potential in this industry was extremely substantial, so with his business acumen, it was impossible to miss out. And he was letting Chu Qingmian practice along the way. So, Jian Yuyu's scandal from being photographed on Christmas was exposed today, and Xingxing Entertainment just happened to be announced today. Are these two related? Su Qingyi thought for a while and felt this was likely a combination of moves. If something happened to Jian Yuyu, it would inevitably affect the upcoming schedule of the 101 girl group, which held a monopoly in the industry. Then, in terms of idol groups, others would have more opportunities. No wonder the paparazzi were so confident, turns out they had someone backing them. Jian Yuyu's company must have worked hard, but unfortunately, there was an even bigger financier behind the paparazzi. No matter how much money the company spent, it was just a drop in the bucket in front of Chu Yuanjiang. But for now, this actually wasn't good news. Since Xingxing Entertainment was targeting 101 Entertainment, Chen Jinji would certainly be affected. Moreover, from the Jian Yuyu incident, it was clear that more eyes would be watching her and hoping for her downfall in the future. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi clicked his tongue. The road was indeed winding and the future bumpy. Chen Jinji hadn't even had a few smooth days before she had to face a brand new challenge. Based on what he had seen at 101 Company, it was just a small, crappy company out for a quick buck, with no foresight, just living day to day. If Chu Yuanjiang wanted to act, it would be entirely within his grasp, and taking it down would only take a few minutes. Fortunately, he wasn't that twisted yet. He just treated 101 Company as a mini-boss in the starter village, leaving it for Chu Qingyan to fight and level up. And just in case, he gave Chu Qingyan the master sword right at the start. Luckily, Miss Chu was pure-hearted and upright, she would never use methods like exposing an opponent's scandal. This was probably the only good news. With this matter on his mind, after the dinner ended, Su Qingyi wasn't in the mood to join the others' small talk. Got anything else to do later, Boss Su? Why not come to my house and play games? Su Yang didn't show any fatigue from the long journey and invited him passionately. I bought a lot of games. You can stay at my place tonight. Seeing this, Su Yang's mother was also very welcoming. Someone like Su Qingyi had always been very popular with elders. Excellent grades, handsome and clean-cut, and a quiet, introverted personality. This was the perfect dream child. However, only his close friends knew the truth hidden beneath such an appearance. High intelligence corresponded to extremely low emotional intelligence, being good-looking meant many unwanted romantic interests. Not to mention his personality, belly black, sometimes a bit wicked, and a total fussy freak who was extremely difficult to get along with. Right, Qingyi, I just finished talking with your mom. You'll be my godson from now on. Don't worry, the treatment for a godson is much better than for a biological son. Mom. Han Bing's parents also came over to greet him. Is this our city's top scorer? I've heard so much about you. You really look like a dragon among men. Su Qingyi simply shook hands with them, feeling that keeping up a smile was a bit tiring. Let's exchange WeChat and stay in touch. Han Bing's mother's smile was a bit meaningful. Beside them, Han Bing immediately rolled her eyes and said crossly, Mom, I suggest you ask Mian Mian if she's willing first. What does that mean? Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment, then saw Han Bing's mother realize something after a brief moment of confusion. Oh, never mind then, never mind. Su Qingyi glanced at Han Bing, who shrugged helplessly. Han Bing's mother then turned to Lin Tong in the corner. Tong, let's add each other on WeChat. Stay in touch. Why does this feel weird? Lin Tong was obviously also confused. Han Bing sighed and explained, what else could it be? She's scouting for a boyfriend for me. There are too few boys in our school, so she thinks she should develop something from the friends around me. Don't take it to heart, and don't be afraid. I'm not interested in you guys, okay? So that's how it is. But. Su Qingyi glanced at Su Yang, who was standing perfectly straight and upright nearby. He already had his friend adding QR code ready. It looked like more than that, he probably even had the opening line ready for after they added each other. Although Lin Tong was a bit puzzled, out of politeness, he still added Han Bing's mother on WeChat. Is Tong studying medicine? Yes, Auntie, clinical medicine. Not bad. You're practically a junior colleague to this uncle here. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask us anytime. Okay, thank you, Uncle and Auntie. While they chatted, Su Yang waited anxiously nearby. The friend was added, the chatting was done, shouldn't it be the next person's turn? In the next second, Han Bing's parents took Han Bing and waved goodbye with a smile. In other words, in her scope of selecting a partner, she had precisely avoided the option of Su Yang, eliminating him first through the process of elimination. Leaving Su Yang bewildered in the wind. Watching the taillights of the BMW speeding away, Lin Tong, who had realized what happened, reached out and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Maybe she just forgot. Su Yang's mental support seemed to collapse with that pat, he instantly deflated and slumped into his chair. Su Qingyi spoke slowly, don't think too much. How can I not think too much? This is equivalent to me being 200 meters behind at the starting line, okay? Su Yang lamented. This just shows you're not the type her mother likes. Su Qingyi shrugged. And according to common sense, no parent would like your type. Why? Su Yang was indignant. You look a bit unreliable. Lin Tong spoke the truth. Like a scumbag who would deceive innocent young girls. Like a spiritual youth out for money and beauty. Like a little hooligan. Like a showy peacock. That's enough from you too. Su Yang couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Then what should I do? So the type she likes is like you too? It seems so. But you two aren't the same type at all. Su Yang scratched his head, feeling very confused. That's because you're very familiar with both of us. You have to look at it from the perspective of a parent meeting someone for the first time. Su Qingyi adjusted the collar of his overcoat and said nonchalantly. Su Yang looked at the two in front of him again, half doubting. There seemed to be some truth to it, but it wasn't the looks that were similar. Su Qingyi was more handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, the type even guys would find cool. While Lin Tong was more delicate, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with the temperament of a scholar from the last century. But both their temperaments were quiet and reserved, overall, they looked intelligent and reliable. If he were a girl's parent and met several of his daughter's friends for the first time. Damn, of course he'd choose those two. But the gap between you two and me is too big, isn't it? I tried so hard to act mature today, but I just couldn't keep it up. Su Yang scratched his head, very distressed. Then don't act. Su Qingyi looked at his watch and nodded to Yang Lu on the other side. You like Han Bing, not her mother. Why do you care so much? But if the parents don't support it, it's a kind of resistance, right? You should win over Han Bing first before considering parental resistance. Su Qingyi glanced at him. The matter between the two of you hasn't even begun to take shape, and you're already considering this. Is the next step considering what the child will be named? Actually, now that you mention it, I really have thought about it. Get lost. After agreeing on the time for the next gathering, everyone reluctantly returned to their cars. Yang Lu was still responsible for taking Su Qingyi home, while Su Zilong volunteered to take the Lin siblings home, despite their strong protests. Having just returned to Tangon today, the two had to go back to the Olive District first, and Sister Lin wouldn't start work until the next day. As the car started, Su Qingyi suddenly remembered that he had to take the driver's license test during this winter break. The Bugatti Veyron Miss Chu gave him was still sitting there, the maintenance fees alone were a significant expense. But even if he got his license, he felt he couldn't drive that car. It was too conspicuous and flashy, the head turn rate on the road would definitely be 300%. Such an expensive big toy would be the center of attention wherever it went. But currently, his identity to the outside world was just an ordinary male college student. For practicality, he would still have to get a cheap and useful commuter car. While he was thinking this, Yang Lu spoke first, and it happened to be about this very matter. Xiao Yi, if you have time this break, go get your driver's license. When you start your internship, Mom will have a car ready for you. You don't have to worry about anything at school, just be happy and study well. Amicham. Su Qingyi simply gave a brief response and didn't continue the conversation. The earliest an internship would start is junior year, and no one can say for sure what will happen then. Perhaps his game company will have taken off, perhaps he'll have lost everything, or perhaps he'll have lost interest in business and focus on professional work. But no matter the outcome, it would clearly be impossible to hide from his family by then. By then, Yang Lu would know that these things were actually outside the scope of what she needed to worry about. The restaurant Su Zilong booked wasn't far from Qinghe district, and they reached the house shortly. Su Qingyi pulled the car door open and jumped out. A joyful little chubby kid ran toward him. Brother Xiao Yi. Su Qingyi smiled and picked up chocolate. After a semester, this kid had grown even rounder, he felt very heavy. You're finally back. Did you finish your exam papers? Finished them all. Speaking of this, Chocolate looked a bit proud. Really? Did you give them to your mom to check? Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask. The difficulty of those papers wasn't low, they were all advanced ones. Every time she checks, she hits me. Fine, fine, at least you did them, right? Su Qingyi put the little chubby kid back on the ground. Chocolate pulled out 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket, handed one to him, and gave the other to Yang Lu. who had just finished parking behind him. "Auntie Yang, for you." Yang Lu didn't decline, she took it with a smile and patted his round head. "Chocolate, where's your mother?" "Mom went to buy groceries." The chocolate had obviously been in his pocket for a long time, it had already melted a bit and become soft. Su Qingyi squeezed it but didn't rush to eat it. "How did you know I was coming back today?" "Mom said you'd probably be home around these days, so I've been doing my homework on the balcony lately, see." Chocolate stretched out his short arm and pointed to the small table on the upstairs balcony, where an exercise book was still open. "That way, as soon as you come back, I can see you immediately." "So well behaved." Su Qingyi pinched his face. At this time, Auntie Zhu, who had finished buying groceries, also returned. As former neighbors, Yang Lu and Auntie Zhu had always been on good terms. After all, as the saying goes, a near neighbor is better than a far relative, and the two quickly started chatting. Su Qingyi thought of the small gift he brought for Chocolate in his suitcase, patted his head, and said, "Go find your Huanggang math papers later and let me see them." Chocolate wanted to refuse with a bitter face, but Su Qingyi's tone left no room for negotiation, so he had to sigh and head upstairs dejectedly. Adults are really strange, they know they'll get angry if they look, yet they still want to. Every time Mom finished looking at his papers, she would be so angry she looked like she was going to faint, which made him both worried and afraid. Compared to that, it would be better to just hit his palm with a ruler. But since it was Brother Xiao Yi's request, even though he didn't want to, Chocolate still obeyed. Su Qingyi opened the car's trunk, said something to Yang Lu, and then carried his luggage upstairs. The stairwell hadn't changed at all, still filled with piled-up clutter, colorful small advertisements, and dust particles rising with every footstep. Su Qingyi lightened his steps, counting the floors. When he reached the door, he momentarily doubted if he was seeing things. Who else could it be standing there but Chen Jinji? She seemed to have heard him coming upstairs long ago. At this moment, she met his startled gaze, and a beautiful smile spread across her lips. It was too illogical, she was just on the phone with him an hour ago. She couldn't have teleported here so quickly, could she? Su Qingyi's first suspicion was whether some ultra-realistic 3D poster had been pasted here. As if to respond to his doubt, Chen Jinji blinked her eyes at just the right moment. It was indeed her. The last time she appeared so suddenly was after that fight with Ho Xiaohong. With the image of a beautiful female ghost with red lips and white teeth, she almost gave him a heart attack. Thanks to book friends Power Kuan, Nyo Taipu, and Only God Bishop for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 313, Chapter 309 An Unexpected Meeting with the Parents. Chapter 309, An Unexpected Meeting with the Parents. Su Qingyi quickened his pace to her side. Looking into her beautiful peach blossom eyes, he felt a momentary trance. "Why are you here?" Chen Jinji didn't answer, instead reaching out to pinch his earlobe. "Aren't you cold?" Her fingertips were slightly cool. Su Qingyi shook his head and took hold of her hand. "The company is busy dealing with things, so all activities for these 2 days have been postponed. As for what happens after..." Chen Jinji paused slightly, watching Su Qingyi free up a hand to fish out his keys and open the door. "It's not settled yet. But since I have a holiday, I shouldn't waste it." Her tone was light and filled with a smile, possessing the kind of excitement and thrill a high school student feels when they suddenly hear that their school has been inspected by the Bureau of Education and their extra classes are cancelled. As Su Qingyi pushed open the door, he felt a momentary relief that he was someone with a cleanliness obsession. Otherwise, it would have been a mess, and that would be quite embarrassing in front of a girl. The room was as clean as when he left, with everything neatly organized. "Perfect, you can take a good rest for 2 days." Su Qingyi closed the door and looked down at the slight dark circles under her eyes. It seemed like every time he saw her lately, she had this exhausted look. Working non-stop for 10 or 20 days at a time without a proper day off, just thinking about it was exhausting. Being a celebrity might be an easy and lucrative profession, but being a celebrity without any background or backing was absolutely anything but easy. Chen Jinji followed behind him and gave a soft mm. Su Qingyi first got her slippers for her to change into, then flipped the circuit breaker back up. Various appliances beeped as they resumed operation. He set the air conditioner to 28 degrees, and only relaxed once he confirmed it was blowing warm air. Chen Jinji was dressed thinly, and he didn't know how long she had been waiting at the door. He poured a glass of hot water and handed it to her. Chen Jinji quietly watched him move around the house, the warm cup heating her palms. There was always this silent understanding and coordination between them. Even if they didn't speak and just stayed quiet, it didn't feel awkward or unnatural. For a moment, it felt like being an old married couple. The way Chen Jinji took small sips of water was somewhat well-behaved, a word that usually didn't apply to her, so Su Qingyi couldn't help but stare. Do you want some? Chen Jinji held the cup out to him. He'd been caught. Su Qingyi coughed and looked away. No thanks. How long were you waiting at the door? After a thought, he asked again. Not long. When I called you, I was in the car on my way here. So she must have already been in the neighboring city. Su Qingyi thought back, having a vague, blurry memory of her schedule. What activity was originally scheduled for today? A commercial roadshow for Yes or Yes, but it was cancelled. An apology statement has already been issued. And tomorrow's group magazine shoot, variety show interviews. Chen Jinji spoke slowly, sounding very indifferent. Su Qingyi, however, instinctively thought of the undercurrents of the business struggle between Xingxing Entertainment and 101 Entertainment, and his heart felt heavy. Although Chen Jinji appeared calm on the surface, she was so smart that she must have noticed many things were wrong. Moreover, she took being an idol very seriously and hadn't given up along the way, yet now she was being affected by these messy trivialities. It felt like having survived great storms and waves, only for the ship to run out of fuel when the sea was finally calm. Don't worry. Right now, I'm just happy that I get to see you. Chen Jinji keenly sensed the change in his mood, so she stood up and gave him a hug. She gently stroked the back of his head, like smoothing the fur of a small animal. You think I'm too much of a workaholic, dummy. Su Qingyi buried his face in the crook of her neck, his voice sounding a bit muffled. Aren't you? Tell me, who actually loves working? There was a hint of a smile in Chen Jinji's tone. Being an idol is just something I'm good at, that's all. Su Qingyi was thinking of a reply when the door was suddenly knocked with a thud, thud, thud. Xiao Yi. Open the door, it's Mom. And me. A childish, milky voice, it was Chocolate. Su Qingyi then remembered that he had told them he would come downstairs after dropping off his luggage. But he and Chen Jinji looked at each other. Why was everything so similar to last time? Just like before, after Chen Jinji suddenly appeared, Yang Lu also came over. Su Qingyi scratched his head, not quite knowing how to handle this situation. It was different now than before, he wasn't a high school student, and bringing a girl home wasn't a big deal. The key was Chen Jinji's identity, she was a popular female star right now. Yang Lu had even followed the Idol 101 show and voted for her. Not to mention there was a little brat outside who couldn't keep his mouth shut. If he went around blabbing, it would be a huge mess. Alright, it's not like I haven't hidden before. Chen Jinji's tone was teasing as she stood up and walked toward the bedroom. Su Qingyi watched her go into the room, casually take off her coat and hang it on the back of a chair, pretending she was about to take a shower and rest. After getting ready, he checked the peephole at the door. Seeing no response to her knocking, Yang Lu had already started rummaging through her bag for her phone, preparing to make a flurry of calls. Su Qingyi opened the door right as she was about to dial. Xiao Yi, why didn't you open the door? I thought something happened. Yang Lu put down her phone, her tone a bit complaining. I was tidying up the room. I was too busy when I left. Su Qingyi showed his rolled-up sleeves. I see. Brother Xiao Yi, where's the gift? Chocolate clearly had a clear goal. He looked like he didn't even plan to enter the room, he just wanted to take the gift and run. Su Qingyi rapped his knuckles against the boy's head. Where are the Huanggang papers? Here. He pulled out a stack of crumpled papers from behind him. They looked like they had suffered quite a bit, many pages had been balled up, and ink was splattered everywhere. Why take your anger out on the papers? Su Qingyi instinctively thought the boy had vented his frustration on the papers when he couldn't solve the problems. He himself used to get a bit irritable when he encountered math Olympiad problems he couldn't solve for a long time as a child. No, it happened when Mom was grading them. Chocolate replied with a very stable emotional state. Alright then. Su Qingyi turned and opened his suitcase. He had very few things, so the average-sized suitcase looked quite empty. Su Qingyi took out a paper bag wrapped in a plastic bag from the side compartment. Here. As soon as Chocolate took it, he saw the words, Old Beijing Tanghulu, written on the paper bag and jumped up in joy. Tanghulu. Tanghulu from Beijing. Alright, go play. Su Qingyi patted his head and sent him off. Mom. Brother Xiao Yi brought me Tanghulu from Beijing, you have one first. Chocolate shouted excitedly as he ran downstairs. Kids are so easy to coax, a stick of Tanghulu does the trick. But that's only because he's young. In a few years, the cost of bribery will be higher, probably a game console or something. Su Qingyi closed the door again. Yang Lu wandered around the living room and seemed very satisfied. So clean. Xiao Yi, you're really much better than your father was when he was young. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to marry my son, sigh. Her parents might not think so. Su Qingyi poured half a cup of water from the kettle and handed it to her. This was the water left over from what he had just boiled for Qin Jinji. Who says? You're such an excellent child. Your only flaw is having an unreliable father. Oh, speaking of which, Mom feels sorry for you. Yang Lu sighed as she sipped the hot water. According to biology, if it weren't for that unreliable father, the person born wouldn't have been me. Su Qingyi replied unhurriedly. Yang Lu choked, realizing that was the reality. To hide her embarrassment, she decided to change the subject. How is university life? Are you used to it yet? Are your roommates easy to get along with? You asked that question many times when I called from school. Su Qingyi cast a subtle glance at the closed bedroom door, wondering if Qin Jinji could hear the conversation outside. Otherwise, staying in there must be quite boring. After that question was dismissed, Yang Lu rambled on about a bunch of other idle chatter. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, topics like final exams, professors at Jingda, school clubs, it felt just like some incredibly boring interview. Su Qingyi really couldn't keep chatting anymore, so he had to ask straightforwardly, if you have something to say, just say it. This is exhausting for both of us. Yang Lu had already finished the hot water in her cup. She poured herself another one before rubbing her hands together and asking the real question. Alright, actually, Mom wants to ask you, would you like to come spend the new year with me this year? So that's what she'd been hemming and hawing about all this time. Su Qingyi felt a bit helpless for a moment. But in the past, Yang Lu would absolutely never have asked him this question. Because the answer was an obvious rejection, and it might even have made him angry. But one couldn't blame his past self for that, a child from a divorced family who spent all year round living without parents. When the new year finally arrived, receiving such an inexplicable invitation, anyone would think it was like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, it couldn't possibly be well-intentioned. Besides, saying it was spending it with Mom actually meant spending it with her new family. In that harmonious atmosphere, an outsider like him would only add to the awkwardness. Just thinking about it made Su Qingyi break into a cold sweat from the awkwardness. But now, he viewed these things with a more open mind than before. Yang Lu's invitation was naturally well-intentioned, but she found it hard to understand a child's psychology. It was just the traditional mindset that made her feel one shouldn't be alone during the new year. However, for Su Qingyi, being alone was much better than the feeling of living under someone else's roof. There is no true empathy in this world, and he didn't expect Yang Lu to understand his thoughts, so he just shook his head and replied, no, thank you. Yang Lu, however, felt a pang of heartache from his long silence, realizing once again that the companionship missing from their family bond was something she would never be able to make up for in her entire life. On New Year's Eve, just the two of us, how about that? Su Qingyi still refused. Leaving that whole family over there just to spend the spring festival with an adult, what kind of logic was that? Having spent so many years alone in his previous life, he had long become desensitized to all this. Regarding the debt his parents owed him in this regard, Yang Lu's method was to constantly seek ways to make up for it, while Su Zilong's was to apologize and avoid. This seemed to be inextricably linked to their respective personalities. But for Su Qingyi, the latter, who seemed to lack responsibility, was actually the one who made him feel more at ease. Because mending the fence after the sheep has been lost is already too late. Mom, living your own life well is the greatest compensation you can give me. Su Qingyi interrupted Yang Lu slowly. I'm living quite happily now, and I won't have any negative feelings just because I'm spending the new year alone. You and Dad are both healthy and have happy families. I also have a girl I like and close friends, I don't feel lonely. So you don't need to worry about me. I'm an adult now and have the ability to be responsible for my own life. He had considered saying these things to Yang Lu for a long time, otherwise, she would remain trapped in her guilt towards him, always appearing so cautious. Unexpectedly, after hearing that whole speech, Yang Lu pinpointed the main focus. You have a girl you like? Good heavens, this was actually something her own child could say. Given Su Qingyi's personality, for him to take the initiative to say he liked someone, it must be that he liked her very, very much. Otherwise, even if it killed him, he wouldn't admit it. Yang Lu's gossiping heart ignited instantly. Su Qingyi realized too late, and though he wanted to change the subject, it was already impossible. Yang Lu started pacing around the room in excitement, clapping her hands from time to time. That's great, that's great. Which girl? A high school classmate, or someone you met in college? Why haven't you brought her home for Mom to see? What does she look like? Do you have a photo? Is she in the same major as you? Oh my, hurry up and find a photo for Mom to see. Su Qingyi sighed, trying to dampen her enthusiasm. I'll introduce her when the time is right. Please calm down first. Okay. Yang Lu beamed with joy, agreeing readily, but the very next second, she started prying for information again. What type of girl is she? Su Qingyi was silent for a moment, not knowing how to describe her. If he were to describe Chen Jinji or Chu Qingyan individually, it would be easy. But their only common point was probably just, that they were both very pretty. The pretty type. Oh my. Does pretty even need to be said? I'm talking about personality. Forget it. Son, are you two together? Did you pursue her, or did she pursue you? Yang Lu continued to press. Su Qingyi thought that neither of them seemed to have gone through a pursuit phase. On Chu Qingyan's side, it was indeed she who liked him first, but she didn't exactly pursue him. The young lady's true personality hidden beneath her straightforwardness was actually that of a genuine tsundere. As for Chen Jinji, let alone that, what she did was absolutely not pursuing, but playing mind games. Listen very carefully. Introduce her to your family. There's no time like the present, how about right now? Let Mom see a photo. So that was what she was waiting for. Su Qingyi was speechless, but he couldn't help but start thinking back to that sense of security issue. After the Shiraba, battlefield of love, some time ago, although Chen Jinji hadn't brought it up on the surface, she was clever and sensitive, so she must have been sad about this for a long time. If there really was a shortcut to giving the other person a sense of security. Su Qingyi suddenly stood up. Mom, come here for a second. What? Yang Lu thought she was about to see a photo. She hadn't expected him to say something so random, and was taken aback. A gift I prepared for you. Su Qingyi said calmly, then walked straight into the bedroom. Yang Lu followed him in, half doubting. The bedroom was cleaned just as thoroughly as the living room, with not a single wrinkle on the bedsheets. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance, like the scent of tea leaves in the morning mist. Yang Lu looked around the room and nodded quite satisfied. Not bad. Where's the gift? Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, making his final decision. Seeing him not speaking, Yang Lu wandered around the room on her own. Seeing the Human Luotian Iris slogan posted on the headboard, she couldn't help but laugh, never expecting him to be into things that only fangirls/fanboys liked. This was such a contrast. Just as she turned around, wanting to tease him a bit, she saw Su Qingyi lift his eyes as if he had made up his mind. His fingers were already resting on the closet door. There seemed to be a soft bumping sound from inside the closet, as if trying to stop his action. However, it was to no avail. The next second, the closet door was pulled open with a whoosh. Iris. The person from the screen suddenly appeared before her. For the first time in her life, Yang Lu felt a shock that made her soul leave her body. Of course, the person in the closet clearly didn't fare any better. This was the first time Su Qingyi had seen Chen Jinji so flustered that her earlobes turned red. Thanks to the book Friends with the Tale number 1381, Power June, Only God Bishop, and Nyo Taipu for their tips. Thank you all for your subscriptions and votes of support. 314, Chapter 310 I'll blackmail you into giving me a kiss. Yang Lu took 2 steps back and slumped onto the bed. For a moment, she suspected she was dreaming. After all, she had just seen Iris on TV yesterday, and now she was appearing right before her eyes. She had even appeared in her own son's wardrobe. The impact was indeed a bit overwhelming. When Su Qingyi had mysteriously mentioned a surprise earlier, Yang Lu had thought there would be a small animal like a kitten or a puppy in the wardrobe, secretly laughing at his childishness. She hadn't expected it to be a beautiful girl. It was practically a magic trick, a hidden treasure in a golden house. After the scene remained frozen for a long while, the beautiful girl climbed out of the wardrobe. Her thin lips were slightly pursed, and her originally jade-white skin was slightly flushed. Hello, Auntie. As soon as she spoke, Yang Lu became even more certain that this wasn't some high-quality knockoff Iris or a look-alike, it was her. Because her voice was too easy to recognize. In every 101 song, her parts were always the most stunning and the most pleasant to listen to. Yang Lu had listened to them countless times, so she quickly confirmed her identity through this trait. However, the owner of this exquisite voice was currently so nervous that her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Yang Lu calmed her nerves and hurriedly replied, hello. Let me just double-check, you really are Iris, right? Yes, it's me. Chen Jinji answered honestly while casting an imperceptible glare at Su Qingyi, who was watching the show from the side. Su Qingyi. was a bit amused by her rare state of fluster, but he spoke up to help her out. "Mom, you've met her before. She's also my high school classmate. Why do you keep calling her Iris?" "Oh, that was in the past. Now that she's a star, she has to automatically cut ties with the past. Have you ever seen a star who still keeps in touch with their former ordinary classmates?" After answering Su Qingyi, Lu quickly turned back to Chen Jinji and asked, "Iris, are you here for the reason I'm thinking of?" Chen Jinji was already nervous, and being asked this by Lu made her even more unsure of how to respond. She hadn't expected Su Qingyi to suddenly bring Lu to her. Meeting the parents like this was far too unexpected. After all, generally speaking, a romantic relationship should reach the stage of marriage before arranging for both sets of parents to meet and discuss wedding matters. Even though the person was Su Qingyi, someone she would say yes to if he proposed the next second. Even if he just picked up a blade of grass and wove it into a proposal ring, Chen Jinji wouldn't mind. But in the end, that was just a matter between the two of them. Yet now, he had directly led an elder into the fray. Despite Chen Jinji's usual composure and ease, she was a bit rattled by this bizarre move of his. Because she wasn't sure if she knew how to get along with elders. After all, her mother had passed away early, and for a long time before her death, she hadn't really acted like an elder. And her biological father was a piece of trash in every sense of the word. Chen Jinji always interacted with her peers with a relatively mature mindset, which was why almost everyone in the 101 group reflexively called her Uni, even though she was actually among the younger ones. But getting along with elders clearly couldn't follow that same pattern. In most cases, parents' generation generally preferred well-behaved, sensible, cheerful, and lively juniors, which didn't seem to describe her. She didn't know what kind of girls Su Qingyi's mother liked. Did she still have an impression of her? Would the first impression be bad? Amidst these complex and messy thoughts, Chen Jinji managed to voice her greeting with a trembling tone. Then came the even more difficult question, was her presence here for the reason she thought? How should she answer? Fortunately, Chen Jinji only paused for a moment before Su Qingyi answered for her. "Yes, it's for the reason you're thinking of." Su Qingyi's answer was calm and frank. Chen Jinji couldn't help but look up at him. He was leaning against the wardrobe door with his arms crossed, wearing a half-smile. Chen Jinji's heart, which had been thumping with nervousness, suddenly steadied a bit. Forget it, he must have his reasons for doing this. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said those words, Lu immediately showed an expression of sudden realization. "I knew it. Iris, tell me, is Xiao Yi forcing you? Kidnapping you? Do you have some kind of dirt on you that he's holding over your head?" A string of question marks appeared on both Su Qingyi's and Chen Jinji's faces. "Don't be afraid, come over to Auntie's side." A perfect Iris like her, with unparalleled career drive and a love for the stage, was born to be an idol. How could she be dating during her rising period? She must have some unspeakable difficulties. The more Lu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She immediately glared at Su Qingyi and pulled Chen Jinji to her side. "It's okay now, Auntie is here for you." "No, you've misunderstood." Chen Jinji tried to explain, but Lu waved her hand, refusing to listen. She said sternly, "Xiao Yi, you tell me. What's really going on? Are you blackmailing her? This is a crime, do you know that?" Su Qingyi was silent for a moment, having figured it out. Lu didn't think for a second that the two of them were dating, she instinctively assumed he had some dirt on Chen Jinji and was using it to blackmail her into submission. But why? Su Qingyi was somewhat speechless. Did he and Chen Jinji really look that ill-matched? "Yes, it's all my blackmailing." Seeing him admit it so blatantly, Lu suddenly felt like she had failed as a parent and was ashamed to face the elders back home. "You child." Especially ashamed to face comrade Yang Ziyuan in the afterlife. If he knew, he would be so angry he'd rise from his coffin to clean house. Su Qingyi, however, ignored Lu, who looked like she needed an oxygen mask. He casually opened his palm and looked at Chen Jinji next to him. "Blackmailing you, give me your hand." Chen Jinji didn't know what he was up to now, but looking at his well-defined fingers, she paused slightly before placing her hand in his. Su Qingyi quickly gripped it back, their fingers interlacing in an unmistakably intimate gesture. Only now did Lu realize something was wrong. Chen Jinji didn't look unwilling in the slightest. The way they held hands was very natural, completely the posture of a couple in love. That meant they seemed to be in a normal relationship. Lu's mood suddenly became even more complicated than before. Was this her house collapsing as a fan? At her age, she had finally managed to follow the youth and stand a vibrant young idol, only for the house to collapse in a dating scandal after just a few months. And it was the most solid of solid evidence. The young idol was sweetly holding hands with her boyfriend right in front of her. If all that was acceptable, then the person who caused the collapse was actually her own son. Heaven help us. Yang Lu held her forehead and sighed. She really needed a moment to digest this. Yet Su Qingyi didn't seem inclined to let it rest. What's wrong, Mom? Still don't believe it? I told you, I blackmailed her through dirty and sinful means. He shook their tightly clasped hands and leaned forward slightly to look at Chen Jinji. Blackmailing you, give me a kiss. Chen Jinji knew this guy was just talking. If she actually kissed him now, he'd probably jump out the window. So she just gave him a light glare. Yang Lu suddenly sprang up from the bedside and started walking out. Mom, where are you going? To the kitchen. Are you hungry? I'm getting a weapon to slay this unworthy descendant for your grandfather and clean house. After the shock phase ended, the three of them could finally sit down and have a proper chat. Su Qingyi poured a glass of warm water for each of the two ladies and sat quietly on the sofa on the other side. After such a long buffer period, Chen Jinji should have moved past her panic. If all went as expected, the best thing for him to do next was not to interrupt, otherwise he'd only cause trouble. Let me just confirm one more time, Iris. Are you really dating him? Yang Lu seemed to be holding on to a final sliver of hope, unwilling to accept reality. Chen Jinji held the warm glass, glanced at Su Qingyi beside her, and then spoke slowly, Auntie, I like him very much. Fine, the last hope was shattered, the house had collapsed into post-war ruins. Yang Lu took a gulp of warm water, the bitter drink stinging her heart as it went down. When did you two meet? The second semester of senior year. That's when I transferred back. Before that, things hadn't been going very smoothly. Chen Jinji chose to gloss over her past. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes. Those dark and lightless days were hardly summarized by the phrase, not going very smoothly. Sometimes just thinking about it made him feel aggrieved for her. After meeting him, I felt that fate was probably fair. After enduring hardships, luck really does arrive. I'm honored and happy that you like me because of my identity as the idol Iris. But without him, I wouldn't have had the chance to get to where I am today, nor the chance to stand on stage. So to me, dreams, career, future, all of them combined, are far less important than him. So far, everything I've done has just been to earn a place by his side. Even the name Iris was given to me by him. Every word of Chen Jinji's heartfelt speech came from the bottom of her heart. When someone who usually has a complex mind that is hard to read suddenly speaks so sincerely, it's very moving. Yang Lu, being an emotional person, was already on the verge of tears. She had initially thought their relationship was just an unreliable puppy love, and with one being a star and the other a student, they would eventually drift apart. After hearing this, she realized that wasn't the case at all. What existed between these two was, without a doubt, true love. Good, I understand. Yang Lu grabbed a napkin to wipe her tears, feeling deeply moved by the nature of love. But, Jinji. She quietly switched to using her real name. What exactly do you like about him? Yang Lu looked at her own child with a hint of doubt in her eyes. He's a block of wood. Since he was little, he's loved studying those formulas no one can understand. Every day he has a sour face like someone owes him money. He doesn't understand romance, and he doesn't know how to please girls. If no one interrupted her, she could probably ramble like this all day without repeating herself. Su Qingyi. If he remembered correctly, half an hour ago she was saying how lucky any girl would be to marry him. Chen Jinji gave a soft laugh and shot a meaningful look at Su Qingyi. Auntie, matters of the heart can't really be explained clearly. True. Yang Lu sighed. After all, love arises without one knowing how, and then deepens. But back then, that was exactly how she had stepped into the big pit dug by Su Zilong. Learn from the past, young lady. Thinking it over, she felt she should talk about this properly so the girl would know what she was getting into. In any case, Auntie supports you. If you ever feel wronged, don't keep it to yourself. Auntie will stand up for you. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Chen Jinji smiled, looking radiantly beautiful. Yang Lu couldn't help but marvel in her heart. She was truly a rare beauty. She wondered how her own iron tree of a son had managed to win her over. Could it be the ancestors showing their power? She really should go and pay her respects another day. With that thought, she finally felt a belated sense of joy. Her future daughter-in-law was actually Chen Jinji. That Chen Jinji? Who would believe it if she told them? Say no more, prepare the banquet. She wanted to hold a 7-day rolling banquet at the best hotel in Tangon City, with red envelopes for everyone who showed up. Su Qingyi, seeing the joy on Yang Lu's face, guessed what she was thinking. Mom, please keep your mouth shut. Jinji is an idol. Despite the stern warning, Yang Lu's smile still couldn't be hidden. Oh ho ho ho, nonsense, how could mom not know? Back in my day, I also, ho ha 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 ha. Su Qingyi was silent. He felt that as soon as she walked out that door, if someone asked if she'd eaten, her answer would definitely be, what? How did you know my son's girlfriend is Iris? They're getting married as soon as they're of age. Yes, yes, the banquet will be at the Longquan Grand Hotel. Everyone come, everyone come. It really felt like something she could do. Get a grip, Mom. That's her career. Su Qingyi had to warn her again. This time, Yang Lu finally stopped laughing. True, times had changed. She had just seen a news report today about a young girl who got into a relationship and trended, and she was being criticized horribly. It wouldn't do for Jinji to be criticized. Don't worry, Mom will keep it a complete secret. You'd better. Can I tell Auntie Wang? I'll only tell her. Mom. Fine, fine, I got it. As Yang Lu left, she still had a light-hearted, floating appearance, immersed in joy. After Su Qingyi saw her downstairs, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he was still a bit worried, Yang Lu was relatively reliable at key moments, at least more reliable than Su Zilong. Even if she accidentally let it slip, her friends would probably just think she was delusional. Crazy. Is every woman your daughter-in-law? JPG. When he returned to the room, Chen Jinji was curled up in the corner of the sofa, staring blankly with her eyes lowered. Su Qingyi sat down next to her, the sofa sinking with his weight, and he naturally pulled her into his arms. What's wrong? Why the daze? Chen Jinji's eyes refocused on him, like a light cloud. You were too sudden, I wasn't prepared. Last time you hid in the wardrobe, it was out of necessity. Letting you hide this time as well, what would that look like? Su Qingyi tucked a stray hair back behind her ear. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, making one's heart itch. Will your mother dislike me? What kind of question is that? She's your fan. Su Qingyi laughed and then continued, who could dislike you? Didn't you see her just now? She was constantly wondering why on earth you took an interest in me. It's not that. Chen Jinji thought for a moment and answered seriously, I've heard that some elders care a lot about one's family background. Su Qingyi was slightly taken aback, he hadn't expected her to be worried about this. He turned and pulled her completely into his embrace, smelling the familiar scent on her. She had been hiding in the wardrobe earlier, but the entire bedroom was filled with this scent. What are you thinking? If we have to talk about it, my family background isn't that great either. But. No buts. Don't think about anything. I like you, and my mom likes you very much too. Su Qingyi leaned in closer and said seriously. Chen Jinji looked at him quietly for a while, as if scrutinizing the truth of his words. Su Qingyi suddenly felt like this was the gaze of the young Chen Jinji from her childhood. The shadows of her family background seemed never to have left her, she was just good at disguising and hiding them. He had to straighten his back and send his determination through time to fully convey it to that lonely and stubborn little child. After a long time, as if she had gained trust, a smile finally appeared in her eyes. A line of poetry suddenly popped into Su Qingyi's mind. Peach blossoms smile enchantingly over the fence, most affectionate when half-bloomed. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Blackmailing you, give me a kiss. Su Qingyi had clearly been planning this for a while. As soon as he finished saying it, he kissed her without waiting for permission. Chen Jinji only pushed him away lightly when she was truly out of breath. Teacher Su, you're indulging in daylight debauchery. Thanks to the big shots among the passers-by, Power Kun, and the unique God Bishop for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 315, Chapter 311. Not as good as a lamp in her heart. As evening approached, Su Qingyi went downstairs to pick up the chicken pot takeout he had ordered and stopped by the supermarket to buy some daily necessities before returning home. If he were alone, he might have just cooked some noodles for dinner to get by, but now that there was another person in the house, he had to have a proper meal. Remember this site's domain. To follow Taiwan novels, go to kan.com. Super reliable. Especially since that person was Chen Jinji, who probably hadn't had many proper meals since her debut. 101 Entertainment once released a behind-the-scenes episode showing the members eating before a stage performance. The other members would order a huge table of takeout and then eat a little bit of everything to be fair. John Eun-yeon ate desserts, claiming that performances required a sugar boost. The cool, mixed-race girl Lin Yishui ate very down-to-earth malatang, and when she saw the camera, she even gave a rare thumbs-up to the cameraman, looking as if she had suffered from white people food for far too long. Only Chen Jinji was hiding in a corner, accidentally caught by the camera, quietly eating a vegetable salad. Is it really necessary for you to manage your figure that strictly? Thinking of this, Su Qingyi couldn't help but glance at Chen Jinji. She had come in a hurry and hadn't brought any loungewear. Su Qingyi found an old t-shirt for her to wear. Even in the oversized fit, she still looked curvaceous and well-proportioned. I'm not managing my figure, I just have a poor appetite. Chen Jinji sniffed. The air was filled with the spicy aroma of the chicken pot. Su Qingyi tidied up the dining table to make space, then took the rice paddle to serve her rice. Chen Jinji shook her head. That's too much. Su Qingyi looked at the tiny amount of rice in the palm-sized bowl. This is very spicy. You'll see in a bit, it goes well with rice. He insisted on handing the bowl over. This restaurant was an old established brand in Tangon with a consistently good reputation, relying on a taste that hadn't changed in 10 years. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand, watching Chen Jinji try the first bite. Her chopsticks went straight for the green vegetables in the pot. Miss Chen, eat some meat. Su Qingyi spoke up to stop her. Chen Jinji had no choice but to pick up a piece of meat instead. She wasn't a vegetarian, she simply hadn't been interested in eating since she was a child. Perhaps it was because when she was little, the snacks other kids were obsessed with had nothing to do with her, so she brainwashed herself into thinking she didn't like eating. Over the years, this became a habit, and she truly lost interest in food. For a long time, Chen Jinji's most desired invention was a concentrated nutrient pill that would allow people to survive without eating or drinking. Su Qingyi watched her slow and methodical eating manner and couldn't help but ask, how is it? Is it good? It's delicious. Chen Jinji put down her chopsticks and nodded. Su Qingyi looked at her calm expression and picked up a piece to put in his own mouth. Why is it so spicy? The bright red chili was really intense. Su Qingyi instantly felt the blood rush to his head and pulled the receipt over to look at it in disbelief. Damn it, I accidentally ordered insane spicy water. Chen Jinji's voice, suppressed with laughter, sounded in his ear. Su Qingyi took the water glass and gulped down more than half of it before he barely managed to recover. You don't think it's spicy? Su Qingyi had always prided himself on being able to handle spicy food, but this level was probably beyond the scope of human tolerance. It's spicy, but I can endure it. Chen Jinji waited for him to finish the water before taking a slow sip herself. Su Qingyi looked at her calm expression, feeling a sense of admiration for a moment. It is said that spiciness is actually a sensation of pain. The spicy substances in chili peppers stimulate the sensory nerves in the mouth and transmit signals to the brain. From this, it could be deduced that Chen Jinji's tolerance for pain had reached a certain level. He wondered how she had achieved that. Actually, he could guess if he thought about it, but Su Qingyi was unwilling to dwell on that question. This looks like it's inedible. Shall we go out to eat? Su Qingyi put down his chopsticks, preparing to pack up the food container. Wasting food was really bad, but eating this whole box might actually kill someone. No need, I wasn't that hungry anyway. Chen Jinji went back to picking up a stalk of green vegetable on her own. Su Qingyi had no choice but to lean forward and take her chopsticks away. Then I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. Instant noodles. Clear soup noodles. The principle was the same. If he were the only one at home, he would definitely have chosen instant noodles to get by. Su Qingyi had learned how to make these clear soup noodles from his maternal grandfather. The steps were simple, but they were warming to the heart and stomach. He heated the pan with oil and cracked the eggs. When the oil was hot, 2 eggs collided in the hot oil, making a crisp, sizzling sound. It would be better if he had lard. The noodles cooked that way would be more fragrant, but there was none in the house. Chen Jinji stood nearby watching intently, and Su Qingyi raised his hand to block her, preventing the oil from splashing on her. It feels like a scene from a Hong Kong drama. She said with a smile, actually, the most important thing in life is to be happy. Are you hungry? I'll cook some noodles for you. Not to mention, Chen Jinji's imitation of that TVB accent was spot on. If she filmed TV dramas in the future, she probably wouldn't need a voice actor. Her original lines already sounded very pleasant. With the hot oil ready, Su Qingyi added hot water to the pot. While waiting for the water to boil, he began preparing the soup base in the bowls. Very simple ingredients: dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, sesame oil, chopped green onions, salt, chicken essence, and a little bit of pepper powder. Take a look yourself and see if there's anything else you want to add. Su Qingyi stood before the stove, recalling his memories. It seemed his grandfather added these things when cooking noodles. No need, you're the chef. Chen Jinji washed the chopsticks and leaned against the side, waiting to help with the next step. The water boiled and he added the noodles. The dried noodles softened instantly in the scalding water. Su Qingyi carefully stirred them a few times. Finally, he used the boiling water to dissolve the prepared soup base, then added the noodles and eggs. 2 bowls of fragrant clear soup noodles were declared finished. Chen Jinji's interest in the clear soup noodles was clearly much greater than in the chicken pot. She even seemed impatient to taste them. Seeing her holding the bowl with her eyes curved in a smile, Su Qingyi couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. When cooking, one really needs an enthusiastic supporter like this. It's really delicious. After taking a bite, Chen Jinji quickly remarked. Su Qingyi took this as a sign of her high emotional intelligence and picked up a mouthful of noodles himself. The taste was acceptable, but it always felt different from the feeling he had when eating them as a child. Perhaps the problem was the lack of lard. Su Qingyi thought as he ate his noodles. When he looked up, he saw that Chen Jinji had actually finished the entire bowl of noodles, which was unprecedented. She seemed to truly find them delicious, so Su Qingyi felt vaguely happy again. There's no reason for the person who cooked to also wash the dishes. Chen Jinji said as she rolled up her sleeves. The person standing by to watch became Su Qingyi. With Chen Jinji having such an ethereal face, standing in front of the stove washing dishes in an ill-fitting t-shirt, the scene was a bit strange. Especially after getting used to seeing her in the spotlight on stage recently. It was like a goddess had accidentally wandered into the mortal world, suddenly touched by the mundane, washing her hands to prepare a meal. Su Qingyi leaned nearby and watched for a while, then couldn't help but take out his phone to snap a photo. Chen Jinji's long hair was loosely scattered. Sensing the camera, she tilted her head slightly to cooperate with him. Click, this photo had no filters, the angle was very casual, and the image under the fluorescent light was even a bit blurry. But Su Qingyi felt that this version of Chen Jinji was even more heart-fluttering than usual. Let me see. No. Su Qingyi turned off his phone screen. You're an anti-fan, taking unflattering photos in secret. Chen Jinji shot him a glance while rubbing soap bubbles on her hands. Being able to take an unattractive picture of you would be a sign of good luck. Su Qingyi pinched her cheek. For public figures like celebrities, anti-fans and fans always coexist. Even for those veteran artists with excellent public reputations, there will always be some cynical people who hate them for no reason. Su Qingyi felt that even putting aside his personal filter for Chen Jinji, she was still an outstanding and kind person, yet many people hated her. If she didn't grab the spotlight, they said she was acting aloof. If she was friendly, they said she was slick and worldly. If she was capable, they said she was overly ambitious and called her Queen Jean. Of course, this derogatory nickname had been gradually embraced and accepted by the fans. And all these strange reasons, when added together, could probably be summarized as, she's so perfect, she must be faking it. There's no need to say how ridiculous this logic is, yet so many people still jump on the bandwagon. But these anti-fans, besides making such baseless assumptions, couldn't provide any other evidence. The tactics used to attack other celebrities, such as spreading unflattering photos, were completely useless against Chen Jinji. To this day, Su Qingyi had never come across a single, ugly photo of Chen Jinji in the comments of various marketing accounts. Sometimes he really wanted to ask the anti-fans, why don't you post any? Is it because you don't want to? The camera shows no mercy, enduring for a moment brings peace. Chen Jinji explained lightly. The cameras in the Korean entertainment industry are even more terrifying. Before debuting, we practiced the skill of not blinking in front of flashing lights. Su Qingyi pulled her back to the living room. The TV was on the movie channel, and it happened to be playing Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. A young boy living in a cupboard suddenly receives a notice sent by an owl. The wizarding world opens its doors to him, and from then on, he transforms into the chosen one who defeats the Dark Lord and saves the wizarding world. They hadn't turned on the lights when they came over, and the dark living room successfully created a cinema-like atmosphere. The two of them snuggled on the sofa, watching an old movie whose plot they knew by heart, casually discussing which house they would be sorted into. Su Qingyi felt that Chen Jinji was 100% Slytherin, while Chen Jinji felt he was a 50-50 split between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, but since she didn't like in-house dating, she wanted to sort him into Ravenclaw. Everything was so harmonious, but technically speaking, aside from their previous stays in hotels and guesthouses, this was the first time the two of them were actually living together. Yet their rhythm of life was unexpectedly well-matched, almost like an old couple who had lived together for decades. In this quiet atmosphere, Chen Jinji suddenly let out an almost inaudible sigh. What's wrong? Su Qingyi wrapped the blanket a bit tighter around her. She was dressed thinly, but since they were sitting close together, she probably wasn't cold. The clock hands are moving too fast, she said slowly. Su Qingyi looked down and saw the Rolex watch on his wrist that Chen Jinji had given him. Because it was a diving watch, the material was luminous, and the dial looked quite cool. Right now, the hands were glowing and moving rhythmically. Is that so? Su Qingyi stared at the dial for a long while, counting silently in his head. It doesn't seem fast, it's normal, right? Chen Jinji burst out laughing. Would. Only then did Su Qingyi realize what she meant. Who told you to be a big star? When is your next break? While turning off the TV, he reached out and switched on a floor lamp in the living room, casting a warm yellow light over them with just the right temperature. From Su Qingyi's angle, Chen Jinji's eyelashes cast long shadows on her face. She was very beautiful. Hard to say. The follow-up handling of Yuyu's matter has probably been decided. Her leaving the group is already set in stone. What's still being discussed is whether to appropriately cancel some of the group's upcoming schedules. If the company refuses to bear the breach of contract fees for canceling activities, then we're going to be very busy. Chen Jinji pulled out her phone and showed him the original schedule sent by the staff. Su Qingyi just took a brief glance and already felt tired. It was hard to imagine that things like a CF shoot, a magazine interview, a special edition MV recording, and the first demo recording for a new song would all be scheduled for the same day. Does your company even have a proper business license? This is way too exploitative. Su Qingyi frowned. Besides those, we also have to find time to re-rehearse the stage formations, Chen Jinji added nonchalantly. But it's okay for me. Xiao Shui and Unyan are the ones who will suffer. They finally managed to memorize the original formations. Su Qingyi hesitated to speak, remained silent for a long while, and finally asked, how much time is left until your contract ends? The group has only been formed for so long. Chen Jinji gave a soft laugh and tilted her face up. I just can't bear to leave the present. It's not that I can't handle the upcoming schedule. This New Year's Eve, can you come and spend it with me? Su Qingyi looked into her eyes and suddenly asked out of the blue. Seeing Chen Jinji's eyes flicker for a moment, he continued on his own, I haven't spent it with anyone for many years, but actually, whether there's someone there or not is about the same. It's nothing more than turning on the TV to watch the Spring Festival Gala, then waiting to see if anyone outside is setting off fireworks. If there are, I watch for a bit, if not, I just wash up and sleep. One year, my mom insisted on taking me to her house. It was very lively, but I always felt that the liveliness had nothing to do with me, so I stayed for a bit and then left on my own. My mom didn't even realize I was gone until the New Year's Eve dinner was served. Isn't that funny? I seem to have wandered off topic. If it's inconvenient for you, it's fine. We'll see then, you guys probably have activities scheduled. Chen Jinji discovered that when someone is nervous, they really do pretend to be very busy. This rambling could rival Tang Sanzang. She reached out and gently pulled the corners of Su Qingyi's mouth down. He went from the awkward state of making small talk back to his usual unhappy-looking expression. Of course I'll spend it with you. Chen Jinji gave him a reassuring kiss on the cheek, her eyelashes brushing against his skin with a faint itch. To me, you are not just my boyfriend, but also my most important family. Su Qingyi had been feeling embarrassed about his abrupt proposal just a moment ago, but hearing her answer, it felt natural again. Yes, he did have many friends now, and his relationship with his parents was also good. But on a day like New Year's Eve, friends have their own families, and parents have their own families. Even Chu Qingyan would need to leave this day for her relatives. But Su Qingyi didn't have that, and neither did Chen Jinji. Just like the natural laws that say birds should stand on branches, small fish should swim in the water, and big fish should eat small fish, it was only natural that the two of them should spend New Year's Eve together. Su Qingyi thought that although he had spent so many years in lonely isolation, there would always be another solitary soul in the sea of people who would meet him. This year, when the lights of 10,000 homes are lit and the evening glow begins, he finally had the right to give a special meaning to the ordinary day of New Year's Eve. Even if there are thousands of lamps in the world, none compare to the one in her heart. When did you buy this? Just now when I went downstairs to get the takeout. Su Qingyi. MHM. Did I ever mention that my body marks very easily? I'm sorry. Thanks to Book Friends Power Kuan and Only God Bishop for the tips, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 316, Chapter 312 gives you a stamp. Early the next morning, Su Qingyi was forcibly awakened from his slumber by Chen Jinji. Through the gaps in the curtains, the sky outside was still dimly lit, and the room remained quite dark. Under normal circumstances, Chen Jinji wouldn't disturb someone's peaceful sleep. That meant this was not a normal circumstance. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi's sleepiness dissipated somewhat. What's wrong? The spot beside him was empty but still held some residual warmth. He asked groggily. Come here and help me for a moment. Chen Jinji sat at the desk, speaking unhurriedly. Okay. Su Qingyi agreed first, then closed his eyes and counted down 3 seconds before finally forcing himself to sit up. A pile of bottles and jars were laid out on the desk, their surfaces covered in tiny, dense text. Su Qingyi squinted to identify them for a moment. It looked like Korean, which he couldn't understand at all. Chen Jinji was like a medieval witch brewing a potion, skillfully selecting what she needed from the assortment of containers. Su Qingyi sat obediently by her side to wait, yawning several times in succession in just a short while. What do you need me to do? Feeling like he might fall back asleep any second, he had no choice but to ask. What do you think? Chen Jinji turned around slowly, gathering her loose hair over her shoulder. Only then did Su Qingyi see the scattered hickeys from her neck down to her collarbone. It looked incredibly intimate. He scratched his head a bit guiltily. There's a press conference today, and I have to wear a gown. Chen Jinji unscrewed a cap, took a bit of the powdery substance inside, and applied it to her arm. Does this color look strange? No, it seems fine. Su Qingyi looked closely. The makeup she applied seemed to blend perfectly into her skin tone. Then this is the one. Chen Jinji adjusted the mirror on the table to face herself. This is concealer. Some spots are hard for me to reach, so help me apply it. Thick in the middle, thin at the edges. Su Qingyi took the concealer from her hand, confused, his hand holding the makeup brush trembling slightly as if he were holding a scalpel. Thick in the middle, what was it again? Why are you shaking? Chen Jinji couldn't help but chuckle for a moment, giving him a mock-angry look. Didn't I tell you last night to be gentler? You did. Su Qingyi quickly admitted his guilt, holding the brush and trying to gently dab at the hickey on her neck. Like this? Yes, apply it a bit thicker in the center. Done. Done. Switch to the cushion. The what? The cushion foundation. Just apply it directly to cover it up. Okay, this is simple. Finally, use the pressed powder, otherwise it'll rub off on the clothes. Under the careful guidance of mentor Chen Jinji, Su Qingyi, who knew nothing about cosmetics, finally completed this great undertaking. Though he still couldn't figure out the difference between cushion foundation, pressed powder, and concealer. Honestly, wouldn't deriving a few advanced calculus formulas be much easier than this? But after this series of operations, the final result was actually quite shocking. The startling marks from earlier were almost completely invisible. No wonder people said makeup was a form of dark magic. Su Qingyi circled Chen Jinji to check repeatedly, confirming that there shouldn't be any issues if she wore a formal gown. Looks like we're good. A sense of pride from a successful restoration welled up within him. Chen Jinji packed up the bottles and jars on the table. Seeing his, "I've learned a new skill" expression, she felt like laughing again. Alright, I'm getting ready to head out. You go back to sleep for a bit. She reached out and patted Su Qingyi's head. I'll see you off. Su Qingyi shook his head and placed an order for a ride to the airport on his phone. Then just walk me to the car. Chen Jinji took her coat off the chair, draped it over him, and carefully buttoned the collar. Su Qingyi looked at the real-time location of the driver on the screen and said, I'll accompany you to the airport. No need. Chen Jinji pinched his ear. The airport is crowded with prying eyes. It's actually safer if I go alone. Su Qingyi thought about it, that seemed true. If they were photographed, he couldn't exactly claim to be her bodyguard. Seeing the driver was almost at the alley entrance, Su Qingyi picked up the suitcase to walk her downstairs. Even though Chen Jinji wore a mask and sunglasses, it somehow made her look even more like she had, "I am a female celebrity," written all over her. He wasn't sure why. Su Qingyi thought as he pulled open the iron door of the apartment building. Creak, the rusted door made a strange noise. At this time, the morning light was faint, and the alley was still very quiet. Su Qingyi answered the driver's call. Hello, you've arrived. Just park at the alley entrance. It's hard to back out if you drive in here. Okay, please wait a moment. Hanging up, the car lights at the alley entrance flashed a few times, like a secret signal. The sound of suitcase wheels frictioning against the ground echoed in the silent alley. Reaching the corner, Su Qingyi confirmed the license plate number and turned around. There, it's this one. Call or message me once you're in the car. Chen Jinji gave him, blinked, and then beckoned for him to come closer. Su Qingyi originally thought she was speaking softly because of the mask, so he lowered his head without any defenses. However, in the next second. Giving you a stamp. Hiss, Su Qingyi returned home clutching his neck. It really was an eye for an eye. He examined the dark red mark in the mirror and couldn't help but take a photo to send to Chen Jinji. Do you know how many days it'll take to fade? Depends on the individual's constitution. Chen Jinji replied quickly. It was clearly a line of text without much emotion, yet Su Qingyi felt he could see a hint of mockery from a successful revenge in it. Then can you leave your concealer and cushion stuff behind? I cannot. Fine. At worst, he'd say it was a mosquito bite. Su Qingyi lay back on the bed to try and fall back asleep. But where would mosquitoes come from in the middle of winter? Then, he scratched it himself. Or he bumped into something. Even a fool might not believe that. Fine, if all else fails, he'd say a vampire bit him. Well-founded and perfectly reasonable. Despite these messy thoughts, when it was actually time to go out, Su Qingyi still wrapped his scarf tightly. This extra sleep lasted until the sun was high in the sky and the day was bright. Su Qingyi glanced down from the balcony. Su Yang, who couldn't sit still for a second, was already waving at him from downstairs. He didn't know how the stretched Lincoln next to him managed to park in such a narrow alley, but it was clearly Uncle Gao's handiwork. Su Qingyi turned to go downstairs, checking his scarf again in the hallway. Today's itinerary was the trip back to number 1 middle school that Chu Qingmian had been longing for, a one-day return-to-school tour. He didn't know how Peking University had wronged this young lady, but she always seemed extremely nostalgic for the high school life that so many people were desperate to escape. Hey, Boss Su. Su Yang was doing stretching exercises on the spot. Seeing him come out the door, he immediately greeted him with a smile. How come you look so healthy today? Healthy? Why don't you go to the People's Square over there? Su Qingyi said flatly. At this hour, the People's Square would be full of elderly people basking in the sun and exercising. Don't say that, I really would. Holding the heavens. With both hands to regulate the triple burner, aiming left and right like shooting a vulture, Su Yang's Bajuanjin practice was quite decent. Su Qingyi went around him and pulled open the car door from behind. Chu Qingmian was huddled in the back seat sharing her breakfast with Han Bing, a whole piece of milfei cake, rainbow-colored and very pretty. Su Qingyi. Do you want some? Seeing him get in the car, Chu Qingmian immediately asked. Yes. Su Qingyi didn't refuse this time, partly because he hadn't eaten breakfast and partly because the cake really did look good, making him want to see what it tasted like. Chu Qingmian scooped a spoonful from the very center and handed it to his lips with a beaming smile. The rainbow colors seemed to be from different flavored jams. The cream layer felt like ice cream, sweet but not greasy. Is it good? Looking at her expectant gaze, Su Qingyi nodded. Han Bing suddenly felt like she'd been hit in the face with a load of dog food first thing in the morning. The cake on her spoon became tasteless, and she snapped at the window in annoyance. Su Yang, can you hurry up and get in and close the door? It's freezing. Coming, why the rush? Su Yang returned to the car, as excited as a plant undergoing photosynthesis. The sun today is just too comfortable. I haven't encountered such good weather since winter started. Is it possible that you were in the capital before? Su Qingyi adjusted his seat and exchanged a look with Uncle Gao in the driver's seat. The vehicle started smoothly. Uncle Gao handled the steering wheel with effortless ease. Su Qingyi watched the wheel's movements, still feeling that this level of driving skill would be hard to learn without being a veteran driver. By the way, Boss Su, when are you going to get your driver's license? Su Yang clapped his hands, remembering this important question. In a few days. Let's go together. I'll have my mom sign us up. I heard her instructor is great. Even my mom passed on the first try, let alone us. Su Yang rubbed his hands together, seemingly already imagining his heroic posture driving girls around. That sounds good. Su Qingyi didn't refuse. This was fine, better to have one less thing to worry about, otherwise it would be quite a hassle. I want to learn to drive too. Miss Chu raised her hand to sign up. Uncle Gao. Sister Mian wants to make you unemployed. Su Yang immediately leaned over the seat back to tattle. Uncle Gao didn't speak, just reached out to push up his semi-permanent sunglasses. Must be sweating now, huh? Su Qingyi felt like laughing, looking at the little cake in front of Chu Qingmian that was almost gone. Barring any accidents, you probably won't have many chances to drive. If I remember correctly, Mian, you don't even know how to ride a bicycle yet, do you? Han Bing had been silent, but her first words were a bombshell. Hey! Ha 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 ha. When the car pulled up to the entrance of number 1 middle school, it happened to be the long break. Hearing the familiar exercise music start, the graduated students couldn't help but feel a certain emotion called Schadenfreude. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 2 3 4. Whistles and rhythmic footsteps rose and fell. But class monitor Chu, remembering how she used to struggle through the exercises, felt a lingering fear. It was okay when teacher Wang was on duty. If students wanted to ask for leave or sneak off to the tuck shop halfway through, she'd turn a blind eye and wouldn't make things difficult. But King Li was different. Getting leave from her was harder than climbing to heaven. Unless you were about to collapse on the spot, you had to be in position, no absences allowed. As the class monitor, Chu Qingyan had to run at the very front holding the sign. It was incredibly uncomfortable. The most critical thing was that her position was very prominent. To maintain her image of being excellent and perfect in everyone's eyes. She didn't even dare to pant heavily. Even though she was so tired she felt like vomiting blood after finishing, she had to pretend nothing had happened. So in high school, the most anticipated thing was rainy days. No running during the long break, you could stay in the classroom to catch up on sleep or go to the cafeteria for an extra snack. As Chu Qingyan thought, she remembered a past event. It was also a day when a shower was about to fall but hadn't yet. There was a faint drizzle during morning self-study, but it stopped after a short while. Class monitor Chu couldn't focus on the first two classes, constantly monitoring the weather outside. Ultimately, things didn't go as she wished. When the long break arrived, it was just overcast, not raining, so the exercises proceeded as usual. Moreover, compared to usual, the rubber track of the playground was wet, making it even more annoying. So that day, the little class monitor in charge of holding the sign was so unhappy for the first time that she couldn't even squeeze out a fake smile. Perhaps misfortunes never come singly. Halfway through, her foot slipped, and she fell directly to the ground. The first reaction of the students around her was to laugh, but once they saw it was her who had fallen, they hurriedly came over to help her up. This caused the overall formation to break, and today was the day for the class to compete for the roving red flag. So class monitor Chu quickly scrambled up and waved her hand, saying she was fine and for everyone to keep running. She then quickly left the group to avoid affecting the formations behind. It wasn't until the main group ran off that Chu Qingyan finally grimaced in pain. That fall was quite heavy. She felt like her knee had definitely lost a large patch of skin, and blood was already starting to seep out. Just as she was glad not many people had seen, an emotionless voice suddenly sounded above her head, "Monitor." Chu Qingyan turned around. Su Qingyi was standing behind her, leaning lazily against a tree. She was stunned, not knowing why he wasn't in the running formation. Competition. Su Qingyi was sparing with his words, so Chu Qingyan had to decode from those two syllables. Ah, she remembered. The third period was a math competition arranged by the school. No wonder this guy didn't have to run. But why did he come to tell her for no reason? It wasn't like she was participating in the competition. Competition, and... Chu Qingyan looked confused. Don't know the exam room. Su Qingyi had his hands in his pockets, looking as if it were only natural. Chu Qingyan felt like she was questioning her life for a moment. Her knee didn't even hurt that much anymore as she questioned him in disbelief. "Big brother, can't you see my leg is bleeding?" Huh? Su Qingyi seemed to have just realized, looking down to see mud spots on her school trousers and blood seeping from her knee. Chu Qingyan calmed her mind, chanting a mantra of peace. Asterisk don't get angry, don't get angry. Getting angry only hurts myself. Asterisk originally, Teacher Li Lu had arranged for her to post the exam room information. But heaven knows, she had said many times in class that the info was posted in the communication corner. Could it be there were too many notices and he couldn't find it? Forget it, don't be angry. Chu Qingyan sighed, leaning against the tree trunk to struggle to her feet. Let's go, I'll go check with you. No need. Su Qingyi interrupted her. His gaze briefly lingered on the blood at her knee before moving away. I'll take you to the infirmary first. As soon as he said this, Chu Qingyan was even more stunned. What was going on? Could it be the iron tree was blooming, or the sun was rising from the west? The word "take" didn't sound like something that could ever come out of Su Qingyi's mouth. Normally, he should have walked away with a look of indifference. Also because of this word, Chu Qingyan felt slightly embarrassed. It was her own stereotype. How could she view a classmate like that? Chu Qingyan, oh Chu Qingyan, your thinking is problematic. Class monitor Chu reflected for a bit, then thought, asterisk is he going to support me as we walk there? Is that a bit too fast? Asterisk while she was lost in thought, something was suddenly handed to her. A tree branch. What? Chu Qingyan took it with a face full of confusion. Here, use this as a crutch. Su Qingyi said nonchalantly. Chu Qingyan suddenly had an urge to pierce through the earth with this branch. She struggled to the infirmary like a tottering old lady. While Su Qingyi, whose conscience had flickered so he chose to accompany her, walked beside her with his hands in his pockets, looking tall and handsome, very cool. Recalling this past event while listening to the exercise bell, Chu Qingyan felt her anger flare up. Su Qingyi keenly sensed something was wrong with the person beside him and spoke cautiously, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Chu Qingyan huffed, acting spoiled in a soft voice. "Su Qingyi, my knee hurts." "Did you fall?" Su Qingyi quickly stopped and went to crouch down to check the situation. When he looked up to ask, his eyes were full of concern. Chu Qingyan instantly reconciled with the past, smiling with her eyes curved like crescents. "An old injury. Thanks to book friends Wei Shenzhujio, Donglai Shui, Tang Siji, and Xiaojing for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support." 317, Chapter 313. Returning to school. The security guard on duty today was a new face. Su Qingyi poked his head in to look at the lobby and asked, "Hello, is Uncle Wang here?" In his memory, there had been young people who joined as security guards before, but they were very serious and passionate about their work. The person currently lying in the lobby didn't look like that at all. The young security guard lifted his eyelids to look at the group of socialites outside who weren't wearing school uniforms and immediately said lazily, "If you have business, register. If not, don't loiter at the entrance." Su Yang let out a heh and laughed, winking at Su Qingyi. "Boss Su, when did you get re-employed?" Su Qingyi naturally knew what he meant. This security guard's attitude in dealing with people was on par with his own. Mainly a strangers keep away, bear the consequences yourself vibe. "We are students from the previous graduating class. We've already communicated with Teacher Li Lu, who is currently at the school. You can call to confirm." Su Qingyi told the lie without changing his expression and asked the question he cared about again. "Is Uncle Wang here?" The tea leaves he had brought for him were still tucked in his pocket. "Don't be in such a hurry. Wait until I finish the call." The security guard was not flustered at all, searching through the teacher's phone directory page by page. "Oh my, brother, isn't it right here? I could see it from 800 meters away. This guy is so frustrating." Su Yang leaned half his body in and pointed to a corner of the notebook. Get out, get out. If you come in again, watch out or I'll taser you." The security guard pushed the big guy out of the window. "My door is about to collapse from you leaning on it." Su Qingyi's question was ignored once again. He simply took 2 steps back and sized up the security gate at the entrance. At this height, it seemed like he could jump over it with just a little support. Hey, Su Qingyi. No bad ideas allowed." His criminal intent was too obvious and was quickly strictly forbidden by class monitor Chu. So, the few of them had to stand there and wait for the security guard to finish the call with Teacher Li Lu and then register their personal information in the notebook. After many hardships, they were finally allowed through. Was our school's security always this strict? Han Bing couldn't help but feel a bit confused. "I don't know. If I'd known, I would have gone through the back door." "Hey, Boss Su, did you know? There's a dog hole at our school's back door. I used to go through there every time." Su Yang felt a bit sentimental for a moment as he thought of those glorious years of matching wits and courage with the dean of students. Han Bing rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Fine, now I know why the security is so strict. It's because of nuisances like you." The weather was good today. The orange and white teaching building of No. 1 Middle School was gilded with a halo of sunlight, looking dreamlike and beautiful. After shedding the identity of a high school student, looking back at the environment where one had lived and studied for several years felt different. Walking on the familiar tree-lined path, Su Qingyi suddenly understood a little why Chu Qingyan would miss high school life. She was originally a nostalgic and long-term person. On the other hand, attending a public high school was her own choice. Compared to a well-off private school, she was actually free and happy here, despite the strict management and heavy academic load. Teacher Li Lu was still leading a high-pressure rocket class for the third-year students, so she hadn't even moved her office, it was still in the familiar Building A. Nothing had changed, the rest area, the library, the 3-story railings hanging with motivational banners, and the bulletin board with messages from outstanding students. Su Qingyi still remembered the doggerel he had added to the board on a whim. "Raising a kid who doesn't read Su is worse than raising a giant pig." Speaking of which, if it weren't for that whim, he might not have even met Su Yang. Who would have thought that the young master who was surrounded by a bunch of lackeys and acted so arrogant when they first met would now have the image of a simple and unadorned smart aleck. The board with the 5-character regulated poem from last year had long been removed, it was now filled with writings from this year's senior students. Su Qingyi took a quick glance, most of them were very serious, consisting of famous quotes and aphorisms. Diligence is the path through the mountain of books, and hardship is the boat across the boundless sea of learning. Time is like water in a sponge, as long as you squeeze, there is always some. Sailing against the current, if you do not advance, you will retreat. Except for one sentence hidden in the furthest corner. Fuck this school. Although it wasn't signed, he felt like he knew who the culprit was. Su Qingyi sighed softly in his heart. Even so, being able to come here to write a message indirectly showed that their grades were pretty good, which could be considered progress. It was currently self-study time, and the entire teaching building was very quiet. Influenced by the familiar atmosphere, the few of them instinctively lightened their footsteps as they went upstairs. Teacher Li Lu's office door was slightly ajar, as if it had been opened specifically after receiving the security guard's call. Chu Qingyan held up her fingers and counted down. 3, 2, 1. Tada, hello, teacher. All 4 of them crowded into the office at once. To their surprise, when the chair turned around, the person sitting there was Teacher Wang. After not seeing her for half a year, she looked unchanged, still with a gentle smile that made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. Long time no see, students. Long time no see, Teacher Wang. Su Qingyi nodded slightly. Teacher Ting. As the class representative for her subject, Chu Qingyan was clearly very happy to see her favorite teacher. She carefully placed the prepared bouquet on the desk and rushed over to give Teacher Wang a hug. Su Qingyi looked at the steaming coffee cup on the desk and a copy of Eileen Chang's Half a Lifelong Romance. How leisurely. The other side of the desk clearly belonged to the true owner of this office. Stacked test papers. Various registration forms, and a meeting speech draft that was half-written. Both were teachers, and both were teachers of key classes in a key school, but perhaps this is what they call, everyone has their own fate. Your teacher Li has been very busy lately. I was the one who helped answer the security guard's call just now. Teacher Wang took a stack of paper cups from the drawer, brought out her hand-ground coffee, and brewed a cup for each of them. Ah. Why? Unfortunately, she has once again become the grade-level leader. Teacher Wang spread her hands with a look of mock pity, but her tone was filled with laughter. Originally, the original grade-level leader for this batch of students should have continued to lead. But Old Man Peng took the initiative to resign. Not only that, he's not even serving as a class teacher anymore. Speaking of Old Man Peng's affairs, Teacher Wang pushed up her glasses and gave Su Qingyi a meaningful look. Su Qingyi naturally knew what was going on. Ever since he had severely frightened Old Man Peng in front of Su Jihan's grave last time, the man seemed to have been scared out of his wits. The master he had always trusted also became unreliable. Therefore, the guilty conscience brought about by the buried past finally broke his mental state. Forget about his former ambitions in his teaching career, even living a normal life had become a luxury. Su Qingyi did not feel sorry for him. He brought it on himself, a person like him was not worthy of being a teacher at all. Just as he had said at the cemetery, he had to be responsible for Su Jihan's death. And now he was using the anxiety and unease of the rest of his life to atone for his sins. Your teacher Li is patrolling the floors at this time, you can go and accidentally run into her. Teacher Wang said with a smile. Whenever this teacher put on such an expression, it made people feel like something bad was about to happen. Su Qingyi inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. The last person to give him this feeling was Chen Jinji. They were both 1,000-year-old foxes with 800 schemes. But besides him, the others clearly didn't realize this. When she said, accidentally run into her, they really went off in a jubilant and grand manner to do so. However, 1 minute later. You are the worst batch of students I have ever taught. King Li's roar pierced through the clouds. The DNA of the 5 people who were still laughing and joking was immediately activated, and they all stood at attention in fright. Are you studying for the teacher with such a perfunctory attitude? Does how many points you score have anything to do with the teacher? Being late, leaving early during the break, sleeping in class, and even worse, playing with mobile phones during self-study. Now you're starting to pretend to do homework. Put it all down. May I ask if you've let your brains rust during the monthly holiday? Take a good look at what's written here. Sound of pounding on the blackboard. How many days are left until the college entrance exam? Oh my God, the sense of immersion is too strong. I'm already standing in the last row with a Chinese-English dictionary on my head. Su Yang patted his chest, looking like he had lingering fears. To be honest, at times like this, I usually hope she can scold for a bit longer. For every 5 minutes more she scolds, there's 5 minutes less of class. Han Bing shook her head and sighed, but Chu Qingyan interrupted her as if facing a great enemy. Bing Bing, every minute King Li wastes has to be made up during the break and lunch hour. There were many times because of this that they had to run to the cafeteria for lunch, and all that was left were leftovers. This was simply another darkest hour for foodies. Su Qingyi leaned against the railing and listened to King Li's roar, but his heart was calm. As long as he wasn't called to the office to be scolded alone, nothing else mattered. In the first and second years, he might have needed to put on an act, but in the final review stage of the third year, no matter what the teacher on the podium was doing, Su Qingyi just did things at his own pace in his seat. However, having this kind of privilege was only because his grades were there to back it up. Throughout the third year, he was almost a key protected object of the school. As long as he didn't publicly beat up the principal, no one would make things difficult for him. In this self-study class, any student who has committed the violations I mentioned above, stop everything you're doing and hand in a 500-word self-reflection to my office before the lunch break. Teacher Li Lu, on the podium, gave the final ultimatum. I will check at the scheduled time. If you don't hand in the reflection, I'll call your parents to hand it in for you. That's all. King Li tossed her long hair and turned to walk out of the classroom in a huff. As a result, she locked eyes with the four smiling, lucky dolls at the door. For a moment, Li Lu wondered if she had traveled through time, otherwise why would these guys who had already graduated suddenly appear at school? The mask of 7 parts anger and 3 parts indifference that King Li feigned in front of the students instantly loosened a bit. The highly curious third-year students naturally quickly noticed the unusual movement at the door. After all, during this period of their lives, everything was fun except for studying. They could watch 2 caterpillars fighting on a windowsill for an entire class. Li Lu walked quickly to the door and closed it behind her, then asked, "Why are you guys here?" Her tone was a feigned complaint, but in reality, it was obvious surprise and joy. Tada flowers for the beauty, Su Yang brought out the bouquet he had hidden behind his back. Li Lu accepted it with a beaming smile and took the initiative to hug the 2 girls. How is university life? Is everything going smoothly? Without you keeping things in check, I had to rely entirely on my own self-discipline for the final exams. It was so painful. Su Yang lamented with a fake expression. Get lost. Li Lu laughed and slapped his forehead. The teacher-student relationship had probably never been so harmonious. Su Qingyi raised his eyes and met the faces peeking through the crack in the classroom door. An uncontrollable exclamation immediately erupted in the classroom, accompanied by the sharp sound of desks and chairs rubbing. Li Lu let out an "eh," and the sound turned back into rustling whispers. What's wrong? Why are the kids so excited? Han Bing asked with some curiosity. Su Yang couldn't help but chime in. Teacher, has no student ever come to see you before? How tragic, enough to make those who hear it sad and those who see it weep. Is it possible that I've only been on the job for a few years? You guys were the first batch of students I led, okay? Li Lu gave him an annoyed glare and then jerked her chin toward Su Qingyi. They're mostly excited because they saw him. Su Qingyi let out a confused, huh. He did have a certain level of fame at number 1 middle school, but it hadn't reached this kind of celebrity-like level, had it? By the way, Su Qingyi, you don't know yet, do you? Principal Xiang built new structures in the southeast corner of our school. Li Lu was struggling hard to suppress her laughter as she said haltingly, the top scholar gallery, the top scholar pavilion, the top scholar forest. Su Qingyi instantly felt an urge to cover his face. Actually, just being called by that name didn't matter, but since Li Lu said so, there must be many elements related to him in this top scholar series of buildings. There's a statue in the pavilion, but don't worry, it's not of you, it's of Confucius. But on the other side, there are posters and introductions of you. Before exams, many students will spontaneously go there to worship you. The incense is very strong. You have no idea how spooky it is. They've even developed some kind of god-invoking ceremony. After the ceremony is successful, it's like they have divine help during the exam. They're all grateful for God Su's descent to save all living beings. Wahahahahahaha. As soon as Li Lu finished her introduction, the others burst into laughter. Su Qingyi, you are so capable. Chu Qingmian laughed until her stomach hurt. Su Qingyi's expression was helpless. Logically speaking, Chu Qingmian's grades were also very good, right? Why was he the only one being targeted? No wonder he had been sneezing a lot lately and having bad luck, maybe his luck was being sucked away like this. Hahaha, where is it? We want to go worship too. Su Yang couldn't catch his breath from laughing and asked while leaning against the railing. It's right here. You can just worship the person himself. Su Qingyi threw a sharp glare over, and Su Yang raised his hands in surrender and quieted down. It was not easy to deal with this guy once he was truly annoyed. But clearly, their conversation had inspired Li Lu. The way she looked at him made the socially anxious Su Qingyi sense a familiar danger. After a brief silence, Li Lu decided to be direct. Su Qingyi, the discipline in our school has been very poor lately, and everyone is in a state of anxiety. You heard what I said in class just now, right? It's useless, no one listens to anything I say. But you are the eternal God in the hearts of the students of number 1 middle school. Your words will definitely be more effective than mine. Understood. Li Lu wanted to use his name to educate the students. Su Qingyi inconspicuously turned his head to look at the hallway, examining his possible escape routes. Actually, if it were only Li Lu, he would still have a chance, but the bad news was that there were several military dogs nearby who loved to watch the drama and were keeping a close eye on him. Especially Su Yang, this guy was a serious long-distance runner. If all else failed, jumping from the second floor now probably wouldn't kill him. But the imagination was beautiful, while the reality was that the students eavesdropping in the classroom had already passed the word, and as a result, the entire classroom erupted in applause. If there were flowers and firecrackers, they probably would have been set off by now. Thanks to book friends Kikizatan, Power Jun, Jiang Xia, and the Only God Bishop for the tips. Thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 318, Chapter 314 Beauty is a Curse, avoid her when possible. Teacher Li Lu's eyes were filled with hope, while Su Yang's enthusiasm for the drama was tinged with envy, wishing he was the one giving the speech. Han Bing showed superficial sympathy while secretly gloating. Chu Qingyan's almond eyes were bright and sparkling, likely offering encouragement. Su Qingyi remained silent for a long while, sighed, and finally stepped into the classroom. The long-awaiting students quickly erupted into a renewed cheer. The first thing Su Qingyi did upon entering the classroom was to quickly scan the students. Good, very good, excellent. Fortunately, Liang Nina was not in this classroom, it seemed she wasn't in this class. Su Qingyi breathed a small sigh of relief and withdrew his gaze. Teacher Li Lu stood at the door, knocked on the iron door with a thump-thump, and said seriously, "Students, I presume you all know this person. A senior from the previous graduating class, Su Qingyi. He was also the top scorer in the provincial science stream, with a college entrance exam score of 737, and is currently studying in the law department at Capital University. This time, because I felt distressed and helpless about everyone's recent study state, I specially invited him here, hoping he can share some study tips and his experiences of recent university life with you." After Teacher Li Lu finished her introduction, another round of applause broke out in the classroom. The students' enthusiasm was clearly much higher than when they were listening to Teacher Li Lu's lecture earlier. Su Qingyi didn't quite understand, wasn't a lecture just a lecture, regardless of who gave it? But the students didn't think that way. One was the most ferocious teacher in history whom they saw every day, whose looks had been mostly worn away by her career in education, the other was a super god of study, who was active in their god-invoking rituals. Crucially, he was handsome and had a great temperament, with countless fangirls. Standing there, he looked like a male celebrity. It went without saying who would be more popular. Teacher Li Lu was clearly hoping that Su Qingyi could deliver a passionate speech, like he did at the 100-day oath-taking ceremony for his class, to give the drooping crowd a small, involution king shock. But Su Qingyi stood on the podium for a long time, only to find that he couldn't regain that state of mind no matter what. There were actually many reasons that contributed to that golden age speech. The trigger was that Chu Qingyan's speech draft had been swapped by someone, and Su Qingyi was mainly forced to step up to save the situation. But if he looked deeper into the reasons, it was actually because he had just been reborn then and was determined to change the trajectory of his life. This so-called determination needed a grand ceremony, a huge turning point, and something he would never have done before. And at that point in time, the 100-day oath-taking ceremony for the college entrance exam was the best opportunity. He believed that flowers would bloom again and a person could be young once more, and he also believed that every following day would be a golden age. Although the wheel of time hadn't even completed a full year, the youthful spirit Su Qingyi had at that time seemed to be on the verge of extinction. So standing on the podium at this moment, he could not make such a declaration no matter what. The classroom was silent for a long while. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and remained silent. But the students all sat upright, and no one whispered or chatted. It was as if everyone was convinced he would say something worth listening to. Even if he just stood there, everyone was willing to sacrifice this bit of time to wait for his next words. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. "Hello everyone, I am Su Qingyi. I'll skip the self-introduction, since the teacher already gave one." Su Qingyi looked up, his tone gentle. "Regarding study tips, I don't think there's much to say. My study notes have already been shared with everyone. That really is how I study, I haven't hidden anything. As soon as he said this, students began pulling photocopied notes from their piles of books, waving them to show him. A very thick book, densely packed with information. The notes Su Qingyi gave out were the basic version, with all content serving the college entrance exam. The knowledge points were detailed down to the smallest thing, every example problem was a classic, and most importantly, there were many knowledge maps and problem-solving strategies he had summarized himself. Basically, every student in number 1 middle school had worn their copy of his notes smooth from constant use, finding something new every time they looked. Besides that, many students from other schools also tried to pay for copies, which proved to be a new business opportunity. Many students from his own school profited from this, achieving McDonald's freedom. Looking at the notes, one for every person below the podium, Su Qingyi felt as though he hadn't officially taught, yet already had pupils everywhere. There's even less to share about university life. You will all experience it sooner or later, for me to talk about it now would be a spoiler. Having completed the task Teacher Li Lu assigned in 2 sentences, Su Qingyi cleared his throat, prepared to improvise. We all come from number 1 middle school. The things the school and teachers often say definitely include phrases like, work hard for 3 years, be happy for a lifetime, or one exam decides life or death. But today I want to say, it's actually not that exaggerated. As soon as he said this, Teacher Li Lu at the door immediately started coughing, hinting in every way for him not to sing a different tune at a time like this. But Su Qingyi ignored her reaction and continued on his own, you can choose to study hard, or you can choose to slack off, you will be the one to bear all the future uncertainties. And the merit of this choice lies not in an objective comparison of pros and cons, but in whether you can subjectively convince yourself steadily and for the long term. This way, when you look back in the future, you won't be able to blame your parents or your teachers. The choice was yours, and you need to accept all the risks willingly. He spoke slowly, his words lacking any sense of criticism or lecturing, as flat as if he were talking about what to eat for lunch. To describe your current age, for everyone sitting here, it's probably like a blank sheet of paper. You think it's a piece of scratch paper, all sorts of people provide you with different clues, and you use everything you've learned in your life to deduce various possibilities, trying to find the best solution for your life. But the clock won't stop. By the time you finally made up your mind and found what you think is the optimal solution among thousands of wrong possibilities. At that moment, you flip the paper over and realize there's no answer sheet for this exam at all. Once the move is made, there are no regrets. That mass of illegible, messy scribbles on the paper is the answer sheet you must submit next. These words had actually been hidden in Su Qingyi's heart for a long time, though his reason for such sentiment didn't have much to do with studying. He was thinking about his own tangled mess of emotional affairs. If he could talk to his past self, he would definitely say, don't casually interfere in someone else's life, and don't easily make promises unless you have enough ability and complete certainty that you can give her happiness. But just as he said now, once the move is made, there are no regrets. He had already submitted his paper, and there was no turning back. Organizing his thoughts, Su Qingyi continued, in our lives, the opportunities and changes most of the time are gradual and silent. It won't be like the college entrance exam, announced to the world with gongs and drums, nor will there be so many anxious spectators. So, if you can seize this opportunity, that is of course very good. I wish here that everyone can be the one who stands out in the college entrance exam. However, in case you don't seize the opportunity, in case you become the one in the furthest corner of the army of millions. Su Qingyi paused slightly, then suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled. It doesn't matter, it's okay. The students, who were prepared to be hit with sharp criticism, were all stunned at first, completely not expecting this to be his follow-up. As if to emphasize that his original intention shouldn't be misinterpreted, Su Qingyi said again, it's all about the same. Living in this world, one actually doesn't need to listen to advice much. More noticeable than the applause were the several students quietly wiping away tears below the podium. They seemed to be the ones Teacher Li Lu had been focusing on recently as having big problems. They had been pushed to the edge and corners, with even empty seats next to them. Su Qingyi thought silently that the pressure given by parents and teachers combined actually didn't equal the pressure one gave oneself. The pressure was constant. Being in the top class of number 1 middle school, the eyes focused on them were sometimes visible, sometimes invisible, but they never decreased or disappeared. Regardless, they must have struggled for a long time in their confusion about the future. You've all worked hard. Su Qingyi said quietly in his heart. When he first started speaking, Teacher Li Lu was a bit worried he would contradict the school and teachers, but after hearing the whole speech, she felt she had overthought it. Although it was different from the hot-blooded positive energy, chicken blood, she had imagined, such a candid and gentle exchange might be much more useful than the former. Therefore, Teacher Li Lu gave Su Qingyi a look that combined admiration and gratitude. Su Qingyi met her gaze and knew he had passed, letting out a sigh of relief. Holy crap, Boss Su, you're really good at speaking. I was almost moved to tears by you. Why didn't an excellent senior come to give us a speech back then? Su Yang was clearly very touched, looking as if he would definitely have studied hard if he had heard this speech back then. You are the worst batch of students I've ever taught. Su Qingyi said flatly. Han Bing couldn't help but agree. I think so too. If Su Qingyi were tutoring, I feel like even my pudding could go to university. Pudding? Su Yang asked with a frown. My cat. She's so stupid she doesn't even know how to play with a teaser wand. After completing this task assigned by teacher Li Lu, several of them gained the privilege of wandering around campus as suspicious persons even during class time. Su Qingyi glanced at Chu Qingyan, and knowing she really wanted to walk around, he gave a slight nod and headed out. However, almost at the same time, the back door of the classroom was kicked open by someone, making a loud clatter. Tisk, move. So noisy, what's going on again? This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stepped out the door. The two of them happened to miss each other by a split second. He didn't see the person entering from the back door, and the person entering didn't see him. Let's go. Su Qingyi made a gesture, silently urging them. Although the others waiting at the door were confused, they followed him and quickly went downstairs. Soon, an exasperated roar came from the classroom. Who did you say is here? XX, unintelligible, you fucking want to die, don't you? Bored out of your mind? Making up such lies to play with me? Say it again, you're worthy of mentioning the senior's name. You yen hashtag at yen%. Unspeakable foul language. After escaping the teaching building, Su Qingyi pulled Chu Qingyan and ran for a good distance before stopping. That person was undoubtedly Liang Nina, that little girl. He had thought she wasn't in class at first, she must have found some excuse to be absent and just returned to the classroom. Just as well, otherwise meeting her would have been even more trouble. A femme fatale, best avoided. Miss Chu, however, had been dragged along by him for so long that she was out of breath. For a while, she could only say, you, too tired to even organize a question. Su Qingyi wanted to laugh seeing her panting. Talk later. Look at me, inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. After leading her through a few rounds of deep breathing to adjust, Chu Qingyan finally recovered, but her fair little face still had an abnormal flush from the intense exercise. What were you running for? Once her questioning tone softened, it turned into a gentle complaint. Nothing. Su Qingyi reached out and pinched the faint baby fat on her face, it felt as good as always. With this wave of running, the two had run directly from Building A to the second playground. In his memory, this place wasn't often used except for PE class, and at this time, there wasn't a single person. Although there were no people, a few fluffy orange cats suddenly crawled out from some nook or cranny. Little oranges. Chu Qingyan was overjoyed, she recognized every single one of them almost instantly. Orange 1, Orange 2. Orange 4. Where's Orange 3? Oh, you're hiding here. Half a year had passed, and these guys had grown impressively. Chu Qingyan couldn't even hold them all in one embrace anymore. Su Qingyi stood half a meter away, hands in his pockets, watching the scene. The orange cats gathered around Chu Qingyan also caught sight of him, but besides a couple of meows and a lazy flick of their tails, they had no other reaction. It seemed it wasn't just their size that had grown, but also their courage. Seeing him no longer felt like seeing the king of hell. Su Qingyi felt quite moved and bent down to beckon them. Come here. The little fellow Chu Qingyan called Orange 3 hesitated for a long while before walking toward him. When it reached his feet, it flipped over, actively revealing its white, fluffy belly. Su Qingyi was momentarily flattered, this was a great blessing from a cat master. The lawn under the sun was lush and looked very comfortable to lie on. Su Qingyi thought so and actually did it. Chu Qingyan, holding a kitten, sat down beside him. The temperature of the sunlight was very comfortable, and the orange cat seemed to be hypnotized, soon starting to doze off. Cats purr so loudly. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think, good heavens, they were like people, like sewing machines. And it was 4 sewing machines working together, with 3D surround sound effects. Listening to them makes me sleepy too. Chu Qingyan yawned, held Orange 1's paw, and showed Su Qingyi the orange cat's characteristic pink paw pads. They actually still recognize you. Su Qingyi looked at Orange 1's non-resistant appearance and couldn't help but be surprised. Humph, of course. Chu Qingyan happily ruffled Orange 2's head fur. Small animals have very good memories. Even though you haven't seen him for so long, Furry still remembers you. Nonsense, that was my dog to begin with. If he could even forget me, then he'd have to be really stupid. Su Qingyi said, giving no face. You're the stupid one. Chu Qingyan wrinkled her nose and covered Orange Three's little ears. Little kittens can't hear such bad words. The sunlight cast a soft halo over Su Qingyi as he lay on the lawn, and with his eyes closed at this moment, his whole being seemed much gentler. Chu Qingyan watched for a long while, then suddenly leaned forward. Kiss. Su Qingyi opened his eyes, and she quickly shrank back far away, pretending to be nonchalant and humming a song. The little yellow flower of the story has been floating since the year I was born. In fact, because of her nervousness, the tune had become shaky. Little kittens can't watch such bad things. Su Qingyi said slowly. Blowing the prelude, looking at the sky, I think of petals trying to fall. Chu Qingyan continued to sing to herself. It's all out of tune. Is not. The bell for the end of class rang at this time, and the empty campus soon became lively. Students wearing the same blue and white school uniforms walked through the nearby tree-lined path. Such a youthful atmosphere only ever exists on high school campuses. No one is 18 forever, but there are always people who are 18. Su Qingyi thought this way, humming along in a low voice with class monitor Chu. The day I skipped class for you, the day the flowers fell, that classroom, why can't I see it? The rainy day that disappeared, I really want to be drenched in it again. Thanks to book friend Only God Pope for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 319, Chapter 315. The young lady's thoughts are the easiest to guess. The 10-minute breaks during high school always seemed insufficient. If you took a nap, class would start the moment you opened and closed your eyes. If you went to the bathroom and wanted to catch a breeze in the hallway to clear your head, the bell would ring again, and if you were hungry and wanted to head to the cafeteria, you had to hurry even more. Sprinting the entire way. Chu Qingyan was generally the type who rushed to the cafeteria. Usually, she didn't like running, but at times like this, she ran faster than a rabbit, and she often decided what to buy from the cafeteria before class ended so she could make a quick purchase upon arrival. On her way back, she also had to keep an eye out for King Li's movements, otherwise, she would definitely get a scolding. Su Qingyi's 10-minute breaks were a bit different from those of ordinary students. Since no one talked to him anyway, there was basically no difference between being in class and being out of class for him. Amidst the surrounding noise, he sat quietly by himself, continuing to methodically derive his formulas. Chu Qingyan watched the students in blue and white school uniforms strolling out during the 10-minute break, but her mind recalled Su Qingyi's former appearance. Studying diligently even in the middle of a bustling market, he had a bit of an ethereal, otherworldly air, like a hidden master. No wonder the ancient poem says, I built my hut in a realm of men, yet there is no clamor of horse and carriage. Only after stepping away did she realize that 10 minutes wasn't that short, it was enough to do many things. The class bell rang, and the students hurried back to their classrooms. The brief bustle ended, and silence returned to the playground. Su Qingyi watched Su Yang and Han Bing chatting as they walked along the track. They had already completed a lap and were passing the two on the grass again. Su Yang was still the same silly guy who couldn't help but make air shots every few steps, and Han Bing still had a look of utter disdain on her face. The orange cats in their arms were still sleeping soundly, and Chu Qingyan's movements as she stroked their backs were very gentle. Su Qingyi did the opposite, stroking against the grain, making the fur on Orange Three's back stand straight up, as if it had been electrocuted. Yet it happened to be the one with the best temper among the siblings, not making a single sound. Any other kitten might have been baring its claws and teeth in an attack by now. Thinking of an important matter, Chu Qingyan lowered her head and mulled it over for a while before finally speaking up. Su Qingyi, are you free next Sunday? I'm not a prophet. How would I know if I'm free next Sunday? Su Qingyi said slowly. In fact, as soon as Chu Qingyan spoke, no, during the interval when she was thinking with her head down, Su Qingyi had already roughly guessed what she was going to say. The eldest young lady's thoughts were the easiest to guess in the world. Next Sunday was Chu Qingyan's birthday. What do you mean? Think about it now. Chu Qingyan got a little anxious, and the originally smooth cat fur was scratched into a mess under her hands. Next Sunday, Su Qingyi deliberately drew out his tone, watching Chu Qingyan's nervous little movements. On my mom's side, Chu Qingyan's heart was in her throat as she pursed her lips. There's nothing going on. Su Qingyi took a long breath and then continued, on my dad's side, it seems there's nothing going on either. Only then did Miss Chu finally realize that this bad guy was deliberately teasing her. Su Qingyi. Alright, I'm free. Su Qingyi laughed and pointed at Orange 2 in her arms. You're about to pluck Orange 1's fur bald. Hearing him say this, Chu Qingyan hurriedly stopped and began to soothe the cat. But this is Orange 2. Orange one seemed very smart, it had already slipped away quite a distance and was stretching very elegantly. After Chu Qingmian had smoothed down Orange 2's ruffled fur, she finally spoke up awkwardly, "Then, if you're free, would you like to come to my birthday banquet?" Birthday banquet. Su Qingyi couldn't help but complain internally. Man, that wording makes it feel like she's from a different world than us commoners. It sounded like one of those business networking parties with clinking glasses and social maneuvering, reeking of the thick scent of money. There won't be many people. Well, maybe a few. But, no one should bother you. Right? Actually, they might. Chu Qingmian contradicted herself several times within a single sentence, her confidence wavering more and more by the end. Although she had emphasized many times to Chu Yuanjiang not to invite too many people, that was clearly impossible. Every year in the past, the ceremony would be organized by him on an extremely grand scale, with people coming to offer gifts in a never-ending stream like an assembly line. No joke, the gifts she received would truly require an entire room to store. She still hadn't unpacked more than half of last year's gifts. And the reason for all this was simple, Chu Qingmian didn't know 99% of the guests. They were only so attentive because she was Chu Yuanjiang's daughter. The only daughter of Chu Yuanjiang, and the sole future heir to the Jinhai group. The weight of such a status was enough for them to exhaust their material and financial resources to curry favor. Expensive gifts and respectful attitudes, all just to receive a polite, smiling, thank you, from the grandly dressed Chu Qingmian. What was the point? Chu Qingmian felt helpless, she wouldn't even remember who they were afterward. Unlike the very resistant protagonist, the old father, Chu Yuanjiang, seemed to value such formalities greatly. On one hand, he felt that his daughter's birthday deserved such a spectacle, wasn't he working so hard in his career for exactly this? On the other hand, such a birthday party was also a way to tell all his industry peers that he, Chu Yuanjiang, had only this one daughter, and everything in the Jinhai group would belong to her in the future. In this way, he was building a broad, smooth road for Chu Qingmian's nascent career. How should one put it? It was essentially ensuring smooth sailing, with the old man having already cleared all the hurdles ahead for her. Anyone sensible would know to treat her well and send her on her way with high honors. If anyone was senseless, then the sword-wielding guards behind the scenes would have to step in. Chu Yuanjiang's intentions were very obvious, and he had no intention of hiding them, so Su Qingyi guessed his motive with just a little thought. But Miss Chu disliked it very much. Since she was a child, she had envied those classmates who could spend their birthdays with only close friends and family. While little Chu Qingmian was shakily holding a glass of orange juice to exchange pleasantries with adults she didn't know, other children could play freely at an amusement park for a whole day. Perhaps this is what they call a besieged city, those outside are trying their best to get in, while those inside look at the square patch of sky and only want to escape. After much persuasion from Chu Qingmian, Chu Yuanjiang only promised that this time he would block all media attention and keep it as a simple private gathering for people within their circle. In any case, it could be considered progress. However, if Su Qingyi were to attend, as a guest brought by the host, it would be inevitable that he be introduced. Chu Qingmian sighed softly, he would definitely dislike that. But this birthday was a bit different from before, it was her 18th birthday, her coming-of-age ceremony. A relatively important moment in life, she naturally wanted to spend it with the person she liked. While she was worrying, Su Qingyi beside her casually tossed out a sentence. Okay. What? Chu Qingmian was stunned, clearly not expecting him to agree. I'll attend. Su Qingyi cleared his throat and emphasized it again. As if afraid he would back out, Chu Qingmian repeatedly confirmed it like a broken record. Really? Really? Really, really? Really, really? Su Qingyi, say that anyone who lies is a puppy. Anyone who lies is a puppy. For once, Su Qingyi didn't deliberately contradict her, answering her sentence by sentence. Miss Chu was so happy that her eyes curved into crescents and her dimples appeared, the sunlight made her smile look incredibly beautiful. What gift do you want? Su Qingyi felt that such a smile was very heartwarming and couldn't help but curl his lips as well. I'm already very happy that you can come to the banquet, no gift is needed. Chu Qingmian was probably completely immune to gifts by now, she had seen all kinds, priceless ones, unique ones, practical ones. Su Qingyi understood and stopped asking. But even though she said that, he would still give her one. Although he couldn't afford a big toy like a Bugatti Veyron, the formality still had to be there. You can't go to a banquet empty-handed, it's basic etiquette. But when truly considering what to give, Su Qingyi's nature as a dense straight man was exposed again. Last time for Chen Jinji's birthday, precisely because the training base was closed, he only set off fireworks for her to see and didn't formally prepare a gift. Giving gifts to girls is both simple and difficult. It's simple because the things they like are easy to guess, exquisite cosmetics and cute plush toys are enough, and adding a bouquet of flowers is a finishing blow. Just like giving gifts to boys can be a brainless choice of a PS5 or a mechanical keyboard. But the difficulty lies there as well. Trying to make your sincerity stand out among these repetitive gifts is the real challenge. Su Qingyi lay on his bed at home, staring at the ceiling and thinking for a long time, before finally deciding to seek help from his circle of friends. The first person he contacted was Su Yang. Although this guy was a well-known smart aleck, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Except for being foolish towards the girl he liked, he might have some special insights into gift-giving. Do you have any ideas? After the call connected, Su Qingyi got straight to the point. Su Yang first beat his chest and stamped his feet on the other end of the line for a while, marveling that the iron tree had finally blossomed and that a dense straight man like him actually had such intentions, which was simply moving. Su Qingyi, remembering he was the one asking for help, had to suppress the urge to hang up. After Su Yang finished his lamentations, he finally got to the main topic and said mysteriously, "Boss Su, a girl like Sister Mian doesn't lack anything, you know." Nonsense, that's the most obvious thing in the world, Su Qingyi thought. So, the value of the gift isn't important, sincerity is what matters most. Su Yang talked eloquently. Although it was all nonsense, the direction was right, which had already exceeded Su Qingyi's expectations, so he continued to listen seriously. So, Boss Su, your brother will give you a tip. Su Yang lowered his voice mysteriously. Why don't you give yourself to her? Su Qingyi's fingers holding the phone tightened instantly. After the birthday banquet, an exhausted Sister Mian returns to the couple's suite you booked at a hotel, only to suddenly find the bed covered in rose petals, and you are lying among them. When the atmosphere is romantic, everything will fall into place. Get lost. At this moment, Su Qingyi deeply regretted asking Su Yang this question and hung up with a click. Damn it, next time they meet, he'd have to give him an elbow strike. Looking at his contacts, Su Qingyi called Han Bing. When in doubt, ask the best friend. That should be fine, right? If anyone knew about preferences, Han Bing was naturally a step ahead of everyone else. The two of them had grown up together and were best friends who talked about everything. As soon as the call connected, Han Bing's sarcastic voice came through. Oh, quite the rare guest. I have something to ask. You want to ask what to give nickname, right? Han Bing hit the nail on the head, saving Su Qingyi the trouble of organizing his words. Yes. In terms of material things, nickname doesn't lack anything. Han Bing said leisurely. What she wants is also very simple, it just depends on whether you're willing to give it. Why was she being so cryptic? Nevertheless, Su Qingyi roughly guessed Han Bing's meaning. Last time when he and Chu Qingmian were trapped in the elevator, he had told her the story of the monkey's paw. None of the three wishes Chu Qingmian made were related to physical objects. The first wish was that he could like her a bit more, the second was that he could admit he was her boyfriend, and the third was that they could get out of the elevator right then. Strangely enough, as soon as Chu Qingmian finished speaking, the two were rescued. Although he knew it was a coincidence, the monkey's paw was a very eerie story where the price of a wish was immense, so the coincidence left both of them feeling a bit uneasy. It took a few days for them to recover and put the matter behind them. But from this, it could be seen that Chu Qingmian's wishes were only related to him. The first wish was rather ethereal, but the second wish was actually very simple. Han Bing was hinting at him about this very thing, and Su Qingyi knew it well. Is there any tangible gift? He asked in a different way. Tisk, hopeless. Han Bing interpreted his avoidance as the low emotional intelligence of a dense straight man and replied crossly, as long as it's from you, nickname will like anything. It's a bit insincere if what you give is decided entirely by others, so I'll just give you a suggestion. It's best if it's something you can participate in making, with a bit of a DIY feel, you know. Nickname would be very happy with that. To be honest, Han Bing was much more reliable than Su Yang, at least her suggestion was practical. Su Qingyi thought that while there were many things that could be DIY'd, if he also wanted the value to be solid, the options were much fewer. The first thing he thought of was jade carving, but that wasn't a skill that could be learned in a short time. To carve something beautiful, one would need at least years of practice. After having a general direction, Su Qingyi dialed the last contact in his circle of friends. Lin Tong was also a smart person and knew the purpose of Su Qingyi's call. However, the sound on his end was slightly intermittent, as if the signal wasn't very good. If you want both value and sincerity, perhaps, custom luxury goods. A bag, or jewelry, or something. Although Lin Tong gave a suggestion, his knowledge in this area was truly limited, and he was only speaking based on a limited impression. Su Qingyi thought this was a good direction. Customization meant he could add some special elements based on his preferences. This way, while the value of the gift would be respectable, it wouldn't lack sincerity. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and asked again, "Have you run into any trouble since you went back to your hometown?" The reason Lin Tong hadn't participated in this return-to-school activity was that he had gone back to the village with Sister Lin. Ever since the last incident, Lin Jiwan's feelings for the people in the village had faded considerably. This trip back to the village was to offer incense to Mother Lin before the new year. No trouble. Hearing that we were coming home, the village chief even specially came to visit our house. Lin Tong said with a smile, "Boss Su, that time you pretended to be a reporter really scared him half to death." Su Qingyi thought of that lie full of holes and his clumsy acting, and he couldn't help but curl his lips too. He was too easy to fool. If he had attended a few more years of school, he wouldn't have been tricked like that. "Alright, contact me anytime if anything comes up." After a final instruction, Su Qingyi hung up the phone. With these few calls finished, the choice of gift was mostly resolved. Next was to officially start preparing. But when it came to luxury goods, Su Qingyi truly didn't know much. If it were cars or watches, it would be fine, but since it was something girls liked, he was completely in the dark. So, among the people he knew, who would be relatively knowledgeable? Su Qingyi thought for a while and found a friend in his WeChat list who had absolutely no chat history. Half a minute later, Zhou Lian's exasperated voice rang out from the receiver. "Su Qingyi, why the hell are you sending me a voice call? Thanks to book friends, Power Kun and Only God Bishop, for the tips, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support." 320, Chapter 316 I'm tired, I want ice cream. Ever since high school, Zhou Lian had always been the type to be exceptionally popular among girls. Besides his gentle and elegant pretty boy looks, it was also because he had studied the thoughts and preferences of girls to some extent. Of course, this was mostly due to his dark past of being a dedicated womanizer. Although the origins of this experience were somewhat unsavory, Su Qingyi only needed to see the results. Moreover, the guy seemed to have turned over a new leaf. Word was he hadn't dated anyone since starting university. Because Su Qingyi had been thinking about this on the way over, he asked him directly upon meeting Zhou Lian. "What? Why have you stopped dating since starting university instead?" Zhou Lian, who had been waiting at the mall entrance with a sour face, never expected Su Qingyi's opening question to be something like this. His face flushed red instantly. "What does it have to do with you? Did you call me out just to gossip about this?" It wasn't surprising that he reacted so strongly. After all, when the current Zhou Lian looked back on the past, he felt it was an absolute dark history. Just thinking about it made him want to go back in time and strangle himself. His original intention was simply to satisfy his vanity, enjoying the feeling of being pursued by girls as a god-tier guy. Coupled with a failed emotional education at home, Zhou Lian subconsciously felt that so-called true love didn't exist in this world. So, whether he treated others carelessly or acted as a scumbag playing with emotions, it didn't matter, it was just a way to pass the time. Besides that, Su Qingyi's resistant and uncommunicative attitude toward social interactions made Zhou Lian feel very satisfied and smug about his own fish-in-water state among people. In short, it was also a means used to compete with Su Qingyi. Of course, none of that mattered now, he just wanted to live a good life. Naturally, Zhou Lian wouldn't say much of this to Su Qingyi. He just gave a cold snort and turned to push open the mall's glass doors. "I'm busy, so if you have something to say it quickly." Su Qingyi raised a hand to hold the glass door, giving him a hand. The warm air of the mall brushed against his face, followed closely by a scent of fragrance that was a bit pungent. "Want some coffee? Can you please stop ignoring what people say?" Ultimately, the two of them ended up sitting in a coffee shop. Zhou Lian held a hot latte, while Su Qingyi's transparent plastic cup still contained an iced Americano with half a cup of ice cubes. "Drinking iced Americano in the dead of winter, you masochist." Zhou Lian continued his sarcastic mockery. Su Qingyi ignored his words directly, propping up his chin and asking nonchalantly, "If you were to give a girl a birthday gift, do you have any ideas? You called me out specifically for this kind of question. Couldn't you have just asked on WeChat?" Zhou Lian had a strong urge to splash the latte in his hand onto Su Qingyi's face. This was insane. It took at least half an hour by taxi from his house to this mall, okay? Talking in person is more effective. Su Qingyi crunched on a piece of ice, speaking indistinctly. Zhou Lian took a deep breath to calm his mood, silently reciting a passage from the scripture of purity and stillness at the same time. "Forget it, just treat it as going out for some exercise. It's not good to stay cooped up at home all the time anyway. First of all, the word girl is too vague, everyone's identity and preferences are different. Be more specific, who is it for? Or what type of girl? It's for Chu Qingmian, you know her. Su Qingyi thought about it and didn't hide anything, asking directly. Zhou Lian was slightly stunned, then remembered his father mentioning something when he came back from a social event a few days ago. The Chu family's young lady was having another birthday, and this year's gift still needed to be arranged. At the time, he couldn't help but mock inwardly that the thing sent over might never even be opened. It was truly an annual effort to curry favor with thin air. But the punchable guy with the indifferent face in front of him was different. No matter what he sent, the Chu family's young lady would probably cherish it like a treasure. She might even be happy for a whole day over a lollipop. Comparing people really was infuriating. Damn it, why did Su Qingyi get all the good things? The more Zhou Lian thought about it, the angrier he got. He slammed his cup onto the table with a thud, earning a slightly confused raised eyebrow from Su Qingyi. It's nothing. Collecting his thoughts, Zhou Lian felt a bit frustrated. Every time he encountered something related to Su Qingyi, the psychological defenses he had worked so hard to build had a tendency to collapse. What's your general idea so far? What type of gift are you planning to give? Su Qingyi roughly repeated the suggestions Lin Tong had given. Zhou Lian, however, gave a tsk, seemingly very much in disagreement. Chu Qingmian is the Chu family's young lady, true, but she's only that in specific settings like a birthday banquet. Most of the time, isn't she just an ordinary female university student? Hearing this, Su Qingyi was somewhat surprised by Zhou Lian's line of thinking. Custom jewelry is indeed convenient, but it has almost no practical value. She won't open gifts in public either, otherwise it would take until next year, so you really don't need to consider the factor of showing off. As for handbags, while they are practical, they aren't suitable for a university student. Those are things wealthy socialites like. The vibe is too out of place and strange. Zhou Lian dismissed both options at once. He crossed his arms, seemingly very dissatisfied with the creativity of Su Qingyi and his circle of friends. Su Qingyi didn't speak, signaling with his eyes for him to continue. If you absolutely must include the customization factor and want the gift to be put to good use. Zhou Lian paused slightly, tapping the side of his coffee cup with a spoon. After a crisp clink, he gave his final answer. Commission a custom formal dress. This was a line of thinking Su Qingyi had never considered. He looked at the crystal-clear ice cubes in his cup, falling into thought. Dresses for banquets like this need to be custom-made in advance. The Chu family will prepare some, but if you give her this, she will definitely choose yours. Zhou Lian finished the coffee in his cup and continued, there are several high-end custom brands in this mall. You can search their official websites first, compare their styles, and pick one you like. Once you enter the store and state your request for a custom piece, the staff will guide you through the process. Basically, any requirement can be met, but you'll have to pay. Zhou Lian felt like he was worrying like a mother hen, practically one step away from leading him into the store by the hand. Good heavens, why was he doing this? He didn't even owe Su Qingyi money. Su Qingyi nodded, indicating he understood. But I don't know much about fashion design. You don't need to know, okay? So many wealthy people go for custom pieces, and they don't know a damn thing. They just ramble about. Whatever, and then leave the difficult problems to the designers. Zhou Lian tossed the spoon back into the cup with a clatter. His task was complete. He stood up and wrapped his coat, which had been hanging on the back of the chair, around himself again. I'm leaving now. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling like he was just a tool. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Su Qingyi looked up and smiled. Zhou Lian responded with a heh-heh laugh. He had reverted to his sour face from when they first met, but he still paid for the coffee before heading out. Su Qingyi stood in front of the mall's directory, thinking about which store he should go to first. He followed Zhou Lian's suggestion and researched the brand websites first, but to be honest, he found every brand style a bit hard to accept. He wasn't sure if it was a problem with the design sketches or the models. Since they were all about the same, he decided to go with the principle of proximity. Su Qingyi turned his steps and walked into the nearest store on the first floor. As soon as he reached the entrance, a waiter helped push open the door, bowed 90 degrees, and said respectfully, "Welcome." Compared to some big-name brands, niche brands like this were clearly much more attentive to their customers, and wouldn't have staff who judged people by their appearance. He had often heard stories of customers being deliberately made things difficult for or snubbed by sales clerks. Thinking this, Su Qingyi walked up to the counter. But in fact, he had overlooked one thing: his current temperament was completely different from before. Having shed his immature student look, and with his first startup project earning over 100 million in profit, he indeed had the conditions and confidence to not be looked down upon. Though in the eyes of the counter staff, the youth who walked in looked more like a refined and abstinent young master from a wealthy family. After a preliminary understanding of his custom needs, the staff quickly led him into the internal studio. The designer was sketching on scratch paper and immediately put down the work upon seeing Su Qingyi. "Hello, what type of clothing do you need customized?" "A formal dress." Su Qingyi thought for a moment and said thoughtfully, "Regarding the style and material, there's no need to overthink it." After all, he didn't understand it, as long as it looked good, it was fine. As soon as he said this, the designer immediately realized this was a novice. So, the designer put away the introductions filled with high-level professional jargon and instead handed him a simple and clear book of illustrations. Su Qingyi flipped through a few pages. The models were mostly tall and thin Europeans. He couldn't help but ask, the person this is for is about 165 centimeters tall and weighs around 45 kilograms. Can she pull this off? The reason it's custom is so that it fits perfectly, isn't it? The designer said with a smile, "The girl you've described has a very good foundation, don't worry." "Is it convenient to see a photo?" Su Qingyi thought about it and scrolled through his phone. He really didn't have many photos of Chu Qingyan saved. He had taken quite a few during the graduation trip, but they were all on the camera's memory card. He had to go through Su Yang's social media feed to find a group photo, then zoomed in on Chu Qingyan alone to show the designer. The girl in the photo was so beautiful she looked like a model meticulously constructed by a top illustrator. The designer only took a cursory glance and was so stunned that they almost leaned back. "This is the person you want to customize the dress for?" "Yes." Su Qingyi nodded. "May I ask, is the person consistent with the photo?" In modern society, beauty filters were prevalent. A creature so beautiful she didn't seem mortal was very likely a case of technology changing lives. So the designer thought. Su Qingyi thought for a while and shook his head. The designer immediately had a feeling of, so that's how it is, this is normal. Just as they were about to speak, Su Qingyi continued, "The lighting and angle in this photo aren't good, she's actually a bit better looking in person." The designer did a sudden tactical lean back, resting against the chair to catch their breath. "If that's the case, actually, even hanging a few pieces of sackcloth on her would look good, hey. Who are you showing that conflicted look to, hey? Why does this kid have a stunning beauty like this as a girlfriend and still have such an unhappy expression? Give me a smile, damn it. Actually, she can pull off every one of our styles." Professionalism still intact, the designer forced a perfectly measured smile. "Is that so?" Su Qingyi quickly flipped through the illustrations in his hand. His eyes finally showed some ripples when he reached the last few pages. His finger paused, stopping on a page. Unlike those formal dresses that catered to mainstream international aesthetics, this page belonged to the national style, guofeng. Long hems with interlocking belts, wide sleeves and cross-collared robes. If Chu Qingyan wore this, she would surely look like a royal princess stepping out of an ancient painting. "I'll choose this one." Su Qingyi made the final choice with almost no hesitation. The designer was a bit surprised. This piece was a work he was very satisfied with, yet it had been neglected. So far, no one had purchased it. He didn't expect to meet a kindred spirit today. Excited heart, trembling hands. The designer very excitedly pulled Su Qingyi into the studio. While showing him the samples, he also gestured wildly while explaining his creative process, as well as the historical research for the style and the inspiration for adding modern elements. Su Qingyi graciously listened for a while longer, not because he was interested in this field, but because he was going to propose personal requirements later, and he could get some references from the designer's descriptions now. Speaking of elements he wanted to add, Su Qingyi actually had many ideas for a moment. Chu Qingyan liked all kinds of small animals and had given him a Pishio bracelet. Perhaps some auspicious mythical beast elements could be added. Chu Qingyan also liked to paint. Su Qingyi thought of the pink sea of flowers she had painted for the school, so peach blossoms could also be included. Besides that, she was also the Chinese class representative, and this happened to be a national-style dress, so poetry and literature could also appropriately appear. At first, he was worried if he was saying too much, but the designer quickly dispelled his concerns. In our line of work, what we fear most isn't a client with many requests, but a client who says nothing and says anything is fine, just do your thing, when asked. Then when the draft is submitted, this is wrong and that is wrong. After changing it 100 times, they tell you, it's not as good as the first version. That's truly suffering. Someone like you with clear ideas and precise descriptions is our dream client. Don't worry, I'll send you the design draft as soon as I finish it, and we can discuss any issues slowly. The designer finalized the plan, and Su Qingyi nodded in relief. And then there's the deposit. The designer paused like that with just the right tone. Su Qingyi understood, pulled a bank card from his pocket, and handed it to the staff member nearby. Don't worry about the price, everything should be done to the highest specifications. The staff member was now even more certain of their first impression. He was clearly a carefree rich second-generation youth who would spend a fortune just to please his girlfriend. The designer started a new round of sketching on the scratch paper, because the person who just placed the order was a completely unreasonable, pay extra for rush, client. Su Qingyi leaned back on the soft sofa, twirling the signing pen clipped to the edge of the design book, thinking nonchalantly, so tired. There seems to be a dessert shop with a good reputation nearby. Should I call Miss Chu out to eat an ice cream? While Su Qingyi was worrying about the birthday gift here, Miss Chu was on a private plane flying to South Korea. Annyeonghaseyo. She politely greeted the reception personnel, then turned her head to look at the layers of surging clouds outside the window. This was clearly a refusal to communicate, and the reception personnel quickly and tactfully withdrew. Dad was determined this time to have her personally take over the work of Xingxing Entertainment. In fact, she couldn't be called a complete novice in this regard. After all, having grown up under his influence, she could understand some of it more or less. And she also knew very well that taking over everything in the family was a matter of time. It's just that. Chu Qingyan sighed softly, she always thought that later was better than sooner. Before she absolutely had to take office, she just wanted to be an ordinary female university student, walking hand in hand with the boys she liked at school. Xingxing Entertainment was just a start. Chu Yuanjiang had repeated it to her many times, telling her to do as she pleased. It didn't matter if she failed, treat it as practice. But the Chu family's educational creed wasn't like that. Chu Qingyan thought that while her dad could allow her to fail, she wouldn't allow it herself. Going to South Korea this time was to negotiate a partnership with a professional hair and makeup team. Originally, she didn't need to show up personally for this kind of thing, but Chu Qingyan came anyway. This way, while showing our side sincerity, she could also personally research the characteristics of South Korean companies that were far ahead in entertainment. Thinking about these things, she inevitably felt a bit weary. Chu Qingyan closed her eyes. Immediately, someone noiselessly pulled the blackout curtains for her and dimmed the cabin lights. Amidst the low rumble of the plane engines, Chu Qingyan thought, so tired, I want to eat ice cream with Su Qingyi. After returning to the country, I'll act spoiled and beg him first. Thanks to Book Friend the Only God's Bishop for the reward, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 321, Chapter 317 Missing, Where Are You? South Korea. Su Qingyi scooped up a spoonful of strawberry ice cream, the cream mixed with jam and ice crystals melted in his mouth. It's so annoying, it's so cold here. Chu Qingyan complained chatteringly on the other end of the line. Hey, Su Qingyi, people in South Korea really love wearing the same outfits. I just walked all the way here, and everyone is wearing the same black down jacket. You shouldn't eat too much ice cream, watch out for a stomachache. I'm saying this out of kindness, not because I want to eat it. Also, you have to eat with me once when I get back to the country, I want to eat matcha flavor. Did you go there specifically to play? Su Qingyi put the spoon back into the empty cup and lowered his brows in thought. Of course not, I'm here for work. Whenever this subject came up, Chu Qingyan's tone became miserable. If I have time, I want to walk around Seoul. This makeup artist's sister is super enthusiastic. Okay, I'll call you later, Su Qingyi said, and hung up the phone. The Chu family's intention to enter the entertainment industry was already obvious, but he didn't expect Chu Qingyan to take the lead. Regardless, Xingxing Entertainment was a dark horse with strong capabilities. Su Qingyi definitely didn't think much of 101 Company, but with a formidable enemy in front, he hoped they would have at least a little sense of crisis. At the very least, they should treat their artists better, right? Thinking of this, Su Qingyi clicked on Weibo to catch up on the gossip from the past few days. The aftermath of the Jian Yuyu incident had been mostly dealt with. She had voluntarily applied to withdraw from the group in her apology statement, attempting to retain a final shred of dignity. Although most people knew she had been kicked out. Her true love, Lai Yuza, chose to keep playing dead. The company issued a statement on his behalf saying that his relationship with Ms. Jian Yuyu was purely a business collaboration, distancing the two completely. Jian Yuyu's secret boyfriend had deactivated all his Weibo accounts and disappeared. Logically speaking, since the scumbag ex-girlfriend had been exposed, he should feel quite satisfied. But Su Qingyi always felt that this guy wasn't as happy as the onlookers. Even putting aside the feelings from the days they struggled together, Jian Yuyu was an artist he had brought up himself. Watching her fan count go from just a few to hundreds of thousands, watching her go from a nobody to a big star in the spotlight, even though he always had to position himself as a secret lover who couldn't be seen, he had always believed that the two could make it to the end, to the wedding hall. Yet the ending was such an ugly mess. The blow dealt by being betrayed by someone he loved so deeply should be much deeper than the pleasure of so-called revenge. The 11-member 101 girl group had become 10, which felt indescribably strange. 101 Company was unwilling to pay the breach of contract penalty, so subsequent commercial activities were forced to proceed as normal. The members rehearsed frantically, and everyone's state under the lens wasn't very good, even the triathlon athlete, Chen Jinji, showed undeniable fatigue. Fans were heartbroken, cursing everyone in the company from the boss to the janitor. In the latest interview, there was a reporter who loved trouble holding a microphone and asking, "What are your thoughts on the recent incident regarding your teammate Jian Yuyu and her withdrawal from the group?" This question was enough to make everyone on site fall silent, and naturally, no member was willing to answer. Everyone was awkward. After a while, staff came up to push and shove, and the scene became chaotic. Almost all the reporters took advantage of the chaos to thrust their microphones forward. The security guards hired cheaply by 101 Company were mostly part-timers and couldn't control the scene at all. As the C position of the 101 girl group, what are your thoughts on the future development of the group? As the leader, shouldn't you have corrected the members' wrong views on relationships in a timely manner? Do you think you need to bear responsibility for this incident? These questions were more unreasonable than the last. Su Qingyi felt a wave of nameless anger listening to it. If he were there, he really wouldn't be able to resist snapping the microphones. Chen Jinji, however, remained calm. She raised her hand to block a swinging microphone stand for the teammate beside her, then observed the situation around her. Confirming that the security guards couldn't be relied upon, she simply took the microphone in front of her. As idols who came from a talent show, our actions shouldn't be judged by ourselves, our teammates, or the media, but by the fans who supported our debut. We debuted while bearing the love and support of every audience member, and our future development relies on this, so I have no right to express an opinion on this. The only thing I can do is to do my part and bring more positive energy to everyone on stage. These words were airtight, and the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Chen Jinji paused slightly and continued, "As the leader, I didn't protect the members well, and I didn't lead the members on the right path. It is indeed my dereliction of duty. I apologize here to everyone who is concerned about this incident and the 101 girl group." She took a step back and then bowed 90 degrees. The members beside her were stunned for a moment, then followed suit. The fans outside the railing naturally couldn't bear to see this scene, and soon became dissatisfied, shouting in protest. Her apology came too easily and suddenly. The reporters who were full of trouble were also stunned, not knowing whether they should ask the prepared questions. Furthermore, if they asked again, they might very well be beaten on the spot by the aggressive fans outside who were sharpening their knives. Taking advantage of this gap, the offline security guards finally reconnected successfully and escorted the members back to the backstage. Honestly, after watching this video, I feel even more the incompetence of 101 Company. If only Chen Jinji could switch agencies. Su Qingyi thought, the breach of contract penalty for this kind of limited group must be relatively high, but it's not that he can't afford it. As long as she doesn't switch to Xingxing Entertainment. Otherwise, meeting king against king in this situation, that would really be a disaster. Below the news of the 101 girl group interview incident was the news that Xingxing Entertainment had signed 4 more newcomers. Not only that, the resources brought by the signing followed up quickly and immediately. The variety show with invested actors starts recording next week, and the teaser for the singer's new album has already been released. Thinking of the empty personal resources Chen Jinji has had since her debut, this world really has no harm without comparison. Su Qingyi made a tisk sound and clicked on the NetEase Cloud music chart to take a look. Fortunately, Until You Arrive remained firmly in the first place on the popularity chart. Su Qingyi clicked in and looked at the composer Ji Jinshan following the singer Chen Jinji, and for a moment he wanted to laugh. The comments section obviously also had people who discovered this point, and they were all discussing which big shot Ji Jinshan was, specifically using a sock puppet account to chase stars. Besides that, whether they were passers-by or fans, everyone was urging for a new song. Although Su Qingyi didn't have any clues for the time being, he had already decided to change the style of the song next time. Always singing love songs would leave a stereotypical impression, which is obviously not conducive to the future development of the artist. Thinking so comprehensively, it actually felt a bit like he was preparing to advance from a rookie producer to a proper behind-the-scenes producer. Su Qingyi put on his headphones, stood up, and turned to go downstairs amidst Chen Jinji's voice. Looking at it this way, falling in love with a singer does have its benefits. Every lyric feels like she is singing it specifically for you. The next day, Queen Jean finally squeezed out time from her busy schedule to call Su Qingyi. But it was 6 in the morning. Su Qingyi answered groggily, did I wake you up? Chen Jinji's voice sounded a bit hoarse, clearly she hadn't slept all night. No. Su Qingyi opened his eyes, yawned, and tried to make his voice sound more awake. The curtains weren't drawn tight last night, the sky outside was still dark, and the window glass was covered with morning mist. I'm getting on the plane in a while. There's a fashion show in Pizza Country, and there will be a time difference later, so I called you first. Chen Jinji cleared her throat, her tone gentle. Ah, okay. Su Qingyi scratched his head, he seemed to have seen fans post this schedule, and he continued, then sleep more on the plane. Okay, I ordered McDonald's breakfast for you at the door. You can eat it before taking a nap. Chen Jinji's voice was full of smiles, and even the coldness unique to a winter morning faded quite a bit. Have a safe trip. You can call me when you arrive, don't worry about the time difference. Okay, I'm boarding, Mua. Now Su Qingyi felt his sleepiness was truly gone. Even after only the beep 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 busy signal remained on the other end of the receiver, he still felt his ears burning. The breakfast Chen Jinji ordered for him had a special note to leave it at the door and not knock. She must have timed the call to when the delivery arrived, the soy milk was still warm to the touch. Su Qingyi took a bite of the hash brown, listening to the quiet alley gradually becoming lively. People getting up early to go to the vegetable market, pushing breakfast carts to set up stalls, scolding and sending children to school, forming a symphony full of life. When the soy milk was finished, the sky outside was bright, and a new message popped up on his phone screen. From Lin Tong. Boss Su, we have returned to Tangan. We brought 2 free-range chickens from our hometown. Do you have time to come over for lunch? What a grounded question. Su Qingyi wanted to laugh, but quickly replied, okay. Free-range chickens are rare in the city, they are chickens that live freely in mountains, gullies, and field corners, completely different from the artificially bred broilers living in chicken coops. Moreover, Lin Tong asked this question, but it was likely Sister Lin asking, and Yang Lu would definitely go too. She knew her own abilities were limited and could only express gratitude to him and Yang Lu in these ways. Sure enough, Yang Lu called shortly after. Little E, are you going over for dinner in a while? Oh my, you got up so early today. Then Mom will come pick you up in a while, and buy some return gifts to bring over. Okay. Calling it return gifts, it was actually just some common New Year goods. With the New Year approaching, the supermarket had long been occupied by these goods. No matter where you went, congratulations on getting rich, congratulations on being wonderful, was playing, and it was read everywhere, with a strong festive atmosphere. Su Qingyi and Yang Lu each carried 2 boxes of things and got off the car at the entrance of Olive District. Originally, he thought it would be as red and festive as the supermarket, but the atmosphere was somewhat strangely cold and quiet. At first, Su Qingyi thought it was because the floating population of Olive District was high and everyone had gone home for the new year, so he didn't take it to heart. But after walking into the alley, a notice posted on the utility pole quickly caught his attention. A missing person notice. Zhou Yan, male, 18 years old, lost contact in September 14. Height 170, thin. If the person himself sees the notice, please return home quickly to contact your mother, the family is very anxious. If anyone knows his whereabouts, please contact this mobile number, there will be a heavy reward. The information in front was very ordinary, just the information provided by a common missing person notice. But the photo attached below made Su Qingyi's heart skip a beat, a young man's face, very ordinary. But he had seen it. He had an impression of the person in this photo, the two had definitely met, and had even had a conversation. Su Qingyi's footsteps stopped. Yang Lu followed his gaze and immediately exclaimed, oh my, such a young child, how did he go missing? He's the same age as you, little E. Wait a moment, I'll take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments to help ask around. Poor thing, his mother must be worried sick. Yang Lu handed the New Year goods in her hand to Su Qingyi, then took out her phone to start taking pictures and editing her WeChat Moments. Dear friends and family, I accidentally saw a distressing piece of news on the road. Please help me forward it. Please, Fist. Yang Lu was indeed a kind-hearted person, Su Qingyi thought. Usually, few people would specifically post on WeChat Moments for a notice they accidentally saw on the road. He had carefully recalled for a long time, but unfortunately, he was only certain that such an impression existed, but he couldn't remember where they had met, nor could he remember what they had said. Helpless, he had to suppress this matter for now and walk in together. The laundry shop at the entrance of the alley was tightly closed, and there were even spider webs on the rolling shutter, looking a bit dilapidated. Lin Tong was standing there waiting for them. "Auntie Yang, Boss Su." After the pleasantries, there was the usual pushing and pulling over the New Year goods. Su Qingyi didn't care much for this scene and walked a few steps ahead with the things. Brother Xiaofei's mahjong parlor was very busy, and he could hear the noise from a long way away. There wasn't enough space in the shop, so tables were set up outside. Many people were gathered around pointing and watching, and the ground was full of scattered cigarette butts and melon seed shells. A figure that didn't fit in suddenly appeared in the crowd. She hung a laminated photo on her chest, asking every person present at the table, "Have you seen my son?" Those with patience would look carefully at the photo and then shake their heads, those without patience would wave their hands to drive her away. Although the other party's hair was gray and her expression was haggard to the point of being somewhat unrecognizable, Su Qingyi still recognized her quickly. She was that enthusiastic auntie from the laundry shop at the entrance. When he first came to Olive District to find Lin Tong, she was the one who helped him find the way. Almost instantly, Su Qingyi's mood became heavy. The few months of losing a loved one were enough to make a person completely change their appearance. And regarding this matter, if he really knew nothing, that would be fine, but he happened to have that little bit of impression. Although he didn't know if he could provide help, or if it was effective information, for the family of the missing person, even a glimmer of hope was worth fighting for with all their might. This feeling of wanting to help but being unable to was really tormenting, making people feel agitated. And for Su Qingyi, this vague impression was harder to capture than for others, because he couldn't even distinguish whether this impression was left over from a previous life. Lin Tong, who followed behind, noticed his gaze and sighed, explaining, "Auntie Zhou's family's Zhou Yan suddenly went missing a few months ago. We called the police and checked for a few months, but there was still no news. Auntie Zhou has been looking in surrounding cities for the past few days, and only came back a few days ago. She said that since the new year is coming soon, the child might have come back on his own." What was the situation specifically before he went missing? Su Qingyi thought for a moment and asked. "Zhou Yan is quite sensible. He studies at a nearby vocational high school and goes out to find part-time jobs to subsidize the family whenever he has free time. In September, I heard that he was introduced to work by an acquaintance he had known for a few months. It would take about 3 or 4 days and he could earn quite a bit." Auntie Zhou didn't agree, saying she was afraid of danger. In order to make money, Zhou Yan secretly went in the end. He never came back after that. "Did you contact that acquaintance?" Su Qingyi asked a question that most people would think of. "That's where it's difficult." Lin Tong sighed. Zhou Yan said the person was someone from the underworld, and his identity was inconvenient to reveal, so he never told Auntie Zhou. The matter sounded not hard to guess. The first thing Su Qingyi thought of was the incident where many young people were deceived by fraud gangs and taken overseas. But Lin Tong shook his head and said, "Boss Su, Zhou Yan was still a minor in September last year. He hadn't even applied for an ID card, and he didn't have a passport. And if he was preparing to smuggle out of the country, he wouldn't have told Auntie Zhou that it would only take 3 or 4 days. In that case, perhaps. This was a piece of good news that wasn't exactly good news." Su Qingyi frowned and pondered, but where exactly had he seen him? Thanks to Book Friend Power, the only God Church for the reward, thanks to everyone for the subscription and voting support. 322, Chapter 318. The clue is the reward for the hero. Once such confusion takes root, it is difficult to dispel for some time. While sitting at the dining table, Su Qingyi was still struggling to think, his chopsticks resting in his bowl of white rice for a long time without moving. Although Yang Lu had also felt heartbroken just a moment ago, she was, after all, a middle-aged person, and once the sentiment passed, she moved on. But due to Su Qingyi's nature, whenever he encountered something, regardless of whether it had anything to do with him, he always wanted to get involved. Ever since his rebirth, this seemed to have become some kind of mission for him. For sudden events with no clues and extreme difficulty, standing by and watching was, of course, the best way to handle them. However, do good deeds without asking about the future seemed even cooler. Lin Zhuan quickly noticed Su Qingyi's distraction. As sharp as she was, she naturally guessed the reason very quickly. But she could not speak, and could not even offer a few words of comfort. After a long while, she simply placed the chicken midwing that had been specially set aside into Su Qingyi's bowl. Su Qingyi came to his senses and thanked her. Lin Zhuan's cooking was always excellent, and combined with the smooth, tender texture of the free-range chicken, it was delicious. Even someone as incredibly picky about food taste and ingredients as Yang Lu was easily won over and praised it repeatedly. Lin Zhuan felt a bit embarrassed by her praise. She didn't eat much, and after putting down her chopsticks, she stood up awkwardly to attend to other things. Only then did Su Qingyi notice that another portion of food had been set aside. The white porcelain bowl had been specially placed by the stove to keep warm, and when Lin Jiwan picked it up, she carefully used a towel to insulate it from the heat. His heart stirred, and then he saw Lin Jiwan lift the curtain at the doorway and wave to the outside. Auntie Zhou was sitting on the steps opposite, resting, her complexion sallow and exhausted. It took a long while before she propped herself up and walked over. Lin Jiwan tried hard to muster a comforting smile. Before this accident happened, Auntie Zhou was a very warm person. At that time, she had brought Lin Tong with her. They were new to the area and young, and didn't understand anything. The auntie had given the two siblings a lot of help. Now that the other party had encountered such a thing, she wanted to help from the bottom of her heart, but she couldn't speak, couldn't even ask around, and could hardly be of any help. Lin Tong could still help edit and print missing person notices, and brother Xiaofei could tacitly allow her to ask for information in the mahjong hall nearby where there was the most foot traffic, but all she could do was make an extra portion of food and invite her to eat. The feelings of Lin Jiwan and Su Qingyi at this moment were actually quite similar. It was that feeling of helplessness, wanting to help but not knowing how. Would it be convenient for you to tell us more about Zhou Yan's information? Knowing that the family member was in no mood for small talk, Su Qingyi asked straight to the point. Auntie Zhou's hand holding the chopsticks trembled a few times, then she gently placed them on the edge of the table. In the current situation, as long as someone was willing to help, it was naturally a good thing. Moreover, several months had passed, and the initial sympathy everyone had felt had long since worn off, not to mention whether they were willing to help. There were very few people even willing to listen to her speak anymore. Everyone had their own lives to live, and she didn't want to disturb others, but there was no better way besides this. Yan Yan became uncontactable starting on September 12th. On the 10th, he told me he had a job that would take about 3 or 4 days, and he wouldn't be able to come home. In total, he could get 3,000 yuan. I didn't agree at first because the time was too long, and I was a bit worried. Auntie Zhou had probably said these words countless times in front of police investigators and neighbors, so when she spoke, her eyes were hollow, her tone was numb, and it was very mechanical. Su Qingyi listened and asked, 3,000 yuan. This was a wage that did not match the mainstream level of the time. Auntie Zhou sighed and explained. Yan Yan said he met a big brother in the underworld who had a way to make money. He had gone a few times before, and nothing happened. He really did earn money. If you walk by the river often, how can you not get your shoes wet? Su Qingyi thought, wishful thinking really harms people. Such high risk, high reward ways to make money were definitely illegal or repeatedly jumping on the edge of the law. In either case, once things went wrong, it would be an irrecoverable disaster. This time, because the duration was too long, I didn't want him to go. He agreed on the surface, but in the end, he snuck out again in the middle of the night. On the first day, he could still send a text message to say he was safe, but starting from the second day, I couldn't contact him anymore. If he could still report safety on the 11th, then it could basically be confirmed that the incident happened on September 12th. Su Qingyi secretly noted this date. I waited another day, and on the morning of the 13th, I went to the police. Checking the surveillance, we found he got into a van in the early morning, the license plate was fake, and he just disappeared like that. Thus, all clues were interrupted just like that. When Auntie Zhou reached this point, her emotions finally collapsed once again. It's my fault for failing Yan Yan. I knew long ago I shouldn't have let him go to make money. He was working so hard to subsidize the household expenses. It's all my fault, all my fault. If she continued, Yang Lu would likely be weeping in her arms. The atmosphere in the small room was oppressive and heavy. Su Qingyi looked down at his wristwatch. There were 5 minutes until the hour. He watched the hands tick forward and decided to leave these 5 minutes for her to wallow in self-pity. Emotional venting was necessary, otherwise, self-reproach and shame would drive a person crazy. And most people probably wouldn't give her such an opportunity anymore. The story of Xianglin's wife had always been happening, and the onlookers in the story were always present. She may not have known that her sorrow had been chewed and savored by everyone for many days, already becoming dregs, worthy only of annoyance and disdain. Just from the smiles of the people, she seemed to feel they were cold and sharp, and that there was no need for her to speak again. She merely glanced at them and did not answer a single word. Fortunately, times had changed, and the people around Auntie Zhou were mostly full of kindness. Su Qingyi watched the hand swing to the hour and then raised his eyes. Yang Lu was holding Auntie Zhou's hand in empathy, comforting her and saying things like, good people have their own heavenly protection. Lin Tong was standing with his back to the others, silently cleaning up the dishes. Lin Jiwan was standing to the side, her eyes red. Auntie, I will keep an eye out for you. Su Qingyi suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone was slightly taken aback. But only Lin Tong knew that for Su Qingyi to say such words meant that he wouldn't just be keeping an eye out. Only when he was determined to intervene in this matter would he speak up. Just like when he rescued him from the bullying of Ho Xiaohong and his gang. In fact, Su Qingyi had no real confidence. With his current abilities, it was very difficult to investigate clues for this kind of thing. Reality was not Detective Conan, nor was it Sherlock. But how would he know if he didn't try? His tone carried a calm firmness that made people inexplicably convinced. Auntie Zhou, who had been as helpless as a headless fly, suddenly felt as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, her knees bent, and she almost knelt down to thank him. Fortunately, Yang Lu was quick-handed and caught her, otherwise, Su Qingyi would have felt 10,000 times guilty. Just then, his cell phone rang, and Su Qingyi quickly took the opportunity to walk to the door, avoiding the series of conversations thanking him for his help that would have followed. The caller ID showed He Wufei. Almost the moment he saw this name, Su Qingyi felt a current pass through his brain. The phone vibrated in his palm, and his heartbeat accelerated. Yes, he remembered where he had seen Zhou Yan. At that time, to investigate He Wufei's identity, Su Qingyi deduced from the clothing under the raincoat that he was a waiter. And from the fact that the clothing didn't fit, he deduced that he was a part-time worker rather than a permanent employee. Following this investigation, he finally determined that his clothing came from a restaurant called Due Restaurant. The restaurant had hosted a centennial birthday banquet and therefore needed a large number of temporary workers. Su Qingyi snuck into this banquet the next day and learned He Wufei's identity information from a waiter he happened to meet backstage. Zhou Yan was that waiter. Hello. Are you listening? What's going on? After falling into memories, it took a while for Su Qingyi to hear He Wufei's slightly puzzled voice on the other end of the line. Yeah, go ahead. Are you home now? I sent the model file, take a look when you have time. The sound of frantic keyboard typing came from He Wufei's side. He seemed to have been working at high intensity recently. Okay. Su Qingyi agreed and then fell silent again. He Wufei quickly sensed something was wrong and continued to ask, is there something going on? This wasn't because he was particularly sharp, but because usually, this master hung up the phone faster than a ghost. Sometimes before the words, bye-bye, were even finished, one could only hear the beep-beep-beep of a busy signal. Today, however, he hadn't hung up for a long time. He Wufei immediately felt something was wrong and had a bad premonition. Good heavens, there wouldn't be another Shura field, would there? He was already starting to tremble and break into a cold sweat. Yeah. Wukong, do you still remember that you previously worked part-time at a place called Due Restaurant? Su Qingyi glanced at the people inside the room without leaving a trace, and then walked 2 more steps outside. Due Restaurant. I remember. He Wufei looked at the 3D model on the screen, fell silent for a moment, and frowned as he recalled. Of course he remembered. It was while working part-time there that he was dug out by the famous detective Su Qingyi, who had searched half the city to find his identity. Why didn't you go to work on your last day? Was it because you knew I was looking for you? When Su Qingyi asked this, He Wufei actually remembered. No. I just felt that place wasn't quite right. In what way specifically was it not right? The pay was suspiciously high, the atmosphere was wrong, and the person in charge of hiring was also wrong. But if I had to say, I didn't have much crisis awareness at that time. The reason I ran away was that the night before, the manager kept questioning my identity information, and he was implying, in and out of his words, that if I wanted to get paid, I had to come here to take jobs often in the future. This didn't look reasonable at all, right? It was like signing a contract of indenture, so I just didn't go anymore. For temporary workers like us, we had no contracts and no legal protection, just a verbal agreement, so I didn't bother asking for wages or anything like that. It was too much trouble. He Wufei explained in detail the reason for running away at that time. So that led to you almost starving to death at home, right? Su Qingyi floated a sentence over slowly. He Wufei. That was also true. If Su Qingyi hadn't happened to be waiting downstairs at his house that night, he might have really died at his own doorstep. The facts prove that you were right to run away. Su Qingyi said. It had to be said that this guy really had a way with danger perception, and his escaping skills were also extraordinary. What's wrong? Su Qingyi explained Zhou Yan's matter in detail, sent the photo from the missing person notice over, and asked, do you remember this person? Not really. He Wufei tried to recall, but had no success. He had been living like a walking corpse before, so how could he have the mind to pay attention to a colleague he met during a part-time job? As expected. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and asked another question, do you still have an impression of that manager? What's his name? According to He Wufei's description, it was very likely that he was the so-called acquaintance in the underworld that Zhou Yan mentioned. He didn't tell us his specific name. If I remember correctly, his surname is Sunday. I once accidentally heard a guest call him Sun Air, but that should be a nickname. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyi repeated this information in his heart. Although seeing Zhou Yan was before his disappearance was obviously inseparable from this so-called acquaintance, and this acquaintance was very likely Sun Air. Sun Air was the manager of Due restaurant, which was a fixed identity. Things seem to have become clear here. A suddenly appearing clue is the reward for the brave. Su Qingyi took a deep breath to calm his mood and then began a new round of calm thinking. Regarding this Due restaurant, his feeling was the same as He Wufei's, it was wrong from head to toe. Therefore, after he got He Wufei's information at the time, he even snuck out directly from the back door, and before leaving, he also hinted to Zhou Yan, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, Zhou Yan was obviously inexperienced in the world and needed money very much, even if he felt strange in his heart, he just quickly brushed it off. If only he had been able to remind him a bit more at that time. Su Qingyi shook his head, thinking about this now was useless. At that time, he was ultimately just suspicious and had no substantial evidence at all, even if he had said it, Zhou Yan wouldn't have believed him. After a little thought, Su Qingyi used his mobile browser to search for information about Due restaurant. As expected, the publicly visible information was extremely scarce, and he couldn't find out who the investor behind it was. There were a few reviews, but they were all from several months ago, and without exception, they were all negative reviews. Some complained about poor service and bad attitude, some disliked the restaurant's shabby environment and substandard hygiene, some cursed the food for being unpalatable and disgusting. When he saw these reviews at the time, Su Qingyi only felt it was funny. Looking at it now, he felt that one could see from this that the existence of this restaurant was obviously not for profit, but had another meaning. Since he couldn't find information online, he would go check the spot offline. Thinking this, Su Qingyi immediately took a taxi to the location of Due restaurant on the map. However, things were indeed not as simple as he had imagined. When he came last year, Su Qingyi still felt that Due restaurant was different from the reviews, at least it looked pretty good on the outside. And now, even the exterior was gone. The whole restaurant was lifeless, the doors were tightly shut, it looked like it hadn't been open for a long time, and there were no notices about suspension of business or anything like that posted. It made sense, as it seemed there were no regular diners at all. Was the newly discovered clue going to be cut off here? Su Qingyi stood at the door in silence for a long time, the back of his trench coat blowing in the wind with a flapping sound. Ding ding dong dong, the phone rang, and Su Qingyi took it out of his pocket half a beat slow. A call from Miss Chu. Su Qingyi stared at the screen, and suddenly his heart stirred. No, a suddenly appearing clue is the reward for the brave with a backer. Thanks to book friends, Only God Bishop, and Power Kuan for the tips, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 323, Chapter 319. A powerful backer, checking someone. Sure. Although Chu Qingyan was a little confused by Su Qingyi's request, she agreed immediately. She had just finished tea with the staff, and thanks to the Chu family's customary display of financial power, the negotiations went very smoothly. By now, she had returned to the spacious lounge, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun over Seoul was dazzling. The call remained connected. Chu Qingyan simply nodded to the person at the door and handed over the information she had just scribbled on a piece of paper. Check this. Her tone was calm. Listening on the other end, Su Qingyi was slightly surprised by her shift in demeanor. But what is it about? The next second, she switched back to her usual soft, gentle tone. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and briefly recounted the events of the day, omitting many of the details, of course. Oh my God! Chu Qingyan couldn't help but exclaim. Su Qingyi, are you a detective? The whole story sounded just like a detective novel. If it were her, she would have given up at the very first step of tracking down the raincoat man. If I were a detective, would I bother asking for your help? Miss Chu, times have changed. It's not like the old days where you could solve cases just by puffing on a pipe. Su Qingyi held his phone with one hand, his other hand in his pocket, and spoke nonchalantly. Due restaurant was in a remote location, and the area was basically deserted, so Su Qingyi decided to wander around the vicinity. It was clear that Miss Chu wasn't done chatting on the phone yet. Su Qingyi, I could have come back tomorrow, but my mom said there's a fashion week in Milan and she wants me to go. Do you think I should go? If I do, maybe I can sign a few models. Su Qingyi was momentarily speechless. The way she said that, it was as casual as buying a couple of popsicles on the roadside. If this were feudal times, she would totally be the kind of rich playboy who goes out and buys a few maids. Just as he was about to reply, do whatever makes you happy, alarm bells suddenly went off in Su Qingyi's mind. Something was wrong. Milan, the Italian city known as the fashion capital, home to Prada, Armani, Gucci, and Valentino. Of course, compared to those, Su Qingyi was more interested in AC Milan and Inter Milan. But that wasn't important, what mattered was that Italy was also famous for its pizza. Pizza country, fashion show. Maybe you shouldn't go. Su Qingyi said quietly. Huh? Why? Chu Qingyan curled up on the spacious sofa and opened the box on the coffee table, revealing an exquisitely crafted chocolate cake. This was a snack specially prepared after they had inquired about her preferences. How should she put it? Should she be grateful it wasn't something kimchi-related? Like kimchi potato chips or something? Chu Qingyan swirled her spoon, scooped up a bite, and put it in her mouth. I just feel like fashion shows are boring. On the other end of the line, Su Qingyi said dryly. As the chocolate cream melted in her mouth with a slight bitterness, Chu Qingyan let out a laugh and replied, "Humph, what would an oblivious guy like you know?" Su Qingyi didn't know what to say, so he just mumbled, "Yeah." His gaze drifted unnaturally, but fortunately, they were just on the phone, so she couldn't tell. Just then, he actually saw a small cart on the side of the street selling popsicles. "Alright, I'll be back tomorrow then. I have to prepare for my birthday anyway." Su Qingyi, you wouldn't change your mind and not come, would you? I won't. Su Qingyi glanced at the traffic light, preparing to cross the street. You promised me. I promised. Hee hee. Chu Qingyan let out a deliberate, goofy laugh like something out of a cartoon, which sounded kind of funny. But soon, her tone turned serious again. Yeah, okay. After the sound of a door closing, she explained, the thing you asked me to check earlier has results. I'll take a picture and send it to you. Wasn't that a bit too efficient? Su Qingyi couldn't help but marvel once again at the importance of having powerful connections. By now, the red light had turned green. Su Qingyi put his phone away and strode across the crosswalk. The person selling the popsicles was an elderly woman wearing simple, worn-out cotton clothes, but her cart was kept very clean. Granny, how much for a popsicle? 1 yuan each, young man. Could I have one, please? Su Qingyi took a coin from his trench coat pocket and handed it to her. The popsicles were made in a very old-fashioned way, available in soda or milk flavors. Su Qingyi took a bite. It was a refreshing lemon soda flavor, and as the ice crystals melted, it felt like a jolt of clarity. He opened the information Chu Qingyan had sent to his phone. The investor behind Due restaurant was named Wu Xiaobo. There was a photo attached, showing someone with typical, 3 white eyes, and a somewhat sinister expression. The criminal record below showed he had quite a few priors, he'd done time in prison multiple times. However, the charges weren't very serious, and he was released after a few years each time. He wasn't the restaurant's first owner, and the timing of his takeover was quite coincidental, it was the first day of that centenarian's birthday banquet. To avoid being exposed when giving the gift money, Su Qingyi had specifically noted down the surname of that so-called centenarian, Old Wu. So, in fact, it was questionable whether this centenarian even existed. Was the birthday banquet actually a welcome party for the new boss? Besides that, the information on the manager in charge of hiring had also been dug up. Sun Ku. In the photo, he looked sharp-featured and monkey-like. His nickname was Sun Air, and he and Wu Xiaobo could be called brothers in crime. He was also a guy with a significant criminal record. He seemed to be Wu Xiaobo's frontman, and he was the one who handled most public interactions. This Sun Air often posted high-paying, short-term part-time job listings, which usually only happened when they were extremely short on manpower. The strange thing was that they didn't accept just anyone, applicants had to go through several rounds of screening. The problems exposed by this information were already very obvious, but unfortunately, the last time these two had been seen was months ago. It would be difficult for anyone to track them down now. Su Qingyi tossed the wooden stick into a trash can and bought another one, this time milk-flavored. The soda one tasted better, the milk one was a bit like a small pudding with too much sugar. Granny, have you always sold around here? Yes. I've been selling here for decades, except when it's windy or raining. The winter wind was biting. As Su Qingyi stood on the roadside with the old woman, he served as a bit of a windbreak for her. Do you know about the restaurant next door? I know it. It's been closed for several months now. The old woman coughed and continued, Young man, you're young. Don't get involved with the people inside. It's not clean. Huh? Su Qingyi pretended to be completely ignorant. They aren't decent business people. The old woman sighed and said slowly. Su Qingyi originally wanted to ask more, but after a moment's thought, he held back. Misfortune comes from the tongue, Not asking too much was a form of protection. About when did it close? Around the 30th of July, it stopped opening. Although the old woman was elderly, her memory was still good, she could even recall the specific date. But the 30th of July, wasn't that a bit too early? As Su Qingyi carried the bag of popsicles home, he couldn't help but calculate in his mind. After a while, a thought struck him. The older generation didn't track dates by the Gregorian calendar, but by the lunar calendar. The 30th day of the 7th lunar month corresponded exactly to September 10th on the Gregorian calendar. Su Qingyi gave all the cash he had on him to the old woman. It wasn't much, just over 1,000 yuan. But it was enough to keep her going for a while. Su Qingyi specifically instructed her to rest at home for a while, and if she absolutely had to go out, to sell in a different neighborhood. Although things didn't seem quite that extreme, he felt it would be safer that way. He was willing to investigate this matter of his own volition, so he didn't want to drag anyone else into it. As he thought about this, he took another soda popsicle out of the bag. Just as he unwrapped it, a black Maybach slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Su Qingyi had already caught the path of the wheels out of the corner of his eye, but he acted as if he hadn't seen it and kept walking. The tightly closed rear window rolled down. Most of Chu Yuanjiang's body was hidden in the shadows, making his smile seem somewhat unreal. Yo, what a coincidence. Su Qingyi acted as if he had just realized it. He paused slightly, turned, and nodded. Hello, Uncle Chu. Want a ride? Chu Yuanjiang asked with a smile. But the car door on the other side had already opened in response. Su Qingyi didn't decline and got straight into the car. The interior of the Maybach's back seat was very spacious. The two of them sat, one to the left and one to the right, as if a galaxy separated them. In the front seat, Uncle Gao kept his eyes forward, focusing solely on driving. Su Qingyi weighed the bag of popsicles in his hand. They would leak water if they melted, so he didn't put them on the leather seat. What are you carrying? Chu Yuanjiang asked. Su Qingyi opened the bag and held it out to him. Chu Yuanjiang didn't stand on ceremony and quickly picked out a milk-flavored one. This is the kind we ate when we were kids. Nostalgic. Back then, they only cost a dime each. In the hot weather, I'd run errands for people, running from the east side of the city to the west, just to get a taste of this. He bit off a large chunk of the popsicle and was momentarily frozen, his speech becoming slurred. Just when Su Qingyi thought he was going to ramble on like before, Chu Yuanjiang's tone dropped a few degrees. What about you? What are you doing here? The atmosphere inside the car dropped along with his tone, hitting freezing point. He knew the answer perfectly well. Su Qingyi thought that if he asked Miss Chu for help, Chu Yuanjiang would surely find out. But he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, or for him to come looking for him immediately. Could this matter involve more than what appeared on the surface? Or did Due restaurant have some connection to the Chu family? Su Qingyi stared at the water stains seeping from the popsicle wrappers in the bag. For a moment, he felt a sense of danger. But he quickly dismissed the second possibility. Because he remembered the flower basket he saw at the door on the day of the centenarian banquet, one of them was signed by Ho Yugan. Anyone might have ties to the Chu family, but the Ho family certainly didn't. So, after excluding the second possibility, the only one left was the first. That meant that, at the very least, discussing this with Chu Yuanjiang was safe. Upon realizing this, Su Qingyi felt his guard lower slightly. What do you think? He asked back nonchalantly. Chu Yuanjiang seemed a bit tired today. He twisted the wristwatch on his wrist. With his mask of the easygoing, nice guy removed, he finally looked like the gloomy, behind-the-scenes boss. I don't know how a student like you managed to wade into these muddy waters. But regardless of the reason, that's enough. Stop here. His tone carried a warning. An ordinary young person might have been intimidated by his presence and backed down. Unfortunately, the person facing him was Su Qingyi. Stop where? He said calmly. Aside from making a few phone calls, I haven't done anything yet. The atmosphere remained deadlocked for a while. Su Qingyi glanced at the car's navigation system. Uncle Gao had it tough. As long as the boss was still talking, he wouldn't dare stop the car, so he just kept driving around the outskirts of the city. Chu Yuanjiang tapped his watch face. Thinking of his meeting in half an hour, he felt helpless. Every time he encountered this kid, endless trouble followed. Stubborn mule. In the end, it was Chu Yuanjiang who gave in. If you just thought about nickname for a second, you'd know I'm not planning to harm you. He exchanged a look with Uncle Gao in the rearview mirror, and the car returned to the navigation route. If you wanted to harm me, you wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Su Qingyi laughed. Tell me, what's actually going on? Chu Yuanjiang sighed and propped his elbows up to look at him. A great new way to show off a watch. Alright, I know you're wearing a custom Patek Philippe. Su Qingyi was inwardly amused when he saw Chu Yuanjiang start to unbuckle his watch strap. Like it? It's yours. That won't be necessary. Su Qingyi made a no gesture. That Richard Mille was still sitting in his drawer at home. Because of that, he felt his home wasn't safe anymore. It wouldn't matter if a thief broke in before, but after the gifts from the father and daughter, his home was now a high-risk area. After organizing his thoughts, Su Qingyi recounted the whole story again. Of course, just like when he spoke to Miss Chu, it was a simplified version with some details omitted. After listening, Chu Yuanjiang's reaction was quite different from Chu Qingyan's. You went to all this trouble just to help someone you've only met once, and not to gain any benefits for yourself. He frowned, seemingly unable to understand. Maybe so. Su Qingyi thought about it, but couldn't come up with a better explanation. To be honest, I'm not very interested in the things behind all this. So, if you say I'm wading in muddy water, that's not quite right, I'm just passing through it. So you have to wade through it? Su Qingyi nodded and lowered his eyes. With his eyes cast down, he looked very quiet and easygoing. However, Chu Yuanjiang knew that this was entirely a facade. I'm not asking for your understanding, but I've already promised Zhou Yan's family that I would help find him, so I won't give up halfway. Besides, I feel like I haven't even made any real effort yet. Su Qingyi paused, then continued, besides that, I'm aware of the things you're concerned about, so I will try my best to avoid them. Pull up that missing person notice again and let me see it. Chu Yuanjiang closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He then opened his phone and took a picture. I'll tell you the results within 3 days at the latest. Stop here. Chu Yuanjiang put his phone away and gave Su Qingyi a complex look. The latter smiled, looking quite harmless. In reality, he had completely talked himself into this position. Go. Having been outmaneuvered by a young kid, Chu Yuanjiang was very annoyed and waved him away. Su Qingyi turned his head and saw they were already at the entrance to his alley. Uncle Chu, see you in 2 days. Su Qingyi jumped out of the Maybach and leaned on the car window. What is it? Chu Yuanjiang subconsciously thought the previous matter wasn't over and immediately frowned. Your daughter's birthday party. Su Qingyi said with a smile. The kid seemed to be provoking him. He had inexplicably done him a favor, and in 2 days, he would have to watch his own daughter favor an outsider. The more Chu Yuanjiang thought about it, the more he felt he was losing out. Stop. Leave the popsicles you're holding. Sure thing. Su Qingyi smilingly handed the bag back through the window. It seemed like he'd struck a deal that wasn't a loss. Thanks to Book Friend's power, Only God Bishop, and the user ending in 0518 for their tips. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes of support. 324, Chapter 320 Birthday Banquet. The birthday banquet for Miss Chu was scheduled to officially begin at exactly 7 p.m. However, Su Qingyi had been receiving her relentless calls since the afternoon. Su Qingyi, are you awake yet? Su Qingyi, what are you doing? Su Qingyi, are you busy? What exactly do you want? Su Qingyi raised a hand in a shush gesture. The designer opposite him understood immediately, nodding and remaining quiet. If you aren't busy, could you come over early to keep me company? Why? Su Qingyi took a sip of strong tea, asking despite knowing the answer. Because it's still a long time until evening. I'm so bored all by myself. Chu Qingyan was already rolling around on the bed, and Furry seemed to be chiming in from the side, raising his paws and barking, woof woof, a few times. Since today is a special day, I won't be treated as an unauthorized person and stopped at the gate by security, right? Of course not. At worst, I'll just have Uncle Gao come and pick you up. Chu Qingyan lay on the bed, ready to send a message to Uncle Gao. Not now, it has to be later. How much later? A lot later. Before Miss Chu could lose her temper, Su Qingyi hung up the phone with a smile. It wasn't exactly that he was teasing Miss Chu on purpose, it was just that the custom gown wasn't finished yet. Well, although there was perhaps a little bit of teasing involved. According to your design suggestions, the finished product is ready. You can take a look now to see if there is anything that needs changing. The designer had been waiting anxiously on the side for a long time. Seeing him hang up, he finally seized the opportunity. It was like an arrow on the bowstring, fully drawn. If he wasn't allowed to show it off, he would surely burst. Okay. Su Qingyi stood up and walked into the exhibition room. The finished piece was draped over a wooden frame, looking much more intuitive than the previous flat design sketches. The overall color tone was designed to be a pale pink, exactly the color of peach blossoms just beginning to bloom. The cuffs featured patterns symbolizing good fortune, hand-stitched entirely with gold thread. The stitches were fine and dense, truly excellent craftsmanship. The combination of pink and gold made it look both gorgeous and luxurious. It suited Chu Qingyan very well. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think, it really suited her perfectly. In the whole world, she was the only one most suited for this color. It's beautiful. There's nothing that needs to be changed. Su Qingyi reached out to touch the cuff. The silk texture was soft, and he nodded approvingly. The designer, who had been on edge the whole time, finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he felt this was the most difficult order he had ever taken in his career. Part of it was feeling that his talent was unappreciated regarding this masterpiece, and the other part was the inexplicable pressure brought by the young man in front of him. Although his tone of voice could even be considered gentle, his scrutinizing gaze always made people feel a bit sweaty. Please. Help me pack it up. Su Qingyi glanced down at his watch. It wasn't early anymore. Ah, okay. The designer had been lost in thought and only snapped back to reality when reminded. It was a pity he hadn't had the chance to properly explain his design philosophy and the research and significance behind the patterns. Your creativity and craftsmanship are both excellent. If I have needs in the future, I hope we can cooperate again. Su Qingyi picked up the packaging bag from the counter, freed a hand, and gave a light handshake. The designer hadn't expected to receive such praise from him. He was immediately flattered, and his previous disappointment vanished instantly. When he got into the taxi, Su Qingyi sent the photo of the gown he had just taken to Zhou Lian. How is it? Zhou Lian's status bar quickly changed to, the other party is typing. But it wasn't until 2 minutes later that he sent a message, nothing special. Su Qingyi curled the corners of his lips, not bothering to argue with him. Besides, he was the one who provided the idea anyway. Only Su Qingyi was attending today's birthday banquet, the other friends didn't come. Chu Qingyan had wanted to invite them, but no one was willing to come. Because those who had attended before knew that this kind of banquet was not the type of entertaining gathering that young people enjoyed, but a serious business banquet. There was no singing or dancing, no drinking games, and no lingering, ambiguous glances. There were only high-class individuals, holding wine glasses and exchanging polite pleasantries, with hidden meanings behind every word. One wrong sentence could easily offend someone. Su Yang and Han Bing had both attended last year. Su Yang said it felt like sitting in prison for 3 hours, while Han Bing said she stood there holding a wine glass and awkwardly smiling the entire time, without meeting a single handsome guy. Everyone present was an uncle over 40. Su Yang mocked her, saying, "Isn't that the older, domineering CEO type you girls like?" Han Bing sneered and said, "The handsome ones are called domineering CEOs, but the ones that look like the people in that banquet hall are what we generally call entrepreneurs." In short, these two were absolutely unwilling to come this year. Not to mention Lin Tong, he was the most afraid of such occasions to begin with and wouldn't come even if his life depended on it. Thinking back to the last time he was dragged by Su Yang to attend Ms. Jian Zhao's homecoming welcome banquet, that terrifying scene was still fresh in his memory. Just thinking about it gave Lin Tong goosebumps, and he immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Thus, in the end, only Su Qingyi came to attend. It was only because he had changed his ways. If it had been before, he might have refused even faster and more resolutely than the others. The taxi stopped at an intersection about 100 meters from Chu Qingyan's home. There was no other reason, the road was simply blocked. Su Qingyi opened the car door and jumped out, looking up. The luxury cars parked along the road were more than he had seen in his entire life, an overwhelming, dazzling array. He seemed to be the only one who had just taken a taxi to get there, so naturally, some gazes were cast his way with a hint of confusion. Su Qingyi remained calm, simply lowering his head to adjust his suit cuffs. He had arrived in a yellow Ferrari, and those who knew its worth. There was a receptionist at the gate responsible for checking invitations. Su Qingyi only realized this when he reached the entrance. Wait, it seemed no one had told him about an invitation. So he paused, standing there thinking about whether he should call Miss Chu to ask. "My friend, are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Su Qingyi was slightly taken aback and turned around. It was a man who looked to be in his early 30s, dressed in a suit. With his hair slicked back. "Do you have an invitation?" The man looked him up and down, carrying a hint of the disdain and scrutiny typical of high-class individuals. "I don't think I do." Su Qingyi smiled slightly. "Then why are you here trying to join in on the fun, young man? Trying to squeeze in where you don't belong is not a good habit." The man snorted through his nose, then proceeded to lecture him earnestly. "I've already seen countless young people like you. Isn't it just thinking about getting close to Miss Chu and wanting to take a shortcut? Young man, there are no shortcuts in life. Who do you think Miss Chu is? Do you think she doesn't know the intentions of pretty boys like you? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a good-looking face. This society isn't just about looks. Su Qingyi was pretending to listen intently, nodding from time to time, when someone inside saw him and waved from far away, "Young Master Su." Su Qingyi glanced to the side. It was Butler Han. "When did you arrive?" "I am so sorry, Miss specifically asked me to wait for you here." Butler Han wiped the sweat he had worked up from running over with a handkerchief from his pocket, his tone apologetic. "There was a small problem with the proceedings just now, so I went to check on it." "I'm truly sorry." "It's no problem, I just arrived." Su Qingyi replied with a smile. "Then, are you?" Butler Han had just seen the slick-back man talking to Su Qingyi, but he was too far away to hear what they were saying. And now it was the man's turn to sweat. The sweat on his forehead was almost melting the hair gel he had carefully applied. What was going on? Why was the Chu family's butler speaking to this kid in such a polite tone? Although a butler was a service person, his status was not low. In other words, the butler's attitude largely represented the attitude of the master of the house. That meant. Su Qingyi gave the man a meaningful look, a look that sent a chill down his spine. "It's nothing, just chatting." Su Qingyi changed the subject and curled his lips again. "Alright, let's go. Miss has been waiting for you for a long time, every 5 minutes she asks me if you have arrived." Watching the two walk away, the man felt a heavy weight in his heart. A bad start, he was truly unlucky. Who could have imagined that lecturing some random kid at the gate would mean kicking an iron plate? The carefully prepared gift seemed useless now, he might as well just head home. The man looked up at the wall of the Chu family estate and sighed deeply. Butler Han led Su Qingyi along a side path that required passing through a small garden and winding around to the side door. It was midwinter, a time when all things were dormant, but the Chu family's small garden had a unique charm. It was still filled with clusters of flowers, vibrant and full of life. Tucked away in a corner, it was as if a small piece of spring had been frozen there. Noticing his gaze, Butler Han spoke with a smile, his tone slightly proud. "Miss loves flowers, this place was designed according to her wishes. What to place here, what to place there, for every season, Miss has her own unique ideas." Su Qingyi imagined Chu Qingyan skipping around while giving instructions, and he couldn't help but laugh. Walking along the way, this side of the small garden was different from the European-style architecture of the main gate. It was a Chinese-style courtyard. There were winding paths leading to secluded spots, and inside, there was even a complete Suzhou-style garden. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue inwardly. The world of the wealthy was indeed hard to understand. Seeing him looking so intently, Butler Han's chatty side opened up. "The stone lions here used to be placed on the other side. Once, when Miss was sleepy, she accidentally bumped into them and got hurt, so Sir had people move them away. This is the room where Miss practices piano. She says that practicing in the bamboo forest gives her the feeling of an ancient swordswoman. When Miss was unhappy as a child, she would always hide in this corner." When they passed a corner, Butler Han pointed to the corner of the wall. Su Qingyi turned his head to look. There was a small hole in the middle of the rockery there, about big enough for a child to hide in. Sir had discovered it long ago, but he instructed us not to say anything, otherwise if she knew she had been found, she would change spots next time. Butler Han said, holding back a laugh. Su Qingyi also laughed. Chu Qingyan was truly such a pure and innocent character from childhood to adulthood, a complete airhead. Thinking this, Su Qingyi walked closer to the rockery. The hole was not big. With his current size, it was impossible for him to crawl inside, so he just propped himself up on his elbows and peered inside. The space inside the rockery was not small, it was smooth and clean, and from the angle of looking up, one could see the bright, clear blue sky. How to put it, it was a structure that provided a great sense of security. Children all seemed to like finding such a secret base for themselves. Su Qingyi thought that his secret base could be said to be his grandfather's house. Chen Jinji liked to hide in the wardrobe when she was little, so her secret base was the wardrobe. Only Miss Chu's secret base required a certain amount of financial support. When Su Qingyi turned to the side, preparing to back out, sunlight spilled into the interior of the rockery, illuminating the rock wall. There seemed to be some densely packed small characters, and Su Qingyi's movements paused. He frowned and looked. The light was still a bit dim, and he couldn't see clearly. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled his phone from his suit pocket and turned on the flashlight. The small characters on the wall looked like they had been carved with a sharp stone, stroke by stroke. They were quite neat. It was a child's handwriting. "Today I am unhappy. Tired. I don't like piano. I miss Xiao Bai. Nickname is unhappy. Su Qingyi turned off the flashlight. In her childhood, Chu Qingyan had a limited vocabulary and could only carve these few simple sentences over and over again. But the interior walls were densely covered with all the feelings of loss she had hidden away. When she crawled out of the rockery, she had to go back to being that perfect Miss Chu. Su Qingyi suddenly felt a bit sad. Butler Han didn't know why the young master in front of him had suddenly become so downcast, and followed over, somewhat puzzled. Su Qingyi, however, aptly raised a hand to block Butler Han's inquisitive gaze. "It's nothing, let's go." Since he had said so, even though Butler Han felt something was wrong, he had to suppress his doubts. Passing through the corridor ahead was the side door. Su Qingyi thought silently, his hands in his suit pockets. If she knew her little secret had been discovered, whether it was the little Miss Chu of back then or the Miss Chu of now, she would surely be so angry she'd be clawing at the air. Butler Han only brought him to the door of Chu Qingyan's room and raised his hand to knock, 3 proper, regulated knocks. The person who came to open the door was a woman who looked like a nanny. "Young Master Su, Miss is waiting for you inside." Butler Han raised his hand respectfully and continued, "If there are no further instructions, I will go attend to my duties." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Su Qingyi nodded and followed the nanny inside. This was different from the Chu Qingyan room he had visited before. It was on a higher floor, had fewer flashy ornaments, and seemed newly renovated. The mahogany floor was so clean there wasn't even a single strand of hair. Su Qingyi lightened his steps, walked a few dozen paces, and finally saw the protagonist of the day. Chu Qingyan had her eyes closed, with a circle of people around her, seemingly styling her for tonight's appearance. The makeup artist didn't allow for any mistakes in every step. Under the exquisite makeup, Chu Qingyan was as perfect as a modeled elf princess from a game. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the light of the setting sun, which only served to make her profile look a bit more cold and aloof. Su Qingyi didn't walk closer, but stood in place and watched for a while. After a long while, the makeup artist spoke softly, saying she could open her eyes. Chu Qingyan was very obedient, her long, thick eyelashes trembling slightly before slowly lifting. She didn't look at the mirror first, but instead looked toward the door. When she saw Su Qingyi standing against the wall with his arms folded, a smile quickly rippled through her beautiful, clear eyes. The entire scene was revitalized by this, becoming vivid and fervent. Thanks to book friends Ranho Hihi, Wei Shin Jujiao, and Power June for their tips. Thank you all for your subscriptions and votes of support. 325, Chapter 321. Su Qingyi, are you a dog? Today's birthday banquet was a formal occasion, and Su Qingyi wore the suit Yang Lu had gifted him. Compared to the attire of the others present, it was perhaps a notch lower in price, but on him, it inexplicably exuded an air of nobility. The gold-trimmed cuffs and the slim-fit tailoring were all just right. Chu Qingyan stared at him with her almond-shaped, watery eyes, unblinking, like the clear, bright sky on a summer day after the rain. Su Qingyi stood with his hands in his pockets, meeting her gaze with an unhurried, calm composure. In the end, Chu Qingyan couldn't hold back. She trotted across the fluffy carpet and threw herself into his arms. "You're so slow." She buried her face in Su Qingyi's chest and said, her voice muffled. Su Qingyi gave a hum of acknowledgement and reached out to pick up the paper bag beside him. "Happy birthday." Chu Qingyan took it with a beaming smile, subconsciously assuming it was something delicious. "The NKS, why did you go and buy a gift?" "Just bought it on a whim." Su Qingyi made no mention of how long he had considered this gift. His tone remained as indifferent as ever. "Humph, I don't believe you." Chu Qingyan smiled and prepared to unwrap the gift, but Su Qingyi gestured with his chin. The makeup artist team over there was still waiting with their tools in hand. "Ah." Chu Qingyan finally realized, and quickly put her hands together in apology. Sorry. I forgot I hadn't finished my makeup yet." It was all Su Qingyi's fault for arriving so late. She'd been waiting so long that she forgot everything the moment she saw him. Chu Qingyan sat back in her previous spot, though she was no longer silent and quiet as before. Instead, she looked lively, with sparkling eyes. The makeup artist held the brush with gentle movements, unable to help but recall a line. There are few truths in this world. A girl's blush is worth more than a long monologue. A young girl in love needs no words. Her affection will naturally spill from her eyes without reservation. Su Qingyi sat on the sofa waiting for a while, but feeling a bit bored, he got up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. It was already 6 in the evening, and almost everyone who had received an invitation had arrived. The entire manor had been completely redecorated for today's ceremony. It was even more resplendent than the last time he visited. Chu Yuanjiang's aesthetic sense was quite normal when it came to his own affairs, but whenever it concerned his precious daughter, he would arrange everything with heaps of gold and silver. It was pure nouveau riche energy. Perhaps this was just the heavy, doting love of an old father. From the 5th floor, one could get a better view of the entire manor. Su Qingyi thought to himself that the baby born here 18 years ago today was the owner of this entire estate. To her, this coming-of-age ceremony was not just a simple ritual. It represented the transfer of more power, as well as the handover of corresponding responsibilities. Perhaps she felt a little uneasy about it, which was why she so desperately wanted him to stand by her side at such a moment. What are you thinking about? Chu Qingyan had finished her makeup at some point and leaned over to ask curiously. Su Qingyi glanced over. The makeup artist team had already filed out in silence, and the last person had very tactfully closed the door behind them. I heard you were once rammed by a stone lion when you were a child. Su Qingyi changed the subject nonchalantly. Oh. You're not allowed to talk about that. Butler Han must have told you. Whenever these embarrassing childhood incidents were brought up, Miss Chu would jump up like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Su Qingyi smiled, took her by the wrist, and led her back to the sofa. Unwrap your gift. When she took the gift box out, it was obvious that it wasn't food. Chu Qingyan carefully lifted the lid, and her eyes widened in surprise. Is this a dress? Oh my god, the sun must be rising from the west. The ultra-oblivious guy actually bought a gift like this. And it's such a beautiful shade of pink. Su Qingyi nodded, his expression unruffled. Want to try it on? He studied Chu Qingyan's makeup for the day, feeling that she would need to put the dress on to see if they matched. Okay. Miss Chu readily agreed, hugged the dress, and slipped into the dressing room. That reaction, it seemed like she really liked it. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, feeling slightly relieved. After a while, Chu Qingyan's hesitant voice drifted out from the dressing room. Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi answered, but he didn't move. There was silence in the dressing room for a long moment. Su Qingyi wasn't in a hurry, he leisurely flipped through the manga magazine in his hands. These were all subscribed to by Miss Chu. The magazine featured serialized domestic manga. Su Qingyi hadn't seen the previous issue, but it wasn't too difficult to follow. In the end, Chu Qingyan had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come over here and help me." Help you with what? This, it's too hard to put on. Su Qingyi put down the manga and walked to the door of the dressing room. Are you sure I won't see anything I shouldn't? Of course not. You pervert. Miss Chu roared from inside. Su Qingyi hesitated no longer and pushed the door open. However, after just one glance, he felt the urge to turn around and close the door behind him. The dress was indeed beautiful, but because it was in a traditional style, the process of putting it on was extremely complicated. If he hadn't seen the design sketches, Su Qingyi would have had no idea how it was supposed to be worn. After Chu Qingyan's frantic fumbling, the ribbons were tangled and her fragrant shoulders were half exposed. The scene was indescribably suggestive. Compared to something more direct and shocking, this half-hidden appearance seemed even more heart-pounding. Su Qingyi averted his gaze uncomfortably and cleared his throat. What are you doing? His tone betrayed that he wasn't as calm as he appeared. Fortunately, Chu Qingyan was too distracted to notice. She was blushing to the roots of her ears and didn't dare to look up at him, merely shouting with a fierce but hollow bravado, "How should I know? This is too hard to put on, and there's no instruction manual. Do you want me to draw one for you now?" Draw, my foot. Just tell me directly. How am I supposed to explain that? Just say it. The two bickered for a while before Su Qingyi glanced at his watch and realized that things were getting a bit critical. The banquet was set to begin at 7, and it was already 6:30. Stop. He decided to call a truce. Chu Qingyan was also tired from the arguing. Her previous struggles had only gotten her more tangled in the vortex of ribbons. She now felt hot, flushed, and even more restricted in her movements. Don't move. Su Qingyi walked to her side and tilted his head to observe. It was bizarre. How on earth had she managed to get herself wrapped up in this dress like a silkworm spinning a cocoon? After a long silence, he decided to just step in and help. As soon as his fingers touched Chu Qingyan's shoulder, she flinched. Just as Su Qingyi was about to explain, she closed her eyes and straightened her back, putting on a facade of being completely unbothered. All right, hurry up. Su Qingyi felt a sudden urge to laugh. All right, still trying to save face at a time like this, you'd better be able to keep that up for a while longer. Although he thought this somewhat maliciously, Su Qingyi maintained the mindset of a gentleman and began to help her adjust the dress. It was mostly correct, actually, it was just that the shoulder strap had been threaded wrong from the very first step, causing every subsequent step to be wrong, until she had nearly tied herself in knots. Although Chu Qingyan tried her best to convince herself that it was no big deal, He was just helping her get dressed, and it wasn't as if she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Her trembling reaction still betrayed her inner tension. Su Qingyi, however, did not tease her. He simply went about the task of dressing her and tying the ribbons, his movements never crossing the line. Chu Qingyan gradually calmed down. Neither of them spoke, and only the sound of quiet breathing remained in the dressing room. All done. Su Qingyi stood behind her, finished tying the knot at the back, and said slowly. Chu Qingyan finally opened her eyes and saw herself in the mirror. Su Qingyi caught her gaze in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His intuition had been spot on. She was the only person in the world who could wear this dress so perfectly. Whether it was the pink or the gold, both suited her perfectly. Like gold for her robes, like jade for her form, eyes like autumn waters, hair like clouds, skirts of rosy dawn, capes of moonlight, a gathering of beauty. Fine brows and eyes, flowing clouds of hair, only the amorous song you would truly know. Chu Qingyan clearly loved the dress too. She straightened her arms and swayed in a circle, saying with a beaming smile, "It's so beautiful." "Thank you, Su Qingyi, I love it so much." She looked just like that carefree, most favored little princess from a palace. Su Qingyi leaned back slightly, resting against the wardrobe behind him. Chu Qingyan shook her head happily, her dark hair cascading down over her shoulders like flowing water. Su Qingyi suddenly wondered if the skin that had been exposed just moments ago felt as soft as silk to the touch. The next second, he leaned in without warning. Chu Qingyan sensed that his gaze was a bit dangerous, but before she could react, she simply looked up at him, her expression slightly dazed. To a man, such innocence at a moment like this was no less than an invitation. So Su Qingyi lowered his head and sealed the kiss that had been brewing for so long. The kiss was initially aggressive, but once it truly began, it turned tender. As if he were treating a fragile treasure. Chu Qingyan's breathing became chaotic, her eyes grew moist, and she felt as though the heart in her chest was about to leap out. Something wasn't right. Today's kiss was different from the ones before. It felt like it would be dangerous if it continued any further. The next second, as if to cover up her reaction, she seriously covered her lips with her hand. "No, no. I'm wearing lipstick. I have to go downstairs soon." It was unclear whether she was saying that for him or for herself. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, his gaze unreadable. Chu Qingyan was flustered and mumbled an explanation. "It's true. Look at the time, Butler Han is going to." "Hey." Su Qingyi returned to the sofa and continued reading the serialized manga he hadn't finished earlier. Miss Chu was still frantically adjusting her collar in the mirror, trying to cover the ambiguous marks on her neck and collarbone. After a long while, her angry, embarrassed voice rang out from the dressing room. "Su Qingyi, are you a dog?" 326, Chapter 322 I am worthy of you. In the resplendent banquet hall, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere was one of extravagance and indulgence. Su Qingyi chose a spot in the furthest corner and polished off 2 small bread rolls first. Chu Qingyan was the protagonist of the day, so naturally, she would make a grand entrance after a while. Just as Su Qingyi was about to pick up his 3rd bread roll, he suddenly saw someone familiar. Su Zilong was wearing a flashy wine-red suit and was clinking glasses with someone in the most conspicuous spot in the middle of the hall. If they chatted for another 5 minutes, they would probably start calling each other brothers. Su Qingyi couldn't help but wonder, had Su Zilong's business become successful enough to receive an invitation from the Chu family? It felt highly unlikely. If it were true, Su Zilong would have already been using a loudspeaker to broadcast it everywhere. He wasn't the type to hide his wealth. Especially since he would try every possible way to show off in front of Yang Lu. Su Qingyi's slightly puzzled gaze quickly caught Su Zilong's attention. The next second, he patted the shoulder of the person he was chatting with, freed himself, and ran over, beaming with excitement. "Son! How come you're here too?" Su Qingyi took a bite of the bread roll, speaking somewhat unclearly. The one in his hand was coated with matcha powder. It was refreshing and not greasy. "What do you think?" Su Zilong continued to wink and gesture, dropping hints. Su Qingyi was silent for a long moment, then raised his hand and said, "Security, there's an intruder here." "Hey, hey, hey. You brat." Su Zilong hurriedly pressed his arm down, making a guilty shoo gesture. "Who told you Dad snuck in?" "Dad walked through the front door fair and square, okay? Do you have an invitation?" "Well, no. Do you have any idea what kind of people receive invitations, kid? If your dad had that kind of ability, I would definitely get to the point." Seeing that Su Zilong was about to start fantasizing about a successful life again, Su Qingyi interrupted him expressionlessly. Oh. Yesterday, when I was entertaining, I heard someone say that the Chu family's daughter was holding a birthday banquet. That old fogey was bragging endlessly about how he could attend and so on. Bringing this up, Su Zilong couldn't help but get annoyed. It was supposed to be a mundane drinking party, but these people turned it into a competition of one-upmanship. One person claimed to know an industry leader, another said they'd had drinks with internet moguls, and the last one who popped up directly showed off an invitation to the Chu family's birthday banquet. Heh, old fogey, you hit a snag while trying to show off, didn't you? Su Zilong felt that his chance to hold his head high had arrived. Just kidding. Given his son's relationship with Miss Chu, marrying into the family, no, having her marry into their family, wasn't impossible, was it? And then? Then I thought, hey. What kind of relationship does my son have with Miss Chu? Right? Su Zilong laughed heartily and clinked his glass against his son's, as if celebrating a victory. Su Qingyi remained expressionless, which inexplicably made Su Zilong feel a bit apprehensive. Hey, I didn't say that in front of them. I just wanted to come to the venue today and slap him in the face, but I've been wandering around for ages and haven't run into him yet. Su Zilong scratched his head and honestly confessed, didn't I add Miss Chu on WeChat before? I just asked her about it on WeChat, and the girl was so enthusiastic. I thought it was no big deal, so I came over. Just as I arrived at the entrance, before my car had even stopped, someone came specifically to welcome me. That was real class. How did you talk to her? Su Qingyi sighed faintly. Su Zilong didn't seem to feel guilty about this and directly pulled up the chat history. Miss Chu is having a birthday, why didn't you invite your uncle to attend? Grin, dog head, Su Qingyi immediately felt the urge to cover his face. Miss Chu's reply below, although a bit late, was indeed very sincere. Hello, Uncle Su. My father invited the guests for the birthday banquet, so if you weren't invited, it must have been an oversight and a mistake. If you want to come, Uncle, I would naturally welcome you with both hands and feet. The electronic invitation has been sent, please check it, Uncle. Miss Chu really has a good temper. How about that? I told you there wouldn't be a problem, the protagonist invited me properly. Su Zilong laughed quite smugly. Forget it. Since he's already here, he couldn't really call security to carry him out. Su Qingyi ate the last bite of the small bread roll. But you, kid, why did you come to attend on your own? If Miss Chu hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even have known you were here. Su Zilong patted his shoulder heavily, as if dissatisfied with his behavior. Su Qingyi smoothed out the wrinkles on his suit and said slowly, I'm here to celebrate a friend's birthday. Are you? Su Zilong's words were immediately blocked, and he fell silent, feeling a bit awkward. Of course he wasn't. Like most people present, he was dressed up for the occasion, and besides trying to make an impression on the Chu family, he was there to expand his network and meet a few big shots. In such a large banquet hall, there were probably very few who came with genuine birthday wishes. But Su Zilong had been practicing the art of making conversation for decades. He quickly found a loophole and said with a mysterious smile, a friend? It's come to this point, and you're still hiding it from your old man? Su Qingyi didn't reply. His gaze fell back onto the buffet table, and he picked up a plate of mango mousse. Other things at the banquet might have nothing to do with Chu Qingyan, but the selection of desserts must have been chosen by her personally. However, Dad thinks from the bottom of his heart that this young lady from the Chu family is very good. Su Qingyi was prepared to let it go in one ear and out the other, but he didn't expect Su Zilong to look serious and say something like this. This surprised him somewhat. He originally thought Su Zilong would definitely spout theories like, young people shouldn't be too arrogant, taking shortcuts isn't shameful, or, you'll regret missing out on a rich, beautiful woman for the rest of your life. He hadn't expected him to choose not to talk about these things at all. She's gorgeous, well-bred, and so sweet and obedient. Plus, Dad can tell that she genuinely likes you, and that's what matters most. Then what if she wasn't Miss Chu? Su Qingyi asked in return. What kind of talk is that? Even if her surname wasn't Chu, Dad would still think she's the best fit for you. Su Zilong glared, his words firm. Love is something very pure and noble, okay? Dad does love money, because in today's society, money can buy many things. But it can't buy a genuine heart. Su Qingyi was silent for a long moment, then said nonchalantly, you still believe in love? I thought you had long since transcended worldly concerns. Hey, why bring that up? Su Zilong knew he was implying his marriage with Yang Lu, so he waved his hand to cover his embarrassment. Your mother and I, although the ending wasn't great, the beginning was very good, okay? It's just that you weren't born in that era, so you don't know how stylish our love was. Su Qingyi thought, as for being stylish, it was indeed quite stylish. A rock band lead singer and the lead dancer of a traditional Chinese dance troupe from that era, in today's terms, it would be like a carefully raised cabbage being carried away by a punk on a motorcycle. Thinking about it, his grandfather's temper was actually quite good. Su Qingyi tried putting himself in his grandfather's shoes and felt like he wanted to use a cannon to blast Su Zilong. Although life became very stressful later on, plus the bad luck of losing money when dad switched to business, and arguments every few days, the pure love became a bit tainted. But the initial sincerity and love were definitely real, that goes without saying. Otherwise, how could we have lasted so long? We would have divorced long ago. Speaking of sad matters, Su Zilong tilted his head back and drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Anyway, don't follow in your old man's footsteps. Those who betray sincerity end up never receiving it again. Su Qingyi listened to his rarely serious tone and lowered his eyelids to hide his thoughts. At this moment, the banquet hall lights dimmed, and the spotlight converged in front of the staircase. Everyone knew it was time for the protagonist to make her entrance. The moment Chu Qingyan appeared, the already quiet venue became so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Most of the people present had seen Chu Qingyan in person before, but they were still so stunned by her at this moment that they couldn't look away. For a moment, those princesses of peerless beauty who lived in plays and stories all had a real and vivid image. Chu Yuanzhang sat in the shadows. Besides the gratified smile of an old father, there was also a hint of bitterness. Because his daughter was surprisingly not wearing the dress he had specifically gone abroad to have custom-made. Then there was no need to say where the dress she was wearing came from. Chu Yuanzhang picked up his glass, took a sip, and comforted himself. It's fine, daughters always have to grow up. Having a boy she likes is very normal. Young people, love is just that blind and passionate. Thinking about it, the more he endured, the angrier he got. Chu Yuanzhang's molars ground together with a creaking sound, scaring Uncle Gao, who was busy eating tiramisu behind him, into putting down his plate. On the staircase landing. Hello everyone, I am Chu Qingyan. First, I would like to thank you all for coming, my humble home is honored by your presence. I have received all your blessings, thank you very much. I am grateful for your kindness, I am truly fortunate. With the new year approaching, I also wish everyone a peaceful and smooth new year, and may everything go as you wish. After speaking, she lifted her skirt, nodded slightly, and performed a standard princess curtsy. Applause rang out, and Su Qingyi lazily clapped twice. This speech was too official, it wasn't what he wanted to hear. At this time, according to custom, Chu Yuanzhang also had to come out and say a few words, and most of the people below were waiting for him. But he was not very eager, he only walked out from behind the scenes when the venue was about to go cold. Applause rang out again, and friends familiar with him shook their glasses and jeered. Chu Yuanzhang first helped his daughter down the stairs before picking up the microphone. Ahem. He coughed twice in a very affected manner, and someone below immediately laughed along. This was Chu Yuanzhang's habit, he often appeared in front of everyone in a peaceful state, like a comedian. Su Qingyi thought, generally speaking, such opponents are even more terrifying. Thank you all for coming to my daughter's birthday banquet, I am deeply grateful, deeply grateful. Time flies, as a father, I always feel that my child is still a little kid, but in the blink of an eye, she has grown into a young lady. Chu Yuanzhang held the microphone, seemingly a bit emotional, his eyes slightly red. While everyone was infected by this slightly sentimental atmosphere, only Su Qingyi felt something was wrong. A person like Chu Yuanzhang, even if he truly had a moment of genuine emotion, would absolutely not do it at a mixed crowd banquet, in front of so many people. Sure enough, the next second, his tone changed. It is only natural for a daughter to inherit her father's business. From today on, everything in the Chu family is hers, it is only a matter of time before it is in her hands. And all of this starts with the recently established Xingxing Entertainment. Chu Yuanzhang smiled, but there was no smile in his eyes. Everyone present here, you could all be considered my daughter's seniors. The entertainment business is not my field, and I am ashamed to say I know nothing about it. Therefore, I hope all you seniors. He specifically emphasized the word seniors. But probably no one present was willing to take on that label. When necessary, please show some leniency. Chu Yuanzhang laughed, as if joking, and cupped his hands to the people below. This guy's words were a naked threat. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think, unfortunately, besides listening, the people present really couldn't do anything about him. After these words, he said some more pleasantries, like eat well and drink well. Su Qingyi listened nonchalantly and cast his gaze toward Chu Qingyan in front. While maintaining a proper smile and social etiquette, she was quietly observing her surroundings. Su Qingyi watched her flickering gaze, guessed she was looking for him, and felt like laughing for a moment. The banquet process was halfway through, and it was time for the signature segment of Miss Chu's birthday banquet. The lights were directed at the custom-made Steinway piano, and Chu Qingyan lifted her skirt and walked onto the stage gracefully. Chu Qingyan had mentioned that every year at her birthday banquet, she would play a piece on the piano. He didn't know what she would want to play this year. Su Qingyi guessed in his heart that for an occasion like this, it must be the flashy, technique-heavy kind to show off her level. Either Liszt or Mozart. Chu Qingyan sat in front of the piano, her swan-like neck beautifully outlined under the spotlight, her fingers as slender as white porcelain. She closed her eyes and played the first note. Su Qingyi paused slightly, he hadn't expected this piece at all. Secret, Extended Allegro. An interlude from Jay Chou's movie, Secret. Chu Qingyan seemed to really like this movie. Intertwining notes rose and fell, from Bach's Baroque period to Mozart's classical period and then to Chopin's Romantic period. This piece, with its mixed and blended style, was just like the meaning in the movie, representing time travel. Su Qingyi looked at her profile and couldn't help but think of the old, badly out-of-tune piano in the abandoned experimental building at No. 1 High School. The scene was different, the piano was different, and there was a whole banquet hall more of an audience. Only the girl playing the piano with her eyes closed remained unchanged. The song ended, and Chu Qingyan stood up to bow. She finally found Su Qingyi in the corner at this moment, couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and winked at him. Su Qingyi picked up his wine glass and signaled to her from afar. "Happy birthday, Miss Chu," he said softly in his heart. When it was time for the guests to leave, Su Qingyi and Chu Qingyan leaned on the balcony railing to catch the breeze. People left through the front door one after another, giving off the feeling of the end of the show. Joy and company while awake, dispersing after getting drunk. Chu Qingyan had drunk some wine earlier, and she looked a bit dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Su Qingyi looked at her sideways for a long moment, then suddenly pulled a white rose from his sleeve and handed it to her. Compared to the clusters of flower baskets others had sent tonight, this single flower seemed very inconspicuous, but Miss Chu was easy to coax. She took it with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents. "What is the language of white?" "Roses again?" she asked curiously. Su Qingyi averted his gaze and answered nonchalantly, "I don't know, I just picked it randomly." "You jerk." But in fact, he knew clearly. The language of white roses is innocence, purity, and, I am sufficiently matched with you. In other words, I will stand by your side. Thanks to book friends, my name is CTT, and, the only Pope, for the tips, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes. 327, Chapter 323. Zhou Yan. At the tail end of January, Su Qingyi received a text message from Chu Yuanjiang. "Let's meet in person." Needless to say, it was about Zhou Yan, though it was 2 days later than the agreed time. Note, I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan Novel Network, where there are many books for you to read. Su Qingyi didn't press him, because he knew that when Chu Yuanjiang did things, there was always a reason for a delay. However, during the wait, his heart was still somewhat tormented. He knew that leaving things to the omnipotent Chu Yuanjiang would be much more efficient than fighting alone. But after promising to help, the feeling of only being able to wait in place was truly difficult to bear. Especially when thinking about Auntie Zhou's state of mind during this time, it made him feel even more anxious. She was also very tactful. In these past few days, she had only sent one text message asking if there was any news. Su Qingyi stared at the screen and thought for a long time, but in the end, he could only give an ambiguous answer, telling her to wait a bit longer. Such an answer was actually no different from saying there was no news, but Auntie Zhou still thanked him profusely, saying she was truly grateful for his willingness to help. To be honest, Su Qingyi hadn't slept well for the past few days because of this matter. Therefore, the second he received Chu Yuanjiang's text, he hurriedly rolled out of bed, wrapped himself in a coat, and ran downstairs in a few strides. He was originally going to call a taxi, but the Maybach was already parked at the entrance of the alley downstairs. The neighbors seemed used to the mysterious appearance of various luxury cars in this aged-old alley. Neighbors carrying vegetable baskets hurried past, and no one even stopped to admire it for a while. Of course, it could also be because Uncle Gao, leaning against the car door smoking, looked too much like a mobster, with an aura of, "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll cut you down." Su Qingyi walked quickly and soon reached the front of the car. "Uncle Gao." Uncle Gao nodded, casually stubbed out his cigarette, and opened the car door for him. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Maybach, Su Qingyi couldn't help but want to ask about the situation, but then felt he shouldn't. An assistant like Uncle Gao should adhere to the principle of, talk less and do more. Speaking for the boss is an absolute taboo. Therefore, despite his anxiety, Su Qingyi did not speak, only watching the changing scenery outside the window. As luck would have it, even though Uncle Gao had chosen the route with the fewest traffic lights, they still hit a red light every single time. Su Qingyi watched the red numbers counting down slowly and let out a faint sigh. The person has been found. Uncle Gao's fingers rested on the steering wheel, tapping lightly every now and then. Su Qingyi snapped his head around, his heart in his throat, and he asked hesitantly, "Is he still alive?" "Yes." Uncle Gao nodded, his expression calm. "I brought him back myself, alive. You'll talk to the boss about the specifics." Like a heavy stone suddenly landing, Su Qingyi instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He's alive, as long as he's alive, it's fine. Although he guessed the situation probably wouldn't be great, at least the person was still there. For the family, this was already the best possible news. Thinking this, Su Qingyi's desire to see Zhou Yan became even more urgent. The Maybach stopped in an unexpected location, a skyscraper in the city center. The position was very prominent, almost comparable to the landmark building on the other side. Su Qingyi followed Uncle Gao into an elevator reserved for staff. The numbers changed, stopping at the 52nd floor. This floor seemed to be composed of private offices, in shades of dark gray, looking serious and cold. At the room at the end of the corridor, Uncle Gao used his fingerprint to confirm, and the door slowly opened. It felt a bit like filming a spy movie, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. Chu Yuanjiang sat behind the desk with several documents stacked beside him. Hearing their footsteps as they walked in, he didn't even look up. Uncle Gao stood without making a sound, so Su Qingyi also remained silent, just unobtrusively observing the internal layout. The place was spacious but simply laid out, with little sign of being lived in. It probably wasn't the office where Chu Yuanjiang usually stayed. After a while, Chu Yuanjiang finished signing the document in his hand and said, "You're here?" Su Qingyi nodded, inwardly complaining that he had been there for 5 minutes already. "The task you asked me to do is done." Chu Yuanjiang screwed the cap back onto his fountain pen, stood up, and gave Uncle Gao a look. The latter immediately nodded and walked toward a hidden door behind the office. Was the person found? Although he already knew the answer, thinking of Uncle Gao, Su Qingyi asked again. Sometimes, good news isn't necessarily good news. Chu Yuanjiang made a meaningful remark. Consequently, a bad premonition quickly rose in Su Qingyi's heart. But Uncle Gao had clearly said the person was alive just now. Click, the hidden door behind the desk was opened, and Uncle Gao stood by the door to hold it for them. "Let's go, you'll know when you see for yourself," Chu Yuanjiang said leisurely. Su Qingyi thought for a moment, and his steps were no longer hesitant. The answer was right in front of him, why let his mind wander? Behind the hidden door was a long corridor. Su Qingyi followed Uncle Gao, who was walking ahead, turning left and right until they finally reached their destination. The layout of this room was almost like a prison cell. Su Qingyi initially felt it was somewhat inhumane, but after seeing Zhou Yan, who had been missing for several months, he immediately knew why he was locked in here. The Zhou Yan in his memory was a young man with a buzz cut and a spirited look in his eyes. But the person in front of him now had messy, filthy hair and was wearing an ill-fitting set of blue work clothes. The exposed skin was covered in unidentified red rashes, with bloody streaks scratched by long, unkempt fingernails. He looked like a savage who had been detached from modern society, or a homeless man with nowhere to go. Aside from these personal hygiene issues, what was even more unsettling was his gaze. It was an out-of-focus, dull, and lifeless gaze. As soon as he saw Su Qingyi's figure standing by the window, Zhou Yan immediately let out a raspy sound, pulled a bedsheet to wrap himself, and trembled violently. Though the reason was unclear, Su Qingyi still felt pity in his heart and took 2 steps back, removing himself from Zhou Yan's line of sight. What did he go through? Su Qingyi rehearsed the words in his mind repeatedly, but in the end, he could only ask this. Chu Yuanjiang and Uncle Gao didn't seem to feel much about this scene, both looked like they were used to it. Only Su Qingyi found it difficult to remain calm. "Let's talk outside." Chu Yuanjiang saw his discomfort. Sitting on the office sofa, Su Qingyi took a sip of hot water and frowned. There are quite a few young people like him who are tricked into working in illegal labor camps, so getting them out isn't that hard. I sent someone to make up an excuse, spent some money, and found him. An expensive paper cigarette burned at Chu Yuanjiang's fingertips. Su Qingyi looked down at the dust gradually piling up in the ashtray. Of course, that's assuming the person is still alive. If someone can't hold on and dies, they'd have been thrown who knows where long ago. Not even a deity could find their ashes. How much money? Su Qingyi asked. As if amused by this question, Chu Yuanjiang let out a laugh but didn't answer. What do you think of his current condition? Su Qingyi fell silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer. If he said it was bad, at least the man was still alive, but if he said it was good, that certainly wouldn't be right either. He had clearly suffered a massive mental shock. To be honest, I think it's considered good. Chu Yuanzhang stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and continued, at least he's still intact. And the reason he could remain intact is thanks to his current state. His words were roundabout, but Su Qingyi quickly understood the meaning. Zhou Yan's mental state had, to some extent, preserved his physical safety. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid he would be either blind and deaf or missing limbs by now. Chu Yuanzhang's tone was calm, as if he were talking about how much a cigarette cost. This is the method of the group of people you want to investigate. If you take one wrong step, you could end up like that kid in the room at any time. Su Qingyi had thought the mastermind would be difficult to deal with, but he hadn't imagined they were such a group of people. At this point, Chu Yuanzhang sighed again. Sigh, I'm not one to meddle in other people's business. But if anything happened to you, it would be really hard for me to get past Mianmian. So, I'm going to have a good talk with you today. It's enough for your understanding of them to stop at their names. Many things are beyond your current ability to manage. I know you're a smart kid, but sometimes cleverness can be your own undoing. He spoke seriously, like a senior's advice. Su Qingyi listened quietly without refuting. Uncle Chu, what is the relationship between Wu Xiaobo and the Ho family? After a long time, he asked slowly. Guessing that he must have thought of this level, since he asked, Chu Yuanzhang didn't intend to hide it. In the previous matter with Ho Yukuan, the two of them had achieved a rather successful cooperation. You can understand it as a relationship between a boss and a thug. Thug? Su Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Uncle Gao, who awkwardly pushed his sunglasses up. This thug is not that kind of thug. Chu Yuanzhang quickly exonerated his employee. As a thug, Wu Xiaobo doesn't have a protective nature, instead, he handles people who get in the Ho family's way and carries out illegal activities. Then, when necessary, he takes the blame for things they can't shake off. Of course, the Ho family will also find ways to protect this very useful thug. Su Qingyi thought of Wu Xiaobo's history of stepping on sewing machines, prison time, in his file and could roughly guess that the crimes hidden behind them must be much more serious and shocking. Regarding this person, the information we can find isn't much. He's like someone who crawled out of a grave. In the swirling smoke, Chu Yuanzhang's expression was not very clear. Have you seen that movie? Halloween, that very classic horror film. His topic suddenly shifted in a nonsensical way. But Su Qingyi happened to be able to pick it up. He nodded and replied, I've seen it. A chef's knife, a mechanic's jumpsuit, and a white overhead mask. The classic three-piece set for an American slasher. But the style of the killer in this one, Michael Myers, was somewhat different from those in other movies. He loved to put immense psychological pressure on his victims by appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Of course, this was also immense psychological pressure for the audience. Dun 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 dun, Chu Yuanzhang even hummed the classic piano BGM for Michael's appearance. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that if Chu Yuanzhang played this at home in the middle of the night, Miss Chu would definitely be scared into fleeing overnight in a private jet. And a certain equally neurotic Miss Yi Ju would probably start singing along happily at that time. Wu Xiaobo gives off a feeling similar to that. Chu Yuanzhang's tone became serious again. A cold case from many years ago, I've always suspected it was related to him and the Ho family, but there's never been any evidence. A family of 4. The killer murdered 3 of them and then set fire to the crime scene. The only survivor was a little girl, but unfortunately, she also became mentally unstable. Just hearing it was shocking enough for Su Qingyi, and it was even harder to imagine how that little girl must have coped. In today's society governed by law, can someone really be so arrogant? Aren't you studying law? You should understand it better than me. Chu Yuanzhang shook his head slightly, as if sighing. Anyway, I've laid everything out and spoken plainly to you here. You should understand. The people you should least provoke in this world aren't some financial magnates or those in power. It's the desperate outlaws. To be more precise, it's the desperate outlaws with means. You might feel you have the ability to fight them, but you're different from him. He's alone and doesn't even care about his life. Such a person already knows they're going to hell, so no matter what, they'll drag as many people as possible down with them before they go. He might not be able to pull you down, but what about your family, friends, and loved ones? Can you guarantee their 100% safety? If you can't, you must protect yourself and stay out of it. You were the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Have you studied? Tang Ju carries out his mission. Su Qingyi was silent for a long while before speaking softly. If a common man is driven to anger, 2 corpses will lie on the ground, and blood will flow for 5 paces. Chu Yuanjiang nodded in satisfaction, thinking that the boy had probably taken it to heart. It really was hard to convince a stubborn person to turn back. Before leaving, Su Qingyi asked Chu Yuanjiang for one last thing. That was to help Zhou Yan with trauma care. Otherwise, if Auntie Zhou saw him in his current state, she would surely break down. When the professional nursing staff arrived at the scene, Zhou Yan's emotional state became even worse due to the crowd. He even tried to bang his head against the wall, and several people couldn't hold him down. In desperation, the medical staff had to inject him with a sedative. Once the medication took effect and Zhou Yan calmed down, the nursing staff could finally help him shave his head, bathe him, trim his nails, apply ointment to the red rash on his skin, and finally change him into clean clothes. Su Qingyi noticed then that his knee joints were somewhat distorted, they must have been severely beaten with a blunt object. He would surely walk with a limp in the future, it would be affected. The reason he suffered such an injury was mostly likely a beating after being caught trying to escape. Su Qingyi let out a soft sigh. In any case, after this series of treatments, Zhou Yan looked at least much better than he did just now. His sleeping profile even had a hint of peace. Su Qingyi held up his phone to take a photo, then opened the chat window with Auntie Zhou, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Taking a deep breath, he sent the photo over first. Almost only a few seconds passed before the phone rang. Auntie Zhou's voice was trembling, sounding completely incredulous, yet carrying the pleading tone of someone grasping at a straw. Yes, he's been found. Please calm down first and listen to me. The situation is a bit complicated. Su Qingyi felt very sad listening to her, but he had to remain calm at this time. Despite Auntie Zhou's urgent mood, the situation that needed to be explained still had to be explained clearly. Zhou Yan's current condition clearly required further psychological intervention. If he stayed at home, the situation might worsen. It was also unscientific to bring Auntie Zhou to Chu Yuanjiang's office to meet, so they had to contact a suitable sanatorium first. Although Su Qingyi said he could arrange it, Auntie Zhou insisted on not letting him spend any more money and quickly sent over the address of a sanatorium she had found. It would have been better not to look. One look and Su Qingyi almost had an urge to facepalm. Jushan Sanatorium and Rehabilitation Center, why was it this place again? But it was also convenient, Su Qingyi thought, he could visit Granny Su on the way. So he hitched a ride with the Chu family's private medical team's car and sent the still sleeping Zhou Yan there. Compared to his last visit, this sanatorium appeared even more desolate, hidden in the deep mountains as if it had been abandoned. However, with Auntie Zhou's financial resources, this was probably the only place she could find that she could afford. After all, these months of running around had likely almost exhausted her savings. Yet, no matter how much she gave her all, it was probably not as effective as a casual word from Chu Yuanjiang. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, concealing his turbulent thoughts. Auntie Zhou had been waiting at the entrance early on. When she finally saw Zhou Yan, who had been missing for months and had changed so much, she instantly burst into tears. If Lin Tong and Lin Zhuan hadn't been supporting her on either side, she would have almost collapsed to the ground. Fearing she would wake Zhou Yan on the stretcher, her crying was suppressed, which was even more heartbreaking to hear. Su Qingyi leaned against the car door, and suddenly he also felt an urge to smoke. Unfortunately, he didn't know how. Thanks to book friend Only God Pope for the reward, and thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 328, Chapter 324. In a dream, one grows old and the youthful bloom fades. Zhou Yan's sedative was still in effect, and after Auntie Zhou finally calmed down, she carefully tucked him in before leaving the ward. As soon as she saw Su Qingyi, her eyes reddened, and her knees buckled as if she were about to kneel. Thank you so much. She wanted to talk about repayment, but after all this trouble, there was no extra money left in the family, making her feel even more ashamed that she had no way to repay her benefactor. Su Qingyi quickly bent down to support her, signaling Lin Tong with his eyes to come over and help. Lin Tong understood and hurried over to support her on the other side. Auntie Zhou, Boss Su doesn't do this for those things. Lin Tong paused, not knowing how to persuade her. He didn't know why Su Qingyi was going to such lengths to help. After all, even if they were pitiful, there was no obligation to go this far for someone they had only met once. Su Qingyi found it hard to deal with such scenes. He thought for a moment and said, Auntie Zhou, you don't have to thank me. Finding Zhou Yan this time was actually thanks to a noble person helping out, I didn't contribute much. It was also Zhou Yan's own good fortune that he survived such danger. If you want to thank someone, thank your son. It was his own willpower that kept him going and earned him the chance to be saved. Auntie Zhou didn't really believe in the so-called noble person he spoke of. There were plenty of powerful people in the world, but who would inexplicably help a penniless, powerless mother and son? She subconsciously felt this was just an excuse made up by this often shy youth to deflect the credit. Regardless, Su Qingyi was her greatest benefactor in this world. During the days Zhou Yan was missing, she thought every moment that if she could trade her own life for his return, she wouldn't hesitate at all. If she couldn't repay this kindness in this life, she would serve as a beast of burden in the next. Su Qingyi finally managed to escape from Auntie Zhou's overwhelming gratitude and breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, seeing them reunited was a good ending. Thinking this, Su Qingyi looked up at the floor. Since he was here, he might as well visit Granny Su. He had upgraded her service last time, he wondered how she was doing. Although the Jushan Sanatorium didn't look great overall, picking the best among the mediocre shouldn't be too hard. Just then, a figure in nursing scrubs hurried past. Su Qingyi reached out to stop her and said, "Excuse me, may I ask?" Unexpectedly, the person seemed startled by him and jumped a foot in the air. "Who goes there?" Su Qingyi fell silent. There was a familiar feeling about this person, a feeling so familiar it made him want to cover his face. Sure enough, the next second, Su Qingyi. "Yi Ju. Why are you here?" They asked in unison. Yi Ju was wearing pink nursing scrubs, her hair tucked under a cap, completely different from her usual style, which was why Su Qingyi hadn't recognized her immediately. "I'm here to visit an elder." Su Qingyi explained. "Family?" "No, a neighbor." "Oh." Yi Ju nodded thoughtfully. Su Qingyi looked her over and asked hesitantly, "And what are you doing here?" "Please, big brother, can't you tell? I'm working part-time." Yi Ju adjusted her nurse's cap, looking rather proud. "Cleaning. I give up. I'm a proper intern nurse, okay?" Yi Ju glared at him indignantly and showed him the small notebook in her hand. "That's great. The patient I'm looking for is named Granny Su. Can you help me check which floor she's on?" Since there was a shortcut, he might as well use it to save asking someone else later. "Sure. Oh, I happen to be going that way, I'll take you." Yi Ju closed the notebook and hugged it to her chest. "What made you decide to work part-time here?" Su Qingyi asked, curious about her professional demeanor. "Guess." Yi Ju shoved the notebook into his hands. "Hold this for me." She freed her hands to tuck back some loose hair from under her cap. "Curiosity." Su Qingyi took the notebook and guessed. "Curiosity my foot. You're such a pervert." Yi Ju put on an expression of being speechless to the point of fainting. "Young master, think about why people work part-time. It's definitely for the silver. The money. This place is remote, and since it's a sanatorium, very few people are willing to apply, so the pay is naturally high." He hadn't expected such a realistic reason. Su Qingyi thought, though this person was quite bold. Even in broad daylight, the atmosphere in the sanatorium was a bit strange. Empty corridors, strange patients, stern-faced doctors and nurses. If it were late at night with few people on duty, it would be even more terrifying. No wonder many foreign horror movies and games like setting their locations in abandoned sanatoriums. In horror movies, the plot would surely involve a group of death-seeking YouTube bloggers, a few men and women with complicated emotional relationships, forming a group to stay overnight in an abandoned sanatorium with horror rumors, and then, under night vision lenses, they would start getting picked off one by one until only the heroine survived at dawn. Horror games were even more exciting, a reporter investigating a mental hospital alone, a loser protagonist who could do nothing but run while holding a DV, and that broken DV would run out of battery and force you to find more. What was the name of the mental hospital in that horror game again? Su Qingyi thought for a moment, but forgot. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Ju looked at him with questioning eyes. "Nothing." Su Qingyi shook his head to deny it. If he said his thoughts out loud, it would seem disrespectful to the patients here. "I know even if you don't say it." Yi Ju said TCH and suddenly lowered her voice mysteriously. Hey, Su Qingyi, you know what? When I was on the night shift last night, I really felt something was wrong." "Oh." Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. As they talked, they arrived at the elevator. There weren't many people at this hour, they were the only two taking the elevator. Yi Ju pressed the floor button and continued, "When I was on the night shift last night, I was riding the elevator down with another nurse. When the elevator reached the 4th floor, an old man came to the door. He looked dull and didn't look at anyone, just walked straight into the elevator. I wanted to ask him where he was going so late, but the nurse's face changed, and she frantically pressed the door close button. Until the elevator doors closed and we kept going down, she finally let out a sigh of relief. I was curious and asked her why. She said that in our sanatorium, only dead people wear red ropes on their wrists. And that old man just now had one of those red ropes on his hand. At this moment, I suddenly smiled slightly, raised my hand, and said slowly, "Is it, a red rope like this?" Su Qingyi caught her off guard by rolling up his sleeve and showing the red rope on his wrist to Yi Ju. Mommy. Grandma, Grandpa, second uncle's wife, aunt's husband, third aunt's grandma, fourth uncle's husband. Help. Yi Ju screamed in terror instantly, the decibels almost exceeding the range of human hearing. Su Qingyi helplessly covered his ears, having the urge to throw her out of the elevator. How could someone tell a ghost story and then scare themselves like this? Who knew you actually had a red rope? Until they got out of the elevator, Yi Ju was still clutching her chest, lingering in fear. After a long while, she suddenly thought of something, stepped back 3 feet, and looked at Su Qingyi very vigilantly. Wait, are you really Su Qingyi? How many ghost stories had this person watched? What kind of strange constitution was it to be both cowardly and love watching them? Couldn't she learn from Miss Chu, who knew she was a coward and never touched such things, and would run faster than a rabbit at the slightest sign of trouble, afraid of seeing something scary? Su Qingyi straightened his cuffs calmly and said slowly, "How do I prove it? Who is the president of our debate club?" Deng Yizhou. Fine, I'll let you pass. Yi Ju let out a sigh of relief and led him to the right side of the corridor. The Ms. Su Huiying you're looking for, she has the highest level of care, she's over here. Walking to the door, Yi Ju knocked carefully and softened her tone. Hello, someone is here to visit, quite professional, Su Qingyi thought. Seeing no response, Yi Ju pushed the door open. Su Qingyi didn't rush in, just stood at the door and looked at the environment inside. Compared to the previous ordinary rooms, paying extra really made a difference. The room was spacious, bright, and very clean. The windowsill was sealed, presumably for the patient's safety. But in the flower pot placed on the edge, the rose was still blooming beautifully, swaying its branches gently, as if greeting Su Qingyi. Granny Su sat in a chair next to it, quietly looking at the flower. She seemed unaware that someone had entered, showing no reaction at all. Yi Ju was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the personal information. She hadn't been working part-time for long and didn't know much about this, but when she saw Alzheimer's disease, she understood. Alzheimer's, commonly known as dementia, only affects intelligence in the early stages, but in the late stages, it causes various complications. Fortunately, the kind grandmother in front of them was probably only in the early stages. Su Qingyi didn't speak, just stood there for a while with the grandmother watching the flower. The light in the ward was good, highlighting his calm features, making him look quiet and gentle. After a while, Su Qingyi asked, "Why are the mirrors here covered with curtains?" Yi Ju was still dazed, and when he asked, Ed, her thoughts returning. Because many Alzheimer's patients first forget themselves. So when they look in the mirror, they think it's a stranger and end up arguing with themselves in the mirror. Su Qingyi looked at the tightly covered mirror and nodded in understanding. True, seeing a stranger in the mirror in the middle of the night would be scary. No wonder many patients screamed in terror because of mirrors. This might be a manifestation of cognitive confusion. After a long while, Su Qingyi walked to Granny Su's side and squatted down to look at her eye level. "Granny Su, it's nickname, I've come to see you." As expected, the other party had no reaction, just staring at the flower on the windowsill. Su Qingyi looked over in the direction of her gaze. "Your flower is very beautiful." "Beautiful, isn't it?" Seemingly finally mentioning a topic she was interested in, Granny Su reacted and answered with a smile. "Yes." Su Qingyi also smiled. "Do you want any other flowers? I'll buy a few more pots to give to you." "No." Unexpectedly, Granny Su refused very firmly. She said slowly, "This pot is for nickname. He is smart and can take good care of it." "Yes." Su Qingyi lowered his head and smiled. She actually still remembered this. When the visiting time ended, Granny Su was already dozing off in the rocking chair. Su Qingyi took a blanket and draped it over her, then walked out of the ward quietly. "Is this grandmother your neighbor?" Yi Ju looked at the visit record and fell silent. The previous record was from several months ago, also left by Su Qingyi. This meant that in these few months, this grandmother's children or relatives had never come to visit her. "Yes." Su Qingyi thought for a moment and added, "She has always taken good care of me." Yi Ju nodded. After this visit, both of them felt somewhat complicated. This floor belonged to the high-end wards, so there was a separate activity center. Taking advantage of the good weather, some patients were playing badminton, while others were holding radios listening to opera, the Kia tones sounding quite pleasant. Youth withers in the blink of an eye, life ages in a dream, there are no mirages in this world. Su Qingyi remembered that this was a lyric from the Peking Opera, 6 Records of a Floating Life. Actually, when I first came to work part-time, I was indeed a bit nervous. Yi Ju leaned on the railing and said as if talking to herself. Su Qingyi looked at the old man dancing with the opera and imagined how terrifying this scene would be if seen in the middle of the night. But afterwards, I felt that I actually had prejudices. Everyone here is quite good. Yi Ju thought for a moment and continued, although some behaviors are a bit strange, like suddenly singing and dancing in the corridor in the middle of the night, or insisting that people shout, long live the emperor, before eating, or thinking they are a mushroom and squatting in the corner with an umbrella, well, but to be honest, they don't have any malice. It's just that the world in their eyes is a bit different from ours, which is also normal, right? Su Qingyi agreed with this. By the way, this floor. Yi Ju suddenly remembered her serious business. She trotted a few steps forward and looked back, waving her hand. Su Qingyi, come here, I'll introduce a little sister to you. What kind of strange nickname was little sister? Su Qingyi was curious and followed her inside. Yi Ju walked to the room at the very end of the corridor before stopping. This room was structured differently from other high-end wards, the location was bad, and the ventilation and lighting conditions were the worst. Su Qingyi thought that if it were a hotel, no one would be willing to stay in this room. Compared to Granny Su's earlier, the steps to open the door here were more complicated, with a steel door behind the wooden door. As soon as the door opened, the sound of thump, thump, thump footsteps came from the room. Yi Ju greeted with a smile, little Xia's sister is here to see you. Su Qingyi's heart moved, he raised his eyes and met the gaze of the girl who came running over stumbling. Oh boy! It was none other than that nimble master thief, the little witch from before. At first, when she saw that it wasn't just Yi Ju who came, her expression was still a bit fearful, but when she saw it was Su Qingyi, she suddenly calmed down a lot. Thanks to book friend Power June and the Only God Church for the tips, thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 329, Chapter 325. After the clouds disperse, the moon shines bright. It had been some time, but the little witch girl looked just as she did back then. She was skinny, almost malnourished, with messy, unkempt hair. Only her eyes were like dark, shiny purple grapes, bright and clear. Su Qingyi stared at her for a long moment. The other party blinked, her expression calm. You two know each other? Yi Ju, who had been observing from the side, couldn't help but ask hesitantly after a while. Not really. Su Qingyi replied leisurely. He was just an accomplice who helped cover up her theft, that's all. Really? Little Xia seems quite friendly towards you. Yi Ju was half convinced and added, usually, she stays far away when the doctors come for checkups. She actually didn't run away when she saw you. So not running away counts as being friendly, Su Qingyi thought. Never mind, never mind. Come here, little Xia, let me introduce you. Yi Ju took Yu Xia's hand and gently patted her fluffy head. This is Su Qingyi. He might look a bit mean, but he's actually a good person. Su Qingyi, this is little Xia. My main job here is taking care of her. She's a very well-behaved kid sis, and she draws really well. Alright, introductions are over. Shake hands now. Yi Ju acted like a kindergarten teacher. Su Qingyi strongly suspected that her vast part-time career included experience in a daycare center. Yu Xia stared at him unblinkingly but made no move with her hands. Su Qingyi had no choice but to squat down to meet her eye level. He spread open his palm, offering it with a slight upward tilt. Hello. Even though they had met before, this could be considered a formal introduction now. After a long while, as if she had passed inspection. Yu Xia extended her hand. She didn't shake his, but her fingertips lightly brushed across his palm. Yay, little Xia is so good. Yi Ju patted her head again and took a piece of chocolate from her pocket, placing it in Yu Xia's palm. Su Qingyi, however, lowered his eyes to hide his thoughts. When they met before, the little witch girl was always wrapped in that oversized, floor-length nightgown, which was why he mentally nicknamed her Little Witch Girl. Today, she was wearing the same standard-issue patient gown as the other patients. When she raised her hand just now, Su Qingyi clearly saw large, burned scars on her wrist. They looked like old injuries, the winding, twisted scars somewhat horrifying. After receiving the chocolate, although Yu Xia's expression remained blank, a hint of color clearly appeared in her pitch-black eyes. She seemed happy. She wasn't in a hurry to eat it. Instead, she turned and pulled open the drawer by the bed. As if she felt everyone in the room was trustworthy, she didn't try to hide anything. Standing behind her, Su Qingyi could see what filled the drawer to the brim. Several stacks of colorful, transparent candy wrappers, the kind left after eating old-fashioned fruit candies, all carefully smoothed out and laid flat. A small, flat tin box shaped like a bear. If he wasn't mistaken, it originally held rum-filled chocolates. Su Qingyi recalled the incident where chocolate was suspected of stealing and eating chocolates. He never expected the mastermind behind it was also hoarding the loot. A keychain with a plush kitten toy, brightly colored cartoon stickers, stress relief putty that was very popular among kids. This kid's like a rag picker. Su Qingyi gave his final assessment. But Yuxia seemed to treat all these as precious treasures. She opened the bare tin and carefully placed the chocolate Yi Ju just gave her inside. Su Qingyi peeked inside, quite a few had already accumulated. For her, this was probably like a piggy bank. Noticing Su Qingyi's probing gaze, Yuxia quickly hugged the box and took 2 cautious steps back. Su Qingyi raised his hands and explained helplessly, "I won't eat it, I won't eat it." After a long pause, as if she had made up her mind, she took a piece of chocolate from the box, squatted down, and gently placed it on the floor between them. Yi Ju, having finished checking the window lock, turned around and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Oh my goodness! When did our little Xia become so considerate? She's even willing to share her favorite chocolate. That's amazing. Sis will buy you a big box tomorrow." Su Qingyi looked at the tightly sealed window frame and noticed a small potted succulent placed underneath. It wasn't growing very lushly, looking a bit wilted, almost malnourished. It kind of resembled its owner. After the routine checkup, with Yuxia's permission, Yi Ju showed Su Qingyi her sketchbook. Speaking of which, this sketchbook was a gift from Yi Ju when they first met. Before officially starting the job, she heard other caregivers complain that this little girl was always scribbling on the walls with chalk, making it hard for them to clean up. So, Yi Ju bought a sketchbook and some colored markers and brought them over. It was actually the cheap, common kind often sold at stationery stores near schools. But this gift made Yuxia very happy and became a bridge for her to trust and accept Yi Ju. Listening to Yi Ju's explanation, Su Qingyi nodded thoughtfully. It was impressive she could think of these methods. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have such considerations. He initially thought the sketchbook would contain typical children's drawings, blue skies, white clouds, simple little houses, a few stick figures holding hands. However, the painting that met his eyes instantly made Su Qingyi frown. Large swathes of glaring colors, bizarre shapes hard to decipher, looking like random scribbles with eyes closed, overall, it was very abstract. "Can you understand what this is supposed to be?" Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask. "No, but it feels impressive." Yi Ju, appearing rather oblivious, flipped a few more pages. "Here, this one is easier to understand. It looks like a person. Judging by the body shape, it probably was a person, but the facial features were misplaced and inverted, the expression twisted and horrifying. Looking at it suddenly made one feel very uncomfortable." Su Qingyi suppressed his discomfort and randomly flipped a few pages forward, not wanting to see that face again. "Even so, don't you think these paintings look a bit off? This one is a bit scary. Didn't see this yesterday. Was it drawn today?" Yi Ju frowned, looking at the newest page in the sketchbook. Compared to the previous abstract works, this one was much easier to recognize. In the top left corner of the painting was a house. A person was crawling out on all fours in a twisted posture. Behind them was a large patch of black shadow, the brushstrokes chaotic. Su Qingyi tried hard to discern for a while but couldn't make out anything within that shadow. "Geez, why does looking at this make me feel a bit uneasy?" Yi Ju closed the sketchbook, lost in thought. "Didn't the previous paintings give you that feeling? Your insensitivity is way too strong." Su Qingyi couldn't help but make complaints internally. However, with his artistic appreciation skills, besides feeling instinctively uncomfortable, he couldn't glean more information. In that case, it'd be better to ask someone more professional. Before leaving, Su Qingyi took pictures of the paintings that left a deep impression on him and sent them to Chu Qingmian. She replied quickly. "Su Qingyi. What are you doing in broad daylight? You scared me to death. Spamming to push it up. So scary. I'm warning you, don't scare me. Or I'll bite you to death." It seemed she mistakenly thought he was deliberately sending creepy pictures to scare her. "Not scaring you. This is a kid Sissa's drawings. Help me look. Can you see any information from them? Oh, then send them again. I manually deleted those messages just now." Su Qingyi had no choice but to send them again. This time, Chu Qingmian's reply took a bit longer. Looking closely, it's still very scary. Especially the last one. Look carefully. The last one was the newest painting Yi Ju mentioned earlier. Chu Qingyan edited the picture, circling that patch of shadow. I can't see it. Oh, for goodness sake. Chu Qingyan had to use her finger to trace the outline of the pattern within the shadow. Only then did Su Qingyi see that there was actually a human face within the shadow. Sharp teeth, a ferocious grin. It's definitely not random scribbling. There's a narrative. Chu Qingyan concluded. In the last painting, the person crawling out is escaping. The face floating out of the house represents danger and evil. But, why would a child draw something like this? Could it be from a nightmare? With Chu Qingyan's explanation, Su Qingyi finally understood what this painting was trying to express. At the same time, the thoughts in his mind grew heavier. Finally, he confirmed one more thing with Yi Ju. Can you help check Yuxia's admission records? Actually, in principle, such information is personal privacy and shouldn't be casually disclosed. If it were Miss Chu, she would feel guilty due to her own high moral principles, though she would still reluctantly help investigate. If it were Qin Jinji, she would definitely, while providing the information, extract from Su Qingyi the reason he needed it. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, but fortunately, the other person was Yi Ju. This guy didn't ask anything and nodded in agreement without any hesitation. The admission record is from 5 years ago. Other than her name, all other information is blank. Perhaps the procedures back then weren't strict enough. By the way, the person who handled the paperwork for her had the surname Gao. This Gao was clearly the Gao of Gao Qiangsheng. In the car on the way home, Su Qingyi looked out the window, his thoughts fluctuating. By now, the situation was already very clear. This master thief, the little witch, was the sole survivor of the family extermination case that Chu Yuanjiang had mentioned. From her paintings, one could even reconstruct some of the details of the case. She herself was the person running away in that final painting. Chu Yuanjiang suspected that this case was related to Wu Xiaobo, so he sent Yu Xia to the sanatorium. Of course, he clearly didn't do this because he was some super philanthropist. It was only because he wanted to protect Yu Xia, the witness, to use as a pawn. When he realized that Yu Xia was mentally deranged and could no longer serve a purpose, he quickly treated her as a discarded pawn and stopped paying attention to her. Yu Xia grew up in the sanatorium, and some time ago, she met Granny Su, who had been admitted due to dementia. Perhaps because Granny Su had a poor memory, she mistook her for her own relative, told her the home address, and even said things like, "If you want to eat, just take it yourself." Because of this girl actually escaped from the sanatorium and came to Qinghe district, which was near Su Qingyi's home, thereby creating a series of theft incidents. And precisely because of this, when Su Qingyi lectured her and told her not to steal anymore, she had that look of righteous indignation. Because in her perception, she wasn't stealing anything at all. Suddenly, all the clues connected like this. Su Qingyi, however, felt no excitement about solving the mystery. Because the story behind this puzzle was too bloody, it only made one feel heavy. Moreover, Su Qingyi always felt that Yu Xia was not mentally deranged, in the conventional sense. On the contrary, she was absolutely clear-headed. But for her, was this good or bad? Perhaps living in a state of madness and confusion was much easier than facing everything with clarity. Because of the events of the past few days, Su Qingyi felt extremely depressed. Realizing he couldn't regulate his mood on his own, he called someone who knew best what it meant to be blissfully happy and asked them to go out. Su Qingyi straightened his back, drew the bowstring, and tilted his head slightly. Swish, the arrow left the string with a sharp whistling sound, hitting the bullseye of the target steadily. Holy crap, Boss Su, have you practiced this before? You're so accurate. Su Yang stood to the side, carrying his bow, looking at him with an expression of disbelief. Su Qingyi lowered his stance and said calmly, I practiced for a while in the past. That's so cool, you should just go act in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Flying snow covers the sky, shooting the white deer. Su Yang had always loved such flashy skills, his eyes almost turning into star-shaped eyes. The vast archery range echoed with his monkey-like cries. It was cold and desolate, with only the two of them there. In the era of firearms, bows and arrows had long been outdated, relegated to symbols of the old era. With the advent of fully automatic repeating crossbows, even the last remaining advantage of silence was gone. And precisely because of this, the bow and arrow became one of the few weapons that could be legally possessed. But Su Qingyi practiced archery, certainly not to use it as some kind of weapon. It was just because when drawing the bow and aiming, one's emotions were stretched to the limit, and when holding one's breath and focusing, no extraneous thoughts would remain. The entire world was left with only the arrow about to be released and the target in the distance. For the Su Qingyi of the past, this was a very good way to relieve stress. Today, just as Su Yang happened to bring it up, he agreed. After shooting a quiver of arrows, his mood had indeed calmed down a lot. Su Yang had only been learning for a few days and originally thought he could show off in front of Su Qingyi, but he didn't expect to be shown up instead. The two sat by the steps, drinking water and resting. Su Yang secretly glanced at the expression of the person beside him and finally asked cautiously, "Boss Su, are you not in a good mood today? Is it that obvious?" Su Qingyi crumpled the empty mineral water bottle in his hand. "It's super obvious. When you were shooting arrows just now, I hid far away, otherwise I kept feeling like you were going to shoot an arrow through my throat." Su Yang touched his throat with a lingering fear, as if he was afraid a blood hole would suddenly appear there. Su Qingyi didn't reply, just sighed softly. "What's wrong? If there's something going on, talk to your bro." Seeing his reticent appearance, Su Yang immediately scratched his head in anxiety. Su Qingyi looked at the big golden retriever jumping around in front of him, suddenly wanting to laugh, and reached out to knock him on the head. "Don't worry, if there's anything your bro can help with, I definitely will. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. What kind of relationship do we have, you tell me? Don't be shy, just say it. No matter what it is, leave it to me." Su Yang looked truly worried about his state. Su Qingyi thought, is it that obvious? He had thought he was hiding it well. There's really nothing. Seeing that Su Yang was about to get anxious again, Su Qingyi had to continue, "I was just thinking about some problems." "What problems?" Su Yang looked unconvinced. What in the world could stump this superhuman-level straight-A student in front of him? "Do you know about Zhou Yan's situation?" Su Qingyi asked. "Yeah, Wood told me." Even though Su Yang was usually carefree, at this moment, he still drooped his brows and eyes, looking a bit sad. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and then continued, "Do you know why I feel like I must help?" "Of course, it's because of your sense of chivalry." Su Yang waved his fist, looking ambitious. "Boss Su, you're a good man, a role model for us all. The only flaw is that you didn't call me." Su Qingyi was silent for a long while, feeling that he should have guessed that smart Alec would answer this way. He had always believed that he didn't actually have that much of a so-called sense of chivalry, more often than not, he was even a cold-hearted person. But when facing such matters, he had absolutely no way to stand idly by. Especially as a reincarnator. If one could say that his past life was like a passerby, in this life, Su Qingyi felt that he was almost like the center of the world. After all, even time had turned back for him. Then, perhaps it could be said that everything happening in the current timeline was related to him. The more he felt this way, the sadder he felt when witnessing the suffering and regrets of others while being unable to do anything about them. "Boss Su, do you remember a primary school textbook passage?" Su Yang asked suddenly and inexplicably. "Which one?" Su Qingyi was confused. After a storm, a man went for a walk on the beach and found many small fish trapped in shallow pools on the sand. Before long, the water in the shallow pools would dry up, and these little fish would dry up and die along with it. The man continued walking forward and suddenly found a little boy in front of him, who kept bending down to pick up the small fish and throwing them back into the sea with effort. The man couldn't help but go over and tell him that there were probably thousands of small fish trapped here, and he couldn't save them all. The little boy didn't even lift his head, answering, "I know." The man was even more confused and continued to ask him, "Then why are you still throwing them? Who cares?" When Su Yang reached this point, Su Qingyi already remembered the ending of this textbook passage. "This little fish cares." The boy answered while continuing to pick up the small fish and throwing them back into the sea with effort. "This one cares, and this one cares too. Boss Su, you are especially cool in my eyes, really. You are the coolest man in this world." Su Yang's gaze fell on the arrows stuck all over the target in the distance. "It's not because you are accurate at archery, nor because you are a super strong genius student, not because you know how to do everything, and not because you are handsome. It's because you seem to have a feeling of universal salvation about you. When you do many things, you never count the returns." Su Qingyi was praised to the point where he wanted to laugh, and he coughed to hide his embarrassment. He was almost being praised as a living saint. Smart Alec's filter for him was perhaps a bit too thick. "Really, Boss Su. So don't be troubled by these things. Just think about it, how old are you now? Things you can't solve now, maybe in a couple of years, will be a piece of cake for you." It was rare for Su Yang to speak so seriously, his eyes sincere. Su Qingyi was suddenly a bit touched, he hadn't expected that he would actually be persuaded by Smart Alec. Yes, it was useless to stay in place and worry, he just needed to pull himself together and move forward. Even if there were thousands of obstacles ahead, there would always be a day when the clouds cleared to reveal the moon. Thanks to Ing Shi Jing Hong Ta Shui and I and Wei Yi Shin Zhu Jiao for their tips, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes of support. 330, Chapter 326. A kiss upon meeting would be perfect. Hello, asterisk, caret, asterisk dash, underscore, asterisk dash, underscore, asterisk, caret, asterisk. Su Qingyi tugged at his tie and sat in front of the computer with a serious expression. The person on the other side of the screen seemed a bit nervous. They coughed once and began to introduce themselves. Hello, interviewer. I am Dong Yu, and I graduated from the Computer Science Department at South China University of Technology. I am honored and grateful for this interview opportunity. Next, I will introduce myself from 3 dimensions: ability, experience, and personality. Su Qingyi listened attentively, nodding from time to time, and even wrote something down on paper. His behavior clearly made the other person even more nervous, and the memorized script became stumbling. Although such video interviews were still a bit ahead of their time in 2015, they would become very common in the future. So, while the interviewee was uncomfortable, the interviewer, Su Qingyi, looked quite accustomed to it. This was an online interview he had arranged for his game studio, X1 Studio. With Meow Meow, the dark horse in the small game world, leading the way, plus the generous treatment offered by the conscientious boss Su Qingyi, there were still many people coming to submit their resumes. Those who could make it to the interview stage were all in the batch that He Wufei had screened, with relatively impressive profiles. Most of them were young people, and what they lacked least was drive and ambition. Many people, even though they had received offers from big companies, were still willing to test the waters at such an emerging game studio. Not for anything else, but for the dreams of a game developer. But for them, this kind of video interview was a first, so even though they were experienced, it was inevitable that they felt a bit unnatural. Fortunately, the interviewer didn't seem to care about their restlessness. The expression on his face never changed from beginning to end. Sometimes it felt like he was listening very carefully, and other times it felt like he wasn't listening at all. Dong Yu swallowed his saliva, thinking that he hadn't been this nervous when interviewing at Tinghua back in the day. At that time, the people sitting opposite were big shots from the headquarters, but now it was just a young man in front of him. It was truly strange. Still, being experienced, Dong Yu steadied his mind and began to talk incessantly about the scholarships and professional competition rankings he had achieved during his university years. This was a part of his script he was quite confident about, and many interviewers had shown approval when hearing this part before. However, the person on the other side of the video remained expressionless, his black and white eyes devoid of waves. Dong Yu felt guilty under his gaze, as if the awards he was so proud of were just scraps of paper in front of him. The remote assistant, He Wufei on the side, gently placed hot water in front of Dong Yu, and looking at the bored person on the screen, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Indeed, in the eyes of this interviewer, these were not worth mentioning at all. As long as he wanted it, obtaining it would be effortless. Dong Yu finished his self-introduction with difficulty, picked up the hot water, and cast a grateful look at He Wufei. Su Qingyi nodded, looking at the Pikachu he had doodled on the scratch paper in front of him, and couldn't help but think that if he sent this to Miss Chu, he would probably receive several 60-second voice attacks from her in a fit of rage. After all, Miss Chu's favorite Pokemon was Pikachu. I just saw on your resume that you worked at Tinghua for half a year. May I ask why you eventually resigned? Su Qingyi closed his pen cap and turned his gaze back to the screen. Speaking of which, Tinghua was his former employer, and he really wanted to hear how this colleague evaluated it. If I have to state a reason, it's probably a clash of philosophies. Dong Yu thought for a moment, and between polite pleasantries and harsh truths, he chose the latter. For some reason, he always felt that this interviewer preferred the latter. Games are very important to me. I was a left-behind child and didn't have any entertainment activities growing up. Street Fighter, King of Fighters, and Contra in the arcade were almost my entire childhood. So I decided very early on that I wanted to make games in the future, and I have been working hard for it. Tinghua is currently the largest game company in the country. I originally thought I could realize my dreams and find a sense of belonging there. But I didn't. In these 6 months, I almost forgot how to make games. Every day, I was just sitting around a table discussing how to release pay-to-win events and how to compete for performance with the group next door. I thought, this is not the work I love. After saying this in one breath, while Dong Yu felt relieved, he suddenly felt a bit regretful. Capital is the same everywhere. Who doesn't make games to rake in money? It's not like they are doing charity. He must be crazy to say these things during an interview. When he resigned from Tinghua, his friends and family didn't understand or support him. Dong Yu had been maintaining this self-doubt for a long time, always questioning whether his choice was right. Just now, being asked by the interviewer like this, the pressure accumulated in his heart suddenly erupted, and he said a lot without thinking. It's over now. This interview is going to fail again. Dong Yu sighed, finished the hot water in the cup, picked up his backpack, and prepared to get up and leave. Very good. The person on the other side of the video suddenly spoke. What? Dong Yu was confused. Congratulations, you are hired. Su Qingyi smiled slightly and made the final decision. He knew very well that Tinghua was a group of people like that. Anyone who went there with dreams would eventually be influenced by the environment and turn into a ruthless money-making tool. Fortunately, when he went there in his past life, he didn't have any dreams, he just went with the mentality of supporting himself. How should he put it, it was a very good fit. But now, he couldn't accept that form of work under any circumstances. Dong Yu on the other side of the screen was stunned for a long time, then cheered and almost flipped the computer desk. Wu Fei had to use a lot of effort to press him back into the chair. Actually, Su Qingyi also let out a sigh of relief. Having interviewed for a whole day, he was almost at his limit. He casually tugged at his tie, unbuttoned his collar, and sighed. Who would have thought that the interviewer in a suit and leather shoes was actually wearing pajama pants on the lower half of his body? But after all the hard work, it could be considered as completing a major task. With this expansion of personnel, X1 Studio was now a game studio with a relatively complete configuration. The name was also chosen very casually. It looked like the English letter X, but it was actually the multiplication sign. Multiply by 1, a homophone for Qingyi. Fortunately, most people would read it as the English letter X, so the risk of exposure wasn't very high. After these newcomers officially joined, the progress of Disco Elysium would speed up. If there were no accidents, the demo should be released after the new year. Su Qingyi threw the scratch paper with the Pikachu drawing into the trash can and closed his eyes to think. He was undertaking the Disco Elysium project with a very idealistic mindset. Because even if the game itself was excellent, it was ultimately a niche product, and it depended on whether it could click with the brainwaves of the players. If he wanted to make money, there were actually many better choices. The people willing to participate in the production of Disco Elysium this time were actually a group of young people who were still somewhat idealistic. More than making money, they were looking forward to making a good game. This spirit was rare in today's society. So Su Qingyi's interview today was not to examine the other party's ability, but to search for people who possessed this spirit. Fortunately, he didn't come away empty-handed. However, speaking of which, the quick money from Meow Meow had already filled his pockets, so Su Qingyi was not short of startup capital for the time being. He was not an unscrupulous boss who shouted slogans to let the whole studio starve, with his only skill being drawing big cakes. At the very least, he could still afford to pay his employees' salaries. Plus, there was an additional income recently. That was the fee received as the producer, Ji Jinchen, for Until You Arrive. It had to be said that the entertainment industry was much more profitable than he had imagined. If he had known earlier, why would he make games? He should have started an entertainment company. No wonder Chu Yuanjiang, taking advantage of the Idol 101 trend, was making a big move and was determined to enter the entertainment industry. Everyone would want a piece of this cake. Although Su Qingyi couldn't help but complain, he was just thinking about it. It was obvious that he was not cut out for the entertainment industry. In terms of business ability, he was completely out of his depth. And the old fox Chu Yuanjiang next door would definitely not lose money, on the contrary, he would only make the already wealthy Chu family even wealthier. But Su Qingyi thought, perhaps he could open an entertainment company for Qinjinji in the future. A female star turned female president, just thinking about it, she was very suitable. Ding ding dang dang, Su Qingyi looked at the caller ID on his phone screen, which was from Shanghai, and helplessly pressed the hang-up button. Ji Jinchen had made money, but the trouble that followed was also a lot. 101 Company's other artist teams, seeing that the cooperation effect was so good, were naturally extremely jealous. They called him every 3 days to harass him, asking when the next cooperation would be, whether he was willing to expand cooperation channels, and the intention to change cooperation objects. Su Qingyi would answer the phone at first, emphasizing that his cooperation would only involve Chen Jinji, an artist under 101. Later, seeing that it was impossible to reason with them, he had no choice but to reject the calls and set them to the blacklist. Unexpectedly, he clearly underestimated the other party's perseverance. After being blacklisted, they would change numbers and call again. If this continued, the entire 101 company would be added to his blacklist. However, speaking of the next cooperation, it wasn't that Su Qingyi hadn't thought about it. Of course, it had nothing to do with anyone else. He was just thinking about the next song suitable for Qinjinji. The new song not only needed to have high singability and the potential to go viral, but also needed to change its style to make the audience feel refreshed and not lose its freshness. As Ji Jinchen, his goal was to make Chen Jinji gradually transition from an idol to a singer in people's hearts. This would be a silent and moistening process. It was quite difficult, Su Qingyi thought. If it weren't for his identity as a reincarnator, he would have wanted to discuss it with Chen Jinji. Unfortunately, this was a secret that could not be told. You said that letting go of love will take you further, so why bother to change the time that has already been missed? Su Qingyi hummed in a low voice, pulled the chair, stood up and stretched his muscles. You use your fingertips to stop me from saying goodbye, imagining you are by my side before completely losing you. Just as he was thinking about what to have for dinner, an entertainment news pop-up on the screen made Su Qingyi's good mood of humming stop abruptly. In the past, he wouldn't accept these entertainment news pop-ups, but this account often posted news related to the 101 girl group, so he didn't block it. But this one today. Su Qingyi took a deep breath to calm down and clicked on the pop-up. 101 girl group members are sisters turned enemies. Gossip actress Jian Yuyu slaps former teammate Iris on the spot. Before seeing the video, Su Qingyi was still thinking that it might be a headline made up by such marketing accounts to grab attention. After watching the video, only uncontrollable anger remained in his heart. It was originally a very ordinary autograph session, but when it was Chen Jinji's turn, Jian Yuyu, who had disappeared for a while, suddenly rushed onto the stage. The reporter filming the video was clearly startled too, the lens shook, and one could vaguely see Jian Yuyu's high-raised arm, followed by the fans' screams and the security guards who rushed onto the stage belatedly. The scene was very chaotic. Don't know the specific details yet, keep calm. Su Qingyi repeated this sentence in his heart and made a video call to Chen Jinji. Looking calm on the surface, he was actually gritting his teeth so hard they were about to break. And when he saw Chen Jinji's flushed cheek and slightly swollen corner of her mouth on the other side of the video, he couldn't even maintain his superficial calmness. Clearly seeing the veins on his forehead throbbing, Chen Jinji smiled and sighed, comforting him, "All right, it's okay. Did you see the news? What happened?" Su Qingyi's face was gloomy. "It's a long story." Chen Jinji raised her eyes, seemingly hinting that there were others beside her. But Su Qingyi was in no mood to deal with that now. Chen Jinji had clearly just retreated to the backstage not long ago, the injury on the corner of her mouth hadn't even been treated yet. What the hell is Jian Yuyu going crazy about? Chen Jinji looked at Su Qingyi's expression, knowing his patience had reached its limit, and had to stand up and say to the person beside her, "I'm going to the restroom. Are you okay by yourself? The doctor will be here soon." "Yeah, it's fine." Chen Jinji smiled habitually, the movement pulling at her injured mouth, and she let out a soft hiss. Only Su Qingyi on the other side of the screen heard this short breath. Su Qingyi's expression darkened a few more shades. Finally finding a place with no one, Chen Jinji raised her phone screen again. "I said it's fine, it just hurts a little bit. Tell me what happened." Su Qingyi twirled the watch strap on his wrist, his tone devoid of emotion. "I don't know the specifics either. When she rushed onto the stage, everyone thought she was a fan at first. But she suddenly took off her mask and shouted something at me. It seemed to be saying I was pretending. Then she wanted to hit me. I reacted in time and dodged a bit. So I was just scratched by the edge of the nail she had done." Chen Jinji pulled the camera closer to show Su Qingyi the wound on the corner of her mouth. She originally wanted to tell him it wasn't serious, but as soon as her gaze fell on the wound, she secretly said, "Oops," in her heart. Just now, accidentally pulling it, it seemed to have oozed a few more streaks of blood. If he hadn't looked, it would have been fine, but looking at it now, Su Qingyi instantly had the urge to kill. "Go back and treat the wound first," he said coldly. Chen Jinji pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then said, "If you want to come to Shanghai, see me first. Don't do anything reckless." "I haven't said I'm coming yet." Su Qingyi's keyboard clacked loudly. On the display screen was the flight information for Tangan, Shanghai. Chen Jinji, not arguing with him, but said with a smile, "Anyway, if you come, you must see me first. I miss you very much." Even after such an outrageous thing just happened, she could still speak so gently, as if nothing had happened. At this time, such sugar-coated cannonball attacks could not shake Su Qingyi's iron will. He remained silent to indicate refusal. Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi booked the nearest flight and lowered his head to enter the password for payment. "It hurts a lot." "I know." Su Qingyi answered, gritting his back teeth. No matter the reason, Jian Yuyu had to kneel and apologize to Chen Jinji. "A kiss when we meet is enough." Chen Jinji's tone was still smiling, the ending note as soft as a feather. Such sugar-coated cannonball attacks could not shake his iron will. Su Qingyi sighed. Knowing this was Chen Jinji's thousand-layer scheme, he still had to agree. Okay. Thanks to the book friend with the last 4 digits 7361 and the unique God Church for the tip. Thank you all for your subscriptions and votes. 331, Chapter 327. A psychopath is hitting someone. By the time the flight landed, Su Qingyi's face remained at a frigid temperature. He was naturally inclined to look gloomy, and when he was in a bad mood, he looked even more unapproachable. So much so that Xiao Zheng, who had come to pick him up after receiving a call, was startled. He had no idea who could have offended this young master. However, he soon found out. Because marketing accounts had already rapidly pushed that piece of news onto the trending topics. After doing some quick mental math, Xiao Zheng roughly understood the sequence of events. Regarding the Jian Yuyu incident from a while back, as an old hand in the entertainment industry, Xiao Zheng was naturally right there on the front lines of the gossip. Looking at the whole picture, he had defined this Ms. Jian as a love-struck fool living in a dream. When she was struggling to put food on the table, she could still exercise restraint, but once her life improved and she no longer had to worry about her next meal, those unrealistic fantasies of hers would float back to the surface. Compared to a husband who only cared about daily life chores, the sweet-talking young hunk was obviously more attractive. She was an adult, more or less. The fact that she could fall for such a clumsy scam made her completely unworthy of sympathy. Having seen the ups and downs of the entertainment industry, Xiao Zheng, who felt he suffered from a severe case of intolerance for stupidity, held a disdainful and contemptuous attitude toward Jian Yuyu. So, today's news was still somewhat surprising. For such an airhead to commit an act like assaulting a teammate in public, if she hadn't truly lost her mind, then she must have been stupid enough to be instigated by someone else again. Xiao Zheng pondered this while quietly observing Su Qingyi's expression. After getting into the 101 company taxi, he carefully spoke up, "What do we say when we get there?" What Xiao Zheng meant was that if Su Qingyi hadn't thought it through yet, he had 100 ways to handle the crisis. These were all professional courses he had taken during his training. In such situations, the first step is definitely to arrange for the artist to undergo a medical examination for injuries, and then issue a statement to comfort the fans. The second step is to file a lawsuit, although Jian Yuyu had long since been disgraced due to her previous cheating scandal. But if there were still some underage fans with warped values after this incident, she would truly be no different from a street rat that everyone wanted to beat. The third step is to use this incident as a bargaining chip to demand resources from the company. After these steps, the heat from this incident would all be converted into traffic for the artist. How should he put it? From Xiao Zheng's perspective, it was definitely a guaranteed win. But clearly, the young master beside him wouldn't be willing to follow such a process. Chen Jinji wants me to see her first. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand, his tone cold. Xiao Zheng let out a sigh of relief. If they were going to see Chen Jinji first, then everything would be manageable. If his dislike for Jian Yuyu was due to his intolerance for stupidity, then his fondness for Chen Jinji was because she was very smart. Otherwise, he really worried that Su Qingyi would kick open the doors of 101 company and tear down their foundations. Upon arriving at the entrance, staff members escorted the two to the conference room. Chen Jinji had dismissed everyone else beforehand, so she was the only one in the conference room. When Su Qingyi strode in, she was on the phone, occasionally saying mm. The wounds on her face had already been treated with medicine and didn't look too obvious. Upon seeing Su Qingyi, she smiled slightly, hung up the phone, reached out her arms, and made a gesture waiting for a hug. There were only 3 people here, and Su Qingyi didn't shy away, casually pulling her into his embrace. "Does it still hurt? If you had arrived any later, it would have almost healed." Chen Jinji laughed. Didn't someone say it needs a kiss to get better? Su Qingyi leaned in a little closer, observing the wounds on her face. "Can't kiss now, I applied medicine." Chen Jinji wrinkled her nose and pinched the corner of his mouth. "Don't make that look like you're going to eat someone." It was strange, he had originally felt nothing but overflowing rage, but when he actually saw her, he calmed down quite a bit. Su Qingyi curled the corners of his mouth in a very businesslike manner, performing a standard fake smile. Chen Jinji was amused by him, her eyes curving into crescents. For a moment, the two seemed to forget everything else in the world, left only with the deep affection of a couple reunited after a brief separation. Xiao Zheng in the corner. He had been summoned by an emergency phone call, thinking he would have to face an unscrupulous boss, a crazy former colleague, or a verbal battle with capital. Who would have thought he would be inexplicably stuffed with public displays of affection? Heavens, is there any justice left in this world? Fortunately, the very vengeful Su Qingyi hadn't completely fallen into Chen Jinji's trap of tenderness. he still remembered the main business. Do you know the specific situation now? 7 or 8 parts out of 10. Chen Jinji thought for a moment before continuing, through the interrogation of Jian Yuyu by others. Well, these others are actually Enyan and Xiao Shui. They were almost driven crazy with anger and brought people to corner Jian Yuyu. Her mental state seems not quite right, and she's talking incoherently. To summarize, after the last incident, Lai Yuza unilaterally cut off contact with her. Fortunately, she still knew his address, so she camped out at his door for days without sleep, finally managing to catch him. But Lai Yuza was very disgusted with her and said he didn't want to have anything to do with her. Su Qingyi listened while casually grabbing a strand of Chen Jinji's hair, winding it around his palm. Ridiculous, if she had even half a brain, she should have expected this result long ago. Although Lai Yuza had already acted incredibly heartless, Jian Yuyu remained unwilling to give up and kept pestering him, determined to find the reason for his change of heart. So Lai Yuza said. At this point, Chen Jinji cleared her throat, looking somewhat embarrassed. Said what? Su Qingyi guessed it wouldn't be anything good, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He said he had long had designs on me and was deeply in love, so he couldn't help himself and had a change of heart. Chen Jinji found it a bit funny saying this herself, because it was truly absurd. He even made it sound so convincing, saying things like, come on, that's Chen Jinji, who could resist that? Anyway, he just cleared himself completely. Because of the previous incident, I would occasionally counsel Jian Yuyu and comfort her. Now that Lai Yuza said it like that, she felt betrayed by the last person in the industry she could trust. That's why she had an emotional breakdown and, in a moment of impulse, did such a thing. Su Qingyi was silent for a moment after hearing this. Partly because of Jian Yuyu's stupidity, and partly because of Lai Yuza's shamelessness. He had truly never seen such a brazen and shameless person. These two are actually quite a match in a way. One is willing to hit, and one is willing to be hit. They should just lock themselves together. Of course, that's assuming they hadn't disgusted Chen Jinji. Since it has reached this point, then one by one, they must sacrifice something to atone for their sins. Su Qingyi. Perhaps because the expression on his face was growing increasingly gloomy, clearly thinking of some illegal and undisciplined things, Chen Jinji had to speak up to interrupt his thoughts. Su Qingyi responded in a way that tried to cover up his intentions. Does Xiao Zheng have any ideas? Chen Jinji looked at Xiao Zheng in the corner. He was so bored that he had started playing Do Diju on his phone. Finally, someone remembered him. Xiao Zheng played the last 4 twos in his hand, angrily earning 2,000 happy beans. He recounted the strategy he had just thought of from the beginning, observing Su Qingyi's reaction carefully as he spoke. The other party seemed to be listening quite attentively, lips slightly pursed. So Xiao Zheng felt slightly relieved and reached the final step. The impact of this incident is huge, I just saw it trending several times. So this is a good bargaining chip, which can definitely be used to fight for subsequent resources from the company. Heat and traffic can be monetized, we can say it's a guaranteed win, except, Xiao Zheng looked at Chen Jinji. Chen Jinji naturally knew he was talking about her injury, she smiled lightly and shook her head. Nothing to worry about. Xiao Zheng nodded, very appreciative of such a visionary artist. 2 votes in favor, only the last vote remained. Xiao Zheng asked cautiously, so what do you think? Su Qingyi seemed to have just come back to his senses and interrupted him. Contact the staff on Lai Yuza's side. Chen Jinji. Xiao Zheng. So he had just said a whole bunch, and this young master hadn't listened to a single word. Why contact the staff on Lai Yuza's side? Xiao Zheng was confused. Just say that producer Ji Jinchen wants to talk to him about a collaboration. Su Qingyi said indifferently. 101 Company quickly accepted the collaboration invitation from the top 1 producer on the hit song charts. Lai Yuza was also a C-position debut from a talent show. His team had been applying for the production of solo singles, but 101 Company preferred to have him participate in various variety shows to make money. The team was very unhappy about this, but unexpectedly, the company had been holding back a big move and brought in Ji Jinchen. Naturally, his team welcomed this with open arms. Su Qingyi sent the invitation in the evening, and the meeting was scheduled for 8 o'clock at night. The team was quite sincere and even rushed Lai Yuza back from another set where he was filming a variety show, just to discuss this collaboration. It was clear how desperate they were. Su Qingyi took Xiao Zheng and headed to another conference room. Naturally, Chen Jinji could not appear again. A group of staff members chattered in Su Qingyi's ear, mostly consisting of flattering nonsense. The reason they were so sycophantic wasn't entirely due to the success of the works under his name. Another part of the reason was that Li Qinshan was behind him, and coupled with how young he was, most people's first instinct was that his background definitely wasn't simple. He listened absent-mindedly, while a black signature pen spun and danced between his fingers, dazzling those watching. As the center who also debuted from a talent show, the number of people in Lai Yuza's team alone was practically more than the entire team arranged for Chen Jinji. It was clearly differential treatment. For every event, the staff around Chen Jinji were different. They were clearly rotated on a temporary basis, with no professionalism whatsoever. If the security had been just a little bit tighter, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Thinking about this, Su Qingyi's opinion of them worsened even further. The staff member was parched from all the bootlicking, yet the other party remained as cold as ever, making him start to doubt his own abilities. Fortunately, their artist finally arrived at this moment. What's the rush? It's not like dying a little later will kill anyone. An impatient voice came from outside the door. Su Qingyi's pen paused, and he lifted his eyes to look at the door. A young man dressed in flashy, gaudy clothes with elaborate makeup and hair walked in, surrounded by staff members. He did indeed look like the type that girls nowadays would like, somewhat feminine with delicate features, but his expression at the moment was foul. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think, he looks a bit like Zhou Lian. If he were to say this to Zhou Lian, it would definitely make him roll his eyes and curse in anger. Hello, Teacher Ji Jinchen. This is Lai Yuza. Yuza, greet Teacher Ji Jinchen. The older woman beside him, who looked like a manager, greeted him proactively. Hello, teacher. Lai Yuza gave a reluctant, perfunctory greeting. He hadn't met Su Qingyi before, and he was just a bit surprised now that this red-hot producer was actually so young. TCH, a nepotism hire, probably. Lai Yuza's respect for him instantly diminished, replaced by a bit of disdain. Perhaps because he was a nepotism hire himself, it led to an innate hostility toward other nepotism hires. Su Qingyi sat in the chair without moving, only nodding lazily. What's with the attitude? Lai Yuza cursed inwardly, pulled out the chair opposite him, and sat down brazenly. I heard you want to collaborate with me. As soon as he said this, the manager immediately raised her hand to stop him. Hey, Yuza. It's fine. Su Qingyi smiled, looking completely unbothered. Teacher, Yuza is young and still a bit rude. Please, bear with him. The manager said, bowing and scraping. TSK, Su Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy. Stuck with an artist like this, the staff around him could only suffer along, goodness knows how many messes they've had to clean up for him. Let me state this first, I don't sing sentimental love songs. I don't like that kind of namby-pamby style, it's pretentious. Can you write rap? Preferably the kind with electronic music added, you know. It's very popular abroad recently. Have you heard of it? If you don't understand, I can play a few songs for you. Lai Yuza took out his phone and started searching for songs in his playlist while mumbling lyrics incoherently. Su Qingyi lifted his eyes and nodded at Xiao Zheng, who was on the side. Xiao Zheng understood immediately and chimed in, cooperating. The two leads are about to start discussing the details of the collaboration, those of us irrelevant to the matter should clear out. The manager was stunned for a moment, her expression showing some hesitation. It wasn't for any other reason, but her artist's temper and personality were truly terrible. She was afraid that the two wouldn't get along, and this great opportunity would go down the drain. If the cooked duck flew away, it would be a huge loss. This is my personal habit. Every collaboration is tailor-made for the artist, and there are many details that need to be discussed. If there are too many people around, it inevitably affects inspiration and thought processes. Su Qingyi said slowly. Teacher is right. Since he had already said as much, it would be rude not to leave, the manager hurriedly replied. Xiao Zheng had already opened the door from behind, and the group that had just entered filed out collectively. Lai Yuza was still sitting with his legs crossed, listening to the foreign pop music charts, completely unconcerned by the changes in his surroundings. Xiao Zheng stayed until the end, exchanged a look with Su Qingyi, and then closed the door. He cleared his throat and specifically raised his voice. Let's go, shall we go sit in the coffee shop downstairs for a while? Let the two of them have a good chat. This. Are you expecting me to just wait here idly? Xiao Zheng's tone feigned annoyance. The staff from 101 Company, afraid of offending them, quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's go, staying here is just a disturbance to the two of them. The group thus headed toward the elevator entrance. Su Qingyi sat quietly until there was no more noise outside the door. Lai Yuza finally found a song on the chart that he was relatively satisfied with and turned up the volume on his phone. Just this style, do you get it? Sigh, I don't expect you to replicate it 100%, just keep the genre somewhat similar. Su Qingyi listened to the song he was playing and stood up unhurriedly. What a coincidence, he actually had heard this song. Rap God. Lai Yuza was nodding his head to the rhythm and suddenly realized that the person in front of him had become a bit off. He had already taken off the mask of kindness he wore earlier, and there wasn't even a shred of emotion in his eyes. It was even a bit chilling to look at. Lai Yuza sensed something was wrong, but by this time, only the two of them were left in the large conference room. He had no choice but to muster up his courage and stammer, What do you want? Su Qingyi shook his sleeve and pulled out a baton from it. Before Lai Yuza could react, the baton swung down hard with a sharp whistling sound. In his panic, he could only raise his hands to block. Ah! The other party really didn't hold back at all. With this hit, Lai Yuza felt a sharp pain in his forearm, as if it had broken. He almost uncontrollably leaned backward, and the chair fell to the ground with a clatter. The second hit came just as suddenly, striking his shoulder. The force of this blow was so heavy that Lai Yuza couldn't even feel the pain anymore. He was already numb. His last shred of consciousness supported him as he scrambled toward the door, screaming for help at the top of his lungs. Help! A psycho is attacking me. However, it was already 8 o'clock at night, and most people had already finished work. All of his staff had been sent away and were leisurely drinking coffee on the second floor. There were only the two of them on this entire floor now. So, the only response to Lai Yuza was the locked door, the impassioned rhythm of Rap God, and Su Qingyi's unhurried footsteps. The pain that had been ignored just moments ago surged back. Lai Yuza curled up on the floor, trembling all over. Su Qingyi looked down at him, his expression calm, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Of course, all of this formed a bizarre contrast with the baton in his hand. Lai Yuza surrendered quickly. He had been pampered since childhood and had an extremely low tolerance for pain. If he took a few more hits, he figured he would go into shock. The person in front of him was simply like a reckless lunatic, an outlaw. I'm sorry, stop hitting me. I was wrong. He shouted incoherently. Su Qingyi threw away the baton and crouched down to look him in the eye. What were you wrong about? I don't know. Lai Yuza truly didn't know how he had offended this psycho. Su Qingyi nodded and slapped his delicate face, the sound ringing out loudly. With his hand covered in powder, Su Qingyi's expression showed a hint of disgust. Think. Lai Yuza gasped in pain, his brain buzzing, having no thoughts but not daring to shake his head, for fear that a careless move would invite another slap. In his chaotic state of mind, he finally had a moment of clarity. A slap. Today's news. Ji Jinchen. Chen Jinji. Thanks to book friends Power June and Only God Bishop for the tips, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support. 332, Chapter 328 Brocade Sauce, The Devil's Whisper. Is this about Chen Jinji? Lai Yuza asked with difficulty. He was very worried about getting slapped again if he said the wrong thing, so he stammered and shivered as he spoke. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to continue. What is your relationship with her, and why? Lai Yuza was full of questions. He was the type of person who spoke his mind, so he didn't think twice and just blurted it out. The response he got, naturally, was another very impatient slap. If he had been stunned by the first slap, he was now beaten into sobriety. Lai Yuza rattled off a confession of his actions like a machine gun. I did spread rumors that Chen Jinji liked me, but that was just to get rid of Jian Yuyu, he protested, sounding aggrieved. And I swear on my life, I just said it with my mouth, I never actually harassed her. Besides, this kind of trash-talking is common. Otaku say, Yui Aragaki is my wife every day, and what boy hasn't said he wanted to marry Louis Fei when he was little, right? Just go look on Weibo now, how many people are posting, I want to marry Chen Jinji looks so good, it must be for dating me, Chen Jinji girlfriend perspective every day. It's just a joke. Any normal person would know it's just a fantasy, right? How could Chen Jinji possibly like me? How was I supposed to know that crazy woman Jian Yuyu would actually go and hit someone? By the end, Lai Yuza was a mess of snot and tears, looking genuinely aggrieved. Su Qingyi had not expected this turn of events at all. Looking at Lai Yuza's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. He didn't view Chen Jinji as a real person, but merely as an ideal girlfriend figure. In other words, there was no difference between her and a 2D character. But saying things like that online was one thing, yet he had to run his mouth in real life too, especially when he knew his ex's mental state was unstable. Wasn't that clearly provoking her? Fortunately, Jian Yuyu was only crazy to a normal degree. If she were any crazier, what if she threw acid? What if she pulled out a knife and stabbed someone? In that case, this beating Lai Yuza received wasn't entirely unjustified. Su Qingyi reached this conclusion in his heart, clicked his tongue, and stood up. Seeing that he intended to let him go, Lai Yuza hurriedly tried to scramble up and run away. Being in the same room as a violent psycho was too dangerous. Who knew if he would go crazy and hit him again later? Why on earth were there so many psychos in this world? Jian Yuyu was one, and this Ji Jinchen was another. Damn it, and he was called some young artist, damn it. Su Qingyi had his back to him and didn't turn around, yet it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, slowly issuing an order, you can't leave yet. Lai Yuza had no choice but to follow with a mournful face, sitting on the chair opposite him. His whole body ached, throbbing with pain. Once he got out of here, he would definitely take fierce revenge on this damn Ji Jinchen. He gritted his teeth, imagining himself finally getting the upper hand. Look at the lens. Su Qingyi set up his phone and adjusted the angle. Lai Yuza's idle instincts, which were engraved into his DNA, suddenly emerged. He immediately looked at the lens, even freeing up a hand to tidy his messy hair. He was just about to start that self-introduction he had memorized by heart when he realized what was happening and looked at Su Qingyi with confusion. Alright, don't mind that. After confirming the lens could capture his face completely, Su Qingyi sat back down on his chair. Everything was normal, except the slap mark on his face was a bit obvious. If necessary, let the post-production team turn on the beauty filter. About you saying Chen Jinji has a crush on you. At the mention of this, Su Qingyi's tone became displeased again, making Lai Yuza, who was sitting opposite, jump in fright. But he quickly adjusted himself and continued, let's skip that for now. So, let's talk about you and Jian Yuyu. Although Lai Yuza was stupid, he knew that asking such questions while recording was meant to keep leverage on him. In this way, even if he was resentful about being hit, he would just have to swallow his teeth and bear it. Unfortunately, he couldn't run away, and he couldn't fight back. Other than cooperating honestly, there seemed to be no other way. Anyway, the other party involved wasn't there. Lai Yuza thought that while he had no other skills, his ability to embellish and make up lies was top-notch. After thinking for a long while, he slowly began, although Jian Yuyu and I are both from 101 Company, we weren't close before participating in the variety show, and at first, we didn't even add each other on WeChat. You know how these variety shows are, you definitely have to ship a CP to get popularity. From the beginning, the production team signed a contract with the company requiring the two of us to cooperate. I didn't take it seriously. Isn't it just pretending to be close in front of the camera? It's very simple. Actually, we don't even need to try that hard, the show's post-production editing team handles it. A lot of the glances and actions are actually quite ordinary, but when they're slowed down to 0.5x speed and combined with sentimental BGM, the atmosphere becomes ambiguous. Lai Yuza vividly described the behind-the-scenes design of a popular CP. Listening to him, Su Qingyi only felt that the entertainment industry was truly deep and full of creeps. So, after the show aired, the results were quite good. It could be said that all the popularity of the program was on our CP. Because they tasted the sweetness, the production team demanded that we interact more and cultivate feelings. That's how I got to know her. As a result, later on, I discovered she wasn't right, she seemed to have gotten carried away. She would send me messages in the middle of the night, and it was the same when we met, she would always say strange things, like wanting to marry me and so on. Although I was disgusted, I had to endure it for the sake of filming the show. You know what happened later, this woman turned out to be a player, and it makes me want to vomit. The key is, after doing such a thing, she actually still dared to pester me, it was just too shameless. Su Qingyi listened to his narration, filled with disgust, and felt a bit amused. This kid was indeed good at talking nonsense, but his brain wasn't very good, and his logic couldn't keep up with his acting skills. The direct reason for Jian Yuyu's exposure as a player was that she had been bewitched by Lai Yuza's sweet words. She already felt that once they went public, they would get married, otherwise, why would she be in such a rush to have a showdown with her original partner? I know what you're recording this video for, don't worry, it's all a misunderstanding, I won't cause you any trouble. Lai Yuza moved his shoulder, and immediately felt another piercing pain. To avoid more physical suffering, he promised through gritted teeth. Putting on a magnanimous appearance was his last bit of stubbornness, originally hoping to get some benefit from the other party. If you want to cause trouble, I'll certainly oblige. Su Qingyi said indifferently, not buying it at all. He picked up his phone and ended the video recording. Lai Yuza was snubbed and had to awkwardly change the subject, so, was what you said about discussing cooperation today true or false? Did you originally want to cooperate but changed your mind because of what happened to Chen Jinji? Of course not. Su Qingyi lowered his head to check the video's image quality and audio clarity, responding nonchalantly. I just wanted to beat you up. Lai Yuza. To be honest, Su Qingyi had initially considered what Xiaojing said, using this incident to pressure the company to obtain more resources, which was probably the way Chen Jinji would have thought to handle it at first. The difference was that Su Qingyi never linked benefits and Chen Jinji getting hurt from the start. What he thought was very simple: ing dare to hit my girlfriend. Commercial sanctions would of course have a more profound impact and be more lethal without shedding blood. That was the path most mature people would choose. But that wouldn't be satisfying. The most satisfying way was to beat him up. It was extremely simple. Did that seem a bit childish? Then he would bring the commercial sanctions up as well. Watching Lai Yuza's limping back as he left, Su Qingyi felt like laughing. He had clearly hit his arm and back, yet he was limping. He didn't even know how to fake it properly. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out the door, he bolted away like a startled rabbit. Su Qingyi leisurely opened WeChat and sent the recorded video to Chen Jinji. The other party quickly replied with an "okay" emoji. He didn't do this for backup, but to forward the video to Jian Yuyu. Although she was the one who hit, it wouldn't be right for him to hit a woman. Moreover, with Jian Yuyu in such a delirious mental state, hitting her wouldn't be of any use. The most heart-wrenching way was to let her see Lai Yuza's true colors, piercing through all of her last, fantasies. Lai Yuza's change of heart wasn't because there was someone prettier and better than her like Chen Jinji in the world, but because he never liked her from the start. His sweet words were just a scam. And she had lost everything because of her own stupidity and fickleness. Her future, her love, and the only friend in this entertainment industry who might still hold some kindness and sincerity toward her. She brought it upon herself. Su Qingyi swiveled his chair in thought. If it were him, at this moment, he would probably choose to go down in flames, dragging someone down with him even if he died. Having been entangled with Lai Yuza for so long, surely she must have some evidence in her hands, right? For an idol like him, the majority of his fan base consisted of girlfriend fans who considered themselves his girlfriends. If they knew that he had said so many sweet words in private to the commercial CP they hated the most, then just as they had lifted him up, they would bring him down in the same way. There are so many young fresh meats in the entertainment industry. If you break up, the next one will be better. Of course, if Jian Yuyu was an out-and-out love-struck fool, then there was nothing that could be done. Su Qingyi thought, if one could live like that, it could be considered a kind of skill. Su Qingyi slowly pulled a tissue from the box on the table to wipe his hands. 2 short knocks came from the door, and Xiaojing poked his head in. The scene in the conference room was better than he had imagined, except for a few chairs overturned on the ground. There wasn't much change. He had thought this young master was going to smash everything to pieces. What are you saying? Am I a gangster? Su Qingyi's tone was calm. Who says you aren't? Xiaojing complained internally. When Elderly sent him over, he said the other party was a humble, gentle, and talented young man with aspirations. Honestly, after spending some time together, Xiaojing felt that these words had nothing to do with Su Qingyi. But what could he do? The job assigned by the big boss had to be done, no matter how difficult. Xiaojing sighed and followed Su Qingyi to take the elevator downstairs. However, this young master was still more restrained than he had imagined. He didn't blow things out of proportion. He had already prepared to call Elderly for help. It seemed that although Su Qingyi acted eccentrically, he still covered for himself and didn't need others to intervene. Underground parking garage. When the white SUV in the corner saw the two walk out, it immediately flashed its headlights. Su Qingyi took Xiaojing over and saw Chen Jinji sitting in the passenger seat, winking at him. There was no one in the driver's seat. Xiaojing figured, fine, they were waiting for him to drive. Chen Jinji climbed into the back seat and sat with Su Qingyi. How was it? Did Jian Yuyu watch the video? Su Qingyi held her hand to test the temperature. It was fine, the car was very warm. Yeah, she watched it. Chen Jinji nodded, then her tone shifted. However, she really is a bit hopeless. Still unwilling to accept reality. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Yes. Chen Jinji sighed. Perhaps what she isn't willing to accept isn't actually the fact that Lai Yuza doesn't like her. It's that once she accepts this, she will really fall to the point of having nothing. So no matter what, she wants to hold on to this last position. Indeed. When Chen Jinji put it that way, Su Qingyi understood. It was just a pity. Did Lai Yuza, the root cause of all these things, really have to pay nothing other than receiving a severe beating? Tomorrow when he wakes up, he'll be a shiny, glamorous, popular young fresh meat again. That's letting him off too easily. Su Qingyi frowned. As soon as Chen Jinji saw him frown, she reached out and gently smoothed it out. But, after watching that video, I talked to her. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes to look at her and saw a familiar, fox-like smile in Chen Jinji's peach blossom eyes. I said, guess why he doesn't love you? The end of her sentence rose, carrying an obvious allure. Even though he knew it was a trap, Su Qingyi couldn't help but want to listen. Because he has too many choices. He is still a big star, with millions of fans, countless eyes chasing after him, hoping to have more intimate contact with him. Then, how can he be made to love you? Chen Jinji's tone was deep and slow. Of course, it is to make him ruined, to make him fall into the mud, to make him lose everything he once had, just like you. In this way, when he has no other choices, he will naturally come to love you. You won't have to worry about him leaving you anymore. In this heaven and hell, you will always be together. Listening to this, Su Qingyi suddenly couldn't help but shudder. How Chen Jinji said this made one's back feel a little cold. It was completely demonic whispers. She was teaching step by step how a yandere is raised. Su Qingyi looked at Chen Jinji's half-smiling expression and felt that things were getting more and more wrong. Her words had a sense of implication, as if she was sounding an alarm for him. Su Qingyi swallowed and looked away, feeling somewhat unnatural. In the next second, Chen Jinji acted as if nothing had happened, smiling and saying, Mr. Zheng, please drive according to the navigation, I have booked a pretty good restaurant. Xiao Zheng had also been listening with his ears pricked up. Honestly, he was also quite scared by Chen Jinji's demonic whispers. Being suddenly cued, he almost slammed on the gas and crashed into the Porsche opposite him. Alright. The vehicle started. Su Qingyi knocked on the car window and asked, people outside shouldn't be able to see inside, right? As if to prove that what she said was true, Chen Jinji held his chin and gently bit his left corner of the mouth. Su Qingyi smelled the faint medicinal scent on her, and couldn't help but think, forget it, what are demonic whispers anyway? Please, she is Chen Jinji. Thanks to Book Friends Power June and Only God Bishop for the rewards, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support 333. Chapter 329 You are the intimacy I never possessed and could never capture. Facts proved that Chen Jinji's devilish whispers were very effective, and the results were immediate. Arriving at the restaurant she had booked, just as 2 cold dishes were served, Xiao Zheng, who was scrolling through Weibo on his phone, let out an exclamation. Holy shit, she actually did it. Su Qingyi was observing the plate of cold mixed hautuinia chordata on the table seriously. Since when did this kind of dark cuisine spread to Shanghai? Hautuinia chordata is like doji. Su Qingyi felt that people who could eat it either had pica or a desire for novelty. Then, Xiao Zheng, overly excited by the gossip, picked up a chopstick full and shoved it into his mouth right in front of him. Come, look quickly. No, what is this dish? Ugh, bleck. Su Qingyi gave him a look of slight pity and handed him a cup of green tea. The screen of the phone he handed over showed the updated trending search list. Today's trending list was truly lively, both the gossip-loving masses and the owner of Weibo were very pleased. Hashtag GNUU exposes Lai Yuza hashtag Lai Yuza two-faced person hashtag ZUCP was real after all hashtag seeing the last one, Su Qingyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, how could it not be real? Love and hate intertwined, a complete mess. Hello everyone, I am GNUU. Recently, I have experienced so much. The things that happened to me have occupied a lot of public resources and provided everyone with plenty of gossip for after-dinner conversation. I hope this is the last time. At Lai Yuza, have you had dinner? Do you know? I haven't been able to eat anything for a long time. I met you while recording the variety show Our Lives. Later on, you were the one who asked for my contact information, you were the one who sent me good morning and good night messages every day, and you were the one who said we would go public immediately after falling in love. You said you didn't like your current life and only wanted a house, a person, 3 meals, and 4 seasons with the person you liked. You made me think that true love should be like this, so even after that incident happened, I never thought about dragging you down with me. I thought it would be fine if I stopped being a celebrity, I had already earned enough money, and I could accompany you properly from then on. Even when you were disgusted with me and hid from seeing me, I never thought about exposing you. At least it would be enough if you lived well. However, what if you used the same tactics to deceive others? In this world, one GNUU is enough. Su Qingyi didn't expect GNUU to make up such a high-sounding reason. He thought, so she knew that what Chen Jinji taught her couldn't be said out loud. The attached link was a 2-minute video. It was all recordings of Lai Yuza when he was alone with her, the two of them were completely in the mode of a couple in deep love. This was completely contrary to the love-repellent and naive kid who only likes games image that Lai Yuza had built in front of his fans. The 101 Jian Yuyu account that Jian Yuyu used previously had been reclaimed by the company, so this time she used her private side account. Su Qingyi initially thought this would affect the heat of the exposure, but he clearly underestimated the netizens' passion for gossip. Her Weibo post had already been reposted 10,000 times in just 10 minutes, and marketing accounts from all walks of life swarmed in, smelling the scent. Adding fuel to the fire was the fact that she had actually been using this ignored side account to record her sweet daily life with Lai Yuza. In this way, the credibility of her statement became higher, it went without saying. Su Qingyi flipped through a few pages, shocked for a moment by the meticulousness of a girl in love. Lai Yuza was quite good at pleasing girls too. Every holiday meant various flowers and cakes, and he also made full use of the skills he possessed as an idol, sending her love songs recorded every now and then. How could an ordinary person withstand these? Jian Yuyu recorded for many consecutive days, often writing essays of several hundred words, claiming that this relationship was a sweet burden. The gossip-loving masses had originally come with a mocking or angry attitude, but after seeing those sincere little essays she had posted before, their attitudes changed somewhat. Because some words were quite touching, in matters of affection, basically all girls have these same thoughts. Su Qingyi, originally a person who enjoyed the fun, was also somewhat silent after reading to the end. What's wrong? Chen Jinji calmly picked up a shrimp dumpling and put it in his bowl. Su Qingyi shook his head and stuffed the shrimp dumpling into his mouth. The dumpling's skin was crystal clear, wrapping a whole shrimp inside, and the sauce was delicious. It lived up to being a restaurant recommended by Chen Jinji. Teacher Su, guess if I have such a Weibo side account? Chen Jinji narrowed her eyes slightly and curled the corners of her mouth. I guess not. Su Qingyi couldn't imagine Chen Jinji being like a love-brained person recording her daily love life every day. Besides, even if she had the mind to, she didn't have the time. Chen Jinji raised her eyebrows, non-committal. Xiao Jing listened to the conversation between the two, stuffing a shumai into his mouth, speechless. They really didn't avoid suspicion at all. They didn't hide anything in front of him, an outsider. Weren't they afraid he would sell this explosive news to the paparazzi and run away with the money? Although he would only do that if he had lost his mind. Not to mention how difficult Su Qingyi was to deal with, the elderly behind him, although looking good-natured and easy to talk to, was only because he was unworldly, which didn't mean he lacked means. Furthermore, from Xiao Zheng's own perspective, these two standing together were quite a good match. They were a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Why should he inexplicably become that opposing monster? Nonsense. Of course, it was because these two made him eat dog food every day. Does this gossip have a follow-up? Su Qingyi suddenly turned his head and asked. Xiao Zheng was imagining himself as a member of the FFF group, burning everything. When he was suddenly looked at like that, he felt a bit guilty and hurriedly opened his phone. The comments under Jian Yuyu's Weibo post were polarized, some scolded her, and some sympathized with her. You and Lai Yuza are both not good things. Just right, scum man and cheap woman, lock yourselves in and don't come out to harm people. Selling melon seeds, peanuts, mineral water, beer, drinks, and ate treasure porridge in the front row. What? I'm already the 1000th floor. Can today's trending search be any more exciting? I'm like a marmot foraging in a melon field right now. I came here to scold people, but after reading these 100+ Weibo posts, I suddenly feel that she is also a pitiful person deceived by a scum man. Pitiful? I beg you, lords. Can anyone pity the ex-husband who was abandoned by her? Passers-by seeing this just want to say, love brain should be included in the category of mental illness management. And the fan groups with clear attributes were also experiencing different mental journeys. Jian Yuyu's fan group, which had been cold for a long time, had some new posts. Sometimes I really feel that the energetic, hardworking, and motivated you in the 101 show is not the same person as this crazy, love-brained one now. +1 to the floor above, I even voted for her back then. Through the lens, how can one see a person's true heart? It was all misplaced in the end. What's crazier is that she actually hit her teammate in public for a man. If Iris had been a bit more ruthless, she could have called the police to arrest her. She's really a lunatic. Lai Yuza's side was even more explosive. Most of his fans were girlfriend fans, and this was no less than dropping a high-powered torpedo into a pond. Sisters, is it true? I've been following since the first stage of the show, and now I really can't accept reality. If you want to be in love, do it properly. If you want a career, practice properly. Cheating on feelings while slacking off on stage, Lai Yuza, who are you doing justice to? I'm unfollowing. The money I spent can be considered fed to the dogs. He can really pretend. I didn't expect there to be such a two-faced person in the world. In just half an hour, he lost tens of thousands of Weibo followers. Hit in the face by such a hammer, Lai Yuza himself hadn't reacted yet. It was estimated that his team was discussing countermeasures in a panic. Besides, Chen Jinji's fans were also paying attention to this matter. Since their idol had been injured in the afternoon, the fans naturally wouldn't give Jian Yuyu any good looks. Good, good. Laughing, a stupid love-brained person harms others and herself. If she kneels and slaps herself 20 times, sister will consider saying a word for you. Those with overflowing sympathy, please open your eyes and look at the wound on Jinji's face. Who will pity our innocent injured captain? Exactly, after the incident with Jian Yuyu, not only did Jinji not kick her while she was down, but she also tried to control the situation to let her keep a final shred of decency. She, on the other hand, went crazy and attacked indiscriminately. I can only say she deserved it. Sob sob, Jinji baby must be in a lot of pain. If the company's security team isn't replaced, I'll sneak in tonight and kill you all at 101 Company. Smile, Su Qingyi looked at the emotional fans and couldn't help turning his head to look at the wound on Chen Jinji's face. Fortunately, it wasn't too obvious after treatment. Chen Jinji's quick reaction to dodge in time was one aspect, and Jian Yuyu's bark being worse than her bite, with not much force in her hand, was another. Thinking about it, Su Qingyi couldn't help reaching out and touching it. Does it still hurt? It's fine now. Chen Jinji shook her head and handed the peeled shrimp to his mouth. Did you really beat up Lai Yuza? Not really. Su Qingyi chewed the shrimp and answered vaguely. Just hit him with a few sticks, and slapped him twice. Chen Jinji laughed and gave him a slightly reproachful look. Student Su Qingyi, are you still a child, using your fists to talk when you encounter things? There are other methods, but I always feel it's not satisfying enough. Su Qingyi picked up his teacup and took a sip, quite justified. The smile on Chen Jinji's lips remained, but she just gently rubbed his earlobe. Actually, she could handle these things herself. Being able to make it to today, breaking out of the siege from a show like 101, which had a format similar to Battle Royale, meant that she would absolutely not be a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. She and John Eun-yun both came from NS Company, and their training and activities had always been in South Korea, so they were already unpopular among the local trainees in the country. Most of these local trainees had better relationships with Zhong Xingyue, so naturally, they were more at odds with their side. John Eun-yun still had a royal background to support her, and she herself didn't have any schemes, so she wasn't affected. But Chen Jinji had high popularity and no background, so as Zhong Xingyue's biggest competitor in her heart, she naturally didn't receive less isolation and bullying. Her dormitory bed was splashed with drinks, and washing sheets in the middle of the night would affect her roommates, so Chen Jinji would silently go to the practice room until dawn. Practicing, by the way, the water in her thermos was replaced with laundry detergent. Fortunately, she was careful and didn't open the lid and drink it straight up. When grouping, some trainees deliberately grouped with her and then didn't communicate with her. All training and arrangements were carried out without her participation. In the few months of the show, these things were countless. Originally, many times she just needed to tell John Eun-yun, but Chen Jinji endured it, not saying a single extra word. After fighting alone for so long, she should have been used to it. Now, however, there was someone willing to be her backing, rushing over to stand up for her regardless of anything at such a time. Recalling these, Chen Jinji suddenly felt her emotions rise, and a thin layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Humans are really strange creatures. Tears that wouldn't fall no matter how hard or tired she was would instead fall more profusely when being comforted. But a person like Chen Jinji wouldn't allow herself to lose composure to that extent, so this layer of mist just stayed in her eyes, never turning into complete teardrops. She was truly too beautiful, and when her eyes were filled with tears, she had an even more devastating sense of fragility. Su Qingyi looked calm as if he hadn't seen it, but in fact, he couldn't bear to look. He just held her fingers under the table and said casually, "Of course I will protect my girlfriend well." Xiao Jing opposite, Tisk, Ed, and in a fit of anger, fiercely gnawed on a tiger-skin chicken foot. After dinner, the three returned to the car. Shanghai was not Beijing. Su Qingyi didn't have the right to take a walk on a quiet path with his big star. How about we go home and watch a movie? Chen Jinji was a little worried that he would be unhappy because of this. The look in her eyes when she looked at him was so gentle it could melt snow and ice. Su Qingyi couldn't handle it, so he had to put away his feigned cold posture. Let's go back to 101 Company for a bit. He leaned over and patted Xiao Zheng's shoulder. Got it. Xiao Zheng seemed to have gotten used to being a driver for this young couple. His reversing movements were smooth and flowing. Why are we going back to the company? Chen Jinji was a bit curious. He originally wanted to create a contrasting surprise by suppressing before raising, but it was really difficult to pretend to be cold to Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi paused slightly and told the truth, "We're going to record a new song." Chen Jinji was slightly surprised, she didn't expect Su Qingyi to have other purposes for coming over this time. Actually, it was really an impromptu decision. Su Qingyi was originally still considering it, hadn't decided yet, when he saw that video, and then rushed over with a knife. But now he didn't want to dwell on that much. Since he was already here, it was just right to emphasize it to 101 Company again. Ji Jinchen would only cooperate with Chen Jinji. If they still hadn't remembered this time, Su Qingyi was prepared to buy a stone tablet at the entrance of their company, carve this sentence on it, and let everyone who came to work see it clearly. Chen Jinji stood in the recording studio, listening to the demo of this song. Su Qingyi sat in the studio, propping his face up and watching the monitor. This time there were no other staff, so Chen Jinji didn't fully enter work mode. She raised her eyes to look at the monitor, her tone carrying a smile. "What is this song called?" Her voice came through the headphones, making people's ears tingle. Su Qingyi coughed and then replied, "Virtual." When he was ready to officially start recording, Su Qingyi handed the field control to Xiao Zheng and entered the recording studio himself. Chen Jinji turned her head to wait for him to walk in and blinked. Su Qingyi walked to the other side and picked up the guitar. The guitar accompaniment in the demo was also played by him personally, speaking of which, he really had to thank Su Zilong for the Yamaha. Su Qingyi raised his hand to pluck the strings and nodded at Chen Jinji. The two's tacit understanding had always been excellent, they cooperated seamlessly, naturally. Like a guitarist and lead singer who had cooperated countless times. At first, he just felt that this song had the potential to explode, but after hearing Chen Jinji softly singing along, he felt that she fit this song almost like it was custom-made. "You are the intimacy I've never possessed and cannot capture, I have your kiss, your soul, your heart, carrying me flying, 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 beyond meaning." Actually, it was hard for Chen Jinji to have a song type she couldn't sing well, her vocal tone conditions were too good, she was born to eat this bowl of rice. However, for folk songs like this, what mattered was not singing skills, but the atmosphere. Too many techniques would instead seem greasy, but it wasn't simple to sing it with feeling. Obviously, Chen Jinji had grasped such an atmosphere, she sang it easily and lazily, very charmingly. "You are the virtual thing I have day and night, within reach, accompanying me like paper and pen, like myself, like raindrops, watching me falling, 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 falling into the clouds." Su Qingyi lowered his head to play the guitar, not knowing that the singer's gaze had been lingering on him. Chen Jinji looked at his quiet eyebrows and eyes, only feeling that the lyrics, which seemed ethereal at first glance, suddenly became so appropriate. "You are the virtual thing I have day and night, within reach, yet I want your kiss, your soul, your heart." Thanks to the Only God Church, Power Coin for the tip. Thanks to everyone for subscribing and voting for support. 334, Chapter 330. The world is in ruins, the puppy mends and plucks. Early February, the height of winter. Tangan City was decked out with lanterns and streamers everywhere, the atmosphere of the Lunar New Year was growing stronger by the day. There was a reason why Tangan was known as the most humane city among first-tier cities. Su Qingyi walked out of the archery range and looked up at the sky. Unlike the vibrant, festive decorations on the streets, the sky was cast in the gloomy, gray haze so common in winter. He had spent almost all of his free time over the past few days at the archery range. However, Su Yang, the initiator of this activity, had only a fleeting interest. After coming twice, he was no longer willing to waste time on the boring task of drawing the bow and pulling the string. He just liked the coolness of an archer hitting the bullseye every time, he did not like the dullness and tedium of repetitive practice. Su Qingyi did not mind this, when he focused on the bullseye, his mood was as calm as the sea. He could even feel a sense of zen. If he stayed like this for a few more days, he might be able to contemplate his heart, attain enlightenment, and become a monk. Originally there is nothing, where can the dust collect? Unfortunately, his worldly ties were not yet severed. Su Qingyi looked at the 8 missed calls on his screen. He thought to himself that this was bad, but he still called back. "Hello." Chu Qingmian on the other end of the line was furious. Su Qingyi feigned calm. "What are you doing? You didn't answer the phone. We agreed to go today, oh my, to the amusement park." Chu Qingmian was so angry she almost bit her own tongue. "I forgot." Su Qingyi said truthfully, he had indeed forgotten. But who could have imagined that Miss Chu would make such an unreasonable request? After the extravagant birthday party ended, Chu Qingmian was very dissatisfied. After criticizing her father, she announced the next plan. That was, to celebrate her birthday all over again. She declared righteously that the birthday party was for outsiders to see, and a real birthday should only be spent with close friends. So she planned today's event, a one-day trip to the amusement park. Su Qingyi didn't think much of it, he wasn't very busy anyway. Moreover, Miss Chu seemed to have an obsession with the amusement park. Thinking about it, it was probably another childhood trauma, and she was just taking advantage of this coming of age to make up for it. Others had no objections. Su Yang was the type who loved amusement park rides. Han Bing had always indulged Chu Qingyan, and with Lin Tong's personality, it was even less likely he would have any objections. She had originally wanted to invite Sister Lin as well, but as soon as Sister Lin heard about it, she acted like she was facing a great enemy, shaking her head like a rattledrum. Everyone thought she was afraid of spending money or didn't like crowded places, so they kept persuading her to come along. Just as Lin Zhuan was about to be unable to hold out and reluctantly agree, Lin Tong had to help explain that Sister Lin had a fear of heights. Su Qingyi initially found it a bit funny. He had previously thought Sister Lin had a versatile personality, the kind that had mastered all survival skills. But Lin Tong immediately followed up with the origin of her acrophobia. When she was a child, Lin Zhuan was not afraid of heights. There was a type of wild jujube tree on the mountain behind the village. It tasted sweet and sour, but it always grew in rather steep places. Many people in the village would take advantage of this season to harvest the jujubes and carry them to town to sell. Overall, it was a pretty good source of income. Lin Zhuan was thin and small, which gave her an advantage when climbing trees, so she always joined the jujube harvesting team. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was a bit worried about falling, not because she was afraid of getting hurt, but because she was afraid that if she got hurt, no one would do the chores at home. As it turned out, what she feared most came to pass. There were only so many jujube trees, and there were many people in the village. Lin Zhuan was just a child, how could she compete with the others? She had to walk around the mountain, looking for places that no one else had discovered. Hard work paid off, and she actually found a tree that no one knew about. It was in a secluded location, right next to a cliff. When Lin Tong got to this point, Su Qingyi's heart was already in his throat. To be honest, what would happen next was obvious. And the facts were indeed so. Lin Zhuan really tumbled all the way down the mountain. Fortunately, there were many tangled branches and vines along the way that broke her fall. It had just rained a few days before, so the soil on the mountain was soft, not like the reinforced concrete of the concrete jungle. But even so, she was seriously injured and couldn't stand up no matter how hard she tried. And because she couldn't speak, she couldn't even call for simple help. She was missing for 2 days and 2 nights. Lin Tong said he was scared to death at the time, running around the mountain all night with a flashlight, terrified she would be eaten by wolves. Moreover, Lin Zhuan could neither hear nor speak, making it even harder to find her. Fortunately, there were many people in the village. After a carpet search, they finally found Lin Zhuan, who was on the verge of death, at the foot of the mountain. Ever since then, Sister Lin had been extremely afraid of heights. Su Qingyi thought, no wonder she acted so panicked on the flight from Beijing back to Tiangong last time. He had originally thought she was nervous because it was her first time flying, he hadn't expected there to be such a story of childhood trauma. The most terrifying part was probably not the moment she fell from the mountain, but those long 2 days and 2 nights lying alone at the bottom of the cliff. Every time she stood at a height, she would recall that damp, dark, desperate, and helpless memory. After hearing this story, the few guys who had been making a fuss just moments ago instantly quieted down. Chu Qingyan apologized to Lin Zhuan with teary eyes, making Sister Lin so anxious she almost spoke. Back to the phone call. You forgot. Then where are you now? Chu Qingyan's tone quickly changed from anger to grievance. Su Qingyi could imagine her pursing her lips unhappily. He thought for a moment and switched the voice call to video. The other party answered quickly, but the one on camera was furry. This little guy had put on new overalls again, and the leash was dangling behind it. Su Qingyi made a tisk-tisk sound at the screen, and it immediately woofed in reply. The camera then turned, and Miss Chu, holding the dog leash in her hand, was sitting on a park bench. The unhappy expression on her face had not yet faded, she was waiting for Su Qingyi's explanation. So Su Qingyi moved the camera to show her the quiver on his shoulder. I just came out of the archery range. Seeing his casual sportswear, Chu Qingyan had actually already guessed half of it. He had been running to the archery range every time he was free these past few days, just like Ho Yi who suddenly received the mission to shoot down the suns. Otherwise, it was like Hawkeye from the Avengers needed a new actor, or maybe the Elf Prince from Lord of the Rings. Seeing that her expression had softened, Su Qingyi continued, I think the amusement park is more interesting at night. Why? Chu Qingyan was easily led by the nose and asked curiously. Because there are many rides that are only open at night. Su Qingyi said slowly, and he glanced down at his wristwatch. Like the haunted house or something. Of course, he couldn't tell Miss Chu that right now. It's still early. If we go now, we can actually play both. Then you come over and walk Furry with me first, and then Uncle Gao will take us there. Chu Qingyan bent down to lift Furry onto her lap, holding its paw to wave at him. Su Qingyi took a taxi there. The archery range was not far from Xinjiang district, and he arrived in over 10 minutes. Furry saw him from far away and struggled to run over. Su Qingyi walked closer and squatted down, waving his hand. Chu Qingyan then let go of the leash, and Furry, having gained its freedom, immediately trotted over happily. In just a few months, this guy had grown impressively. Su Qingyi was almost knocked backward onto the ground when it pounced on him. The feng shui of the Chu family nourished both people and dogs. It had been raised like a show dog, its fur without a single impurity, and it felt great to the touch. Su Qingyi deliberately ruffled Furry's fur backward until it stood on end, like a spiky hedgehog. Chu Qingyan, who had followed over, found it funny and couldn't help but take a photo with her phone. Through the phone camera, Furry, which wasn't very bright to begin with, looked even more goofy and dim-witted. Su Qingyi chuckled and complimented, "That's a good shot. Right? Right?" Chu Qingyan received the compliment, and her expression immediately became very proud. She then pulled up the photo album on her phone and showed them to Su Qingyi one by one. Su Qingyi looked at a few in a row, then fell into deep thought. Was there any difference between these photos? It looked a bit like she had just taken 10 shots in a row without even changing the angle. It was enough to prove just how much Chu Qingyan loved it. I don't know how much she must have missed the puppy while she was at school. Why did you decide to go to the amusement park today? Su Qingyi wrapped the leash around his hand and stood up. Please note, it's not decided to go to the amusement park today, it's decided to celebrate my birthday today. Chu Qingyan raised an objection. Fine, fine, fine. Su Qingyi pulled on the leash, with no time to argue back. It felt like he was holding on to a rampaging bull. He had no idea how Chu Qingyan managed to control Furry. Because I had to be busy with company business for the past 2 days. I got wind that the TV station is preparing a new variety show. Chu Qingyan sighed. She had been so busy with this matter over the last couple of days that she was nearly flying off the handle. Oh. What kind of show? Su Qingyi was a bit curious. I'm not sure about the specific format yet, but it's definitely a music variety show. There's a lot of investment, so it'll probably be a hit. If nothing goes wrong, they'll start discussing the cast in a few days. Chu Qingyan thought for a moment, then continued, Su Qingyi, you have no idea, being a boss is super tiring, okay? When there's a resource like this, every artist's team comes looking for you. If I give it to him, she's not satisfied, if I give it to her, he's not satisfied. I might as well just have them all debut as a group. Let's call them Teeth People. He could hear the resentment in Miss Chu's voice. Su Qingyi laughed and reached out to pinch her puffy, angry cheeks. But there was nothing for it. The things she would have to deal with in the future would only become more numerous and complex. Su Qingyi suddenly understood a little why Chu Yuanjiang insisted on handing over Xingxing Entertainment to her now. Without such a progressive process, it would be even harder to take over in the future. It could be considered a buffer period, at least. The advantage of a high-end residential complex is that it's large enough that walking a large dog like this is no problem at all. After walking half a circle around the artificial lake, Furry was still in high spirits, but the humans were getting a bit tired. The sun was about to set, and more people were coming out to walk their dogs. Furry also ran into quite a few of its regular puppy friends. The Bernese mountain dog is famous for being gentle and never bares its teeth to fight. Sometimes, even if provoked by smaller dogs, it won't get angry, possessing the forbearance of a big dog. Therefore, Furry had a very good reputation in the neighborhood dog circle, and along the way, it had already rubbed noses with quite a few dogs. Looking at how it was getting along with everyone, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that, sure enough, a dog takes after its owner. If he were the one raising it, that might not be the case. It would definitely be a misanthropic puppy with no friends. Chu Qingyan clearly knew all the dogs in the complex as well. This Miss Chu probably walked the dog herself whenever she had free time. Lucky. You just had a bath today, you're so fluffy. Lucky was a smiling angel Samiyad, like a fluffy little cake, and even Su Qingyi couldn't resist reaching out to pet it a couple of times. Pippi is out to play too. Pippi lived up to its name. It was a husky with a very wise look in its eyes. Su Qingyi very sensibly didn't reach out to touch it. The facts proved he was right. Chu Qingyan successfully got her hand licked full of drool. Furry, you can't step on Xiaohu's feet. Xiaohu was a corgi, and to be honest, it wasn't even as tall as Pippi or Furry Sneeze. It was inevitable that it would get stepped on. After Furry completed its social goals for the day and had played enough, it finally headed back, feeling satisfied. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think, what are you reluctant about, kid? The Chu residence is big enough for you to run around in anyway, you don't even need to go out. The two of them and the dog had only walked 2 steps when they saw a golden retriever turn out from the intersection ahead. Golden retrievers are famous for being friendly only to humans and generally hostile to their own kind. Every golden retriever's motto, there are no bad people in the world, and there are no good dogs in the world. So Su Qingyi tugged on the leash, wanting to lead Furry around it. Otherwise, if a fight really broke out, Furry, that cowardly weakling, would be flipped onto the ground by the golden retriever in a second. As it turned out, Furry stood rooted to the spot and refused to budge. The golden retriever on the other side was in the same situation, no matter how its owner pulled the leash, it wouldn't move forward. Chu Qingyan froze for a moment, then suddenly lowered her eyes. Su Qingyi noticed this, tilted his head, and asked, "What's wrong?" "The golden retriever puppy in front is Bobo," Chu Qingyan said softly. Bobo? Su Qingyi searched his memory for the name and suddenly recalled it. Bobo was a friend Xiaohua met when it went to the hospital before, it was likely the first and last friend in its life. The two of them fell into silence simultaneously, thinking about this matter. But Bobo suddenly pulled its owner and ran over. Su Qingyi thought Bobo was coming to fight Furry, but he didn't expect it to rush straight at Chu Qingyan, wagging its tail happily. "Oh my, it's you guys." Bobo's owner was also very happy to see them. Chu Qingyan patted Bobo's head, looked up, and said with a smile, "Yeah. What a coincidence. Is Bobo out to play too?" "Not out to play. This guy has been listless lately, so I specifically took time off to take it to see the vet." The owner patted the dog's back, frustrated that it wouldn't live up to her expectations. "Huh. It's nothing serious, is it?" Chu Qingyan immediately became nervous. No, there's no problem at all. It's probably just that it doesn't like the new dog food." "This guy." The owner complained with a smile. Chu Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled along with her. Perhaps because Furry was still young, Bobo didn't argue with it the way it used to argue with Xiaohua, but instead put on the steady posture of an older brother. After the owner led Bobo away, Chu Qingyan put away her smile and sighed softly. Su Qingyi, of course, knew why she was sighing. After Xiaohua left, what it left behind wasn't just some painful memories, but also traces that would pop up in life from time to time. Perhaps it had secretly asked Bobo to let Miss Chu pet it the next time they met. Thinking for a moment, he asked, "We rarely have time, do you want to go see Xiaohua?" Although it was a sad thing, it was something that had to be faced eventually, no matter what. Chu Qingyan squatted on the ground without answering. After a long while, as if gathering her courage, she finally nodded. Xiaohua's grave was the same as when they had come before, a very small mound of earth that basically wouldn't attract any attention. The noisy and lively Furry seemed to realize something and became quiet at this moment. Su Qingyi held onto it and stood a few steps away, watching Chu Qingyan walk forward alone. There were no other actions, she just stood there quietly for a while. Su Qingyi looked at her back and suddenly realized it was February again. It had been a year since his rebirth. And the first acquaintance he saw after his rebirth was Chu Qingyan. A year had passed, and she seemed to have changed a little. Thinking back to how she tilted her head and smiled lightly at that time, he still felt very healed. Su Qingyi. Seeming to have discovered something, Chu Qingyan suddenly turned her head to call him. Su Qingyi responded and walked forward. "Look." Chu Qingyan squatted down and pointed at the mound. A few stalks of foxtail grass had actually grown on it, and they were now swaying gently in the breeze. It was the first time he felt that foxtail grass was such an apt name. As if seeing Xiaohua's honest, tail-wagging appearance again, Su Qingyi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "Did you hear that?" he said. "Hear what?" Chu Qingyan extended her finger and gently poked the foxtail grass. "Xiaohua is speaking. It says, 'Happy birthday, Chu Qingyan.'" After a long while, Chu Qingyan gave an sound. Su Qingyi pretended not to see the tears plop, plop falling down. Sometimes, one has to believe that there is such a thing as a miracle of love in the world, otherwise, how could one explain these few fresh blades of grass growing in the dead of winter? A puppy's love is often the most pure kind, especially for a puppy that hasn't been loved, it only truly lived during its final moments. The world is tattered and torn, and puppies stitch it back together. "Thank you for the birthday gift, Xiaohua," Su Qingyi said in his heart. "Thanks to book friends, Soul God Bishop, Power June, the book friend with the last digits 8751, and the book friend with the last digits 5287 for their tips. Thank you all for your subscriptions and votes of support. 335, Chapter 331 Sunset and Roller Coaster. Although the Spring Festival is approaching, today is still technically a workday. Most of the people here at the amusement park are students on winter break, so the line at the entrance isn't very long. Su Qingyi felt a bit sleepy from the sun, lazily leaning against the railing. The others, however, were in high spirits. Needless to say, Su Yang was excited. Su Qingyi reasonably suspected that his mental age was still stuck at 7 or 8, the prime age for being obsessed with amusement parks. Lin Tong had never been to an amusement park before, and with this group of friends, he was having many first-time life experiences. Han Bing's high spirits had a specific reason. She had come specifically for the amusement park's recently popular roller coaster project. It is said to have over 1,000 positive reviews online and is extremely thrilling. Given Han Bing's personality of always needing to be at the forefront of trends, she naturally had to come and see for herself. As the organizer, Chu Qingmian was also very happy. Only when she was genuinely feeling joyful would the arc of her smile bring out her dimples. Longing and shadows stretch out together at dusk. The admission ticket in my hand keeps me company as I count sheep, Chu Qingmian hummed while poking Su Qingyi with her ticket. Master Su, are you about to fall asleep? Su Qingyi yawned noncommittally. Hey, no sleeping. Chu Qingmian reached out and pinched his cheek. Could he really fall asleep while standing? He wasn't the god of sleep, after all. Su Qingyi grabbed her wrist and walked inside. Su Yang and Han Bing, who had been studying the map ahead, came trotting back. Don't be in a rush, you won't be sleepy in a bit, Boss Su. Huh? Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, having a feeling it wouldn't be anything good. Sure enough, the first ride was the log flume. This was one of the amusement park's more famous attractions, known primarily for its high and large waves. Actually, it's probably just to sell disposable raincoats. Su Qingyi looked at the price tag on the low-quality plastic raincoat in his hand and couldn't help but click his tongue. The world is full of capitalist traps. But he still had to buy it, otherwise, if a wave crashed down, it wouldn't be July or August, and he'd be soaked to the bone. Su Qingyi put on the raincoat, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught the mischievous grin on Su Yang's face. This guy was definitely planning something. He didn't have many malicious thoughts, but they were all written on his face. Su Qingyi silently shot him a glare. If you dare mess with me, you're dead. Su Yang grinned, baring his teeth. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Before Su Qingyi could warn him again, the staff opened the railing. Please, the next group of tourists, board the ride. At the exit on the other side, even with raincoats on, the tourists who had finished the ride looked a mess, like drowned rats. Su Qingyi sighed, pulling Chu Qingmian to sit in the front row, with Lin Tong, Su Yang, and Han Bing behind them. Su Yang's position was clearly intentional. Sitting in the center, he could easily control the situation. Su Qingyi turned to look at him and received another toothy grin. Forget it, he'd see if he could kick him into the water later. Miss Chu had been very careful when putting on her raincoat, wrapping herself up tightly and buttoning all the buttons properly. Thinking everything was ready, she excitedly held on to the railing, waiting for the machine to start. Su Qingyi watched her silly, happy expression and couldn't help but ask, did you wear makeup today? If she gets soaked later, she won't turn into a panda face, right? Does lipstick count? Miss Chu found it strange that a stereotypical straight guy would ask that, so she leaned her little face closer to show him the color of the new lipstick she had bought. Does it look good? White peach oolong milk tea color. The names of these lipstick shades were becoming more and more unconventional. Su Qingyi thought, looked at her glistening lips, and nodded. It was good she hadn't worn eyeshadow or anything, otherwise if her makeup got ruined later, Miss Chu would definitely be angry enough to strangle Su Yang. The machine slowly started, and the children in the back row had already started cheering. The construction of the log flume was simple, a slow climb, then an accelerated sprint down, creating large waves to simulate a rafting atmosphere. When the machine reached the peak, there was a brief pause to let the tourists prepare themselves. The moment it accelerated, cheers erupted all around. The log flume was different from a roller coaster, the elevation wasn't high, it wasn't as intense, and it was suitable for all ages. So everyone's cheers were relaxed and joyful. Su Qingyi leaned back slightly, preparing to face the giant wave that was about to crash down. Unexpectedly, what arrived first was, damn! Su Yang, do you want to die? Han Bing's panicked roar, along with Su Yang's loud and wanton laughter. Su Qingyi turned his head curiously to see what was happening. Su Yang was currently fighting with Han Bing. This guy had actually torn her plastic raincoat to shreds with his bare hands. Realizing he was watching, Su Yang laughed even harder. His demonic claws soon reached the front row. Su Qingyi reacted quickly to protect himself, but unfortunately, the quality of this cheap raincoat was too poor. Su Yang tore it a few times and several large holes appeared. The tattered clothing on his body had clearly lost its waterproof effectiveness. Han Bing's screams and scolding were of no avail. Su Yang was completely in a self-destructive mindset, and the raincoat on his own body had also disappeared. So the next second, with the mindset of taking as many people down with him as possible, he reached out his demonic claws toward Miss Chu in the front row. Miss Chu instantly let out a sharp shriek, just like Han Bing had a moment ago. In the end, Lin Tong, who had witnessed everything and was carefully huddled in the corner, didn't escape either. The boy who slays the demon eventually becomes the demon himself. Su Qingyi and Su Yang worked together to finish him off as well. During the time they were hurting each other, the machine had reached the final stretch. Su Qingyi looked up at the several-meter-high wave and couldn't help but curse in his heart, damn it. Why did it feel like the wave hitting their car was so big? There was nowhere to hide in the narrow seats, and Miss Chu hugged her head, whimpering for help. The second before the wave was about to crash down, Su Qingyi reached out and pulled Miss Chu entirely into his arms. The world went quiet for a brief moment, as if submerged by the tide. Silence fell around his ears, leaving only the sound of the heartbeat of the person in his arms. The people who had been cheering earlier were clearly stunned by the giant wave. The sounds of choking and coughing filled the air. Even with raincoats, it was useless. When everyone got off the ride, they were just like the previous group of tourists, looking like miserable drowned rats. Fortunately, Su Qingyi's action to shield Miss Chu was timely. She became the only person on the ride who was almost completely dry, with only the ends of her hair slightly damp. Su Qingyi, thank you. Miss Chu's eyes were bright. Su Qingyi gave a faint amen, and casually brushed back his wet bangs. Su Yang was standing on the other side, being lectured by Han Bing. Su Yang, you bastard, are you tired of living? My makeup. I'm going to take pictures and post a guide later. UF ******* ing %UN% at UN%. The remaining 500 words were censored due to excessive profanity. She was the type of person Su Qingyi had been worried about from the beginning, someone who had meticulously prepared and worn a full face of makeup. Now, splashed by the water, it had turned into a very gothic smoky look. Su Yang hunched his head, obediently taking the scolding. How could he have known that a girl's makeup was so fragile? In TV dramas, those female leads didn't have their makeup ruined even when caught in heavy rain. He thought this, and couldn't help but glance at Han Bing. Seeing her furious expression and her patchy black and purple makeup, he suddenly couldn't help himself and snorted with laughter. This kid was really afraid he wouldn't die thoroughly enough. Su Qingyi silently lit a stick of incense for him in his heart. Lin Tong took a pack of tissues out of his pocket and stood awkwardly on the side, not knowing whether he should hand them over. Miss Chu asked him for one, then stood on her tiptoes to help Su Qingyi wipe the water dripping from the tips of his hair. Rosen Shou Ryu Ha. Su Yang felt like he had been punched over 200 times by Han Bing in just 5 seconds. He ran away while calling out to Su Qingyi for help. Boss Su. Help. I'm going to be beaten to death by her wild punches. Deserved. Su Qingyi sneered. In the end, Miss Chu held Han Bing back, saying she would take her to the restroom to remove her makeup and reapply it. Su Yang quickly seized the opportunity to raise his hands in surrender, offering to go buy some food to atone for his sins. There always seems to be a barbecue restaurant in an amusement park. Su Qingyi looked at the staggering prices on the menu and discreetly stood the menu up. If Lin Tong saw it, he definitely wouldn't be able to eat a single bite. Su Yang, however, was used to such prices and casually checked off items on the menu with a pen. 10 pairs of chicken wings, 20 skewers of potato slices, 10 grilled sausages. For someone like him, whose family background was already affluent and who was doted on by his family, the price of food was a category that didn't need to be considered at all. A grilled sausage that sold for 1 yuan outside had increased tenfold in price here. Su Qingyi thought that 10 yuan was nothing to him now, but he still felt it wasn't worth it. Perhaps this was the influence brought about by his childhood environment. When the barbecue was served, Han Bing and Miss Chu, who had finished redoing their makeup, also came over. Han Bing still didn't have a pleasant expression for Su Yang. As soon as she entered the door, she glared at him irritably. Hey, you can't hit a smiling face, Ms. Han. Su Yang leaned in with a cheeky grin and picked up a skewer of chicken wings, holding it out to her. I ordered this specifically for you, non-spicy. I want to eat the super spicy ones. Although Han Bing was still keeping a straight face, her attitude had clearly softened quite a bit. Chu Qingyan looked like she was truly hungry. She reached out and grabbed a skewer of pork tenderloin. Su Qingyi quietly drank the iced lemon tea in his hand. Seeing Chu Qingmian's action, he, who originally didn't have much of an appetite for these, suddenly snatched that skewer of tenderloin from her hand. What's wrong? You like this one? Chu Qingmian didn't act possessive over her food, she thought he genuinely wanted to eat it. No, this one is spicy. You eat the ones over there. Su Qingyi took a bite unhurriedly, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the red chili oil drizzled over it was quite fragrant. Chu Qingmian obeyed with her hands, but couldn't help retorting with her mouth, I can eat. Spicy food, okay. You can. Su Qingyi replied vaguely, then raised his hand to point outside the window, signaling her to look. Chu Qingmian turned her head and saw the most anticipated and popular attraction in the amusement park. The roller coaster. Unlike those in other amusement parks, its slope was nearly vertical, and the experience of riding it was like going on a drop tower that was faster and higher, several times over. Every time it passed by the ground, it brought a low, rumbling roar and the piercing screams of the tourists. Just looking at it from below, this steel dragon felt incredibly imposing, making people somewhat hesitant to approach. Chu Qingmian couldn't help but shiver. Su Qingyi continued drinking his favorite iced lemon tea and said nonchalantly, so eat less. You might throw up later. Chu Qingmian silently removed a few items from her skewer that she could take or leave. After sitting in the restaurant for a while, their wet hair and clothes were mostly dry, and the group finally went to line up at the end of the roller coaster queue. The further they moved forward, the more heart-stopping the low roar of the roller coaster and the shrill screams of the tourists became. Conversely, the queue became increasingly silent. Everyone's expression was not looking good, quite a few people were trembling, looking like they were ready to bolt. Su Yang, who had been the loudest just a moment ago, was now a bit cowardly, but he cared about saving face, so he just put on an indifferent act, trying to liven up the atmosphere. It's not that bad, right? It looks okay, ha ha ha. Unfortunately, he had no confidence in his heart, and his words were weak and powerless. Han Bing opened her phone's front camera to check her makeup, she was actually a bit scared too, but she couldn't lose her status as a check-in influencer. She even had the presence of mind to touch up her lipstick. Lin Tong looked up as the steel dragon roared past and couldn't help but exclaim, that's amazing. Such a structure is truly amazing. I've only seen it on TV before. Lin Tong said with a smile. Su Qingyi nodded, continuing to watch the dragon weaving along the tracks. But, because it's so amazing, it makes one can't help but worry about its safety. Thinking of this point, Lin Tong frowned. The moment his words fell, everyone around them suddenly turned their heads and stared daggers at him. Lin Tong only then realized that what he said was too ominous, it was practically adding fuel to the fire for people who were already nervous. Sorry. He had to apologize incoherently, not even knowing who he was saying it to. Su Qingyi leaned against the railing, tapping his knuckles lightly. Out of 1 million people, only one person will get injured because of the roller coaster. If we really happen to be that one, then it can be considered having great luck. Injured? If you fall from up there, wouldn't you end up black and blue? Su Yang was so scared he was starting to speak recklessly. Su Qingyi's face remained calm. Probably not. It would likely be one piece here, and one piece there. His words successfully made the surrounding atmosphere even heavier. It was as if they weren't in a happy place like an amusement park, but queuing in front of a guillotine. A couple in front lowered their heads to discuss something, then suddenly shook their heads and walked back against the crowd. Chu Qingmian said with a trembling voice, Su Qingyi, why don't we leave too? We've been queuing for tens of minutes, isn't that a waste of time? Su Qingyi held a dissenting opinion. You're 18, Miss Chu, shouldn't there be some sense of ritual? Chu Qingmian was successfully persuaded by his words, not only did she not give up on the queue, but she also followed Su Qingyi to the front row in a daze. It wasn't until the staff member fastened the safety restraints for both of them that Chu Qingmian realized what kind of situation she had put herself in. Su Qingyi. She whispered with a miserable look on her face. Su Qingyi felt a bit like laughing, he turned to check the safety buckle for her. What if I faint from fright later? I'll wake you up. What if the roller coaster has an accident? Then that means we hit the jackpot. I don't want to be 18, I don't want any sense of ritual. It's too late. He was right, the warning lights in the tunnel were flashing, and the roller coaster was ready to launch. Su Qingyi originally thought there would be a slow starting phase, but clearly, he had underestimated the designer's twisted sense of humor. This steel dragon started with a catapult launch, shooting out on the tracks like an arrow released from a bow. What a strong sense of G-force. Su Qingyi heard screams rising one after another from behind, while the person beside him was very quiet. Did she really faint from fright? Su Qingyi freed his hand to hold Chu Qingyan's, and was soon tightly gripped back by her soft palm. He felt relieved and looked at the trembling eyelashes on her pale little face. Those screaming at the top of their lungs aren't necessarily truly scared, they might just be setting the atmosphere. Like Chu Qingyan, who didn't even dare to scream, that was true fear. After the speed reached the threshold, the roller coaster began to rotate sharply. The tourists were like withered yellow leaves clinging to the car body, ready to fall off at any moment in the biting wind. Su Qingyi heard Su Yang and Han Bing in the back row start to howl and cry. "Mom! I'm not playing anymore, let me down, woo woo woo." Su Qingyi occasionally felt that he was out of sync with this world, like right now. He was as calm as a stagnant pool of water. Such an exciting amusement ride didn't make him feel even a shred of excitement, neither the weightlessness of rushing toward the sky nor the fear of falling to the ground and being smashed to pieces could make his adrenaline spike. Su Qingyi looked at the chaotic and intertwined images before him, like a kaleidoscope, and suddenly thought of those scenes in movies that demonstrate time travel, which were surprisingly similar. But time travel isn't like this, he thought, it's just a feeling of being dazed. It's like accidentally taking a nap, and when you look up again, time has passed, and everything has changed. A sudden sense of fearful unreality rose in Su Qingyi's heart. Fortunately, the temperature in his palm reminded him that this was reality. The speed of the roller coaster slowed down at this moment, slowly climbing toward the last and highest point. Su Qingyi cast aside the stray thoughts in his heart and shook their intertwined hands. "Chu Qingyan, open your eyes." Woo woo. Chu Qingyan had been keeping her eyes tightly closed the whole way, feeling as if her internal organs were about to be knocked out of place. At this moment, hearing the calm voice beside her and noticing the roller coaster slowing down, she finally tried to open her eyes. The scene before her left her somewhat stunned. At this moment, the setting sun was like blood, dyeing the distant horizon a beautiful orange red. She had seen sunsets in many places around the world, but she had never seen one from this angle. The setting sun melted into the water like gold, and the sky faded as the evening mist congealed into jade green. When the roller coaster reached the highest point, it seemed to pause briefly for this scenery. The passengers in the back row also let out sighs of admiration. "Damn, it's so beautiful. Oh my God, so breathtaking, it's a pity we can't take photos." Everyone was looking at the distant horizon, but Su Qingyi turned his head to look at the orange sunset reflected in Chu Qingyan's clear pupils. "You need to scream later," he said suddenly. Chu Qingyan blinked her eyes and asked. "If you scream it out, you won't be scared anymore." Su Qingyi's tone was quite convincing. So Chu Qingyan nodded firmly. When the roller coaster began its rapid descent, she finally stopped forcing herself to suppress her fear and screamed freely. "Help!" Su Qingyi laughed out loud immediately. The next second, he also shouted loudly, "Happy birthday!" The wind carried his birthday wish to the ears of the strangers in the back row. Emotions were pulled to the highest point by the speed and adrenaline, and everyone followed suit, shouting, "Happy birthday!" Thanks to Book Friends Power June, Boo Boo Boo, and Soul God Bishop for the tips, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support. 336, a New Year's letter to my book-loving friends. The new year is approaching, and I, Genu, would like to wish everyone a happy new year. May the new year bring you smooth sailing, good fortune, and prosperity. Before I knew it, this book has been serialized for almost a year. Time spent writing always flies by. As someone who procrastinates, my gaming time as an internet-addicted girl has been constantly squeezed. Crying tears of sorrow, procrastination and short-lived enthusiasm always go hand in hand. So, looking back, it is truly incredible that I have already written over 1,000,000 words for this book. I did not think too much when I started the book, I just had a vague story in my mind. The story featured a silent, academic genius boy, an energetic and lively childhood sweetheart, and a gentle, seductive superstar, so I just dove right in. Even before the plot became clear, the tone of the entire story had already been set. Back then, I thought, I want to write a story about redemption and healing. Every character is imperfect, but they meet miraculously, embrace to keep each other warm, and want to become better people because of each other's presence. Therefore, I will definitely give all the characters in this book a happy ending. This is the most important meaning of this book's existence. In our real lives, there are always many regrets, so in the book, please allow me to be a little unrealistic, sci-fi, and outrageous. Finally, I want to thank all the readers for their support over the past year. Thank you to all the readers for your subscriptions and votes. I cannot believe I am now an author with over 1,000 monthly votes. Thank you to the readers who have stuck with me since the beginning when there were only double-digit updates, although you have all become ruthless book hoarders. Gritting teeth.jpg. Thank you to Power June and Jujiao June who insist on tipping every day. Thank you to the first alliance leader of my life, Mango Wanzi June. Thank you to Xiaomin Zong for working hard to explain game development to me, and thank you to the group of big chatters who hang out in the group every day. Thank you to Yilao for not throwing missiles at me when I skipped updates. Thank you all so much. Without my readers, I would not be where I am today, chokedup.jpg. Last but not least, I wish everyone a happy new year again. May you all grab a Dragon Ball by the way, if you get rich, do not forget me. Knocked out and dragged away, 337, Chapter 332 Locked Room and Chinese Horror, Besties, the roller coaster at this amusement park is absolutely amazing. I got lucky and caught it right at sunset, flowers, it's truly beautiful and looks great in photos. The roller coaster itself is thrilling, the staff are super friendly, 5 stars overall, highly recommended. Han Bing walked along while editing the guide post she was about to send on Weibo. Boss Su, have you ever seen Han Bing's account? Does anyone actually watch it? It wouldn't just have a few dozen bot followers, would it? Su Yang and Su Qingyi were walking behind, he had his hands clasped behind his head, asking curiously. How would I know? Su Qingyi replied, though he guessed the follower count probably wouldn't be low. After all, Han Bing had always understood internet trends well. Plus she dabbled in many fields, such as beauty, travel check-ins, and even study vlogs. These types of content were great for attracting traffic. Su Qingyi thought that even several years later, popular online influencers would still be posting this kind of content. Sure enough, Chu Qingyan pricked up her ears, listening to the two behind her talk for a while, and immediately turned her head to say, who are you looking down on? Our Bing Bing is a 1 million follower influencer. This was actually a bit surprising. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow slightly, with the word unbelievable written all over his face. It's true, Bing Bing has been using this account since high school, and the followers were accumulated along the way. Chu Qingyan explained. That's impressive. Su Qingyi nodded and praised. She really was capable. Although Weibo follower counts often had some inflation, reaching the 1 million mark meant she definitely had some real skill. Moreover, Han Bing operated the account entirely on her own without any professional team, which made it even more impressive. P.S. I'll be updating with a haunted house guide tonight. Look forward to it, friends. Hearing Han Bing's words, Chu Qingyan almost tripped into the green belt, and was pulled back by Su Qingyi. Are we really going to the haunted house? Chu Qingyan made a bitter face, attempting a final struggle. Aha! This is the main attraction of the night session. Su Qingyi pointed to the sign ahead, many people were already gathering there. It's okay, nickname, I just checked the guide, this haunted house is open to minors. Han Bing grabbed Chu Qingyan's arm to encourage her, only to feel that she had already started to go weak at the knees. So what? If it's open to minors, it should mean the horror level won't be too high. Lin Tong was holding the fluorescent wristbands handed over by the staff, which were likely to be used after entering the haunted house. Really? I don't believe it. I want this pink one. Chu Qingyan muttered while obediently wrapping the wristband around her hand. Su Qingyi looked at the visitor guidelines on the sign, but felt things were not that simple. A series of warnings were placed at the very front. The following individuals are prohibited from entering: children under 1.4 m, seniors over 65, pregnant women, those with mental illnesses, the timid, heart patients, hypertension patients, and other visitors unfit for play due to physical reasons. Report, I'm prohibited from entering. Chu Qingyan quickly raised her hand, pointing at the words, the timid, and said. Unfortunately, her teammates weren't planning to let her off the hook and collectively ignored her request. Prohibited items, flammable and explosive materials, controlled knives, lighters, flashlights, umbrellas, and other sharp metal objects or items that may pose safety risks. Who would bring these things inside? Before Su Yang could finish speaking, Su Qingyi pulled a miniature flashlight off his keychain. Boss Su, don't. What if I can't see once we're inside? I have night blindness. Su Yang begged with a mournful face, but Su Qingyi was impartial and gave him no chance. The following behaviors are prohibited during the experience: smoking, using open flames, taking photos or videos, roughhousing, eating, and assaulting staff. No photos? Han Bing frowned, looking a bit distressed. It's probably to prevent guide influencers from spoiling it. Su Qingyi was more concerned about the last point. Prohibiting the assault of staff suggested there might have been precedents, and it also indicated that this haunted house wasn't a kiddie ride with just props, but one with real people acting as NPCs. Besides the warning regulations, the visitor guide also included a map of the haunted house and the route. Su Qingyi mentally traced the route map several times, confirming he had memorized it. At this moment it was their turn to enter. Having stood outside, they could already hear the wailing of other tourists inside, except for Su Qingyi. The others were all trembling a bit. It's okay, it's okay. We have someone in our team with such an ominous aura that even ghosts would avoid him, just follow him. Han Bing said, shivering behind him. Su Qingyi, who had such an ominous aura that even ghosts avoided him. The staff member opened the barrier with a forced smile. Welcome. During the experience, please pay attention to safety and follow the staff's guidance. Su Qingyi nodded and walked in first. The four people behind him had huddled into a ball, and Su Qingyi felt his hood was about to be ripped off. He felt a sense of suffocation. Can you guys stop pulling me? I'm going to be strangled. If we don't pull you, we'll be scared to death, Boss Su. Just make a sacrifice. Su Yang, who had been shouting happily outside just a moment ago, sounded like he was about to cry. Come on, Wood, you're afraid too. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Qingyi asked through gritted teeth. I'm a little afraid of encountering a real one. Lin Tong whispered. What real one? Isn't it said that real ghosts like to sneak into these kinds of places too? Before Lin Tong finished speaking, the others were so scared they let out a sharp scream. Su Qingyi pulled at his collar and coughed several times before recovering. He felt that in the moment he was being choked, he almost saw his great-grandmother. Amidst the noise, they finally reached the official entrance. Su Qingyi looked up and discovered that the interior of this haunted house was actually a school. And a very familiar school at that. No, number 1 high school. Su Yang's eyes widened. The familiar classrooms and hallways, the orange and white color scheme, even the door plates were of the same style. Am I hallucinating? Chu Qingyan pinched her face. Thinking of King Li's angry face, I suddenly feel there's nothing to be afraid of regarding ghosts. Han Bing couldn't help but sigh. Just as the others were about to nod in agreement, the door next to them opened with a sudden creak. A middle-aged woman in a gray suit appeared at the doorway, her expression gloomy. Why are you few late again? To be honest, her tone was at least 70 or 80% similar to King Li's. Even Su Qingyi was no exception. The group was instantly scared into standing at attention on the spot. Yes. That was a fear from the soul, unrelated to ghosts or gods, true Chinese-style horror. Su Qingyi quickly realized that this haunted house wasn't the traditional type where you just walk along a fixed route to clear it, but one with a plot and tasks, similar in format to the script murder mysteries and escape rooms that would become popular later. Was it this advanced? Now, all of you, get back to the classroom. The staff member playing the teacher had great acting skills, with a livid face, pointing to the classroom next to them. The group cowered, not daring to argue, only pushing each other back and forth. Hurry up. The female teacher shrieked, and the 5 of them immediately and obediently filed in. The interior structure of the classroom was also the same as number 1 high school, but they didn't find it welcoming at all. Because the whole classroom was empty, with only the desks and chairs in the last row labeled with numbers. The incandescent light had a loose connection, flickering on and off. The classroom curtains were drawn tightly, blocking the view outside. The overall atmosphere was very oppressive. The 5 of them sat down one by one according to the numbers on their fluorescent wristbands. The female teacher walked to the podium and tapped the blackboard. It read "Evening Self-Study" on it. No whispering, no playing or messing around, and no leaving the classroom without permission. Violators will bear the consequences themselves. She glared at the group once more before turning and leaving the classroom. No sooner had she left than Su Yang followed right after her. Only then did they discover that the front door had been locked, and the lock on the inside had been completely removed. It could only be opened from the outside. Refusing to give up, he circled around to the back door and found a padlock hanging on the latch. A combination lock. As expected, it's an escape room, Su Qingyi thought. No wonder they allow minors in, because high schoolers are the group that loves using their brains the most, right? Does this mean we have to find clues in the classroom to get out? Most likely. Su Qingyi lowered his head to check his desk drawer and found a math test paper inside. No way, it's that simple. Only the last problem was left blank. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and began to calculate in his head. Chu Qingyan watched him thinking, not disturbing him, and instead began to search for other clues. The other drawers were all empty. After wandering around, she suddenly felt that the classroom curtains were an eyesore. Han Bing, let's see what's behind the curtains. Chu Qingyan and Han Bing each grabbed a corner and pulled back the heavy curtains. Su Yang, who was waiting behind them to see, was stunned for a moment before suddenly wailing and howling, "Close it. Damn it, close it quickly." Chu Qingyan peeked through the gaps in her fingers and saw that the window glass was covered in a dense layer of red handprints. Help me. She instantly dragged Han Bing under a desk, looking just like two ostriches. Seeing that 3 people had given up and one was busy solving the problem, Lin Tong had to step up. He grabbed the curtain and pulled it shut again, during which he caught a whiff of paint. This made him feel much more relaxed. Oh, it's just paint. You guys smell it, the scent is quite strong. He said, trying to soothe them. Just as the group realized this was just a fabricated scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling slightly less tense, Su Qingyi, who was still looking down solving the math problem, suddenly said slowly, if the handprints are outside the window, how could you smell the paint? Unless the handprints were stamped on by someone inside. Ah. Oh my god. Su Qingyi, I'm going to bite you to death. For a moment, the group felt the classroom was even less safe than the outside, and they scrambled around like headless flies. Su Qingyi finished the last step in his mind, looked up, and asked, how many digits is the combination lock? Su Yang, still not having recovered from the recent fright, replied with a trembling voice, 4 digits. This math problem wasn't difficult, it was just basic arithmetic. Even an elementary school student could do it, but the numbers were large, making the calculation a bit troublesome, and the staff members were quite malicious, not even providing a pen. Fortunately, Su Qingyi's brain could basically be considered a living computer. 9527. Su Qingyi put the test paper back into the drawer and signaled for Su Yang to open the lock. Su Yang first gave a thumbs up in admiration, then quickly ran to the door. Su Qingyi's eerie remark just now had been too terrifying. Su Yang only wanted to leave this crappy classroom as soon as possible, so he focused intently on unlocking it. The old-fashioned lock was very difficult to turn. He muttered to himself while unlocking it, what was after 95? The classroom, however, was strangely quiet, no one answered him. Su Yang had to ask again. Hey, what's after that? It was still deathly silent. Finally losing patience, Su Yang turned around. The other 4 had returned to their seats at some point and were staring straight ahead at their empty desks. What the hell are you guys doing? Su Yang muttered and looked up. A gloomy face was clearly reflected on the small window of the back door, eyes wide with rage, looking extremely terrifying. Oh my mom, my guy, my jacket, my coat, my aunt, my great-aunt, my dad, my grandpa, my socks, my shoes, my uncle, my great-uncle. Su Yang was so scared he scrambled and crawled, his legs turning to jelly, relying entirely on his upper body strength to get back to his seat. The 4 people who had originally been nervous were so amused by his gibberish that they were both scared and wanting to laugh, their cheeks aching from holding it in. The teacher walked in from the front door and scolded furiously, who was it just now? The 5 of them maintained a tacit silence. This is your last chance. If I catch you again. The teacher paused, glared at them again, and then left the classroom through the front door. Listening to the sound of high heels clicking on the floor, Su Qingyi waited until he was sure she had gone far away before standing up. Su Yang was about to wail about the terrifying experience he'd just had, but Han Bing covered his mouth and warned, shut up. Do you want to summon her back again, you idiot? Su Qingyi dialed the 4 numbers, 9527, and with a click, the lock opened. Awesome. Seeing that the password was correct, the others couldn't help but praise him. Lin Tong had just glanced at that problem. To be honest, even if he were asked to solve a final, difficult problem on the college entrance exam right now, he would have some confidence, but to accurately calculate such a result using only mental math, he wouldn't dare to guarantee it. Su Qingyi raised his index finger in a shushing gesture. He pulled the door open a crack, confirmed that there was no one in the hallway, and then tiptoed out first. According to the correct route map from his memory, it should be straight ahead and then a right turn. Su Qingyi continued to walk in the front, keeping his footsteps as light as possible. The lights in the hallway were even more outrageous than in the classroom because they were sound-activated. To have lighting, one had to make noise, but making noise would very likely summon that old witch from before. Su Qingyi weighed the options and decided it was better to feel his way in the dark. The 5 of them lined up, moving forward with difficulty in an eagle catches the chicks formation. Su Qingyi actually wanted to find someone else to walk in front because he had night blindness, but it was obvious that none of the people behind him could be relied upon. Miss Chu was genuinely scared, she hadn't opened her eyes since leaving the classroom. Su Yang was someone Su Qingyi hadn't counted on from the start, although this guy was big, he was as timid as a mouse. Han Bing was slightly better than the 2 of them, but only to the extent of not being a burden. If he had known Lin Tong was also scared, he wouldn't have come. At such a critical moment, there wasn't even a helper who could share the responsibility. As he walked, Su Qingyi thought about who else could help in such a situation. He Wu Fei definitely could. Not only was he not afraid of ghosts, he was probably the person in this world who wanted to see a ghost the most. Zhou Lian couldn't, his courage was probably even smaller than Han Bing's, though compared to Chu Qingyan, they might be evenly matched. However, if Su Qingyi were to say at this moment, "No way, is there really someone who is afraid of even this?" then even if Zhou Lian were scared to the point of cardiac arrest, he would still stubbornly say, "Ridiculous, would I be afraid?" Sister Lin would probably be afraid too, but in this situation, she would still stand up and walk at the front. As for Yi Ju, Su Qingyi couldn't imagine how she would react. If you said she wasn't afraid, she might be jumpy, becoming an even more terrifying presence than the NPC. If you said she was afraid, she would definitely be the one having the most fun, and might even suddenly start singing nonsense. The final contestant to appear was Ms. Chen Jinji. She was 100%, no, 10,000,000% completely, absolutely not going to be afraid. Su Qingyi realized he couldn't imagine what Chen Jinji would look like if she were scared by something. Even if the scariest female ghost in the world jumped out in her face, she would probably just smile slightly. But, it's also possible she might pretend to be scared for a moment just to maintain the staff's self-esteem. If there were a chance, he would like to come play with her. Being her teammate would surely be a great experience. In the darkness, Su Qingyi walked forward, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, in this moment, he missed Chen Jinji a little. 338, Chapter 333 The Ferris Wheel, one of the 3 sacred places for a date. Walking in the dark for a while, they finally bumped into the wall at a corner. His hand touched a cold doorframe, and a thought struck Su Qingyi. This seemed to be a classroom, and it was likely on the necessary path to the exit. To prevent the people behind him from jumping at shadows, he turned around and said first, "No matter what you see in a moment, do not scream." "Okay, okay, okay." The 4 of them nodded like pecking chickens, answering with great conviction. Su Qingyi steadied his mind and began reaching out to grope near the doorframe. Based on the classroom layout at number 1 high school, the light switch should be in this position. Sure enough, relying on his memory, Su Qingyi successfully found the switch. Despite the lingering doubt of what's going on, it shouldn't be this simple, right? There's probably a trap. He still pressed it, because the pitch-black darkness caused by his night blindness made him even more uncomfortable. The moment the lights came on, because they had stayed in the dark environment for too long, the vision of all 5 people blurred for an instant. When they finally saw what was in the classroom, the promises they had just made were instantly thrown to the back of their minds. Ah! What the F***ck is that? I'm not looking, I'm not looking, I'm not looking, Amitba. Jesus, crazy. However, Su Qingyi could understand this time. Because before their eyes appeared a woman wearing a red dress, standing there quietly in a pose resembling a ballerina. She kept her eyes fixed on the ground, and the appearance of the people at the door seemed to have no effect on her. She was like a lifelike statue. In the empty, abandoned classroom, such a scene was indescribably eerie. Su Qingyi looked up to assess the room and determined that it seemed to be a music classroom. In the corner, there were mirrors used for practice, a piano, and on the other side, there were speakers. It felt like he caught the scent of a mission, Su Qingyi thought calmly. But the people behind him had no heart to think about these things. Su Yang immediately turned around to run, but his conscience hadn't completely faded, so he knew to pull his teammates along with him. Su Qingyi was inexplicably dragged 2 steps outward by his hat, nearly losing his footing and falling to the ground. But before they could cross the classroom threshold, the gloomy face of the female teacher appeared at the door. Su Yang had to slam on the emergency brakes again. Now there were wolves in front and tigers behind, there was nowhere to run. Su Yang had to wail with a miserable face, "I'm not playing anymore, I'm F***king quitting." The female teacher directly ignored his request and said with a livid face, "The New Year's gala is imminent. Please watch the performance carefully, take a group photo of everyone, and keep a record." Then she closed the door, leaving only the 5 of them and the dancer, whose pose had never changed, to stare at each other. She was just giving us a mission, right? Does that mean she wants us to watch the performance and take a picture? Lin Tong asked cautiously. It should be. Su Qingyi thought about it, the mission should be to watch the performance and take a photo for the record. He walked to the door to inspect it. Sure enough, there was a small slit that looked to be the size of a Polaroid photo. So, as long as they threw the photo out through here, the door should open. It didn't seem too difficult, did it? They just needed to use the Polaroid camera to take a group photo while watching the performance. As if confirming they knew the rules, the dancer's neck suddenly twisted stiffly, shifting from staring at the ground to staring at the shivering group. Su Qingyi calmly met her gaze, and for a moment, he couldn't help but think that the staff of this haunted house had such strong acting conviction. If it were him acting, seeing a group of people across from him shrinking back and scared like quails, he would definitely break character and laugh. Why isn't she dancing? Chu Qingmian's small face was scared even whiter than the wall. No BGM. Han Bing pointed to the speakers on the other side of the room. Who's going to play it? As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Su Qingyi. With his courage, walking over swaggeringly to turn on the speakers shouldn't be a problem. Su Qingyi, who was entrusted with all their hopes, was thinking about something else. Since they came in, this female dancer had maintained the same motionless posture, which was very strange. He couldn't help but think of the settings that many horror games have at this kind of moment. That is, once the music starts, she will start to move. Then come all kinds of chase kills and jump scares, and obviously, there are no lockers in this classroom. Encountering danger? Hide in a locker. This universal rule would not be effective here. And the mission was to successfully take a group photo including everyone before the performance ended. The speakers were indeed placed there. So he thought for a moment and said, before playing the music, you all stand next to her first. Then I'll take a selfie with the camera, and let's try to pass in one go. So, under the deep gaze of the female dancer, the group started to move slowly towards her. However, everyone's mental state was still relatively stable, perhaps because they knew she wouldn't move for the time being. Su Qingyi took the camera and walked to the speakers. He even adjusted the lens angle beforehand. As long as these few could hold on and cooperate for 1 second, it would be enough. With his finger on the speaker switch, Su Qingyi lifted his eyes and met the gaze of his comrades. At this moment, the few people surrounding the dancer had set themselves in very standard starting positions. They probably hadn't even been this standard during physical fitness tests. Su Yang, you're crouching so low, who can see you? Stand up. Han Bing, if you use any more force, I feel like Wood's arm is going to be twisted off. Chu Qingmian, open your eyes and move over there a bit. After reinstructing everyone's positions, Su Qingyi took a deep breath and pressed the switch. Instantly, a sinister and terrifying melody came from all directions in the classroom, sounding very much like something edited from a chase sequence in a horror game. And it was a 3D surround sound version, too. The female dancer instantly began to spin and dance along with the melody, her dance moves eerie and stiff, like a marionette. In the end, Su Qingyi's action of pressing the shutter still couldn't keep up with the speed at which his comrades fled. I was wrong, sister. There was the cowardly group, wailing like ghosts and running across obstacles, though it was unclear what Su Yang was inexplicably apologizing for. Sister, can you please not chase me? Woo woo woo. There was the whimpering, coquettish group. This seemed to be more effective than the cowardly group. Perhaps the NPC found Chu Qingmian both funny and cute, so she really stopped chasing her. Amitba, Supreme Venerable Sovereign, follow the command with urgency, monsters and demons, leave quickly. There was the desperate, spell-chanting, god-invoking group. Lin Tong didn't know where he learned those messy commands. Perhaps he learned them from the old lady in the village who performed shamanistic dances. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains. Fold a paper crane, tie a red ribbon, wishing kind people good luck every year. There was the bury your head in the sand, singing at the top of their lungs group. Han Bing's cheerful singing, accompanied by the sinister background music, added a few more layers of absurdity to an already eerie scene. Su Qingyi stood on the podium, holding the camera in confusion, and for a moment, he had the urge to make an X sign at the surveillance camera. It wasn't because of the game's difficulty, but simply because these comrades were too unreliable. Others are dragging planes, he is dragging an aircraft carrier here. The photo he had just snapped at the right moment had developed. Su Qingyi picked it up and took a look. Good grief, except for him, everyone else's face was blurry, and they were all in extremely panicked running postures. Obviously, it was a waste, unusable photo. Su Qingyi sighed, watching the few people still running around the classroom. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he raised the camera and shouted, just a reminder, there's only one sheet of photo paper left. Whoever isn't in the picture will be punished by having to do a solo mission. As soon as he said this, the people who had just been running for their lives were clearly stunned. 3, 2. Su Qingyi turned around, pointed the lens at himself, and began the countdown without mercy. Wait. Can you get me in? Don't press it yet. Don't crowd me. Cheese. Even the female dancer, who was seriously acting, had to marvel at the speed at which these guys changed their expressions. In order to avoid doing a solo mission, they instantly perked up. It really lived up to the old saying, when the tiger is chasing, there are no cripples. Su Qingyi shook the photo in his hand with satisfaction. He was very sure that this time they could complete the mission. The facts proved that this was indeed the case. The photo was very clear. Su Qingyi, who was closest to the lens, had the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, feeling a hint of pride for his little trick. Chu Qingyan was huddled behind him, poking her head out like a kitten, nervously pursing her lips, looking very cute. No wonder even the female ghost couldn't bear to scare her. Han Bing had the poise of an internet influencer, hands on her hips, head turned, posing beautifully. Su Yang had his arm around Lin Tong's neck. That shout of "cheese" was something he yelled to bolster his own courage, but it actually made Lin Tong laugh in cooperation. Overall, it looked so good that it didn't look like a photo taken in a critical moment, but rather like one prepared deliberately at a photo studio. Su Qingyi slid the photo through the door crack, and they quickly passed the mission. The front door opened in response. The group returned to the pitch-black corridor. Su Qingyi confirmed the route in his mind. Among the chaotic and complex map, he had only memorized the shortest one. Walk forward, turn left, and after seeing the glowing, emergency exit sign, go back, then turn right. Finally, what lay before them was a ventilation shaft. Crawling out would lead to the exit. Su Qingyi said casually. It soon drew a chorus of protests from the people behind him. We have to crawl through this. It's very dark in there, something scary will definitely crawl out. Are you sure we go this way? Su Qingyi spread his hands and explained, the map at the entrance didn't mark what specific path it was, but in my memory, we go this way. If you don't believe me, you can try walking around and see for yourself. Looking into this ventilation shaft, it was pitch black, and one couldn't see the end at a glance. It was truly a bit terrifying. But compared to having no route and running around like headless chickens in the haunted house, it was better to trust Su Qingyi's memory. After a brief discussion, the group made their decision. Boss Su, naturally, the brothers choose to follow you. Su Yang declared his choice. Su Qingyi let out a cold laugh and was just about to speak when suddenly, a sharp, angry roar came from an unknown corner. Where are you people? How dare you skip class? Holy crap, that old witch is chasing us. Su Yang shuddered in fear. Su Qingyi turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw the female teacher at the end of the corridor, running towards them with claws bared and fangs exposed. The voice-activated lights in the corridor lit up one by one, illuminating her face. By now, she had changed her makeup, her pupils were blood red, her hair was disheveled, like a vengeful ghost coming to claim a life. It was hard to imagine how scared his teammates would be after getting jumped by this thing. Su Qingyi quickly raised his hand to cover Chu Qingyan's eyes. Su Yang, crawl in. Huh? Me, am I the first one? Su Yang's legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. Otherwise, do you want to stay behind and cover the rear? Su Qingyi's tone was calm and unruffled. Ah. Su Yang grabbed his hair in a breakdown, and seeing the female teacher running over in a twisted posture, he had to bite the bullet and crawl into the ventilation shaft first. Su Qingyi was the last one to crawl into the shaft. The ventilation shaft was very narrow, and it was very difficult for someone with Su Yang's build to crawl inside, so the five of them moved very slowly. Su Yang, you old fool, can you go any faster? Smelling the strange rust in the ventilation shaft, Han Bing could only use angry curses to mask the nervousness in her heart. I'm already going as fast as I can, okay? Every step Su Yang crawled, he had to reach out and probe ahead first to avoid accidentally bumping straight into a ghost's arms. Su Qingyi, while crawling, turned his head to look back. He was a little worried about whether a ghost would chase them from behind. If there was one, should he say something? Better not to say anything, to avoid scaring them. Just as Su Qingyi was thinking this, he suddenly heard Su Yang's cheers. Holy crap, I see the exit. Sure enough, in the distance, the faint light of the exit could already be seen. Encouraged, Su Yang quickly chose to speed up. Only at times like this could one realize that this guy was a physically developed sports student. But Su Qingyi vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. According to this haunted house's nature, it definitely wouldn't let things be that simple. Before getting out, there was definitely one last wave of surprises waiting for them. Apparently, Han Bing thought so too. She frowned and warned, Su Yang, slow down, I always feel like. Before her warning could be issued, Su Yang in front let out a deafening wail. Mommy. At the exit of the ventilation shaft, a disheveled female ghost was hanging upside down, waiting for them. Young Master Yang, stop pushing backward. Lin Tong felt as if he had been attacked by a crazed bull. And Su Yang just wanted to run in the opposite direction now. How could he care about anything else? Whoever goes out first is fine, as long as it's not him. However, fate did not go as wished. The next second, the conveyor belt installed at the bottom of the ventilation shaft started to move. The 5 of them were all tumbled and tossed toward the exit. F***CK. Su Yang scrambled, using all 4 limbs, trying to fight against the machine. But humans obviously still couldn't compare to machines, even those forced by the environment to reveal their primal, ape-like side. Su Yang could only watch helplessly as he got closer and closer to the female ghost at the exit. This kind of despair is hard for those who haven't experienced it to understand. Su Qingyi was simply amused to the point of laughing out loud at this comical scene. Apparently, the staff at the exit had the same idea. She was laughing until she was almost out of breath. So, only Su Yang was left in pain on the scene, while everyone else's happiness was successfully built on his suffering. Boss Su, I hate you for the rest of my life. Su Yang wiped the tear stains on his face and accused him sorrowfully. Su Qingyi didn't refute it either, because his stomach hurt a little from laughing. The staff member in charge of monitoring was also amused by Su Yang the whole way, and in the end, she gave them that Polaroid group photo for free, even though they were originally supposed to charge for the negative. When the 5 of them walked out from the other side of the haunted house, except for Su Qingyi, who remained calm and unruffled, everyone else felt a bit exhausted. It was inevitable, after all, everyone had run a marathon in the music classroom. So the last activity was left to today's protagonist to decide. Chu Qingyan turned around with her hands behind her back, smiling. Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi reached out and pulled her slightly, unnoticeably, to avoid the staff member behind them wearing a mascot costume from bumping into her. Do you know what the 3 great holy lands of dating are? Although he didn't look like the type of person who would know such trivia, Su Qingyi did indeed know. Movie theater, Ferris wheel, and aquarium. Chu Qingyan opened her eyes wide in surprise, leaned in a little, and asked, You actually know this? Su Qingyi expressed his noncommittal attitude towards this. Because this was all thanks to a certain old thief. Alright, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Chu Qingyan pointed to the huge structure in the distance. Under the night sky, the lights were colorful and looked very beautiful. Su Qingyi tilted his head up, his gaze lingering, observing the rotation of the Ferris wheel. It is said that the Ferris wheel is the most suitable place for a confession. The 10 minutes left for 2 people to be alone is enough to move a sea turtle to tears. 339, Chapter 334 When I met you, all the stars fell on my head. The scale of this Ferris wheel was so large that it had become a landmark in this part of the city. Whenever Su Qingyi passed by before, his gaze would linger on it briefly. However, he was the kind of person who had absolutely no interest in such slow and boring attractions, so he had never actually ridden a Ferris wheel. After all, he was the type who could remain expressionless and unperturbed even while bungee jumping. His few experiences in amusement parks naturally involved challenging more thrilling rides. The 2-person cabin was quite spacious. Su Qingyi leaned against the window, watching the ground grow increasingly distant as the Ferris wheel turned. The weather was clear, and after the clouds passed, a bright full moon became visible. Looking down at the sprawling city veins below was like gazing into a flat mold poured with shimmering, flowing gold, or like the golden patterns on the wings of a giant butterfly. The view from the Ferris wheel was somewhat similar to that during an airplane's takeoff and landing. Su Qingyi thought of himself, often rushing about on late-night flights recently. The journeys were always hurried and tiring, filled with concern and an eagerness to meet someone. He realized it had been a long time since he had appreciated such a night view. Chu Qingyan was pressed against the glass on the other side, also watching intently. The city's myriad lights were reflected in her clear pupils, as if she could see through all worlds, big and small. As the cabin ascended to its highest point, it slowly came to a stop. Su Qingyi thought, this must be the legendary 10-minute golden time that could move even a sea turtle to tears. But for a moment, neither he nor Chu Qingyan spoke. There was really no need to say anything. In such an atmosphere, even just sitting like this for 10 minutes was precious time. Su Qingyi, this is actually my first time on a Ferris wheel. Chu Qingyan pressed her face against the glass, like a piece of fluffy, soft bread. Is that so? Su Qingyi replied casually. It was his first time too, but he didn't think it was anything particularly special. Having had her fill of the scenery, Chu Qingyan slowly turned around. Su Qingyi looked at her bright eyes and reached out to tuck the strands of hair scattered by the wind back behind her ear. He wondered if it was because she had been too busy lately, but Miss Chu seemed to have lost some weight. This accentuated the inherent cool, detached air about her. When she wasn't smiling, she gave off an aloof, aristocratic vibe that was hard to approach. Fortunately, she smiled the very next second. Thank you for coming with me. Su Qingyi's fingers paused, then he flicked her forehead. Ouch. That hurt. Chu Qingyan covered her head, complaining. Music played intermittently inside the Ferris wheel cabin. Su Qingyi listened for a while. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall the name. Chu Qingyan sang along for a few lines. Her youthful voice was clear and sweet, making the air seem to carry a faint strawberry scent. You and I are going to smell the fresh spring, feel the summer sun spilling over our shoulders, the whole world painted in golden autumn, the snowy winter. Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask, what song is this? A new song. It's still on the charts. What's it called? When I met you, all the stars fell on my head. Chu Qingyan blinked, her eyes brimming with a smiling light. Su Qingyi nodded thoughtfully and said, most of the stars we see are fixed stars. The closest fixed star to Earth is the Sun, which we are familiar with. Its mass is approximately 330,000 times that of Earth. Within the Milky Way galaxy, there are many fixed stars with masses equivalent to 1 or 200 suns. Chu Qingyan's expression was the very embodiment of speechlessness. She reached out to cover Su Qingyi's mouth. Please, who wants to hear about this on a Ferris wheel? If all those stars fell on your head. Go away. Chu Qingyan glared at him and said with exasperation, the song title is just a romantic image, okay? Alright. Su Qingyi shrugged. Chu Qingyan sighed, feeling the romantic atmosphere had quietly slipped away through the cracks of the cabin. Su Qingyi also belatedly realized his mistake. At a time like this, he should obviously be talking to the girl about things like life ideals and romance under the moon, not discussing what would happen if all the fixed stars in the Milky Way fell on her head. What difference was there between that and Su Yang calling Han Bing at 4 in the morning to wake her up to watch the Champions League with him? He even glorified it as sharing joy. The outcome, of course, was Han Bing cursing him out thoroughly. So, Su Qingyi cleared his throat and spoke, you mentioned the 3 holy lands for dating earlier. I think the reason the Ferris wheel made the list is probably a manifestation of the suspension bridge effect. Suspension bridge effect? Chu Qingyan frowned. It refers to when someone is nervously crossing a suspension bridge, their heart will beat faster involuntarily. If they happen to meet another person at that moment, they might mistakenly attribute this increased heart rate to being moved by the other person. A Ferris wheel is an isolated space for two, coupled with the increasing altitude and the fear of a possible accident. Hey, don't jinx it. Chu Qingyan quickly retracted her arm, which had been propped against the window. Su Qingyi simply wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer, and continued, so, riding a Ferris wheel together might be considered one of the methods for couples to deepen their feelings. Is that why you invited me? Of course not. The corners of Chu Qingyan's mouth lifted. We've already experienced the most intense suspension bridge effect. Huh? Su Qingyi was puzzled, unsure when she was referring to. Could it be the roller coaster and haunted house just now? And that time they were trapped in the elevator before. He was brainstorming when Chu Qingyan, unusually, didn't keep him guessing but gave the answer directly. On the stage at the college entrance exam 100-day oath-taking ceremony. This answer made Su Qingyi freeze for a moment, he hadn't expected it at all. Since I was little, I've been especially afraid of messing up on important occasions, especially things like speeches or performances. Chu Qingyan lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. I was extremely nervous then. On one hand, I kept blaming myself for being lazy and not memorizing the script in advance, on the other hand, I was a bit stunned by the swear words on the paper. My mind just went blank, I tend to do that every time. Just as I was about to blame you, why blame you? Of course, because I was only giving the speech to cover for you. Then you suddenly stepped onto the stage. You know what? I was so shocked my heart almost jumped out. The suspension bridge effect at a moment like that is definitely the strongest in the world. So, that's when you started liking me? Su Qingyi asked nonchalantly, arms crossed. Chu Qingyan pursed her lips, looking rather tsundere. Humph, what else did you think? That's not how you wrote it in your love letter, though. Su Qingyi began to recall. Afraid he might start reciting the contents of her love letter, Chu Qingyan hurriedly covered her ears. Don't say it. Ah, I can't hear you. Just thinking about it made her so embarrassed she wanted to burrow into the ground. Of course, letters tend to be a bit mushy. Su Qingyi watched her flustered reaction with amusement, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Chu Qingyan had no choice but to surrender, explaining, all right. Of course, it wasn't because of that incident that I liked you. It's just that before, it was all a secret crush. You were completely like a block of wood, not giving even a tiny bit of feedback. So, when you came to save the day at the oath-taking ceremony, it made me so surprised. When an iron tree blooms, it makes people think more, makes them feel like there's a little bit of hope. Chu Qingyan muttered to herself as she reminisced. Indeed, thinking about it, their relationship truly started to grow closer after that incident. Before, even though Chu Qingyan liked him, she also had the reserve of a young lady, never crossing the line, interacting only as ordinary classmates. Plus, with his stubborn personality, getting a word or two out of him in a week was considered good. The thing I hate most is waiting. Waiting for the red light to turn green, waiting for cloudy skies to clear, waiting in long lines at dessert shops. I hate waiting, but I've always been waiting. Waiting for the iron tree to bloom, waiting for you to wise up, waiting for you to turn around and see me, waiting for you to like me. Chu Qingyan smiled lightly and looked up at him. Su Qingyi thought she would, like before, ask him that question she had already asked 100 times. Do you like me? I like you. You can ask me again and again. But Chu Qingyan didn't ask again. Instead, she brought up something else. Hey, do you remember the last time we were trapped in the elevator? Yeah, what about it? Did the Ferris wheel break down too? Su Qingyi was startled and got up to check the Ferris wheel's operation. No, it's fine. Chu Qingyan found it a bit funny and tugged at his sleeve. I just thought of the monkey's paw story. Do you remember what wishes I made? I think I remember. Su Qingyi tilted his head, thinking. The first wish was for him to admit he was her boyfriend. The second wish was for him to like her a little more. The third wish was to get out of the elevator. As soon as the words were spoken, the elevator doors opened. Because of this, both of them felt uneasy for a while, afraid some strange side effect might really appear. If I could do it over, I wouldn't make wishes like that. Why? Because they're too vague and elusive. Now, I'd probably wish for Su Qingyi to buy me ice cream. Chu Qingyan smiled. But Su Qingyi always felt there was a hint of hidden loneliness in her eyes. This discovery made his heart clench. I'm 18 now, not a child anymore. It means there are many things I can't obtain just by acting cute or throwing a tantrum. My family has been very tactful, telling me in a joking tone, nickname, you're an adult now. Have you had enough of playing the role-playing game of a college girl? Chu Qingyan blinked, her expression somewhat obscure in the flickering lights. Actually, it's not just my mom who's troubled by the loss of her twin brother. Many in the family are. So, they always have high expectations of me. I just have to work hard, and harder, trying not to disappoint each of them. Listening to her speak in this somewhat sad tone, Su Qingyi felt something blocking his heart, an uncomfortable tightness. Chu Qingyan's good nature was probably innate. If Su Qingyi were in her position, he would absolutely disregard everything and give these family members, who talk without feeling the strain, a little taste of the heir's power. Trying to emotionally manipulate him was impossible. If anyone dared say to his face, if your brother were still here, none of this would be yours, he would immediately retort, well, if that's the case, why don't you go find him in the underworld? Ah, I've gotten off track. What I meant to say is, after the new semester starts, I'll probably have very little free time at school. Humph, serves you right for not cherishing our campus romance days. Although Chu Qingyan spoke with a smile, her eyes held sadness. Su Qingyi thought, so that's it. It wasn't just about free time. It was the identity of a college girl being terminated early. Days where the only worries were credits, club activities, major course grades, the most annoying thing being the 8 a.m. class, waiting under the teaching building to go eat together at the cafeteria, taking walks by Weiming Lake in the evening. Those days would be gone for good. The Chu family was actually in such a hurry, laying all this out before her right after she turned 18. I won't be an ordinary college boy either. Su Qingyi lifted his hand, cupped her chin, and gave her a light kiss. Guess why I gave you white roses at the last birthday banquet? Weren't they just randomly chosen? Chu Qingyan was taken aback, her beautiful eyes showing a bit of annoyance at being teased again. Su Qingyi laughed and said leisurely, the language of white roses is, I am worthy of you. No one can predict the future, so you don't need to worry about it. At this very moment, I like you. You strive to become the person others expect you to be, and I will strive to keep pace with you. Turning 18 certainly doesn't only mean loss. It also means many things are now legal and proper for you. What are you talking about? Thinking about such things was one thing, but to actually say it out loud like this. Chu Qingyan's ears turned red belatedly. She wished she could slap this serious-looking pervert to death. You can use your own ID card to enter internet cafes now. What else did you think I meant? Su Qingyi, inexplicably scolded, looked utterly confused. Nothing. Chu Qingyan turned her face away awkwardly, took a small object from her pocket, and stuffed it into his hand. I bought it in the shop earlier. Su Qingyi took it and found it was a palm-sized toy. It was Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, the ugly blue big-eared dog, one of the few cartoon characters Su Qingyi liked. Just as he was about to ask how Chu Qingyan knew he liked it, she suddenly reached out a finger and gently poked Stitch's belly. I love you, Stitch's voice came from the toy. I love you. I love you. I love you. Su Qingyi found it amusing and pressed it several times in a row. Stitch kept mechanically repeating this confession. Chu Qingyan hurriedly reached out to stop him. What are you doing? You're going to drain the battery. If it runs out, we'll just change the batteries. Su Qingyi replied dismissively. What if you break it? Chu Qingyan blinked, her eyelashes fluttering. Then we'll go make the shop pay for it. Poor quality, shoddy workmanship. Su Qingyi instinctively felt her reaction was odd, but he didn't dwell on it, just carefully tucked Stitch into his pocket. The Ferris wheel began its descent at that moment. When I met you, all the stars fell on my head, played on repeat, reaching its final segment. Having given the gift, Miss Chu was in high spirits. Perhaps thinking about the future is too distant, traveling the world together is hard to achieve. But you appeared, by my side, is the most stunning encounter I could ever have, but you appeared, by my side. That surpasses any world of dazzling colors, earth-shattering events, bustling excitement, or extravagant indulgence. 340, Chapter 335 True coming-of-age ceremony achieved. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Su Qingyi was still idly pressing the Stitch. I love you. I love you. Su Yang, standing nearby, quickly shot him an envious look. He had a similar one in his hand, shaped like SpongeBob, but when he pressed it, idiot. Idiot. Which translates to idiot. Everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Su Yang looked at Han Bing with great resentment and muttered a complaint, come on, couldn't you have gotten something better to give? What's with giving me one that insults people? How am I supposed to carry this around? What if someone accidentally bumps into it? Wouldn't any random cannon fodder character be able to call me an idiot? Han Bing was so annoyed by his nagging that her willow leaf eyebrows arched in irritation. If you don't want to carry it, then don't. I'll carry it, I'll carry it. I'll just take the batteries out, that's all. Su Yang fiddled with the SpongeBob in his hand. These kinds of small toys have simple structures, and he easily found the screw on the back. Do you want to bet that I'll take your brain out? Han Bing's tone didn't sound like she was joking, so Su Yang shrank his neck and didn't dare to complain anymore. A smile hung on the corners of Su Qingyi's mouth, and as if showing off, he pressed the Stitch in his hand again. I love you. Su Yang waved his fist at the air in grief and indignation. Chu Qingyan couldn't bear to watch anymore, she pursed her lips and glared at him. Su Qingyi, are you a childish brat? Su Qingyi raised his eyebrows nonchalantly, looking quite punchable. I love you. Give it back to me. I don't want to give it to you anymore. I love you. Ah, Bing Bing, I can't stand it. Chu Qingyan really couldn't understand this kind of elementary school-level childish behavior that boys could never seem to kick. She covered her ears and jogged to catch up with Han Bing in front. I told you not to give him that one. What actually suits Su Qingyi is Squidward, a world-weary face that only knows how to say, boring, boring. Yeah. If I had known, I would have given him that one. It would have made a pair with Su Yang's. The girls in front walked with their arms linked, muttering to each other, while the three boys strolled slowly behind. Lin Tong had also received a toy gifted by his two female friends, it was Patrick's star. When pressed, it said, fighting, which sounded quite energetic. Su Yang was very dissatisfied with this, because his was the only one that insulted people. However, he quickly found a new perspective. Hey, would Su Yang put his arm around Lin Tong's shoulder with a cheeky grin. Of course, he had tried to put his other arm around Su Qingyi, but the latter had dodged it without changing his expression. Lin Tong could guess what this guy was going to say next, so he preempted him, I have no intention of finding a girlfriend right now. I'm very happy that my friends gave me a gift, but for now, my studies are the priority. For a moment, Su Yang wondered if he had time traveled. Otherwise, why had he already answered before the question was even asked? So, unwilling to believe it, he asked again. Surely it's different when it's from a girlfriend versus from a friend, right? When are you going to start dating someone? Bring her along to hang out with us. Lin Tong sighed. Ever since there were two pairs of mutual crushes in their group of 5, this question seemed inescapable. For most people, being a third wheel between couples is very awkward and uncomfortable. Because watching others be all sweet and lovey-dovey while you are all alone, with no one to lean on, it's inevitably heartbreaking. However, Lin Tong truly didn't care about that at all. Since he was a child, he had been determined to study hard and change his social status through education. Any other thoughts felt like a betrayal to Sister Lin, who had sacrificed so much. Whether it was the arcade in his childhood or the ambiguous relationships in middle school, Lin Tong had kept his eyes straight and walked right past them. Now that he was in university, it was the same. The path for medical students is long and arduous. He didn't allow himself to make any mistakes, wanting only to finish his long studies with the best and most stable grades. Perhaps because he had been an observer for so long, Lin Tong's emotional intelligence was unexpectedly high. He could easily tell who the notes from classmates in the back row were being passed to, that the girls gathered together were discussing the school hunk next door, or that someone looking around while playing basketball was searching for beautiful girls outside the court. Because of this, Lin Tong deeply felt that dating was no simple matter. Plus, he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Lin Tong stole a glance at the poker-faced person beside him who was calm and composed. This guy was performing a tightrope walk every single day now. If he fell, it would be total ruin. How did he manage to be so calm? Just thinking about it made Lin Tong feel like his heart was about to jump out of his chest from nervousness. And he wasn't even the male lead, just the wingman. With such an example by his side, Lin Tong felt even more that emotional matters were too hard to understand. Genuine feelings were truly complicated. By comparison, biochemistry and molecular biology seemed simple and easy to understand. Lin Tong's thoughts wandered, but Su Yang was still chattering away. You guys at the medical university must have a lot of pretty girls, right? What's up, not a single one you like? Your standards must be too high. Oh, I know, the girls around you are either Sister Lin or Sister Mian, but you can't use those two as benchmarks. Don't you think about it, can they even be considered ordinary humans? They're already at the level of peerless beauties, okay? Listen to a brother's advice, don't have high standards but low abilities. Go buy some drinks. Su Qingyi interrupted Su Yang, took a banknote from his pocket, and stuffed it into Su Yang's pocket, as if giving a tip. Su Yang didn't refuse and accepted it with a grin. For him, a 100 yuan bill and a 1 yuan coin were no different, the only purpose was that they could be used as tools for friends to mess around. Chu Qingyan had booked a presidential suite at the amusement park hotel. Before the birthday activities concluded, they naturally still needed to drink and toast with their friends. The floor wasn't high, just the 7th floor, but the girls still chose to wait for the elevator. Su Qingyi didn't have the patience and didn't want to squeeze in with others, so he chose to take the stairs. Seeing this, Lin Tong voluntarily accompanied him. The stairs weren't steep, and both were tall and thin, so they climbed with ease. Su Qingyi had his hands in his pockets, looking down at the patterns on the carpet. Because it was a hotel industry derived from the amusement park, the overall design was biased towards catering to the audience. The exterior was a dreamlike castle design, and the carpet was the same. Just when they passed through the lobby earlier, there were even staff members wearing mascot costumes working. Chu Qingyan had seen her favorite purple rabbit and ran over happily to take a photo. Her smiling eyes seemed to exude sunshine. Lin Tong caught a glimpse of him looking thoughtful and finally spoke after some deliberation. Boss Su, are you and Sister Mian now, officially in a relationship? Weren't we before? Su Qingyi asked back. He had always felt it was something understood by default and didn't need a specific so-called ceremony, making it look like a wedding vow. Well, it's obvious, but it's not what you'd call official. Lin Tong paused and replied. Why? Su Qingyi asked sincerely. He really found it strange. Miss Chu seemed to care about this point, too, otherwise she wouldn't have said her first wish when using the monkey's paw was to have him admit he was her boyfriend. But Chen Jinji didn't seem to have such a need. Su Qingyi thought for a moment. Indeed, they didn't even have a so-called confession process between them. Everything happened naturally, as a matter of course. Different personalities, different situations. Lin Tong guessed what he was thinking, sighed, and explained, I'm not very clear about Chen Jinji's side, but I think given her upbringing, she wouldn't care too much about so-called ceremonies. But on Sister Mian's side, she clearly feels that the process of relationship development is, liking, confessing, and agreeing to become boyfriend and girlfriend. You've already had the first 2 steps, but the last step seems to have never been taken. Su Qingyi looked at the 5 on the floor sign, pondering Lin Tong's words. Although in his heart he placed both of them in the position of girlfriend, it seemed that was indeed the case. He had admitted that Chen Jinji was his girlfriend without any reservations in front of her, never avoiding anything. On Chu Qingyan's side, he had always left some room for maneuver. Why was that? Su Qingyi frowned and pondered, reaching a conclusion. That was, with Chen Jinji, their romantic relationship was truly only about the two of them. With Chu Qingmian, there was too much involved, friends, family, and their social circles were almost overlapping. However, it was only a psychological effect. In reality, these people had almost all tacitly accepted their relationship. Including former classmates from number 1 high school, sometimes when Chu Qingmian posted on Moments, the comment section would still have some teasing them. For example, class monitor, can you ask God Su to post a selfie? I have a friend who wants to see it. Sister Mian, God Su won't get angry if I comment on your post, right? Will we be able to drink the wedding wine of the Jingda CP this new year? Su Qingyi occasionally saw these and would comment a question mark underneath. But clearly, his response only made the onlookers think he was trying to cover things up, so they became even bolder. The main couple is giving out sugar. Did you see that? God Su is angry. Everyone above who was drooling over the screen, hurry up and delete your comments and run. Extra, extra. We're going to drink wedding wine. Behind Chu Qingmian, there were many gazes filled with blessings. While Chen Jinji was just there all alone, all her connections to this world were like a drifting kite, and the string was held only in his hand. As Su Qingyi thought about this, his mood became somewhat complicated. The floor sign changed to 7. Lin Tong was a bit tired from climbing and was panting beside him. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, hadn't even changed his breathing rhythm. Recently, he had been spending time at the archery range, although it wasn't voluntary, his physical stamina had still been strengthened. Ding, those who took the stairs had arrived, and the elevator had just come up. Su Qingyi waited with his arms crossed, composed, waiting for the elevator door to open. Chu Qingmian would surely have her eyes light up, surprised by such a coincidence. The door opened, but the scene inside was not quite what he had imagined. Han Bing spread her arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks, vigilantly shielding Chu Qingmian behind her. Opposite them were two sleazy-looking men, muttering unintelligibly and reaching out to tug at Han Bing. The elevator was filled with the unpleasant stench of alcohol. Lin Tong reacted quickly, immediately rushing into the elevator to separate them. Su Qingyi took a step inside without drawing attention, blocking the elevator door. Upon seeing them, Han Bing immediately breathed a sigh of relief and angrily accused, "These two drunks started getting handsy the moment they walked in, acting like hooligans." Su Qingyi exchanged a glance with Chu Qingmian and asked slowly, "Did they touch you?" Chu Qingmian shook her head, other than disgust, she didn't seem very scared. The drunk squinted and saw two slim, handsome young men in front of him, instantly regaining his confidence, and slurred, "What's it to you two? Get lost, get the hell out of here." Su Qingyi didn't even give him a glance, just turned to the side to let the two girls out of the elevator first. Seeing them slipping away, the drunk naturally wasn't willing to let them go and tried to follow them out. Of course, he didn't get his wish, because Su Qingyi, who was blocking the entrance, lifted a foot and kicked him back in. Clang! Ouch! He let out a cry of pain, clutching the back of his head, and suddenly felt his brain clear up a bit. The young man standing at the entrance had a cold expression, looking completely like someone not to be trifled with. "Who are you?" he asked, still putting up a front. "Her boyfriend." Su Qingyi looked down at him and tossed out the words lightly. Chu Qingmian was taken aback for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. The drunk clutched his head and complained inwardly. "What the hell, it turns out she really has a boyfriend. I thought it was just a common excuse beauties use, what a pity." Seeing that the situation was wrong, his companion quickly bowed and apologized, saying they had too much to drink, and quietly pressed the down button. The moment the elevator doors closed, the two breathed a sigh of relief. But the companion felt a faint sense of unease, especially because of the young man's gaze in the last second. It was slightly playful, yet also seemed to hold a bit of pity. This unease finally materialized when the elevator descended to the underground garage. A group of men in black suits and sunglasses were waiting for them at the elevator entrance. The leader of the men in black pushed up his sunglasses, his gaze, even through the lenses, remained icy, as if he were examining a dead object. The companion couldn't help but rub his eyes, suspecting that he had drunk too much, or perhaps he had traveled into the filming set of 007, or The Matrix. The next second, someone grabbed him by the collar, easily lifted him up, and slammed him hard onto the concrete floor, making him feel as if his internal organs had been turned upside down. He wanted to scream for help, but the underground garage was empty, and the only person he was with had already passed out after just one punch. Before his consciousness faded, the young man's final gaze flashed through his mind. It made sense now. He had actually been laughing at him for provoking someone who shouldn't be provoked. Unlucky, so unlucky. The scent of blood rose up, and his thoughts froze there. What? Damn it! Where are those two bastards? Su Yang, who had just returned from buying drinks, was furious upon hearing the news, wishing he could smash those two guys' heads to pieces with the soda can in his hand. Stop shaking it. Su Qingyi rescued the cola from his hand and took a sip unhurriedly. Hey, Boss Su, what kind of reaction is that? In broad daylight, someone hit on your girl. Su Yang's anger still hadn't dissipated. What do you mean his girl? Chu Qingyan protested first, taking the orange juice Su Qingyi handed her. She was in a very good mood right now, all because of Su Qingyi's words, her boyfriend. As for Su Yang's words, Su Qingyi couldn't be bothered to say much, just mentioning carelessly, has Uncle Gao gone back? Chu Qingyan checked her phone messages and nodded. He's already gone back. Su Yang was stunned, suddenly realizing something in hindsight. Of course, when Miss Chu goes out, she wouldn't be without followers. Although they are usually in the shadows, they would definitely pop out from every corner at critical moments. Those two guys from earlier are going to suffer. Thinking of this, Su Yang scratched his head, realizing he had been worrying for nothing, and could only chuckle. The brief episode came to an end, and they returned to the theme of the evening. The alcoholic drinks were low in alcohol content, mixed with some cola or Sprite. No one wanted to get drunk, just enjoying the quiet atmosphere of being with friends. Outside the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows was a beautiful night view. The castle's decor was magnificent and dreamy. Chu Qingyan curled up on a blanket, watching Su Qingyi's quiet profile. He was discussing some incomprehensible topics with Lin Tong, vaguely hearing things like neurocognitive mechanisms and predictive models of anxiety, and brain functional and structural markers of goal-directed system bias in OCD, and a series of other obscure and difficult terms. They were clearly all Chinese, but when strung together, they became unrecognizable. At this moment, Chu Qingyan suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, like putting on a sweater that had been toasted by the fireplace. She tried to describe this feeling, and what emerged from the vast vocabulary of the Chinese class representative was unexpectedly simple and unadorned: happiness. This was truly a weighty word, thought Chu Qingyan. The night grew deeper. Su Qingyi just got up to pour a glass of warm water in the kitchen, and the large living room was left with only Chu Qingyan. Su Qingyi felt strange, crouched down, and handed the glass of water to Chu Qingyan. Where is everyone? They all left. Chu Qingyan curled into a small ball, like a beautiful little ragdoll cat. Su Qingyi frowned slightly, vaguely sensing something amiss. He stood up and glanced into the bedroom. Good grief, the bed was covered in rose petals. This didn't seem to be a presidential suite, but a couple's suite. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue and casually ruffled Chu Qingyan's hair. What are you thinking about? He pretended to be calm and self-restrained, but in reality, he was deliberately fighting against the atmosphere of the moment. After everyone else had left, everything seemed strange. The room's dim lighting, the lingering smell of alcohol and aromatherapy mixing in the air, ambiguous and hazy, could erode one's reason. He had originally hoped that Chu Qingyan could cooperate with him and rein it in before it was too late. Unexpectedly, she stood up unsteadily, and her first sentence was, "Su Qingyi, I'm 18. Su Qingyi looked at her sparkling eyes, thinking to himself that at a time like this, the little class monitor's gaze was actually as firm as if she were taking an oath on the flag platform in the past. It was completely out of place with the current atmosphere. But he was obviously wrong, because the next second, Chu Qingyan hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. Unlike the previous kisses that were just a light touch, this one was aggressive and possessive, with a faint taste of strawberry mojito. Su Qingyi wrapped his arms around Chu Qingyan's waist and stepped back, looking down to examine her expression. You're the one who said that at 18, you can do many legal and compliant things. She was clearly shy, yet trying hard to put on a righteous appearance. As if to cheer herself on, she continued, I booked this suite with my own ID card, you know. Su Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle at her somewhat childish behavior. Are you an idiot? I'm not. Chu Qingyan answered earnestly. Su Qingyi cleared his throat, wanting to properly educate this ignorant and misguided young girl. But Chu Qingyan seemed to have made up her mind, pulling his wrist to the bedroom. Seeing the situation was wrong, Su Qingyi turned to leave, but lost his balance during the tug-of-war, and they both fell onto the bed together. Rose petals scattered everywhere. Su Qingyi sighed and turned to pin the restless Miss Chu, who was wriggling like a fish, onto the bed. Do you know what you're doing? I know. Chu Qingyan responded with great momentum. You won't regret it? No. I'll count to 3, and after that, whatever you say will be useless. Su Qingyi issued an ultimatum. Chu Qingyan wasn't someone who was easily scared. She bit her lip, determined not to show any fear. 3, 2. Su Qingyi fell silent for a moment, then stopped hesitating. And so, the determined Miss Chu was quickly defeated. Before the horn of war had even officially sounded, she had already retreated from the battle and wanted to raise the white flag. But the opponent she had provoked was clearly not so easy to deal with. When acting cute and tears no longer worked, she finally began to reflect on whether she had some misunderstanding about this final step of the coming-of-age ceremony. It didn't seem to be quite what she had imagined. But soon she had no mind to think about these things anymore. Su Qingyi, are you a dog? Wait. You're lying on my hair. Woo-woo, no, I want to sleep. The passage of time seemed to slow down, and Chu Qingyan felt that in the next second, she would fall into a drifting dream. At this moment, she vaguely felt the person beside her get up and grab something. Curiosity finally made her open her eyes in a daze. Su Qingyi was propped up on his elbows, his smile somewhat mischievous. This expression was very familiar to Chu Qingyan. Every time this guy was preparing to do something bad, he would have this expression. Sure enough, the next second. I love you. Are you ever going to finish? Chu Qingyan was so angry that she covered her head with the quilt. Su Qingyi lifted a corner of the quilt and said slowly in her ear, love you too. Now, Chu Qingyan's already flushed earlobes turned completely red. However, once again. Beware of sweet words, they are all men's traps. Miss Chu thought, filled with grief and indignation. 341, Chapter 336. Am I also part of your play? The next morning. Su Qingyi was woken up by Chu Qingyan's phone ringtone. He was so sure because his own ringtone was the default, while Miss Chu's ringtone was Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 in D minor, a famously difficult, torturous piece. It was said that such a melody could bring painful memories to her mind, thus waking her up. Since it wasn't his own, Su Qingyi didn't intend to answer it, just closing his eyes to wait for her to wake up on her own. But the person beside him wriggled like a caterpillar several times, only burying herself deeper into the quilt to cover her head. Su Qingyi had no choice but to get up and reach for the phone on the nightstand. It wasn't even an alarm, but a call. Caller ID, Dad. Su Qingyi felt his sleepiness vanish quite a bit instantly. There's a call. He reached out to pull back the quilt. Chu Qingyan had been exhausted last night and was now disturbed from her sleep early in the morning. She immediately got bed rage and hummed, refusing to open her eyes. Su Qingyi looked at her pouting side profile and said slowly, if you don't answer it, I'll answer it for you. Whatever you want. The young lady was stubborn, burying her face into the pillow and saying muffledly. Su Qingyi backhanded and pressed answer. Hello. Nickname, are you up yet? Chu Yuanjiang's voice came from the other end. Chu Qingyan, who was just acting spoiled and lazy, immediately jolted, her brain instantly clearing. Oh no, if her dad found out she didn't come home last night, no, wait, anyway, it was not okay. She sat up in one motion, cleared her throat, and tried to answer as normally as possible, I'm up. Oh, why didn't you go home with Uncle Gao last night? Dad told you, staying at a hotel isn't safe. I'm with friends. Chu Qingyan was used to her dad's nagging and retorted grumpily. Is Han Bing next to you? Chu Yuanjiang paused slightly, his tone carrying a hint of testing. Chu Qingyan's heart tightened, she knew immediately that he couldn't rest easy and must be beating around the bush. She quickly raised a finger and silently made a shoo gesture to Su Qingyi beside her. Su Qingyi found it funny, she had been so aggressive last night, he thought she had more confidence. But he still nodded in cooperation. Bing Bing went downstairs to buy breakfast. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm hungry too, I'm going to eat pig's trotter noodles. Chu Qingyan finished hurriedly and wanted to hang up. Wait. Chu Yuanjiang said unhurriedly. For a moment, Chu Qingyan's heart jumped to her throat, terrified that her dad would suddenly say something like he already knew what she was up to. You have a meeting at the company today, don't forget. I'll arrive in Tangon on a flight at noon, and I'll be sitting in. It felt like a big leader inspecting work. Usually, Chu Qingyan would definitely be a little nervous. But compared to the current situation, she let out a sigh of relief. I know, if you're so worried, you should just go to the meeting yourself. Chu Qingyan even expressed her dissatisfaction as a tactic. Because if it were normal, she would definitely complain like this. If she didn't complain now and just agreed readily, Chu Yuanjiang would definitely know she was feeling guilty about something. Sure enough, Chu Yuanjiang's tone softened quite a bit, coaxing her with everything from South African diamonds to properties under her name, a whole basket of sugar-coated bullets, before hanging up. Su Qingyi was amazed listening from the side. Why not say it's the disparity of the world, He once thought this kind of conversation could only appear in Mary Sue dramas. He wondered if Boss Chu's opponents knew how humble the god of death who dominated the fame and fortune circle was when coaxing his daughter in private. Pass. Chu Qingyan locked her phone, threw it on the pillow, and was about to shrink back into the quilt for a nap. Su Qingyi quickly pulled her back out. What are you doing? Chu Qingyan had already closed her eyes again, lazily yawning while lying in his arms. Get up. Su Qingyi pinched her perky nose. Chu Qingyan couldn't breathe, so she had to open her eyes unwillingly, and the first thing she said was a grievance-filled act of spoiling. My body hurts. Where does it hurt? Here. No, you're not allowed to look. Chu Qingyan hurriedly reached out to cover his eyes. Su Qingyi made a tisk sound, very much wanting to complain that what should have been seen had already been seen, but thinking of the young lady's clawing and scratching appearance, he held it back. Didn't you just say you have a meeting? Yeah, it's about that variety show we talked about before. Speaking of work, Chu Qingyan sighed, and most of her interest in staying in bed vanished. Su Qingyi nodded and picked her up by the waist. Chu Qingyan lay on his shoulder, rubbing against his neck like a kitten. Seems like she's lighter again. Entering the bathroom, Su Qingyi put her on the vanity, squeezed toothpaste onto a disposable toothbrush and handed it to her. It was truly the service attitude of a 24 filial boyfriend. Su Qingyi started washing up himself, mumbling with the toothbrush in his mouth. Use some strength, Miss Chu, didn't you take a gargling class in kindergarten? Chu Qingyan seized the last moment to close her eyes and rest, giving a humph. Why don't we use an electric toothbrush? The two washed up sluggishly, and before going out, exchanged a mint-flavored morning kiss. Standing at the door waiting for the elevator, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that the existence of intimate behavior was indeed necessary. There weren't many ways to express liking, sometimes a simple kiss or hug was already better than 1,000 words. Chu Qingyan's mention of pig's trotter noodles earlier wasn't just a random comment, this person really wanted to eat them. Fortunately, the hotel's breakfast buffet was very rich, and he really found them. When he came over with 2 bowls of noodles, he received the attention of several good friends. Lin Tong's gaze was like an old father, revealing kindness. Su Yang was winking and gesturing, full of hints. Han Bing had a fake smile, obviously resentful that her cabbage had been arched. Only Miss Chu was eagerly focusing on the pig's trotter noodles in his hand. Hey! Over here, Su Qingyi put down the noodle bowl and calmly added vinegar to his portion amidst everyone's gossiping gazes. The pig's trotter noodles looked good, and the taste was acceptable. The soup base seemed to have had effort put into it, fresh and fragrant, the noodles were chewy and smooth, and the trotters were stewed very soft and waxy. Watching him slurp several mouthfuls of noodles, Su Yang finally couldn't hold back and asked, Boss Su, how did you sleep last night? It was fine. Su Qingyi kept a straight face. No nightmares, right? No dreams all night. He acted too normal, making Su Yang a bit confused. Chu Qingyan had quietly moved to the other side, currently concentrating on eating noodles, probably because she didn't want to be dragged into such teasing. She didn't regret this decision, just felt a little shy. Han Bing snorted coldly, doubting for a moment. Could it be that nothing happened? That would be great news. Su Yang frowned and observed for a long time, really couldn't see any clues, and poked a piece of cake into his mouth, feeling a bit depressed. What was that test you were talking about just now? Lin Tong said, oh, and looked at his phone. The official account push I just scrolled to, test if you are a qualified boyfriend. Su Qingyi took a sip of noodle soup, curious about how this would be tested. Bring it on. Su Yang smiled, hee, and winked at Han Bing. Successfully received an annoyed eye roll and a idiot from the other party. Lin Tong nodded and started, what is your girlfriend's birthday? Su Qingyi lowered his eyes to think, Chen Jinji's was August 21st, Chu Qingyan's was January 26th, Su Yang slapped the table confidently and answered, June 6th. Han Bing wished she could slap him onto the table. 6 your head. I'm in July. What? Did I remember wrong? Get lost, don't touch me. In the chaos, Su Qingyi knocked the edge of the bowl with a soup spoon and urged, January 26th, next question. Lin Tong nodded and continued to read, what is your girlfriend's favorite food? Su Yang was punched several times by Han Bing, finally found a chance to break free, and raised his hand to answer, seafood. Su Qingyi shook his head and answered, abstain, there's too much. Everyone except Chu Qingyan agreed, this person's passion for food was simply consistent for 10 years. And next door, Chen Jinji didn't have anything she loved to eat at all, food for her was just protein, salt, water, and fat. What is your girlfriend's zodiac sign? Su Qingyi thought about it. Chen Jinji was Leo, Chu Qingyan was Aquarius. Come to think of it, these two were actually quite consistent with the stereotypes of their zodiac signs. Your girlfriend, cough. Lin Tong saw this question and realized this questionnaire seemed a bit wrong. Where does she have a mole on her body? Chen Jinji had a light red mole on the corner of her eye, which was very beautiful. As for the young lady, Su Qingyi frowned and thought, answering with slight hesitation, on her collarbone. Pfft. Chu Qingyan next to him almost choked on a mouthful of herbal tea. Su Qingyi. How could this person say everything out loud? Ah. After finishing a bowl of pig's trotter noodles, the group prepared to go their separate ways. The Mercedes G-Wagon was waiting at the entrance of the amusement park early, and Su Qingyi raised his hand to greet Uncle Gao. Uncle Gao nodded in response, while taking out gloves from his pocket to put on, preparing to reverse. Su Qingyi noticed a scratch on his knuckles and his gaze lingered for a long time. Uncle Gao coughed and explained, scratched by something. Su Qingyi thought of the rivets on that drunkard's jacket last night and immediately understood, nodding. He didn't know if that guy could handle a punch the size of a sandbag. Lin Tong went to the city library, Han Bing went home to catch up on sleep, Chu Qingyan went to the company, Su Yang had an appointment to play basketball, everyone had their own destination. Su Qingyi thought for a while and reported the address of the archery range. Uncle Gao quickly determined the most time-saving route, first taking Chu Qingyan to the company. Before the car stopped, a circle of people surrounded it. Su Qingyi glanced out the window and realized that it had started to drizzle at some point. Fine rain was drifting down, and the people around were holding large black umbrellas, waiting at the passenger door in advance. Chu Qingyan didn't rush to open the door, but turned her head to blink at Su Qingyi, mouthing, I'm leaving. Su Qingyi nodded. Chu Qingyan made a 6 gesture and put it to her ear. It meant calling him later. Su Qingyi nodded again. Miss Chu was satisfied and turned around, pressing the car lock. The waiting people quickly and respectfully bent down to offer their elbows so she could hold on to them to get out of the car, and the black umbrella covered her head, not a single drop of rain falling on her. Chu Qingyan nodded slightly, her expression indifferent, her temperament cold. Su Qingyi watched her leaving back, and couldn't help but suspect in his heart whether the young lady had a dual personality. When she was in front of him, it was completely not like this, except for the face not changing, the personality couldn't be connected at all. The archery range was as quiet as usual. Su Qingyi walked to the corner where he usually stayed, not in a hurry to start practicing, but opened his phone. He had received some messages while in the car, but left them until now to deal with. The X1 Game Studio group chat had reached 99+ messages, and Su Qingyi flipped through it roughly. In a work group chat where the boss is present, to dare to slack off and chat like this, his own place counted as the first. But the reason they were so confident in slacking off was because they had indeed completed the work project very well. Idealism was the biggest motivation for wage earners. Dong Yu had strong personal ability and a super strong sense of responsibility. His love for Disco Elysium was almost beyond that of the producer Su Qingyi himself, striving for perfection in every corner, working overtime until the early morning for this. In the end, it was Su Qingyi who called to force him to take a break, and he stopped working slightly, still expressing his excitement and agitation on the phone. I really love this game, it's too great, Boss Su, really thank you for letting me participate in the production of this project. I think I've found the original intention of struggling in the game industry again. After hearing this, Su Qingyi was moved, silently deciding to make his New Year's red envelope a little thicker. Even though Dong Yu was on vacation, he was still worried about the progress of the demo. The exchange in the group chat just now was related to the release of the demo. Su Qingyi flipped for a while and found that everyone was not worried about the quality of the game, only worried about the publicity, fearing that the popularity would not meet expectations. Read. Su Qingyi replied, and immediately received a bunch of new messages. The missing boss returns. Happy New Year, Boss Su. Boss Su, when are you coming back to Beijing? Flower, haven't seen you in person yet. Su Qingyi didn't pay attention to the small talk of these group water monsters, but answered the topic they were really worried about. Don't worry about the publicity, I will arrange it well. Everyone has worked hard, stay away from work during the new year and rest at ease. Wages and bonuses will be issued in advance, wishing everyone a happy new year in advance. After these few sentences, the atmosphere in the group immediately became more harmonious and happy. Su Qingyi thought, it turned out that only such a little effort was needed to obtain such a team. Compared with this, capitalists are really eating people without spitting out bones. He had a premonition that this initial team would accompany him for a long time. Su Qingyi swiped left, exited the X1 Studio group chat interface, and entered another group chat. There were only 3 members, Chen Jinji, him, and Xiao Zheng. This was the workgroup belonging to producer Ji Jinchen. The new song, Virtual, had been released, and the popularity was not inferior to Until You Arrive, and even had a trend of surpassing it. The new song chart once appeared with these two songs competing repeatedly. Xiao Zheng had tagged him 15 minutes ago, with a picture of the copyright transaction contract for Virtual, and a sentence, "You are so capable, thumbs up." Su Qingyi thought about it and replied with a 1, indicating receipt. A new message immediately popped up. Chen Jinji, Mr. Producer is so cold. Su Qingyi laughed, and had to reply again, 1 greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Chen Jinji, Gudu, Xiao Zheng, dot. Xiao Zheng, may I ask if I am also a part of your two's play? 342, Chapter 337 New Year's Eve. The 30th day of the 12th lunar month, New Year's Eve, is the night of the passing of the year. The old year ends here, and a new one begins. People in this country always have an inexplicable obsession with the new year. Although the festive atmosphere of modern society is not what it used to be, most migrant workers drifting far from home rely almost entirely on the anticipation of returning for a reunion to swallow the coldness and loneliness of being alone. Su Qingyi was woken up by the crackling of firecrackers. Although there are regulations on fireworks, no one bothers about the small firecrackers that children play with, which have very little power. Remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan Novel Network, good for relieving boredom, super smooth, a predecessor once said, the most terrifying thing about the new year is when a group of brats looks at you with a cheeky grin, and you don't know where the firecracker is. Su Qingyi didn't mind, although his eyesight wasn't great, he knew a thing or two about martial arts. He changed his position, covered his head with the quilt, and tried to go back to sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of firecrackers was mixed with the laughter and play of children. Forget it, it's the new year. Su Qingyi silently recited this timeless saying that belongs to every person in the country in his heart. It seems that those behaviors that would be completely intolerable on ordinary days become acceptable as long as you add the phrase, it's the new year. For example, binge eating and drinking, devouring 20 sugar tangerines in one sitting, playing on the computer for several hours in a row, and the adults don't have time to care because they are all playing mahjong. Going to bed at 9 on ordinary days is normal, but staying up until 1 or 2 in the morning during the new year is fine, and it can even be euphemistically called staying up for the new year. In short, it's the new year, so let it be. Su Qingyi lifted the quilt and sat up, checking the time. 8:30 in the morning. A bunch of unread messages popped up on his phone. He could basically guess what they were without looking, so he didn't rush to check them, but got up to wash and brush his teeth instead. The cold morning water made his brain instantly clear. While brushing his teeth, Su Qingyi walked to the living room and pulled back the curtains. Downstairs, it was indeed the neighbor's children chasing and playing. As soon as Chocolate saw him standing on the balcony, he waved excitedly to say hello. Brother nickname, good morning. Su Qingyi didn't speak while holding his toothbrush, just nodded. When the other children saw it was him, they suddenly quieted down, all looking timid and uncomfortable. They were as well behaved as new recruits whose names had been called by an instructor. Su Qingyi also realized that his presence here was affecting their play, so he turned and went back into the room. Chocolate hadn't finished speaking yet, and seeing that he had already left, he sighed immediately. He wanted to ask Brother Nickname if he could come over for dinner tonight, his mother had specifically instructed him to ask. Although Auntie Zhu knew that Su Qingyi would most likely not agree, she still had to ask. Even if he didn't come, she would still send him a portion of the New Year's goods from their home, as well as the dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner. Otherwise, this child would be spending it all alone again like in previous years, which is quite pitiful. The children nearby breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Su Qingyi leave, and one asked boldly, "Chocolate, why aren't you afraid of him?" Chocolate was very puzzled and asked back with a frown, "Afraid? Why should I be afraid of Brother Nickname? He always keeps a straight face. He looks very fierce." A little girl with pigtails said crisply. "And, my grandma always uses him as an example to criticize me. Whenever anything happens, it's always, look at the Su family's older brother. It's so annoying." A little boy with dark skin snorted indignantly and squeezed the dynamite in his hand over and over. "I don't think he's anything special. Just a nerd. Otherwise, why did his mom and dad abandon him?" Chocolate got angry when he heard this, clenched his fists, and swung them. "Say that again. Ouch. That hurts, the fatty is hitting people." The little boy shouted loudly. The children who were just having fun together immediately fell into chaos. Su Qingyi leaned on the balcony railing watching the show, finding it a bit funny. "Hey, Chocolate." Hearing his voice, Chocolate stopped. Otherwise, he would have definitely knocked out Xiaohao's front teeth, he thought angrily. Telling him to talk nonsense. He would go tell his mom later. You can't hit people. Su Qingyi said calmly. Chocolate pouted and nodded reluctantly. Su Qingyi smiled, took a red envelope out of his pocket, waved it at him, and then threw it downstairs. Happy New Year's Eve. There are no children who don't like red envelopes. Chocolate's anger dissipated a lot, and he picked up the red envelope and shouted happily, Thank you, brother. The smart Chocolate soon noticed that the thickness of this red envelope was a bit unusual. He opened it and took a look. There were actually many 100 yuan bills inside. Even more than what his mom and dad gave him. The children watching curiously nearby immediately let out exclamations of, wow. This could buy that eye-catching toy machine gun in the supermarket. Chocolate looked up, looking a bit troubled. Brother nickname, I can't accept such a big red envelope, Mom will scold me. Take it, it's fine. Su Qingyi smiled and continued, buy whatever you like. Now the brats couldn't help but exclaim, wow, again. There are many people who give New Year's money, but very few are actually willing to let the children spend it freely, most of it is ordered to be taken to the bank and saved. Now Chocolate had really become the big rich kid among them. Su Qingyi watched this scene of him being the center of attention, the corners of his mouth curling up. Before midnight today, those who are willing not to play with firecrackers, please raise your hands. As expected, all the children raised their hands, whoosh, 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 except for the little boy who had the biggest opinion of him just now. He held his neck stiffly, looking very stubborn. Su Qingyi took a stack of red envelopes out of his pocket and tossed them down casually. Thanks for your cooperation, Happy New Year. The children were very good at showing appreciation, the stack of red envelopes landed on the ground amidst applause and cheers. That should have successfully bought their hearts, Su Qingyi thought lazily. When he turned back to his room, he vaguely heard the children arguing. Xiaohao. Didn't you just say he wasn't anything special? Why did you pick up the red envelope he gave out? Xiaohao, you must apologize to brother nickname. How could you say his mom and dad abandoned him? That's too much. I'm going to tell your mom. Chocolate said righteously. Go ahead and tell. Anyway, my mom and dad abandoned me too. Once Xiaohao said this, not only was the aggressive Chocolate stunned, but Su Qingyi, who had already walked to the living room, paused his footsteps. No wonder. Su Qingyi sighed softly and returned to the balcony. Hey, little dark kid, come up here for a second. I'm Xiaohao. You knew I was calling you even when I said little dark kid, didn't you? Although reluctant, Xiaohao was still dragged up by Chocolate, who was holding his wrist. Su Qingyi leaned against the doorway waiting. Xiaohao was very aggressive downstairs, but when actually confronting an adult so much taller than himself, he immediately lost his nerve. He wouldn't hit a child, would he? He was very uneasy in his heart. Unexpectedly, this cold-faced weirdo just squatted down to look him in the eye, his tone even having a hint of gentleness. It's New Year's Eve tonight, who are you spending it with? With Grandma. Xiaohao didn't know why he was asking this, but he answered anyway. What about Grandpa? He passed away from illness last year. After Xiaohao said this, he suddenly felt a ripple in the pair of pitch-black eyes in front of him. It seemed that there were many inexplicable emotions being suppressed. After a while, Su Qingyi took out a red envelope and stuffed it into his cotton coat pocket. Since Grandma is with you for New Year's Eve, you should thank her. Go to the supermarket and buy something she likes to eat. Happy New Year's Eve. Su Qingyi stood up and patted the heads of the two little dumplings in front of him. Go play. I changed my mind, you can set off firecrackers today. When Chocolate and Xiaohao returned downstairs together, the children waiting for them quickly swarmed up. Xiaohao. How was it? Did the cold-faced weirdo bully you? Xiaohao lowered his head and remained silent for a long while. Tell us, Xiaohao, did he hit you? I'll help you report him. No. Xiaohao turned his head away awkwardly. Don't call him the cold-faced weirdo anymore. Su Qingyi returned to his room and started checking the messages on his phone. Unsurprisingly, Su Zilong and Yang Lu started their annual fixed program again, come to my house for New Year's Eve. Su Zilong focused on the information bombing method. He started sending messages from 6 in the morning. At first, they were just some indirect pictures. For example, mountains of New Year's goods, with a circle drawn specifically around the strawberries that Su Qingyi likes, for fear he wouldn't see them. There was also a brand new game console at home, the TV screen polished to a shine, and even the cushions were set out, as well as dozens of selfies of himself, dressed very festively, almost ready to be sent directly to the Spring Festival Gala. Seeing that Su Qingyi didn't reply, Su Zilong started sending voice messages. Son, Dad is coming to pick you up for New Year's Eve. Son, are you up yet? Look, it's all stuff you love to eat and play with. Dad is waiting for you. Su Qingyi sighed and turned to look at Yang Lu's. Compared to Su Zilong's straightforwardness, Yang Lu's approach was a gentle knife. Nickname, Happy New Year's Eve. Mom got up extra early today and is preparing the New Year's Eve dinner with Wan Wan. Key point, got up extra early, prepared by hand. Look at this crucian carp, so plump. Mom still remembers that when you were little, you loved this crucian carp soup the most. Starting to play the nostalgia and emotional card. The next step is to share old photos. Look, Mom found this by accident. Oh, our nickname was so cute when he was little, it seems like it was taken on your third New Year's Eve, right? For these two unreliable parents, Su Qingyi replied to both equally, thanks for the invite, not coming. Although it was an expected answer, the two still argued reasonably, unwilling to give up. Nickname, how long has it been since you spent the holiday with Mom? Mom has already boasted that you were coming, which is why Tong Tong and Wan Wan agreed to come over for the holiday. What are you going to make your mom do now? Woo woo woo. Son, Dad really misses you. If you don't want to come home, the two of us can drive out. Sing karaoke, how about that? Since the hard approach didn't work, they had to use the soft one. Su Qingyi explained patiently for a long time, he was very tired today and wanted to be by himself. Tomorrow, on the first day of the new year, he would go to pay a New Year's visit. Only then did he manage to persuade the two of them with great difficulty. But right now, there was someone even harder to deal with waiting for him. Su Qingyi looked at the flashing call interface on the screen and picked up the life-threatening, repetitive calls from Miss Chu. Hey, Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi turned on the speakerphone and grunted, changing from his pajamas into a shirt. Have you thought about what I told you? Chu Qingmian said softly. Not coming. If I come to your house for New Year's Eve, what would that be? Su Qingyi said slowly, in a joking tone. You're my boyfriend, what's wrong with coming over? Chu Qingmian was very righteous, obviously not knowing that in average families, spending the holiday together is a step only considered when talking about marriage. Miss Chu, don't be a fool. Happy New Year's Eve. Su Qingyi put on a navy blue coat and straightened his collar. His wardrobe was full of black coats, this was the only one in a different color, and it was only because of the holiday today that he wore it for the first time. Then you're not spending it with Auntie Yang and Uncle Su either. Oh no. I want to spend it with you. I'm coming to find you right now. Chu Qingyan rolled around on the bed, then sat up, considering whether she would break a bone if she jumped from upstairs. Aren't you afraid your family elders will put out an all-points bulletin for you across the city? Su Qingyi was not worried about this at all. But you're spending it all by yourself, how pitiful. There was a bit of a crying tone in Chu Qingmian's voice, and tears were swirling in her eyes. Su Qingyi leaned against the desk and sighed, comforting her, it's nothing, you should know I don't have much sense of ritual, right? It's not important, it's just a very ordinary day. You've already spent many holidays with me this year, one more doesn't matter. But this year is very special. Chu Qingmian was sobbing on the other end of the phone. Indeed, love is often feeling in debt. Su Qingyi thought, it was just such a small thing, but Miss Chu seemed to feel as if she had wronged him so much. He coaxed her gently for a long time. Before hanging up the phone, Chu Qingyan finally pulled herself together and promised solemnly, Su Qingyi, believe me. It won't be too long, there won't be a next time. Wow, she has the temperament of an ambitious career woman. Su Qingyi smiled and replied, I believe you. He had originally planned to spend today at the archery range, but he forgot it was New Year's Eve, and they had long since closed. Su Qingyi made a wasted trip and had to wander aimlessly on the road. Many shops had closed early, the streets, usually lively, were empty and desolate. Su Qingyi walked for most of the street before finding a noodle shop. He managed to eat a bowl of beef ramen just before they closed. The master was very talkative, speaking with a heavy Northwest accent, and chatted with him warmly. In the time it took to eat a bowl of noodles, Su Qingyi learned that his hometown was in northern Shaanxi. He had 3 children, he relied on this noodle shop to support his family, he had been a soldier when he was young, and his skills were learned from an old squad leader in the barracks. His wife originally didn't want him to open today, but he wanted to open a little longer to earn some money to buy a big cake for his children to take back. Su Qingyi ate his noodles quietly, occasionally nodding in response. When leaving, he pressed 500 yuan under the vinegar bottle. If he went home, he would have to listen to a group of brats setting off firecrackers again. Su Qingyi thought about it and just found a park to sit in. Today is a special day, even the elderly who loved to exercise didn't come. He sat on the bench wanting to space out for a while, and before he knew it, it was already the afternoon. The night wind rose, and the sky grew overcast. It looked like it was going to rain. Su Qingyi came back to his senses and got up to walk back. Not sunny, not cloudy, not raining, gloomy and heavy until the end of the year. Nothing happening in the world, nothing happening in my home. No guests, no debt collectors, and no extra wealth either. Calmly and quietly, passing the new year. In the evening, the alleyways of Qinghe district are probably the liveliest area in all of Tangan. Su Qingyi listened to the symphony of pots and pans, his footsteps light. In the distance, the lights of 10,000 homes lit up, a scene of peaceful atmosphere. Every household's TV was playing the Spring Festival Gala in the same old way, and the hosts were reading the New Year's greetings joyfully. Su Qingyi looked up at the night sky, overcast and moonless, feeling a bit lonely. When turning the street corner, his heart rate accelerated uncontrollably. In case she couldn't get away, it would be perfectly reasonable, he thought. And when he looked up anxiously, in the quiet alley, Chen Jinji was standing quietly under the dim street lamp. She saw Su Qingyi's shadow elongated by the street lamp and turned around with a smile. Thus, the whole day of waiting had meaning. Su Qingyi's mouth curled up, and he quickened his pace. As if to set off this meeting, the gloomy sky had a conclusion, it actually started to snow. Fine white snow fluttered down, some falling on Chen Jinji's eyelashes. She smiled gently, the curve of her eyebrows soft. Su Qingyi, Happy New Year's Eve. 343, Chapter 338. I'll take you there. Chen Jinji had a slender waist, easily encircled by a single arm. When Su Qingyi looked down at her, he saw no signs of travel fatigue in her eyes, only her usual gentle smile. Yet Su Qingyi knew she was far from as relaxed as she appeared. Just this afternoon, a fan-site photographer had snapped photos of her at the Shanghai airport. The 101 girl group had just finished their final performance of the year and were preparing to return to Shanghai to enjoy this rare vacation. Everyone else was too exhausted to think straight and had left directly through the VIP exit. Only Chen Jinji, wearing a mask, walked gracefully out of the exit, bowing slightly and waving goodbye to all the waiting fans. The comments below were mostly, "Jinji, you've worked hard, get some good rest, Happy New Year, babe. You've worked hard this year. Remember to watch the Spring Festival Gala tonight, can you share your New Year's Eve dinner on Weibo, and thank goodness for Iris, otherwise the fan-site photographers would have braved the cold wind all day only to come up empty-handed again." 101 Company hid Chen Jinji's family background well, and her aura didn't seem like someone from a dysfunctional home at all, instead, she seemed like a pampered, precious daughter. Therefore, most fans naturally assumed she lived in Shanghai and could enjoy a full family reunion. However, the truth was that Chen Jinji had only gone to the exit to satisfy the fans' expectations before circling back to the departure lounge to catch the next flight to Tangan. After so much trouble, she had finally kept their New Year's Eve appointment. Su Qingyi tightened his arm slightly, and after feeling her body heat, he spoke, "Happy New Year's Eve. Did you miss me?" Chen Jinji's eyes curved into beautiful crescents. "Yeah." Su Qingyi always avoided such intimate topics, only responding briefly. "You didn't miss me." But Chen Jinji wouldn't let him brush it off so easily. "I did." Su Qingyi had no choice but to answer directly before quickly changing the subject, "How long have you been here? Are you cold?" Chen Jinji certainly knew he was changing the subject, but having heard the answer she wanted, she went along with it, "Not long. I'm wearing a lot." She rolled up her coat sleeve to show him the several layers of sweaters underneath. Su Qingyi couldn't help but laugh, "How did you do that? You can't tell at all that you're wearing so many layers. An idol's self-discipline." Chen Jinji curled her lips, looking stunningly beautiful. Su Qingyi was just about to say something else when he saw the curtains on the second floor opposite them whoosh open. He reacted quickly, pulling Chen Jinji 2 steps inward, precisely blocking their view from the window. "Brother nickname. It's snowing." It was that kid Chocolate, who had dragged over a small stool and was leaning out the window, waving at him. "What?" Su Qingyi asked, looking up. "I heard you talking downstairs. Why aren't you coming up?" Chocolate chuckled foolishly and continued, "Huh. Are you alone? I clearly just heard." "You're imagining things," Su Qingyi said slowly. Chocolate frowned, he felt he couldn't have misheard. But his brother's gaze from downstairs cut through the snow and wind, 100 degrees colder than the freezing air, and he shivered inexplicably, not daring to say anything else. He had thought that pretty sister Chu had come, last time she gave him chocolate to eat, and he had specifically set aside a portion of the candy he received for the new year to give to her. Chen Jinji stood under the eaves, arms tucked, looking at Su Qingyi with a half-smile. Su Qingyi felt uncomfortable under her gaze and cleared his throat. Just as he was about to shoo the gossiping, eavesdropping kid back inside, Auntie Zhu's face appeared at the window. "You little brat, do you want to fall and break your neck? Go to the top floor, it's easier to see there." "No, look, it's..." Chocolate pointed downstairs, feeling wronged. "Oh. It's Qingyi. Come up quickly, come up." As soon as Auntie Zhu saw it was Su Qingyi standing downstairs, her face beamed, and her tone did a complete 180-degree turn. "Auntie just finished preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Come quickly, we've saved a seat for you." "No need, Auntie, I have food to eat." Su Qingyi's smile was polite, carrying a faint sense of distance. If it were someone not so close, they would have taken the hint by now. Unfortunately, he was facing a close neighbor who had watched him grow up and also had the helpful auntie buff. Seeing this, Auntie Zhu slapped her thigh, and an idea struck her. She looked back at her own group, who were already tipsy and swaying before the meal had even started, and felt they weren't suitable company for someone like Qingyi. So she hurried back to the kitchen, grabbed a clean plastic bag, and packed up the sliced sausages and cured meat. "Mom, what are you doing?" "My sausages." Chocolate protested from the edge of the stove. "You little glutton, this is for your brother nickname." Auntie Zhu glared at him impatiently. Seeing this, Chocolate quickly switched sides and shoveled the cured pork ribs from the other side into the bag too. Auntie Zhu finished packing, and afraid that Su Qingyi wouldn't wait, she ran downstairs in her slippers. Su Qingyi heard the thump-thump-thump of footsteps in the stairwell and stepped forward, blocking the entrance to the building. Chen Jinji waited against the wall, looking rather obedient. Auntie Zhu carried a large bag of food and opened the iron gate with a smile. "Hey, come, Qingyi. These are sausages and cured meat that Auntie dried herself. This side is spicy, this side is sweet. See if you can get used to the taste." She had already said this much, refusing would be a bit hurtful. Su Qingyi had no choice but to take it. It was heavy, full of her good intentions. "Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Hurry home and heat it up to eat. Don't stand down here, okay? It's snowing, and it's freezing." Auntie Zhu had come down in a hurry, still wearing thin loungewear, so Su Qingyi quickly nodded and urged her to go back. After she went back inside, Su Qingyi carried the plastic bag with one hand and held Chen Jinji's hand with the other. "I was just wondering what to eat tonight." And then a pie fell from the sky. Chen Jinji had been hiding for a while, but she didn't mind and just joked along. "A meat pie." Su Qingyi repeated it. Chen Jinji laughed and imitated his R-colored accent. "Meat pie R. Meat R, pie." Su Qingyi elongated the tone. He was a southerner born and raised, but having studied in the capital, he had picked up a bit of the authentic Beijing accent. "Meat R pie R." Chen Jinji practiced hard. "Ha ha ha. Don't laugh. Meat R pie R. Don't imitate me. Donart imitate me R, Su Qingyi. I was wrong. Falling in love really does make people childish." Over just one R-colored sound, the two of them laughed inexplicably for quite a while. Actually, the reason Su Qingyi was laughing was just that he found it novel. It was rare that there was something in this world that Chen Jinji couldn't learn. Su Qingyi walked to the stairwell entrance and, watching the snowflakes slowly melting on the collar of her coat, suddenly had a very abrupt thought. It was completely unplanned. With his personality, he rarely had such spur-of-the-moment feelings. But looking at Chen Jinji in front of him, he couldn't help but ask. "I'll take you somewhere, okay?" "Okay." Chen Jinji agreed without hesitation, and only then asked, "Where to?" This only solidified Su Qingyi's resolve to do so. He didn't answer Chen Jinji's question immediately, he just went upstairs, grabbed a thick scarf to tie around her neck, and then took her hand and walked toward the alley entrance. On New Year's Eve, there were hardly any cars on the street. The snow from earlier had quickly piled up, and as far as the eye could see, everything was a vast expanse of white. The two walked slowly hand in hand through the falling snow, yet they didn't feel cold. Su Qingyi tucked Chen Jinji's hand into his coat pocket to warm it, looking up at the flickering streetlights ahead. Walking along the way, they left two strings of deep and shallow footprints on the sidewalk. For a moment, he had a hazy illusion that only the two of them were left in the entire city. The festive bustle was shut out by the heavy snow, television programs were left unwatched, mahjong tables remained in a state of chaotic shuffling, and the boiled kettle hummed. Time had been paused. Only he and the person whose fingers were intertwined with his were walking against the torrent of time, on this endless snowy road. Like the ending of some science fiction novel, Su Qingyi thought. If one were to analyze the ending, it would be that the apocalypse was coming, a dead end, with an unknown black hole ahead, and distorted time and space. The only thing worth trusting in the universe was this beautiful girl beside him who looked just like a savior. Teacher Su, I'm not some savior girl who will sacrifice herself to save the world. Chen Jinji said lightly, as if she could read his mind. Su Qingyi's chaotic thoughts were exposed, and he cleared his throat. Ahem, I don't think so either. You might be from the villain faction, a beautiful and charming villain character. Chen Jinji laughed and tucked her face further into her scarf, her voice becoming muffled. A little enchantress? Or a female demon? Her question was quite interesting. Su Qingyi lowered his head, looking at the footprints he had made, and sank into deep thought. A little enchantress would be something like Zhao Min or Huang Rong, having some cunning, clever wit. But that wasn't like Chen Jinji. He always felt that once this person turned bad, she was the type who could destroy the earth. As for a female demon, there was the famous Lian Nishang, Sister Lian, from The Bride with White Hair, but that obviously didn't fit Chen Jinji either. Li Macho. That wasn't right either. Zhou Jiruo. Su Qingyi successfully picked out his favorite among the many characters that didn't quite fit. Chen Jinji didn't comment on this answer, she just smiled lightly, then lowered her gaze slightly and recited that classic line, what if I have a guilty conscience? This line occurs after the past has become history, when Zhou Jiruo had already grown from that poor orphan girl into the ruthless and cruel Amei sect leader. She had already excised gentleness and kindness from herself, devoting her whole being to the pursuit of power and strength. But after defeating Zhang Wuji in the martial arts competition, when faced with his request to join forces, she first spoke coldly, then said, we once had a marriage promise, then, others will surely say I still have feelings for you, and even, they will call me shameless and fickle. And Zhang Wuji had actually shamelessly said, we only need to have a clear conscience, which led to this line from Zhou Jiruo, what if I have a guilty conscience? When Su Qingyi read this chapter, he was genuinely shaken by the emotions carried in this line. No one could fail to be moved by Zhou Jiruo at this moment. It was hard to imagine that Chen Jinji had this kind of line delivery skill without any systematic training. Su Qingyi was momentarily drawn in and became a bit immersed in the scene. It was as if he were that fickle and indecisive Zhang Wuji, and in front of him was the Zhou Jiruo who had been betrayed by him and had turned dark. Suddenly, he felt inexplicably guilty. Su Qingyi squeezed her fingers unnaturally and turned his face to look at the road. Only then did he realize that his reaction was no different from Zhang Wuji's at that time. He couldn't think about it anymore. The quiet streets after the heavy snow all looked exactly the same. Chen Jinji was curious about where they were going and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Su, aren't you looking at the navigation? Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Su Qingyi shook his head, his tone firm, I won't get lost. Because he had walked this road hundreds, if not thousands, of times. The closer they got to their destination, the older and shorter the surrounding buildings became, gradually changing from apartment buildings to small courtyards in the hutongs. The alleys were winding and narrow, like a maze in a game. If someone unfamiliar walked through them, they would easily get lost. But Su Qingyi led Chen Jinji through them with ease. The atmosphere here was also different from the New Year's Eve in his memory. When he was small, the New Year was always very lively. Whether they lived abroad or were working hard in other cities, the young people would return here to spend the new year with their elderly relatives. Such small courtyards were very suitable for reunions. If the weather was good, everyone would habitually set the table in the front courtyard and eat the New Year's Eve dinner under the moonlight. Neighbors would visit each other, bringing their own specialty dishes to taste together. The children in the hutong would finish their meals in a hurry and start setting off fireworks and firecrackers, chasing and playing. Thinking back now, the lanterns in his memory were still bright red. But turning the corner, the reality was one of cold silence. The courtyard gate was slightly ajar, the night wind blew through, and the inner courtyard was pitch black and quiet. Only one or two firecracker explosions came from far away, with sparse echoes. That's right, the elderly people here had either been taken in by their families, or, like his grandfather, were no longer in this world. At this moment, the fingers intertwined with his squeezed slightly, pulling him out of the vortex of memories. Su Qingyi came back to his senses, sighed softly, and turned to look at Chen Jinji. Sorry, I suddenly really wanted to bring you here to take a look. I'm very happy that you were willing to bring me. Chen Jinji tilted her head slightly, her gaze earnest and gentle. As soon as she saw this kind of courtyard, she had guessed the destination. Su Qingyi rarely mentioned anything about his grandfather, but in those occasional moments, he always wore a nostalgic expression. Chen Jinji thought that it was probably just like things about her mother. Most of the time, she hid them in a box deep in her memories, only opening it when she felt lonely and vulnerable. Su Qingyi reached out and pushed open the wooden door. The courtyard was well kept by Old Li, clean and tidy, as if the owner had only gone out for a trip. At this moment, the snow reflected the moonlight, antique and elegant. It was an old house with many stories. Su Qingyi walked straight inside, stopping only when he reached the door of the house. Although he had the urge to turn back again. But he couldn't let Chen Jinji make a wasted trip and stay in the courtyard getting snowed on. He held his breath, took out the old key from his pocket, and slowly inserted it into the keyhole. Click. The lock turned, and the night wind pushed the wooden door open for him. The dusty corner of his memory welcomed a fresh breeze, and the yellowed pages turned a few times. Time flew by, like fleeting clouds and changing dogs. That reclusive and gloomy boy had grown into a capable adult, and holding his hand was the most beautiful girl in the world. 344, Chapter 339. Accompanying you as you grow up. The furnishings in the room were the same as the last time he visited. The first thing he saw upon entering were those two pieces of calligraphy. On one side was his grandfather's calligraphy, flowing like a dragon. Do you not see the yellow river's waters coming from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return? On the other side were Su Qingyi's clumsy strokes. Do you not see the high halls? Bright mirror morning white hair, morning like black silk, evening turning to snow. Chen Jinji guessed this was his childhood masterpiece, and the corners of her mouth curved into a gentle arc. She didn't know if Yang Lu had specifically hired someone to clean, but there was surprisingly little dust on the furniture. It looked more like someone lived here regularly. Su Qingyi tried pressing the light switch by the door, but there was no response. Sure enough, the water and electricity had long been cut off. Although the moonlight was beautiful, visibility was still quite low. Su Qingyi took out his phone to turn on the flashlight and, holding Chen Jinji's hand, walked inside. Generally speaking, coming to an old house that hadn't been lived in for a long time would make one feel a bit cautious, carrying a sense of adventure. But Su Qingyi didn't feel that way, because he was just too familiar with this place. The placement of the tables and chairs, the calligraphy and paintings on the walls, even which set of teaware was left out, he remembered it all clearly. Come to think of it, these were things from many years ago. Passing through the corridor, they reached the backyard. Su Qingyi grabbed a handful of snow from the rockery, rolled it into a ball, and casually tossed it into the dried-up pond. This was the first time Chen Jinji had seen such a vintage-style wing room structure, and she found it quite novel. Does Teacher Su have his own room? Of course. There was a hint of pride in Su Qingyi's tone that he himself hadn't even noticed. Su Zilong and Yang Lu only saved enough money to buy a house a few years after they got married. Before that, they lived in rented apartments. The rented apartments were small. One of Su Qingyi's childhood memories was that every night before bed, Yang Lu would drag a folding bed out from under their bed to set up for him. It had to be put away during the day, otherwise, it would block the path. Su Qingyi was different from other children. He wasn't afraid of the dark and didn't want to sleep with his parents. One reason was that Su Zilong snored too loudly in the middle of the night. So when he came to his grandfather's house, being able to have his own room made him feel very happy. At least it was quiet. Su Qingyi found his own room with ease. It was the one his grandfather had specifically chosen for having the best location. The door wasn't locked, just latched. After Su Qingyi pushed the door open, Chen Jinji quickly noticed the marks on the door frame. Obviously, this was the universally used method for recording a child's height. However, the highest mark only reached below Su Qingyi's shoulder. That was likely the year the person recording it left. Chen Jinji lowered her gaze slightly, looked at his fluffy hair, and suddenly stood on tiptoe to gently pat it. Su Qingyi turned back, confused, but Chen Jinji just smiled slightly, with no intention of explaining. Su Qingyi didn't think too much about it. His focus was on the large cardboard box sitting on the desk in the room. This had clearly been packed up by Yang Lu, containing a whole box of things that looked very much like trash. It was a wonder the cleaning ladies hadn't thrown this box out when they cleaned. He could see the wooden sword sticking out of the box from far away, and Su Qingyi suddenly regretted bringing Chen Jinji into the room. This whole box was just naked dark history. But Chen Jinji had already walked over with a smile, clearly quite interested in looking around. After she grasped the hilt of the wooden sword and pulled it out, she was momentarily surprised by its craftsmanship. Did you make this yourself? Yeah. Su Qingyi nodded. The evidence of his Chinibyu was right in front of him, making him feel slightly embarrassed. I was playing Legend of Sword and Fairy at the time, the 7-star sword. Look. He aimed the flashlight's beam at the sword's blade, letting Chen Jinji see the Big Dipper he had carefully carved. For children of this age, a dream of being a great hero was absolutely essential. Some came from Legend of Sword and Fairy, Gu Jian, or Xianyuan Sword, others came from Yonggua, Xiaofeng, or Ling Huchong. In short, there was always a scene of holding a wooden stick and imagining oneself traversing the world with a sword. Su Qingyi thought that at least he had taken action and made a decent-looking sword. I, Li Xiaoyao, swear to the heavens that from now on, I will never let you be lonely and helpless. He swung the sword and casually recited a classic line. Little Li, high aspirations, wants to learn from sword immortals and ascend to the clouds. The sun is high, yet he doesn't wake up, he's happy and content in his dreams every day. Chen Jinji actually knew this too. This truly made Su Qingyi feel incredibly surprised again. I wasn't in South Korea when I was little. The only trend I missed out on with you was the non-mainstream phase. Chen Jinji explained with a smile. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that it was fortunate she missed it, otherwise, it would have been a truly terrifying experience. The overwhelming Shamate hairstyles and the bizarre Mars script, along with the monotonous popular online playlists, made it impossible for an outcast like him, who suffered from severe trend allergy, to hide anywhere. Chen Jinji carefully put down the wooden sword and turned her gaze to a bag of eye-catching billiard balls. Hidden among the more ordinary yellow and white billiard balls was a colorful one. Chen Jinji smiled and took it in her hand to examine it. The circles of colorful patterns were crooked, as if drawn by hand with watercolor pens. That was indeed the case, a DIY super billiard ball. Su Qingyi casually picked up a ball and tapped it on the table. In the crisp, ping-pong sound, he suddenly remembered the important role of the colorful billiard ball. When I was little, every time I couldn't win at billiards, would take this colorful one out to play with. Su Qingyi recalled the scene back then. It was just like in cartoons, when the protagonist couldn't beat the villain and would pull out a secret weapon. A passionate BGM would play, and the protagonist would stylishly turn the tables. This sentence must have hit some funny bone for Chen Jinji, as she laughed until she could barely breathe. Su Qingyi didn't understand why, so he could only reach out and pat her back to help her catch her breath. But it turned out that if you couldn't win, you just couldn't win. Yellow, white, or colorful, it was all the same. In the game of billiards, Su Qingyi was once beaten into self-isolation by his grandfather. He only found out later that the old man used to be a national second-tier billiard player. Next up was a rusty toy car pencil case. This was the kind of transforming pencil case that was very popular in childhood, inspired roughly by Transformers. Su Qingyi tried pressing the switch. Although the exterior looked completely ruined, it could surprisingly still transform smoothly. The build quality was solid. Did you buy this kind when you were little? Thanks for asking, we girls always bought the pink Barbie princess ones. Chen Jinji poked the toy car's tires. Because of the rust, they rolled with difficulty. You actually liked that kind of thing? Su Qingyi was a bit surprised. Chen Jinji looked mature for her age, the type who would turn her nose up at the childish things kids liked. It's not that I liked them, it's just that the store only had those. She thought about it. If she had to say whether she liked them, she really couldn't. She had never liked things that were too flashy since she was a child. She was a pragmatist. However, her mother thought she liked them, so she bought them for her every time. Chen Jinji had pretended to be happy the first time she received one, which led to her receiving the same kind of gift the second and third times. Of course, this was before her mother's illness became serious. Later on, she used that last pencil case, with its peeling paint and faded color, until the day she left Tangon for South Korea. Her aunt thought it was ugly and embarrassing, so she bought her a new one. Although Chen Jinji couldn't bear to throw it away and had secretly hidden it under her bed, one day, it just vanished. Thinking of the past, she was a bit dazed. Su Qingyi noticed the sudden silence of the person beside him, picked up the dirty little teddy bear from the bottom of the box, and waved it in front of her. A plush toy. It didn't quite fit the image of this great master. Chen Jinji snapped out of it, took the teddy bear, and looked at its dark, shiny eyes hidden by curly fur. But then she remembered the Pikachu she encountered the first time she went to Su Qingyi's house. He thought she was afraid of the dark, so he brought it out to keep her company. Looking at it this way, perhaps this guy actually liked such cute things. It was a gift when I bought shoes. Su Qingyi looked at the wrinkled green sweater on the teddy bear and remembered its origin. It was around this time of year, during the Chinese New Year, when it was customary to get children new clothes and shoes. Yang Lu had arranged with a cousin to take the kids out shopping together. The children's clothing store was having a promotion where buying shoes allowed you to enter a lucky draw. The cousin's child bought 3 pairs and only drew a balloon. But Su Qingyi just reached in and drew this green sweater teddy bear. The cousin's child wouldn't have it. He cried, caused a scene, and threw a tantrum. demanding this teddy bear. Yang Lu was truly annoyed by the noise and had no choice but to bend down and ask Su Qingyi if he liked the teddy bear. Su Qingyi squeezed the bear's soft belly and didn't speak for a long while. Yang Lu subconsciously assumed he didn't like it, so she suggested that as the older brother, he should yield to his younger brother, preparing to give a lecture on traditional virtues. But while she was clearing her throat, Su Qingyi handed the teddy bear to the younger brother who was rolling on the floor. Did he like it? No. Could he give it to others? No. Even so, little Su Qingyi accepted reality with a blank expression. After returning home, Yang Lu told this story to his grandfather, expecting him to praise his grandson for knowing how to yield and being a good child. Unexpectedly, the grandfather was so angry he blew his beard and stared, slammed the table and doors, and even stormed straight to the cousin's house to snatch the green sweater teddy bear back. Afterward, he even lectured Yang Lu. At that time, Su Qingyi didn't understand the reason for his grandfather's anger, he just felt a bit happy because the teddy bear was returned to him. But that was about it, he didn't like it that much. He silently placed the teddy bear at the head of his bed. Come to think of it, it had kept him company for many years. Su Qingyi squeezed the teddy bear's paw, wondering if it would have turned evil after staying here all alone for so long. He'd better take it with him later. Underneath the teddy bear was a whole stack of glittering certificates. Chen Jinji felt momentarily blinded by the aura of a top student. If these certificates were put up, they would probably cover the entire room. Provincial Merit Student, Academic Model, Outstanding Young Pioneer, 5 Good Youth. Besides these issued by the school, there were also those from various competitions. Best Technology Invention Award, Olympiad Award, Creative Writing Award, in short, almost any certificate one could think of could be found in this pile. Guess which one is the most precious in here? Su Qingyi said with a serious expression. Chen Jinji frowned in thought. For this great master to personally call something very precious, it should at least be a national level competition, right? The difficulty would be high, the rarity high, and it would be very hard for him to obtain. Su Qingyi pulled out the one at the very bottom and handed it to her. Congratulations to student Su Qingyi of the small class 1, for being loving and friendly with teachers and classmates this year, hereby awarding, Chen Jinji read slowly, the title of Friendship Star. She burst out laughing. So that's how it was precious. And it was obtained when he was in small class 1, could it be that he never got one again since starting middle class? Chen Jinji was also a well-known outstanding student when she was young, she was popular and good with people, so she never lacked these kinds of certificates. She never imagined that the most precious one in Su Qingyi's eyes would be a certificate that could be obtained just by not having conflicts with classmates and not being reported by them. Then again, things are valued for their rarity. Chen Jinji tidied the certificates up and carefully put them back into the box. Careful, there's a paper airplane. Su Qingyi raised his hand to block it and took out the paper airplane from the bottom of the box. After the things inside had been taken out, it had naturally slid down, and it almost got crushed just now. This is a paper airplane. Chen Jinji's expression was puzzled. This was completely a model plane, okay. Whose paper airplane looks exactly like a real plane? Yeah. Su Qingyi nodded, fiddled with it for a moment, and showed her that made in China he had written in red pen on the tail fin. This paper airplane could fly very far. Once, it got stuck on the top of a big tree in the front yard, and it was Su Zilong who risked his life to climb up and retrieve it. Su Zilong didn't exactly have such a spirit